Chapter 51. Su Jianyan initially thought the corpse kings had returned, and paused for a moment upon hearing this. He then quickly sensed their surroundings. Su Bai and the Black Beast had followed him, and were now not far from the industrial area. When Su Jianyan looked over, they were rapidly dispersing in different directions. Su Jianyan looked behind them, but there were no corpse kings he could sense there, so he saw nothing. Su Jianyan felt utterly bewildered. That stinking thing. Li Muchio was furious. I curse him next time. Su Jianyan reassured him. Seeing Su Jianyan siding with him, Li Muchio felt much better. Curse him fiercely. Okay. Curse him very fiercely. Li Muchio beamed. He knew Su Jianyan liked him too. After reassuring him, Su Jianyan glanced back at the factory building and headed towards the dormitory. He needed to think about what to do next. He could forget about the humans, but the corpse kings were clearly a huge problem. That brat before, and that man today, even if he hadn't done anything, he already summoned 2 groups of corpse kings. Judging from the current situation, this kind of thing would probably happen again. But if he really had to do something, what could he do? Would he lead Su Bai and the others to conquer the world? Just thinking about it made Su Jianyan feel exhausted. That night, Su Jianyan went to bed early. That night, amidst the heavy snow, Fei Qing and his group, who had been hiding all afternoon, moved under the cover of darkness. The location where they had been searching for food was not far from the edge of the city, and their subsequent escape had taken them a while further. They were now only about 4 or 5 hours away from leaving the city. Normally, they wouldn't move at night. The darkness and heavy snow not only blocked the zombies' vision, but also theirs, and the low temperature would make their already clumsy movements even more stiff. But the commotion in the afternoon had been too great. They weren't sure if there were any zombie kings nearby, so this method of movement was the safest. An hour later, the group was so cold they couldn't feel their hands and feet. 2 hours later, their numb hands and feet started to hurt again. They couldn't move any further, so they rested for half an hour. 4 hours later, when the snow was almost knee-deep, they finally saw a world full of mutated plants beyond the concrete buildings. Captain, someone in the team turned around. Fei Qing had been staring at the city behind them for a long time. City A under the night sky resembled a hysterically screaming ghost town, and they had left Su Jianyan in the city. Captain, another person spoke up. They knew Fei Qing was upset, and they were upset too. But if they didn't leave now, they might never have to leave again. The temperature had dropped to below -30 degrees Celsius. The human survival limit at temperatures below 40 degrees Celsius is beyond which even if one manages to survive, the body will inevitably suffer damage. Fei Qing took a deep breath and looked away. She led the way towards the forest not far outside the city. Once inside, they could rest. The group glanced at the city again before following. That night, in a city to the right of City A, separated from City A by another city, Gu Yuehe and his group were also moving through the snow. But this time, they were traveling by car. Inside the car, the group of people were wrapped tightly in their coats. The vehicle kept moving, and the combination of the low temperature and wind had already froze the exterior walls of the truck with a thick layer of ice. They shivered uncontrollably. But no one cared about that now. Their eyes were filled with worry. In this low temperature, the vehicle could easily stall. Once it stalled, there was no way to restart it. Don't worry too much. The vehicle has been modified. Crack. Before Li Linmu could finish his comforting words, a chilling sound of something breaking came from beneath their feet. Then, their vehicle visibly veered to the side, and its speed decreased. Everyone in the vehicle looked at Li Linmu. Li Linmu immediately slapped himself for speaking out of turn. The vehicle quickly came to a stop. All the vehicles in front and behind stopped at the same time. Captain, the vehicle is broken. A voice came from the walkie-talkies carried by several squad leaders. I understand. Gu Yuehe paused. Proceed according to plan. Set up camp here. Okay. Inside the vehicle, Gu Yuehe took a deep breath and opened the rear door. The vehicles they used were large trucks. These vehicles could carry more supplies and people, had larger fuel tanks, and were more advantageous in snowstorms and on difficult roads. After finding the vehicles, they had made some modifications for convenience. But without electricity, everything had to be done by hand, so the modifications were minimal. The doors still opened outwards. As soon as the doors opened, a large amount of wind, snow, and cold air rushed into the cargo area, and the group of people already shivering from the cold, immediately started teeth chattering. They were in the middle of a basin. There were no fields or villages in the basin. Only a highway and a large area of sparse trees. The location wasn't ideal, but it was spacious enough for all the cars to park. The other drivers had already heard the news and were now surrounding them, trying to form a windbreak with their truck beds. Guyua had jumped out of the car. "Who's on night watch tonight?" "Me." Xian raised her hand. As their team grew, the original 4 teams of Mo Duolin, Li Lingmu, Zhang Yu, and Li Xiufeng were no longer sufficient. Xian, Li Qinshui, Hu Shitong, Lu Yu, and the captains of the 3 survival teams that joined later were now all squad leaders, each leading a small team. "Kong Lei, you be on watch with us tonight too." Guyua looked at the other person beside him. "Xian will be on the back. You be on the front. Keep a close eye on things." "Okay." Kong Lei nodded. Each of their squads had over 70 people. Normally, they wouldn't need so many, but tonight was special. With that, Kong Lei led the way towards the front of the convoy, looking for a suitable spot. After Black Beast and his men left that day, Kong Lei was originally planning to lead his team away, but Guyua invited them to join him. Half of Kong Lei's team had guns, with about 300 men in total. Half of them carried over 150 guns. Guyua's own team already had over 800 men, but they only had about 300 guns. Compared to the two, Kong Lei's team could be considered quite well off. Guyua's invitation to Kong Lei wasn't solely for their guns. More importantly, it was based on his predictions about the future. Food available in the city was dwindling. Teams with even a little intelligence and capability had already consciously begun stockpiling food. And no matter how much food they stockpile, if they can't grow new food and sustain their development, it will eventually run out. Once that happens, the only place they find food will be in the hands of humanity itself. That will inevitably lead to a bloodbath. They must prepare in advance. Kong Lei's team had grown strong before and had already considered these things. So when Guyua invited them, Kong Lei only thought for a moment before agreeing. In this apocalyptic world, Guyua's willingness to repay their kind reminder already surpassed that of most teams. Guyua looked at the others. "Boil some water and distribute dinner." "Okay." Guyua didn't want the day when humans would kill each other to come too soon. But things far exceeded his expectations. Almost a week after they met Kong Lei, they were ambushed. The ambushed team lost more than half its members. Fortunately, it was Li Lingmu's team, experienced and quick-witted. Otherwise the remaining half wouldn't have survived either. The ambush failed, so the enemy abandoned all cover and launched a nighttime attack. When Li Lingmu returned, Guyua, upon learning of the attack, immediately made arrangements. He guessed the enemy wouldn't let it go easily, and that they must have a considerable number of men to dare attack them. But he underestimated his team. The enemy consisted of 3 teams, each with 300 to 400 men, and they were clearly desperate. Recognizing the situation, Guyua didn't hesitate to flee. The enemy hadn't expected them to run so decisively. By the time they reacted, Guyua and his team were already quite a distance away. Those people didn't give up and immediately gave chase in their cars. Guyua and his group had looted all the supplies in the cities the Black Beast had passed through. If they killed Guyua and his group, their supplies would be enough to feed the 3 teams for a month. This was the 6th day they had been hunted. A windbreak was quickly erected, with vehicles and tarpaulins providing double protection, rapidly raising the temperature in the central area. Flames soon appeared in the open space, followed by the aroma of food and the sound of water. After a day of turmoil, everyone was finally able to eat something and was happy. Guyua stood in a corner, watching the flickering flames, but his heart remained heavy. With Kong Lei and his group, their team now numbered over 1,000. If they were to fight the enemy, victory wasn't impossible, but the casualties would be numerous. If he could, Guyua didn't want it to come to that, but their vehicles would inevitably run out of gas. Guyua even considered giving away some supplies, just to prevent the enemy from attacking. In his view, although it was shameful, it was better than letting his team members die. It wasn't easy for anyone to have survived this long. But if he really did that, what would happen to his team? They did have a lot of supplies, but there were many people in their team, and what they had was only enough to eat for 20 days at most. If they gave away half, the rest would only last for 12 or 13 days. And what would they do after that? Don't think about it. A cup of hot water was handed to Guyua. Gu Yuehe looked and saw it was Li Xiaofeng. Thank you. Gu Yuehe took it. The freshly boiled water was extremely hot. But even the highest temperature couldn't withstand the surrounding chill. He blew on it a couple of times before drinking it. And the water wasn't so hot anymore. Li Xiaofeng also had a glass of water. After taking a couple of sips, he said, if you really want to fight, then fight. Even if you lose, no one will blame you. He paused, then added, you already tried your best. Gu Yuehe looked at him. He had never imagined hearing such words from Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng finished the rest of his water in one gulp. It get cold if I don't drink now. Gu Yuehe's hand holding the glass twitched. But he didn't drink. I really want to see that Su Jianyan right now. Li Xiaofeng had gone to City A. And when he returned, he was a completely different person. Even the apocalypse hadn't changed Li Xiaofeng. Su Jianyan's stern face suddenly flashed into Li Xiaofeng's mind. And he couldn't help but smile. He definitely like you. Su Jianyan might seem a bit difficult to get along with at first glance. But he was actually a pushover. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved so many people. And he seemed to have a particular fondness for good people. Gu Yuehe was undoubtedly a good person. That's truly an honor. Gu Yuehe finished his water in one gulp. His words weren't just polite. Although he never met him, Su Jianyan's image was already clearly etched in his mind. To be liked by someone like that, wasn't that an honor? Go to sleep early. Li Xiaofeng smiled and walked away. Gu Yuehe didn't leave. He casually tossed aside his empty cup and continued staring blankly at the fire ahead. In truth, even if he survived this ordeal, he had no idea what the future held. Only despair. He had already anticipated that the food in the city would eventually be exhausted. Which was why he had begun trying to grow crops once he had the means. It's been over a month now. And nothing has survived. They changed the soil 3 times. And each time the soil had problems. Finally, they decided to try hydroponics. This time, germination was no problem. And they were all overjoyed for over a week. But crops need sunlight. Without sunlight, the leaves of the crops immediately began to yellow, and even fall off after the seedling stage. In desperation, they had to give them 10 minutes of sunlight in the morning and evening, when the sunlight was relatively gentle. Their initial thought was that the sunlight was too harsh, and shorter exposure times would mitigate the toxicity. But things didn't go as planned. The plants quickly recovered and then grew wildly with an abnormally vigorous vitality. Even more aggressively than when they were grown in soil. They had no choice but to throw away the seedlings in the water. Afterwards, they tried many other methods. Even specifically bringing back some lamps while searching for supplies in the city. Trying to use them as supplementary lighting for the plants. Some lights are effective. Like full-spectrum desk lamps for children doing homework. But even though they're full-spectrum, their light quality and intensity are completely different from plant grow lights. They worked for the first 2 days. But after a while, the plants started yellowing and losing leaves again. By now, he lost count of how many times they experimented and how many times they'd been disappointed. Captain? Liu approached Gu Yuehe with a small bowl of instant noodles. Gu Yuehe's dinner for the day. Thank you, Gu Yuehe said, feigning indifference. Liu, however, lingered, hesitant to speak. Gu Yuehe couldn't keep up the act any longer, and could only drop the pretense with a wry smile. Liu said nothing, patted his shoulder, and walked away. Gu Yuehe lost his appetite. He understood the logic. They should look for factories that made plant grow lights and nutrient soil. Or at the very least, a planting base. They would definitely have similar things there. But right now, they were struggling to survive even one more day. So where would they find the strength to spend months or even half a year searching for those things? Gu Yuehe took a deep breath, finished the remaining soup, threw away the disposable bowl in his hand, and returned to the crowd. He couldn't let others see his unease. Otherwise, the group would scatter before they even caught up. City A. After several days of turmoil, Su Jianyan finally slept comfortably on an electric blanket again that night. The next morning, waking up to find snow still falling outside the window, he stubbornly stayed in bed until the snow stopped before getting up. He had a lot to do today. He had sown all the seeds at once. For now, the seeds were fine in disposable cups. But once they germinated, they would need to be transferred to larger pots, which would definitely be insufficient for the current greenhouses. And after the larger pots, there would be even larger ones. He would need to build at least 8 or 9 more greenhouses. This was an industrial area, Shelves were everywhere. There was a clothing factory nearby, and fabric for the greenhouses was easy to find. The foot warmers, however, were a problem. Although it was winter before the apocalypse, many households still used air conditioning, and the foot warmers he needed had certain requirements. Thinking about it, Su Jianyan went downstairs, intending to check on the crops at the factory and grab some breakfast. As soon as he stepped outside, Su Jianyan saw a familiar figure outside the tightly closed iron gates of the clothing factory. Su Bai had clearly been standing there for a long time, his shoulders and head covered in a thick layer of snow. Seeing Su Jianyan look over, he immediately broke into a wide smile, his waving hand creating afterimages. Su Jianyan tried to pretend he didn't see him, but the man had already reached the door. Li Muqiu clearly already knew of Su Bai's presence. Her face darkening, Su Jianyan headed towards the clothing factory entrance, because he was afraid zombies would get in. Su Jianyan had always kept the factory gate locked, but now the situation was different. Approaching, Su Jianyan grabbed the chain on the door and pulled hard to both sides. With a snap, the finger-thick chain broke. Su Jianyan pushed the door open. "What's up?" Su Bai immediately wagged his fox tail and stepped forward. "This is for you, Your Majesty." Su Bai held a cake box in his hands. The box was pink and delicate, tied with a pretty bow by a light blue ribbon. Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment, but still took it. Before the apocalypse, he didn't particularly like cloyingly sweet things, but now, just the faint aroma of that sweet scent made his appetite surge. "You definitely like it. I even decorated it a bit," Su Bai said expectantly. Su Jianyan untied the ribbon and removed the upside-down box. A human head was revealed. The head of the zombie king he had beheaded yesterday was carefully placed in the box, surrounded by a ring of bloody teeth from an intelligent zombie king. A pair of knives and forks were even thoughtfully inserted into the head. Su Jianyan shuddered in fright, almost throwing the object at Su Bai's smiling face. "You don't like it?" Su Bai's invisible fox tail stopped wagging. He looked puzzled, not understanding where things had gone wrong. "You can go now." Su Jianyan shoved the head back into his hand. "Su Bai, stay away from him from now on. This is the king of zombies from yesterday. He's very powerful. Eating him will make you even stronger." "I don't need it," Su Jianyan interrupted. He didn't know what this so-called king of zombies was all about, but he hadn't eaten any of these things since waking up and was still alive, which meant these things weren't necessary. Since they weren't necessary, he absolutely wouldn't eat them. Su Bai wanted to persuade him further, saying that only by eating more could one become stronger, but he swallowed his words. Su Jianyan mistakenly believed he was human, so apart from his blood, he hadn't eaten a single zombie. He didn't know if Su Jianyan's special nature was due to this, but Su Jianyan's special nature was a fact. Su Bai put the head away. "As you wish, Your Majesty." Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he got goosebumps all over. "You can call me Su Jianyan." All this talk of king was giving him the creeps. Su Bai smiled, neither refusing nor agreeing. Su Jianyan, too lazy to waste any more words with him, turned and went back inside. As soon as he entered, Li Muqiu, who was beside him, immediately closed the door. Finally, he picked up the chain that Su Jianyan had just broken and securely tied the door shut again. Seeing Li Muqiu, Su Jianyan belatedly remembered that he needed to find the corpse king's brain for Li Muqiu. He immediately wanted to go back and ask for it, but then gave up. He couldn't bring himself to ask Su Bai. And more importantly, even if he took back what Su Bai had given him, Li Muqiu probably wouldn't eat it. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muqiu. The latter was indeed angry. Noticing his gaze, Li Muqiu looked at Su Jianyan. Seeing Su Jianyan looking at him, Li Muqiu smiled instantly. Su Jianyan didn't want that stinky things. Su Jianyan was so kind. Su Jianyan didn't understand why he was grinning like an idiot, but seeing his happy expression, his mood improved a bit. He figured it out eventually. No rush. Besides, if Li Muqiu chose to leave, these remaining days would be their last time together. "I'm going to get something to eat. Then I head out." Su Jianyan headed towards the factory. Together. White Wolf. Help. Li Muqiu had already planned to take White Wolf with him whenever they went out, so they could go further and bring back more things. He didn't like Su Jianyan's things, but Su Jianyan liked them, and that was enough. "Okay." Hearing this, Su Jianyan perked up a bit. Taking White Wolf along would indeed allow them to carry much more things at once, saving a lot of trouble. Li Muchio's smiling face fell instantly. Su Jianyan seemed to really like the White Wolf. Li Muchio walked behind Su Jianyan, tilting his head slightly, as he seriously considered the possibility of replacing the White Wolf. Creating awakened zombies required a lot of effort, which made him uncomfortable. But that discomfort paled in comparison to the discomfort of having Su Jianyan's affection taken away. Once I'm done with this, I take you to find awakened zombies. Su Jianyan's voice came. Li Muchio's displeasure vanished instantly. Okay. Su Jianyan usually didn't allow him to eat those things, only giving them to him when he was injured. Yesterday, he injured the back of his hand, but the injury was minor, even healing overnight. Yet Su Jianyan was still willing to take him. Su Jianyan is so kind. After entering, Su Jianyan ate a quick bite and then turned on the greenhouse. Li Muchio immediately stepped forward to help move the crops out. Once they were out, Su Jianyan quickly watered them, while the temperature was still relatively low. Watering is forbidden during periods of extreme heat or cold. High temperatures will burn the roots, and low temperatures will cause frost damage. After finishing, Su Jianyan rested for a while, and went back to the dormitory building to get his backpack and axe. A few minutes later, Su Jianyan climbed over the wall. The White Wolf was already waiting outside. But it wasn't the only one waiting. Why are you here again? Su Jianyan looked at the person grinning hysterically with a terrible headache. Su Bai stepped forward, handing over a hotel-style serving tray, and then carefully lifted the lid. The tray contained a pile of human food. The Corpse King doesn't eat this stuff. It was clearly prepared specifically for him. Su Jianyan couldn't quite muster his anger. The Corpse King was terrifying. But if that terror only applied to others and not to him, that was a different matter. I already eaten, Su Jianyan said. Su Bai blinked. This was the second time he'd been rebuffed this morning. Can you guys stop following me? Su Jianyan asked. No. Su Bai answered instantly. But why are you following me? Su Jianyan was annoyed. He just wanted to enjoy his remaining years here. Protecting you is our responsibility, Su Bai said. Or would you like to go out for a walk? Where to? Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. Taking you all to conquer the world? He didn't know the specifics of the outside world. But from what he understood, running around with a group of Corpse Kings was undoubtedly suicidal, even if they didn't attack first. The other zombie kings and their kings in the other cities wouldn't tolerate them. Su Bai paused. Then his eyes lit up with laughter. Not necessarily. Su Jianyan ignored him and turned to walk towards the White Wolf. He should think about how to spend his remaining years in peace. Upon getting closer, Su Jianyan noticed that the White Wolf seemed to have been fighting with something, its face bruised and swollen. Seeing Su Jianyan looking over, Li Muchio, who had been coldly glaring at Su Bai, instantly looked aggrieved. You stinky thing. You hit me, he complained. He wouldn't let Su Bai and the others get away with it. He would definitely avenge them. But he had to let Su Jianyan know that Su Bai and the others weren't good zombie kings. Hearing this, the White Wolf suppressed the urge to bare its teeth at Su Bai, trying its best to put on a pitiful expression. It had been hit. Su Jianyan turned to look at Su Bai, completely unprepared for Li Muchio's tattling. Su Bai's smile froze. Just kidding. Tattling when you can't win. How childish is Li Muchio? Li Muchio ignored him and walked towards the White Wolf. The White Wolf obediently laid down. Li Muchio went up first, followed closely by Su Jianyan. As soon as Su Jianyan sat down, Li Muchio patted the White Wolf's back. Hurry up. Get far away from that stinky thing. The White Wolf got up. Even if you don't go, they find you. Su Bai didn't chase after them, but his voice came clearly. Chapter 52. Su Bai was a bit eccentric. Su Jianyan never believed anything he said. Su Jianyan tried to ignore him, but those words still clearly reached his ears. Su Bai was right. Even if he didn't go, those Corpse Kings would come looking for him. Don't be afraid. Su Jianyan was lost in thought when his hand, which was wrapped around Li Muchio's waist, was grasped. Li Muchio's voice was clear and firm. I protect you. Su Jianyan didn't think Li Muchio's protection would be very effective. This time it was 50 or 60 Corpse Kings. Next time it might be hundreds. But his tense nerves relaxed a little. Okay. East of City A. Several hundred kilometers away. Outside a town. About 200 Corpse Kings were gathering. In the town's most bustling street, a man, A woman and a beast-shaped corpse king were meeting. What? Want to fight again? The female corpse king was in her early 20s, with a bright and imposing appearance. But her eyes were full of fighting spirit. She won that battle a month ago, and she's fearless now. Haven't you noticed something's missing? The male zombie king looked to be in his 40s. Not very tall, with round, shrewd features. If it weren't for the 60 or 70 zombie kings behind him, eager and ready to fight, he'd probably go unnoticed in a crowd. Ow. Get to the point. I'm busy. The beast-shaped zombie king was impatient. It resembled a cheetah, but had a row of bone spikes along its back, sharper claws and teeth, and a mouth full of fangs. That guy. Buzz cut. The middle-aged man had a headache. That's why he didn't get along with him. These guys were all mentally unstable. Him? Huh? Why are you talking about him like that? He's dead. The zombie king in his camp escaped after his death, and was discovered by the zombie king in my camp yesterday morning. The middle-aged man said. Dead? Huh? The female zombie king and the cheetah zombie king were both stunned, their brows furrowing instantly. They didn't care about the crew-cut man's death. If they could, they would even have personally sent him on his way. But there was one thing they had to admit, even if they didn't want to, which was that the crew-cut man's strength was no less than theirs. They had always considered each other a thorn in their side. But at the same time, they were undoubtedly top-tier, evenly matched forces in their respective areas. The crew-cut man died so easily. Didn't that mean they were nothing special? It said he went there. The middle-aged man's face was grim. You mean? The female zombie king immediately realized, her eyes wide with astonishment. Huh? City A? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have bothered contacting the man and beast before him. Are you sure? The female zombie king asked. You said the zombie king in your faction discovered the zombie king in his faction. So where is that zombie king? Dead. The middle-aged man smiled and looked over. But the information is definitely accurate. It was that guy from City A who did it. They hated each other. His faction's zombie kings had finally managed to capture the lone zombie king from the crew-cut man's faction. So how could they easily let him go? When he heard the news, that zombie king was already gone. Not even a hair left. The female zombie king and the beast zombie king didn't dwell on the matter, and both fell silent after hearing this. The number of corpse kings these corpse kings could control was influenced by their own strength. The stronger the corpse king, the more corpse kings they could sense and summon. Kunbantu, a nickname, had always looked down on them because he summoned 9 corpse kings on his first attempt. When they heard about that guy in City A, they were preparing to fight because they were all unconvinced. Before they could decide who was stronger, they heard that someone in City A had summoned more than 10 corpse kings at once. The 3 of them immediately mocked Kunbanta for this, infuriating him, who was always proud of it. But after mocking him, seeing his furious expression, they didn't feel happy. Kunbanta had already summoned the most corpse kings among them on his first attempt. But even then he only summoned 9, while his opponent summoned more than 10. After that, they fought. Afterwards, they almost immediately sent out corpse kings to find out what had happened. They weren't afraid of battle, but they weren't prepared to fight unprepared either. Furthermore, the power of the king of corpses wasn't fixed from the start. With enough effort, it could be increased. The corpse kings they sent out returned quickly, because before they even reached City A, new news arrived from there. A great battle of corpse kings had broken out in City A. A king of corpses led over 20 corpse kings to City A, and most of their forces were routed before they even saw the enemy in City A. A dozen or so corpse kings against over 20 corpse kings. And not only did they win so decisively. The opponent was terrifyingly powerful. They immediately abandoned their previous plans and focused solely on increasing their strength. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Their forces grew from a few zombie kings to 60 or 70, with the female zombie king controlling over 100. They thought that should be enough and were just beginning to stir when news of the crew-cut man's death arrived. I'm leaving, the female zombie king said after a brief silence. The middle-aged man and the cheetah zombie king both looked over. Awuh! Aren't you going to do anything about it? Do what? Am I supposed to avenge him? The female zombie king sneered. Or did you two become so close? The middle-aged man remained silent. He and the crew-cut man did have a decent relationship, but it was only to the point where they wouldn't immediately fight upon meeting. Awuh! Then I'm leaving too. The cheetah zombie king turned and left. The female zombie king didn't want to get involved. And it didn't want to get involved either. He'd be overjoyed if the crew cut man died, because the area was only so big, and losing a single zombie king would only benefit him. Seeing that neither of them intended to intervene, the middle-aged man frowned, but ultimately said nothing. An hour later, in the mountains outside the town, the three people moving rapidly paused the moment they sensed each other's presence, then quickened their pace towards City A. They knew all too well how capable the crew cut man was. Even if City A was powerful, killing him wouldn't be an easy task, and he wouldn't escape unscathed. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity to strike. That City A guy was not to be underestimated. Now that he had eaten the crew cut man, his power had undoubtedly increased dramatically. Whoever could eat him would undoubtedly rule this area. City A. White Wolf was indeed useful. The supplies Su Jianyan had spent the entire morning collecting were transported back to the factory in one go by White Wolf. In the past, even with him and Li Muchio, it would have taken a week. In the afternoon, after waking up, Su Jianyan went straight to the factory. He sorted the items he had brought back by category, found some shelves in other factory buildings, and then immediately began assembling the greenhouses. Assembling the greenhouses was simple, and with his previous experience, Su Jianyan finished in one afternoon. As evening approached, looking at the dozen or so greenhouses that had appeared in the factory, Su Jianyan's expression softened involuntarily. The snow was readily available. The greenhouses were already in place, and although the electricity required regular refueling, it was sufficient for him alone at this stage. Now, he just needed to wait for the crops to grow. After finishing, Su Jianyan habitually turned to look at Li Muchio. The room was empty. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan walked towards the door. There was no one outside. Su Jianyan headed towards the dormitory building. Li Muchio? The dormitory building was also silent. Li Muchio went out? Su Jianyan was momentarily bewildered. Ever since they met, Li Muchio had been unusually clingy, rarely leaving alone. That made Su Jianyan quite unaccustomed. Besides being unaccustomed, Su Jianyan also felt a little uneasy. Something that had never happened before was happening with evolution, which meant that it wasn't just Li Muchio's body that was evolving, but also his thoughts. Once he truly advanced to become a corpse king, Li Muchio might really leave. Bang! Far to the right of the industrial park, at the temporary residence of Su Bai and his group of corpse kings. Su Bai, with the help of his two awakened zombies, was arranging flowers on a human food platter when a white figure slammed into him like an arrow. Caught off guard, he was knocked into an elegant display case on the side of the street. The next moment, Su Bai's two subordinates realized they had been attacked and immediately tried to rush into the shop. They had barely moved when their movements were abruptly halted. At the same time, amidst the shattered glass, Su Bai also reacted, immediately trying to control the white wolf attacking him. Before the white wolf could be controlled, Su Bai's own movement stopped. The white wolf seized the opportunity and bit down hard, its fangs immediately digging deep into Su Bai's abdomen and chest. If it were a human, he would be dead already. Let go! Su Bai was momentarily stunned, and his face darkened. Intelligent zombie kings can only control zombie kings weaker than themselves or of equal strength. He had never taken Li Muchio seriously, because Li Muchio was merely an awakened zombie. The white wolf instinctively opened its mouth and released him. Su Bai immediately broke free from its mouth. Almost as he regained his footing, something flew towards him. Su Bai instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. The thing had firmly lodged itself over his head. What followed was a relentless barrage of attacks from both man and beast. Li Muchio. When Su Bai finally freed himself from the sack on his head, the shop was empty, and a white figure was running frantically around the street corner. Su Bai felt an urge to kill the zombie. Li Muchio. You see, inside the factory, Su Jianyan searched around but couldn't find anyone. Just as he was about to return to his dormitory, he heard a noise at the gate. Su Jianyan turned around. Li Muchio was sneaking in, peeking over the wall. Li Muchio saw Su Jianyan standing behind it, his eyes flickering slightly. Where have you been? Su Jianyan instantly sensed his guilt. Li Muchio clumsily climbed over the wall and trotted towards Su Jianyan. Stop playing dumb. Su Jianyan wasn't buying it. Li Muchio, who had initially planned to get away with it, looked down at his blood-stained clothes, then at the fierce-looking Su Jianyan. Su Bai and the others had started the fight with his subordinate. following Li Muchio's movements. Su Jianyan saw the blood on his clothes and immediately understood what had happened. A complex mix of emotions washing over him. Li Muchio used to be so obedient. But now, he actually gone out and cheated. Didn't I say I'd take you in a couple of days? Su Jianyan sighed. A son grows up and leaves home. Keeping him only breeds resentment. Huh? Li Muchio looked puzzled. When had Su Jianyan said he would take him to find Su Bai and the others to take revenge, Su Jianyan wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Next time. Let me know before you go out, so I don't worry. After giving this instruction, Su Jianyan turned and went upstairs. The sun had already set, and it would be dark soon. He needed to eat before nightfall. He was no longer afraid of ordinary zombies. And even the zombie king in the city wasn't a problem. But lighting a lamp at night was still too conspicuous. There were also awakened zombies in the city. Those things had considerable attack power, but little intelligence. Being ambushed would be a shock. Even if he didn't die. Su Jianyan had plenty of supplies now. Even though Fei Qing and the others took some, the rest was still enough for him to eat for more than a month. Su Jianyan wasn't stingy. He cooked white rice for dinner, with a side of spicy and sour seaweed. That night, Su Jianyan didn't prepare any for Li Muchio. Li Muchio, who had been reluctantly hiding in a corner pretending to be invisible when Su Jianyan cooked, felt uneasy not receiving any food. He secretly glanced at Su Jianyan, then looked again, and after a while, finally realized that Su Jianyan was angry. Li Muchio moved closer to Su Jianyan, sitting down right next to him. Su Jianyan didn't like him being too close at night. Usually, he would have pushed him away with a sour face. But today, Su Jianyan didn't do that, continuing to eat his meal quietly. I'm sorry. Li Muchio felt a pang of sadness. He hadn't actually hit him very hard. He really disliked Su Bai and the others, because Su Bai always tried to take Su Jianyan from him. But he also knew very well that Su Bai and the others were summoned by Su Jianyan, that they belonged to Su Jianyan. So even though he hated it, and even though he wanted to fight, he didn't beat him to death. Besides, it was clearly Su Bai and the others who attacked first. Su Bai and the others attacked first, and he only fought back. Yet Su Jianyan got angry with him. Su Jianyan wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to begin. His refusal to let Li Muchio eat zombies was inherently selfish. Before, he could at least use the excuse that he was human and Li Muchio was an awakened zombie. Now that he knew he wasn't human, he was still busy with his own affairs and didn't care about Li Muchio's situation. Even he himself felt it was unreasonable. While pondering this, Su Jianyan also started to have a headache about another matter. The only zombie king in this city was Su Bai and the others, although he hadn't fully accepted it yet. Killing Su Bai and the others to feed Li Muchio gave him a feeling of digging out his own brains to feed Li Muchio. Besides Su Bai and his group, there were two other groups of zombie kings on the city's edge. One brought back by the Black Beast and the other by Su Hong, once brought to the city's outskirts. Those zombie kings never left. He understood the Black Beast's intentions. They simply wanted him to expand his forces. But that was something he needed to consider separately. If he sneaked in and killed one at night, it shouldn't be a big problem. Right? He still disliked zombie kings. And besides, those creatures had devoured countless humans. Killing a few wouldn't be a problem for him. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. How many do you need to eat? Eat, what? Li Muchio felt his heart almost melt. But he obediently answered Su Jianyan's question. Su Jianyan said he preferred him to Su Bai and his group. But in reality, he favored Su Bai and his group more. If you want to evolve, how many zombie kings do you need to eat? Su Jianyan repeated. Li Muchio didn't understand why Su Jianyan suddenly brought this up. But he sensed that Su Jianyan wanted to help him. He wanted to answer. But having never evolved before, he didn't know. He only vaguely felt that something was missing. Seeing that Li Muchio couldn't answer, Su Bai's face flashed through Su Jianyan's mind for a moment. But he quickly dismissed it. He went to steal the zombie king that Su Bai and the others brought back, and even asked the original owner how many he needed to kill, unless he was out of his mind. Go to sleep early. Su Jianyan finished eating, and went to clear the dishes. Li Muchio was more clingy than usual, following him step by step. He could even feel Li Muchio's breath with every movement. Li Muchio tried to help several times, but he slapped his hands away each time. Before, he was human and Li Muchio was a zombie. He had gotten used to not letting Li Muchio touch his food after finishing his work. Su Jianyan went to bed early. Ever since he got an electric blanket, Li Muchio usually liked to snuggle under the covers with him to sleep. But this time, surprisingly, she didn't. Su Jianyan didn't say anything, just turned over and went back to sleep. The next day, after taking all the crops from the greenhouse in the factory, Su Jianyan slung his backpack over his shoulder, grabbed his axe, and took Li Muchio out. He didn't head straight for the zombie kings outside the city, but instead pretended to be collecting supplies and wandering around. This was partly to lull Subai and the others into a false sense of security, and partly to see Li Muchio off, if Li Muchio had already decided to leave. Once he fully evolved, the day of his departure shouldn't be far off. Whether Li Muchio would still be willing to play this game of collecting supplies with him after evolving was also a question. Sit, White Wolf. Li Muchio summoned the White Wolf like a precious treasure. Su Jianyan refused. Let's walk. Li Muchio looked dejected. 10 minutes later, they left a familiar area near the industrial park and entered an unexplored area. Su Jianyan entered one of the buildings. Li Muchio immediately scurried upstairs. A few minutes later, Li Muchio came downstairs carrying a full armful of food. Pretend? Su Jianyan had a headache. If they filled it up now, they had to go back immediately. His goal was the edge of the city. I don't want this. Li Muchio, who had been happily helping, slowly lowered her raised hand. Su Jianyan couldn't coax her. We sneaked to the edge of the city and killed the corpse king that Subai and the others brought back for you to eat. Su Jianyan explained in a low voice. Su Jianyan was going to kill the corpse king that Subai and the others brought back for him to eat. Su Jianyan wasn't angry anymore. Li Muchio's eyes lit up instantly. Su Jianyan patted his head. Act convincingly. Don't get caught. Okay. Li Muchio thought seriously for a moment and began to pretend. They didn't intend to steal food. They were just going to take a look. A week later, they finally reached the edge of the city. At the same time, Subai and the others followed them nearby as expected. Su Jianyan didn't rush to make a move. After wandering around for a while, he found a place to stay. That night, as snow fell heavily, Su Jianyan secretly took Li Muchio out. At the same time, in the mountains north of the city, Gu Yue, who had been trapped on the mountain for 3 days, had to make a decision. If they dragged it out any longer, even if they could outlast the enemy, the team's morale would plummet. Rather than that, it was better to take a gamble. Li Sifeng, Zhang Yu, you two are in charge of the charge. Li Qinshui and Li Lingmu, you two are on the right flank. Mo Duolin and Ji Xian, you're on the left flank. Kong Lei, Gu Xingping, the elderly, children, and the wounded, gather in the middle. Tell them to be alert and not panic. After assigning everyone their tasks, Gu Yue paused and added, once the battle begins, don't hesitate. Previously, their weapons were aimed at zombies. This time, they were aimed at their own kind. The opposing team might have many children and elderly members. How could they not feel some psychological pressure? But since they had already come this far, they might as well go all out. After all, none of them wanted to die. Okay. Understood. Down the mountain, in the dark forest, the captains and squad leaders of the 3 teams that had pursued Gu Yue's group all the way gathered together for a final discussion about the upcoming attack. Silence reigned in the woods. Are we really going to do this? After an unknown amount of time, a trembling voice broke the silence. The group, who had been standing motionless, shifted slightly, an unconscious movement born of unease. After the movement, they realized the same action was repeated by everyone, and the group fell even more silent. Maybe we should just give up, the person who had spoken earlier suggested. No one agreed, but no one left. Giving up was easier said than done. Their last food supplies had been consumed the day before yesterday. Yesterday and this afternoon, they had been drinking water boiled with snow. The water was bitter, astringent, and had a strange, foul odor. While they didn't experience any obvious physical discomfort after drinking it, more than half of them had already suffered a psychological breakdown. They had seen the crops grown with that snow water. The wild grass, which used to only reach their ankles, was now over 10 meters tall. The corn, which used to be taller than a person, was now vines climbing all over the ground. Even many plants they couldn't name were now thriving. They had seen others who had drunk the snow water, and without exception, they had all died. Let's do it. The speaker was one of the 3 captains, whose family was in his own team. He had countless times been grateful that his decisive and rational choice had saved his family in this apocalypse. Now, however, he began to wonder if it was luck or misfortune. Perhaps dying sooner was a relief. 10 minutes later. We begin, another captain said. Everyone looked at the last captain, facing the stares of the crowd. The man felt his throat grow terribly dry. He tried to say something but couldn't utter a sound. He finally fell silent. His silence, his continued presence, spoke volumes. They wanted to live too, even though they were living a terribly despicable life. Captain! A team member rushed in. More than 10 people have arrived outside. Men, women, and a child. They say they're looking for Li Xiufeng. Li Xiufeng? The group, whose brows had been furrowed just moments before, were momentarily stunned. Li Xiufeng was from the opposing faction. Those people came to their side looking for someone, and the situation between their two teams was clearly dire. Were those people blind or mentally unstable? Coming to look for someone at this time? Drive them away. No. Let them in. One of the captains objected. And have them pass on a message. We leave if the other side is willing to hand over 80% of their supplies. Their 3 teams totaled nearly 1,000 people. 80% was their biggest concession, even though it seemed utterly disgusting. Okay. On the mountain. After giving his final instructions, Gu Yuehe and his group immediately dispersed to deploy, and the camp instantly erupted in chaos. Gu Yuehe moved quickly among them, trying to appear calm and reassure them. However, with a major battle looming, few could afford to smile. As they were busy, one of the sentries ran up quickly. Captain! Captain! Gu Yuehe and his group all looked over. The enemy had launched an attack? So fast? Gu Yuehe turned to order everyone into battle mode when the man shouted. A group of people have come up the mountain, saying they're looking for Captain Li Xiufeng. The group, whose nerves were already stretched to the limit, froze. Then all looked towards Li Xiufeng. Li Xiufeng, who was replenishing his arrows in the crowd, was also startled. The next moment, his brow furrowed. Me? All the living people he knew were in the group, putting aside the question of who would be looking for him in this apocalyptic world. Even if someone were, how would they have gotten in under these bizarre circumstances? Could it be a trick by those people down the mountain? Possibly. Be careful. What do they want? The crowd stirred. They're not just looking for Captain Li Xiufeng. They're also looking for Mo Duolin, Li Linmu, Captain Xian, and the others. The man quickly added. They said they were introduced by Su Jianyan. Chapter 53. As a member of the Paradise Survival Team, the messenger had naturally heard of Su Jianyan. It was precisely because he had heard of him that he immediately rushed back to report upon hearing the name. What? Mo Duolin, Li Linmu, Li Xiufeng, and the others froze almost simultaneously, dropping everything and rushing towards the man. Su Jianyan? Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan came out of that ghost town? Where is he? Take us there. Xian grabbed the man's arm. It's not him. The man quickly explained. It's not Su Jianyan. It's someone he introduced. Xian was petite among the men, but her grip on his arm was incredibly strong. He even had the illusion that if he didn't explain clearly, his arm would be ripped off. Xian slowly loosened her grip on the man's hand. A wave of overwhelming disappointment washing over her. She thought. Mo Duolin and Li Linmu shared the same disappointment. More accurately, everyone present was disappointed. They had lost count of how many times Mo Duolin, Li Linmu, Li Xiufeng, and the others had told them about Su Jianyan. They said he was incredibly fast and strong, easily defeating even awakened zombies, and even escaping from the Zombie King. They said he had saved countless lives, that he had given them food, that he had found medicine for them. They said he was a good person, and that one day, they would definitely go back to save him. They had never seen Su Jianyan, and they didn't quite believe that someone could really defeat awakened zombies with just an axe. But deep down they hoped that such a person truly existed, because then, the apocalypse wouldn't seem so hopeless. For a fleeting moment, they thought they would finally see that person, only to be told the next instant they were mistaken. Where are the others? Gu Yuehe was the first to react. Outside. Shall we let them in? The messenger asked. I'm going over there. Gu Yuehe strode towards them. One should always be wary, especially at such a crucial moment. Li Xiufeng and his group followed. It wasn't Su Jianyan who came, and they were inevitably disappointed. But since the other party knew Su Jianyan's name, and said he was introduced by Su Jianyan, it meant they knew Su Jianyan, and that this was after Su Jianyan had met them. In that case, they might be able to learn about Su Jianyan's current situation from them. The group moved quickly. In less than 5 minutes, they saw the sentry post, next to which was a group of more than 10 haggard-looking people, some old and some young. Li Xiufeng? Fei Qing looked at Gu Yuehe, who was walking at the front. I'm not. Fei Qing was speechless, and also somewhat bewildered. I am. Li Xiufeng stepped forward. Fei Qing and the others immediately looked over, and saw the bow on Li Xiufeng's back, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Fei Qing spoke, somewhat nervously and awkwardly. Do you know Su Jianyan? The one from City A. His wife is an awakened zombie. When Su Jianyan saw them off, Fei Qing hadn't really intended to come looking for him. After all, survival was difficult in the apocalypse, and their group included both the elderly and children. They weren't exactly a fighting force, but the situation was worse than they had anticipated. As the apocalypse dragged on, food was dwindling in the towns, and their small group dared not venture into major cities, only into villages and towns. For over 10 days after leaving the city, they had found no food, relying entirely on the provisions Su Jianyan had given them 2 days ago. After finishing their last rations, just as they were filled with despair, thinking they were back to where they were before meeting Su Jianyan, they unexpectedly spotted tire tracks on the road. The tracks were very fresh, clearly made within the last 2 days. They didn't want to die, so they followed, clinging to their last hope. They didn't find anyone, but soon discovered an abandoned convoy and numerous footprints at the foot of the mountain. They didn't understand what had happened, but without food, they were certain to die. So they gritted their teeth and followed the footprints up the mountain. The group at the foot of the mountain wasn't the one they were looking for, but they were still allowed to come up. They asked them to deliver a message. Hearing the message, Fei Qing finally realized something was wrong. But the die was cast. The die was cast. She steeled herself and led the group up the mountain. They were lucky. Li Xiufeng and the others were actually there. Lover? A pale face immediately flashed into Li Xiufeng's mind. He didn't know what Fei Qing meant by lover. But the moment Fei Qing mentioned the awakened zombies, he was certain that Fei Qing and the others had indeed seen Su Jianyan. Humans and awakened zombies living together, it was too absurd. Most people couldn't come up with such a story. We know him. Li Lingmu couldn't help but interject. You seen him? When? Is he alright? Xian also stepped forward. Has he come out? How is he now? Li Qinshui, Zhang Yu, Hu Shitong, and the rest of the group crowded around, faced with their barrage of questions. Fei Qing's tense nerves slowly relaxed, and she quickly recounted her ordeal. If it weren't for him, we would have died long ago. She paused, then added somewhat awkwardly. He said we could come find you. No one spoke. Mo Duolin and the others only had reddened eyes. Su Jianyan was still alive. Su Jianyan was indeed still alive. They knew Su Jianyan wouldn't die so easily. Oh, right. After a moment's hesitation, Fei Qing pulled out the crumpled and faded piece of paper she had been carrying for the past 2 weeks from her pocket. This is what he gave us. Everyone looked at it. The paper was about the size of a palm, densely covered with writing. At first, Li Xiufeng and the others thought it was a message from Su Jianyan, but upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a series of addresses. Everyone was bewildered. This is a plant grow light. This is potting soil. This is fertilizer. A plant grow light? Gu Yuehe interrupted Fei Qing before she could finish, his voice rising uncontrollably. Yes, Fei Qing said. When we met Su Jianyan, he was already trying to grow things, and he was doing quite well. We even ate some of his cherry radishes and Malabar spinach. These are copied from the packaging of the things he found. He gave them to us. Gu Yuehe and his group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complex emotions and surprise. The successive appearances of Mo Duolin, Li Lingmu, Li Xiufeng, and their group had filled them with curiosity about Su Jianyan. But that was all they felt. At that moment, they suddenly felt a jolt of electricity, a sensation that sent chills down their spines. This was their first time personally interacting with Su Jianyan, and this interaction involved something they never dared to dream of, the complete package. These addresses would have been a simple matter of searching online in the past. But in today's information-scarce world, Just finding all of them could take half a year. Because they only had two ways to find this: a thorough, exhaustive search and sheer luck. If they were lucky, they'd be fine. If they were unlucky, it could take half a year to find even one item, let alone find them all. Now, Su Jianyan was simply delivering the food directly to them. You said you ate the cherry radishes and would eat vegetables he grew? Gu Yuehe realized his voice was trembling as soon as it left his mouth. But he couldn't care less now, because he had an even more outrageous idea. Does that mean he succeeded in growing them? Yes. Fei Qing nodded. He not only grew cherry radishes and would eat vegetables, but also water spinach. Although the water spinach grew relatively slowly, so we didn't get to eat it. Hearing this, Fei Qing and the others swallowed unconsciously. They remembered a bowl of vegetable soup. More water than vegetables. It was more like clear water, with a few pieces of vegetables mixed in soup. But it was still the most luxurious meal they had eaten since the apocalypse. Gu Yuehe took in Fei Qing and the others' reactions, and he became even more excited. So excited that he couldn't help but take a step forward. Can you grow them? Fei Qing knew what Gu Yuehe wanted to ask, and she turned to look at the rest of her team behind her. We weren't involved from the beginning, but we helped take care of things for over a week in between. Before leaving, he planted 2 more crops, and we helped him throughout the process. We never planted them before, but we know how. Right. If Gu Yuehe was merely excited before, now he wanted to jump for joy. It wasn't just plant grow lights, potting soil, and fertilizer. Su Jianyan also brought technology and experience. This wasn't just helping them. Su Jianyan was saving their lives. All of them, including the lives of those at the foot of the mountain. Gu Yuehe took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, then looked at Li Xiaofeng, Li Linmu, and the others beside him. You squad leaders, get ready. We're going down the mountain. Are we? Li Linmu was uncertain. Are they going to launch a preemptive attack? No. Let's talk to them again. Gu Yuehe waved the note in his hand. He could sense that the other party wasn't truly bad, so he decided to take a gamble. Hearing Gu Yuehe's words and seeing the note fluttering in his hand, Li Xiaofeng and his group immediately understood. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and their minds raced. The next moment, the entire group sprang into action. What Gu Yuehe wanted to do had an element of gambling, but it wasn't hopeless. No, their hope was actually quite high. After all, none of them wanted to die. Seeing Gu Yuehe simply take the note away, Fei Qing and his group were somewhat bewildered, but not too tense. They didn't trust Gu Yuehe's group, but they completely trusted Su Jianyan from the bottom of their hearts. Li Xiaofeng and his group, like them, were people Su Jianyan had saved. Those Su Jianyan was willing to save wouldn't be bad people. Moreover, the excitement and joy that Li Xiaofeng and his group showed upon hearing that Su Jianyan was still alive were genuine. They were truly happy that Su Jianyan was alive. Please follow me. I take you to rest. After making the arrangements, Gu Yuehe looked at Fei Qing and his group. Fei Qing and his group followed. The outpost was some distance from the main forces camp, but only a few minutes' walk. It was precisely these few minutes' walk that gave Fei Qing a clearer understanding of the current situation. Gu Yuehe's camp was filled with backpacks and duffel bags, all completely full, and water was piled up in boxes. Gu Yuehe's team was very large, possibly over 1,000 people, but there were more backpacks than people. Gu Yuehe's team's supplies couldn't be described as abundant. In fact, they were quite plentiful. Seeing the food and water, Fei Qing and his group couldn't help but swallow. They still had some water, but they had been without food for 2 whole days, and they were starving. Gu Yuehe led the group to the area around the meeting tent, then turned to the people beside him, saying, "Go get some food." With that, Gu Yuehe led the way into the tent. It was already dark, and as the group spoke, snow began to fall, and the temperature dropped. A charcoal fire burned inside the tent, and warmth immediately enveloped them upon entering. Since leaving Su Jianyan's clothing factory, Fei Qing and her group had barely dared to pitch a tent, let alone start a fire, for the past 2 weeks. Suddenly feeling the warmth, their tense nerves relaxed. Just as they recovered, the tent flap was lifted, and 5 or 6 people carried in food and water. Fei Qing and her group tried to disguise themselves, but their eyes couldn't help but dart over. "This is for you. Eat it while you listen to me," Gu Yuehe said. Fei Qing hesitated for a moment. Resources were precious in the apocalypse, The next moment, she put aside her worries and weariness, took a small bread roll, and opened it. Thank you. Since she had chosen to trust, she would trust them to the end. Besides, these were people Su Jianyan trusted. Seeing Fei Qing take action, the others no longer cared about their reserve and rushed forward to eat eagerly. At the same time, Gu Yuehe spoke. These addresses. Gu Yuehe didn't hide anything and explained everything she was about to do. Although these things belonged to Su Jianyan, once they were given to Fei Qing and her group, they also belonged to them, and they had the right to make decisions. Gu Yuehe's plan wasn't complicated. Fei Qing had listened to the whole thing before she even finished her bread. Fei Qing had long suspected that the people down the mountain and up the mountain were two separate groups, and that their relationship was likely tense. But he never expected it to be like this. If you have other plans. Fei Qing interrupted Gu Yuehe before he could finish. Sure. Gu Yuehe's tense nerves slowly relaxed, and he was momentarily speechless. Did Fei Qing and the others really know the significance of those addresses? Fei Qing smiled. Strictly speaking, these aren't ours, but Su Jianyan's. If these things can reach you and help you, I think Su Jianyan would be happy. Gu Yuehe remained silent, only looking at Fei Qing with complicated emotions. Fei Qing smiled again. Our original plan was to find a large team to cooperate with. After all, on our own, it would be difficult to even find all these things. You're our partners, Su Jianyan's friends. It's the best thing that could happen to us. As for the rest, I trust Su Jianyan. Gu Yuehe's thin lips were pressed tightly together, his eyes unable to hold back their reddening. He had countless things he wanted to say, but in the end, they all boiled down to two words. Thank you. Fei Qing smiled, then turned back to eat the food. Otherwise, it would all be snatched away by others. Gu Yuehe took another deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and turned to leave the tent. Outside the tent, Mo Duolin, Li Linmu, Li Xiaofeng, Gxian, Zhang Yu, and their group were already fully prepared. They had all heard Fei Qing's words, which made their already reddened eyes even redder. They were like rabbits. Gu Yuehe led the way down the mountain. Let's go! Mo Duolin and the others followed. The news had already spread throughout the camp. Seeing them move, the group that had been discussing stopped and looked over. Leaving the camp, Gu Yuehe handed the address to Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng took it and quickly tied it to an arrow. Just give it to them like that? Gu Shumping asked hesitantly. Gu Yuehe took another deep breath, letting the chill of the snow fill his lungs to rouse himself. Let's take a gamble. If they won, it would be a win-win situation, and they would all move on to the next stage. If they lost, Gu Yuehe didn't think he would lose. It wasn't because he trusted the other party's character, but because it was something Su Jianyan had sent. He felt it was fate. A blessing from heaven for those of them who were barely surviving. A few minutes later, they spotted the sentry post below in the distance. The other group also spotted them at the same time. The next moment, one of the men at the sentry post quickly headed towards their own camp. When they were only 20 meters from the sentry post, Gu Yuehe stopped. A few minutes later, a group of people appeared at the sentry post. The group was led by 3 men. They were a team of 3 separate groups. Strictly speaking, this was their first official meeting. One of the 3 men was about to speak when a whooshing sound suddenly rang out, followed by an arrow landing at his feet. The 3 men were startled, and the group of men holding guns nearby reacted, quickly aiming their weapons at Gu Yuehe and his group. The next moment, the 3 men noticed the note attached to the arrow. After a brief hesitation, the man closest to the arrow bent down and untied the note. Captain, someone nearby warned. It might be poisoned. The man who took the paper ignored him. Why would they come all this way for this? How much free time did they have? The paper contained a series of addresses. What does this mean? The man who received the paper looked at Gu Yuehe across from him. A factory that produces plant grow lights, potting soil, and several kinds of fertilizers. Gu Yuehe answered truthfully. The 3 team leaders who received the paper gasped, then immediately looked at it again. It was dark all around, and without any lights, they could only vaguely make out the writing. A lighter, one of the team leaders said, looking at the person next to him. That person hurriedly rummaged through his pockets. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. Seeing this, the other person next to him took off running towards the camp. They all knew the value of those items. A moment later, He returned with a lighter. The group immediately swarmed around the note again. This time, they saw it clearly. The three exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with suspicion and doubt. If it was real, why would Guyueha give it to them? And in such a free way? We can cooperate, Guyueha said bluntly. You seen the addresses? They're not in the same place. Even if both teams set off simultaneously, it would take more than a month to bring everything back from the two furthest locations. Why should we believe you? Who knows if you made this up? Guyueha looked at them. I can't prove it. Unless you see it yourself. There's no way to prove it. The group fell silent. Guyueha was right. If you decide to cooperate, we can discuss the cooperation method now, Guyueha said. The three team leaders frowned. Guyueha had jumped the topic too quickly. They hadn't even decided whether to believe him. We do have quite a few supplies. Our team has over 1,200 people now. And if we use them sparingly, those supplies should be enough to feed us for about a month and a half. The guess was confirmed. And the Adam's apples bobbed involuntarily on the other three team leaders. To gather all those supplies, we need to send at least 5 teams. After cooperating, my suggestion is to assemble 5 elite teams of around 200 people each. Have them take enough supplies directly there. And then return as soon as possible. As for the others, they should try to find more supplies and, at the same time, pinpoint the amusement park's location. Our 2 teams together have 2,000 people. Continuing to travel around in vehicles isn't realistic. And the crops need stable space to grow. Establishing a paradise is essential. After explaining the plan, Guyueha fell silent, awaiting a response. The group opposite him was even more silent. Their minds buzzing. Cooperation. Building an elite force. A paradise? They hadn't been oblivious to these thoughts. For the past 6 months since the apocalypse, they thought about them almost daily. And they'd been working towards them. But they all knew it was just wishful thinking. They wanted to laugh, wondering if Guyueha even had a brain, especially given their current situation. They had so much to say, but their mouths opened and closed, unable to utter a single syllable. It was indeed an unattainable dream. But for some reason, at this moment, they couldn't help but want to believe it, because Guyueha and his team seemed genuinely confident. That confidence wasn't feigned. After enduring more than half a year of the apocalypse, even the best actor would inevitably show despair in their eyes. But Guyueha wasn't like that. It wasn't that he wasn't desperate, but rather that at this moment, a seed of hope seemed to be sprouting and growing wildly within him. He genuinely believed from the bottom of his heart that this method would work. I have one question, the captain holding the note asked. Since you had this, why didn't you take it out before? Guyueha gave a bitter smile. I just obtained it. If he had had it earlier, things might have been different. No, even if he had had it earlier, things wouldn't have changed. Because they didn't have the ability to get the item out. Their team does indeed have over 1,000 people. But because they don't discriminate against the elderly, weak, or disabled, nearly a third of them are practically non-combatants. This number may not sound large, but feeding them requires even greater effort from the others. The items aren't located close together. And considering the potential risks along the way, assembling 5 elite units is virtually impossible. Just God. The person holding the note was puzzled, wondering if Guyueha and his group were trapped. But then realized, those people who just went up. Yes. Guyueha nodded. The expressions on the faces of the group opposite him became incredibly complex. Guyueha smiled calmly. Have you heard of Su Jianyan? The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing the name Su Jianyan, Mo Duolin, Li Linmu, Li Sifeng, and the others all simultaneously beamed with pride. I think you guys should check this out. For a moment, Guyueha felt like a missionary. And the religion he believed in was called Su Jianyan. He didn't dislike that feeling. Achoo! In the darkness, Su Jianyan, huddled in a corner braving the snow, sneezed. Who insulted him? Su Jianyan rubbed his nose and looked around. Besides himself and Li Muchio, he didn't see any other living creatures. Cold? Li Muchio, crouching next to Su Jianyan, moved closer, then spread her wings like a chick, trying to shield him from the wind and snow. Su Jianyan focused his attention on sensing. He reached the edge of the city, and was really ready to make his move when he discovered that 3 more teams had appeared in the mountains surrounding City A. These 3 teams had far more zombie kings than the previous 2 teams. The largest team had over 100 zombie kings. They didn't attack but stayed quietly outside the city, seemingly coming to surrender. Su Jianyan felt that killing them would be less likely to be discovered, since the Black Beast's team only numbered around 40. Counting them would immediately expose them. Of the 3 teams, he sensed 3 were special, perhaps having consumed something particularly potent, one in beast form, one in the form of a middle-aged human male, and one in the form of a young human female. He could sneak in, work stealthily, and leave stealthily. The chances of being discovered were slim. The question now was, which one should he kill first? Chapter 54. Su Jianyan glanced back at Li Muqiu, who was trying to encircle him with her arms, and decided to kill all 3. At this crucial time when their brains are developing, a little extra food won't hurt. Having made his decision, Su Jianyan didn't hesitate and led the way towards the city's outskirts. Su Jianyan had desperately wanted to leave the city, so he had set off several times, but was always forced to return. This time, however, he easily stepped into the grassland outside the city, feeling the softness of the grass beneath his feet. The moment he stepped into that world, Su Jianyan's emotions were extremely complex. He didn't dwell on that complexity for long. After a quick look, he headed as fast as he could towards one of the zombie king's hideouts. In the mountains, the leopard zombie king was observing the city ahead. Under the cover of night, the city was like a boundless ghost realm, quiet, dark, and eerie. Awuh! Boss, should we send someone in to check it out? Awuh! No rush. The leopard corpse king intervened, and the other 2 arrived. At this point, whoever attacked first would be at a disadvantage. Awuh! The proposing corpse king retreated in disappointment, barely able to suppress its urge to attack. After observing for a while, and still seeing nothing, the leopard corpse king headed towards the area reserved for it, intending to conserve its energy. In the forest, in the clearing, 2 figures stood silently, one in front of the other, watching him. The leopard corpse king was startled, then spoke in confusion. Awuh! Something was wrong? It didn't remember having 2 such corpse kings in its team, but it already had 60 or 70 corpse kings. It wasn't surprising that it couldn't remember. Su Jianyan gripped his axe tightly. The leopard corpse king reacted and was about to frown when its body suddenly froze. It had been controlled. It quickly regained its senses. The thing controlling it was significantly weaker than it, but it was too late. Su Jianyan rushed forward the instant it paused, followed by a powerful axe blow. Su Jianyan aimed at the leopard zombie king's spine. Its body was enormous, and its neck thick. Su Jianyan expected it would take some effort, but the axe sliced through it as easily as cleaving tofu. Bang! The leopard zombie king swayed twice and collapsed incredulously. Su Jianyan immediately looked at Li Muqiu. Li Muqiu trotted forward, picked up the leopard zombie king's corpse, and ran. Su Jianyan tried to stop him, but it was too late. He could only drag the axe and run after him. They ran 2 or 3 miles in one breath, completely away from the other zombie kings, before finally stopping. Li Muqiu put the corpse down and looked at Su Jianyan expectantly. Eat. Su Jianyan nodded. Li Muqiu looked at the head, then at Su Jianyan. He was tempted, but resisted. Su Jianyan, eat. Good things should be shared. I won't eat. Su Jianyan refused. It's delicious, Li Muqiu insisted, because he could sense that this food was different from the previous ones. If you won't eat, then let's go. Su Jianyan made a gesture to leave. Li Muqiu panicked and rushed towards the head. Su Jianyan turned his head away, refusing to look. More than 10 minutes later, when Su Jianyan heard footsteps behind him and turned around, Li Muqiu was covered in greenish-blue blood. The leopard's head had been emptied. Su Jianyan didn't think about how Li Muqiu could finish such a large brain. Instead, he focused on observing Li Muqiu. Li Muqiu let out a burp, showing no other signs of mutating. Su Jianyan asked, "Is it still edible?" Li Muqiu nodded. Su Jianyan immediately led the way towards another hideout. Half an hour later, in a vast forest of mutated plants not far from the city, Su Jianyan crouched as he advanced. This hideout had more zombie kings than the other 2. The one he was looking for was located at the rear of the hideout. After circling most of the hideout, Su Jianyan spotted a female figure in the distance, leaning against a tree, eyes closed in rest. Su Jianyan didn't approach rashly, but maintained a distance of about 10 meters, observing discreetly. All the intelligent zombie kings were exactly like humans, even possessing innate human language, giving Su Jianyan the illusion of killing humans every time he killed them. Who? Perhaps it was Su Jianyan's murderous intent. But the woman suddenly opened her eyes. It was too late to dodge. In the instant Su Jianyan saw it, he stepped forward and threw the axe with all his might, simultaneously moving towards the other side. The axe was fast, but the distance was too great, and the woman easily dodged it. Which side are you on? Before she could finish speaking, her body abruptly stopped. At the same time, Su Jianyan was already in front of her. He caught the axe he had thrown and dodged. Using his left foot as a pivot, he spun his body and swung the axe again. Whoosh! The axe sliced through the air. A large amount of bluish-green blood immediately gushed from the woman's neck. It wasn't that Su Jianyan had missed. It was that she had resisted Li Muchio's control at the last moment. You're asking for death. With a curse, the woman immediately tried to summon the other zombie kings. Su Jianyan had been anticipating this, and immediately followed up his axe kick after the initial missed strike. The woman was sent flying backward. Her words cut short as Li Muchio regained control. The woman was momentarily disoriented. In that instant, Su Jianyan swung his axe again. Bang! This time, the axe struck precisely. As her head rolled off the ground, Li Muchio rushed forward. The next moment, Su Jianyan and Li Muchio simultaneously dashed into the depths of the woods, far from their hideout. They ran for several miles, until they were completely out of sight. When two roars erupted from their respective hideouts, Su Jianyan looked back. Has the corpse been discovered? Su Jianyan wasn't panicked. Given the bloodthirsty nature of those zombie kings, they would at most suspect one of their own zombie kings was responsible. He was just somewhat surprised. He had thought he could remain silent. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. Eat quickly. Su Jianyan's words caught in his throat. Li Muchio had already started eating. When Su Jianyan turned around, he saw Li Muchio sucking out the brain, a sight that sent a shiver down his spine. Li Muchio mumbled between bites. Su Jianyan silently took a step back. He didn't really want this awakened zombie anymore. Watching Li Muchio finish, Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment before leading her towards the third hideout. The hideout wasn't far, so the zombie king inside had already heard the roars from the zombie kings at the previous two hideouts. When Su Jianyan arrived, the zombies in the hideout were in complete chaos. They all been killed? The middle-aged man asked incredulously. How is that possible? Really? The middle-aged man didn't waste any more words and immediately closed his eyes to sense the situation. Within a certain range, the kings of corpses can sense each other, especially since they already knew each other. The leopard and the woman were indeed gone. The middle-aged man's expression changed repeatedly. He couldn't understand what was happening. He suddenly looked at the city ahead. He closed his eyes again and strained his senses. The city was enormous, far exceeding his perception range. Within his perception range, a group of more than 10 kings of corpses were watching them with great interest. They've been discovered? When? The middle-aged man instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The next moment, he continued to sense, trying to find the king of the corpses within the city. Within his perception range, there was no king of the corpses. That thing was in an area beyond his perception. Or, the thought flashed through his mind, and a chill ran down the middle-aged man's spine. Something was watching him. The middle-aged man swallowed. He had a feeling that if he dared to move, his head would immediately separate from his body. King? The intelligent zombie king beside him, who had been speaking to him, looked utterly bewildered. The middle-aged man suddenly tensed, his face turning deathly pale. The middle-aged man's expression changed in an instant. Call all the zombie kings and leave immediately. He, the leopard, and the woman had rushed over because they felt they now had the strength to fight the guy in the city. On the way here, they had even worried that the other two would steal their spoils. But the reality was that they couldn't even sense the other's presence. King? The group of zombie kings exchanged bewildered glances. Leave now? The other two are already dead. It was that guy from City A who did it. The middle-aged man looked over. If you want to stay here, then stay. With that, the middle-aged man turned and ran back the way he came. Hearing this, the group of zombie kings were stunned for a moment. Then, they all looked in the direction of the leopard and the woman's camp. The next moment, they all sprang into action, running in the direction the middle-aged man had gone. When Su Jianyan ran back to the edge of the city and looked back, only 4 teams of zombie kings remained outside the city. The middle-aged man and his previous team of zombie kings were running at an extremely fast speed in the opposite direction from City A. Su Jianyan was momentarily puzzled, but their willingness to leave wasn't a bad thing for him. He looked at Li Muchio beside him. Having eaten 2 zombie king heads, Li Muchio was clearly a little full. When Su Jianyan looked at him, he was burping. But other than that, he showed no signs of evolving. Let's go back. Su Jianyan led the way into the city, intending to observe for a couple of days first. Li Muchio was about to follow, but then suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked ahead. Su Jianyan followed his gaze. In the darkness, amidst the falling snow, in the alleyway between 2 buildings ahead, Su Bai appeared out of nowhere, smiling at them. Su Jianyan felt a chill run down his spine. Had he been caught stealing food? Su Jianyan felt a moment of guilt. The next moment, he forced himself to look back. Su Bai and his group had eaten their fair share of awakened zombies and zombie kings. What was wrong with him killing a couple to eat? Su Bai didn't mention this, but instead, smiling, asked as he approached, "King, should we kill the rest?" Su Jianyan choked. The next moment, he firmly refused. No need. Although he had no fondness for zombie kings, it seemed rather pitiful if Su Bai and his group simply killed them all as expected. Disappointment immediately crossed Su Bai's face. Su Jianyan's scalp tingled. He knew it. Su Bai was unwilling. But that's too dangerous. Who knows if a corpse king might sneak in? Dangerous? Su Jianyan looked at Su Bai. Compared to the corpse kings outside, he felt Su Bai and his companions were in greater danger. Let them stay if they want. Just don't let them into the city. But let me make it clear first. I will not accept them. Accept? Su Bai was taken aback. Then his expression turned strange. Su Jianyan frowned, but ultimately said nothing more. He looked at Li Muchio. The latter immediately summoned the white wolf. Su Jianyan had refused the white wolf to avoid being discovered when he arrived. Now that he had been discovered, there was no need to continue hiding. Su Jianyan quickly disappeared into the buildings. At the same time, a group of corpse kings emerged from the black beasts. What did the king say? Is he going to war? Su Hong asked impatiently. Su Bai looked at him with a strange expression. What? Su Hong asked, puzzled. Su Bai thought for a moment and said, the king said, we don't need to bother with the remnants of defeated troops. A group of zombie kings' eyes immediately lit up, and several of the power-type zombies, unable to contain their excitement, roared out loud. They had already noticed the 3 zombie king factions outside the city, and were discussing countermeasures when Su Jianyan suddenly sneaked out of the city. They thought Su Jianyan wanted to test his abilities, so they suppressed their worries and obediently stayed in the city. Then, they saw Su Jianyan quickly eliminate the zombie kings of 2 factions and head towards the 3rd faction. The zombie king of the 3rd faction was not defeated, but they were not disappointed. Instead, they were excited. Su Jianyan had only recently fully awakened, yet he single-handedly and swiftly defeated the 2 factions' corpse kings, even when the opposing factions' corpse kings far outnumbered theirs. Their king was indeed powerful. Outside the city, in the mountains, the middle-aged man was moving rapidly when a group of corpse kings surrounded him from all directions. Where are you going? What did you do? The surrounding corpse kings were from the leopard and woman factions. They still didn't understand what was happening. They only followed after noticing the middle-aged man starting to flee. Speaking of their king, their eyes were filled with anger. That anger wasn't because their king was dead, but because their king had died while they were protecting him, making them seem utterly useless. Do you think I could kill them? The middle-aged man, forced to stop, glanced back, and after no longer sensing the faint killing intent, asked directly. The group of zombie kings, who had been furious just moments before, were all speechless. The 4 factions had known about each other for a long time, and their conflicts over the past few months had made them acutely aware of each other's strength. The middle-aged man might not be the weakest of the 4 zombie kings, but he was certainly not capable of silently infiltrating their camp and killing their king. If he could do it, he would have done it already. Then what exactly happened? Why are you all right? The middle-aged man turned to look at the dark ghost city behind him. What do you think? You mean that guy in City A? A chill ran down the spines of the zombie kings. They had heard of a terrifying being in City A, but most of them hadn't taken it seriously. Hearing that they were coming here, their hearts were filled with more excitement and fighting spirit. The middle-aged man didn't answer, quickly leaving after bypassing the zombie kings. His only question was why the guy from City A had gone to such lengths. Trying to scare them. If that was the case, then the other party had undoubtedly achieved their goal. If he could, he never wanted to set foot in this hellish place again. Seeing the middle-aged man leave, the other zombie kings exchanged glances, and then all started running. In the mountains and forests. Boom! After spending the entire night negotiating, Gu Yuehe and his group, having finally reached an agreement by dawn, were preparing to continue discussing the elite force when they heard a tremendous earthquake. Having witnessed the zombie kings for over half a year during the apocalypse, they had all seen them, near or far, immediately realizing what was happening and instantly snapping into battle mode. At the same time, their excitement from the previous night instantly cooled. With those zombie kings around, paradise was a complete joke. Especially Gu Yuehe, whose eyes held more despair and helplessness, because he had already experienced that kind of despair once before. Captain, if all else fails, split up and run, Gu Yuehe whispered a reminder. Hearing this, the group almost burst into tears. They had finally seen a glimmer of hope. The sound didn't come towards them, but quickly passed through the foot of the mountain they were on, then disappeared into the distance. In less than 10 minutes, the sound became barely audible. Realizing that the corpse kings had simply left, the group, who had been on tenterhooks just moments before, now showed a look of relief. Gu Yuehe also breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he couldn't help but look in the direction the corpse kings had come from. Those corpse kings seemed to. Beside him, Gu Shengping murmured, "They're running for their lives." Gu Yuehe continued, "You think so too?" Gu Shengping immediately looked over. It was then that Gu Shengping noticed Gu Yuehe, Li Linmu, Mo Duolin, Li Sifeng, and Fei Qing were all looking in the same direction. That was the direction the zombie kings had come from. And that was also. Gu Shengping's breath hitched. City A, Li Xiufeng murmured as if in a nightmare. City A? The three teams that had joined the previous night exchanged bewildered glances. It must be the king of zombie kings in the city, Gu Yuehe said. Everyone looked over. Gu Yuehe glanced in that direction again, then looked at the group behind him. Regarding the location of the amusement park, I have a good option. The captains of the three teams that had joined the previous night looked doubtful. Gu Yuehe had said last night to be cautious and consider it further. Mo Duolin, Li Linmu, Li Sifeng, Fei Qing, and their group had a premonition. You mean the vicinity of City A? Yes. Gu Yuehe nodded. Based on past experience, they estimated that at least 50 or 60 corpse kings had just fled, the largest number they had ever encountered. A terrifying force capable of wiping out their entire force of over 2,000 people in an instant. But now, they were fleeing. Anyone capable of such a feat could not be human. Even Su Jianyan couldn't do it. There weren't many beings besides humans capable of such a thing. He could only think of one, the king of corpse kings in City A. He didn't know the extent of the king of corpse king's power, nor how things would unfold. But currently, it seemed to be the strongest among all the kings of corpse kings. This was definitely not a good thing for them. But from another perspective, it wasn't a good thing for the surrounding zombie kings either. Because most zombie kings, while warlike, were not stupid. They wouldn't be foolish enough to seek their own death. The area around City A was, in a way, quite safe. Industrial Park. Su Jianyan dismounted from the white wolf's back, patted its head, and headed towards the garment factory. After climbing over the wall, Su Jianyan reached the dormitory building entrance before realizing Li Muchio was still outside. He stood with his back to the garment factory. In front of him, the white wolf, head down, tail between its legs, trembled. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan asked. Puzzled, Li Muchio gave the white wolf another cold look, then turned and ran towards the wall, climbing over the wall, going upstairs. 3 seconds later, Li Muchio stood before Su Jianyan, his face completely devoid of the coldness he had shown in front of the white wolf. What's wrong? Su Jianyan asked, confused. After Li Muchio left, the white wolf dashed out as if fleeing. It's nothing. Li Muchio shook his head. Cold. Su Jianyan should go to sleep. Su Jianyan seemed to really like the white wolf. He had just petted it again. The door opened, and Li Muchio went in first, about to turn on the electric blanket. When Su Jianyan put down his backpack and axe and turned back, Li Muchio was already lying on the bed, only his head sticking out. Seeing him look over, Li Muchio immediately pulled back the blanket beside him, urging Su Jianyan to lie down quickly. Su Jianyan saw the bluish-green bloodstains on his clothes. Get up. Gulp. Li Muchio turned his head away, trying to avoid looking at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan didn't like him at night. Su Jianyan stepped forward and pulled him up. Get up. Take a shower. He didn't have water to wash the blankets. If they got dirty, he'd have to get new ones, which was a hassle. Li Muchio was reluctantly pulled up. Wash up before you sleep, Su Jianyan said, hearing that they could sleep together again. Li Muchio immediately perked up and ran to get the bucket. By the time Su Jianyan had counted the water, Li Muchio was already carrying the bucket, brush, water ladle, and shower gel, things Su Jianyan had used to bathe him before, and he remembered them all. Li Muchio wasn't afraid of the cold, so Su Jianyan poured the almost frozen water into the bucket. When he turned back after finishing, Li Muchio was completely naked. This wasn't the first time, but Su Jianyan still couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Li Muchio had always had a good figure. Su Jianyan carried the bucket into the bathroom. Li Muchio immediately handed him the brush. Su Jianyan refused. Wash yourself. He had helped before because he was afraid Li Muchio wouldn't wash properly. But now it was different. Li Muchio could speak now. If he could speak, Li Muchio was practically a person. A man helping another man bathe. It just felt so strange. Su Jianyan, wash. Li Muchio shoved the brush at Su Jianyan. I like Su Jianyan touching me. Su Jianyan's breath hitched. His lips were dry. When he looked again, Li Muchio had already crawled into the bathroom and squatted down next to the bucket, his eyes full of anticipation, looking exactly like a large dog. Su Jianyan's beating heart slowly calmed down. He rolled up his sleeves and went inside. He had been wearing gloves before, but now he didn't need them, since he was going to wash him. Su Jianyan was prepared to wash him thoroughly from head to toe. Close your eyes. Li Muchio obediently complied. Su Jianyan poured a spoonful of water on Li Muchio, instantly drenching him. Su Jianyan quickly combed and washed his hair. Su Jianyan's technique was far from excellent, but the person he served had a good temper and never got angry despite Su Jianyan's rough handling. After washing his hair, Su Jianyan continued washing. He splashed water, applied shower gel, and with one stroke of the brush, large patches of faint bluish-green skin immediately appeared on Li Muchio's chest, a sign of abrasion. Su Jianyan paused, stunned. He had washed Li Muchio like this before, but he had never seen him like this. Su Jianyan suddenly had a strange feeling. He already knew that intelligent zombie kings could speak fluently after fully becoming zombie kings, but he was new to the idea that skin becomes more fragile when approaching a zombie king. It also reminded him of the trace of red he saw in the blood of the short-haired zombie king he had cut down that day. Li Muchio looked up, and Su Jianyan suddenly froze. Does it hurt? Su Jianyan asked. Li Muchio looked blank. Su Jianyan's fingertips gently brushed across the greenish-blue brush marks on Li Muchio's chest. Li Muchio's body trembled slightly involuntarily. He nodded and then shook his head. The brush felt stiff and a little painful, but knowing it was Su Jianyan who had done it made it feel less painful. Su Jianyan put down the brush and picked up one of his own towels. Stand up. Raise your hands. Li Muchio leaned closer and sniffed the towel in Su Jianyan's hand. The towel smelled of Su Jianyan. Li Muchio immediately obeyed. Splashing water, wiping, Su Jianyan, who had been pondering the blood streaks, did it all in one smooth motion. When he finished and looked up, Li Muchio's entire body had turned greenish-blue, especially his face, which was almost blackish-green. He felt lightheaded, his head practically steaming. What's wrong? Su Jianyan asked, puzzled. Why was the towel even greener after the change? Li Muchio shook his head, then snatched the towel from Su Jianyan's hand and shoved him out the door. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan asked, confused. Wash yourself. Li Muchio's muffled voice came from inside. Su Jianyan turned to get Li Muchio's clothes. Halfway there, Su Jianyan belatedly realized what was going on. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Then a smile crept onto his lips. Eating brains and getting that kind of benefit? A moment later, Su Jianyan returned to the bathroom door. I put the clothes by the door. Okay. After putting the clothes down, Su Jianyan waited quietly. The door opened quickly, and before Su Jianyan could see what was inside, the clothes had vanished. Disappointed, Su Jianyan silently walked away. A while later, just as Su Jianyan was about to fall asleep, Li Muchio finally came out. He changed his clothes and even neatly combed his hair. Su Jianyan shifted to the side, making room for him on the bed. A rustling sound came from the darkness. After a moment, the darkness subsided, but Su Jianyan didn't sense anyone. Su Jianyan turned around and saw Li Muchio about 10 centimeters away from him. Su Jianyan immediately had a mischievous idea. He deliberately moved closer to Li Muchio. Sure enough, Li Muchio's body stiffened instantly. Su Jianyan chuckled inwardly. The next moment, the person beside him made a move. Li Muchio rolled over onto Su Jianyan's back and bit down on his jawbone. He grabbed Su Jianyan's hands with both hands and clamped his feet between his legs. Li Muchio moved very gently, and because of his low body temperature, Su Jianyan felt as if he were being tightly sucked in by some cold, slimy fish. Let go. Li Muchio didn't move. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. After being completely enveloped in Su Jianyan's scent, he became very strange. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. He had thought Li Muchio had finally grown up and would be shy, but it seemed he had regressed. Chapter 55. Su Jianyan pushed the person away directly. After finishing, Su Jianyan let go, but the person beside him clung to him again, this time even tighter. Su Jianyan sighed helplessly. Fortunately, he had an electric blanket now, so he wasn't as cold as before. Su Jianyan adjusted to a comfortable position and closed his eyes. He was exhausted from all this commotion. Sleepiness quickly overcame him, and Su Jianyan soon fell asleep. In the darkness, listening to Su Jianyan's increasingly deep breathing, Li Muchio couldn't calm down. He nuzzled Su Jianyan with his head, burying his face in Su Jianyan's chest, letting Su Jianyan hold him. Su Jianyan. He was strange. He had been acting strangely ever since Su Jianyan bathed him. Su Jianyan had bathed him before, and he loved the feeling of Su Jianyan touching him during baths. But this time was different. This time, Su Jianyan's touch made him feel like he was on fire, his heart pounding wildly. Li Muchio felt that it was his affection for Su Jianyan, but that affection seemed different from the previous ones. The next day, Su Jianyan woke up feeling hot. In his groggy state, he thought he had slept too late. He opened his eyes, only to find the world still dark. His second thought was that the electric blanket was broken, because the heat source was coming from inside the blanket. Then, feeling the heat source precisely, Su Jianyan finally understood what was happening, and he suddenly woke up. It wasn't the electric blanket that was hot, but Li Muchio. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan quickly got up. Li Muchio was burning hot, and his temperature was extremely high, even higher than the electric blanket. Meanwhile, he remained completely unresponsive. Su Jianyan quickly got up and fumbled for the flashlight beside the bed. Li Muchio had a high fever, so high that his consciousness was blurred. Li Muchio was an awakened zombie. Even if all his limbs were cut off and his blood drained, he could still survive. His illness was clearly not ordinary. It was most likely related to the 2 brains he had eaten earlier. Were those 2 brains spoiled? But they were fresh, and he had personally cut them off. Had he eaten too much? Or was Li Muchio about to evolve? This was certainly possible. Quite likely. Su Jianyan's heart eased somewhat, but he was also at a loss. He had no experience with awakened zombies mutating into zombie kings. What should he do next? Li Muchio. Su Jianyan patted Li Muchio's face, trying to wake him. Li Muchio's brows furrowed in pain, and he remained motionless. Su Jianyan glanced out of the industrial area. Should he go ask? Thinking it over, Su Jianyan quickly got up to leave, simultaneously summoning Su Bai in his mind. Click! The door opened, and before Su Jianyan could even step out, a figure rushed in front of him with afterimages. Su Jianyan's lips twitched involuntarily. Your Majesty? Su Bai wore his signature smile, bowing slightly as he spoke. It was then that Su Jianyan noticed the white flower ostentatiously tucked into his chest pocket. Su Jianyan suppressed the urge to smash him with an axe, stepping aside in the doorway. Help me check on Li Muchio. Su Bai's smile froze for a moment, but he still entered. Upon entering, Su Bai immediately looked around. This wasn't his first time here. The last time he came, he had already seen the room clearly through the window. But this was the first time he'd been formally invited inside. On the bed, Su Jianyan reminded him, without being reminded. Subai could have wandered around the room all day. Subai glanced at Li Muchio for a second amidst his busy schedule. It should be about to evolve. His guess confirmed. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. How long will this process take? It varies from person to person. Subai was already sketching out how to decorate the room in his mind. Su Jianyan's room was quite simple. That didn't suit Su Jianyan's status. Su Jianyan frowned. Subai's words were essentially meaningless. Sensing Su Jianyan's displeasure, Subai snapped out of his reverie. I only know about my own situation. This is probably related to the power I accumulated during my awakened zombie phase. The more I eat, the stronger my internal power becomes, and the smoother and faster the process. Subai glanced at Li Muchio, whose brows were furrowed at his arrival. As for him, it should only take a day at most. Li Muchio possessed the aura of a zombie king, while Su Jianyan, though smelling of blood, lacked the aura of other zombie kings. Su Jianyan hadn't eaten any of the 2 zombie kings he killed last night. He fed them all to Li Muchio. Subai smiled, but his mind was filled with calculations about how to kill awakened zombies. Li Muchio disliked him, and he disliked Li Muchio in return, although he knew very well that the reason Su Jianyan remained calm, unlike the other zombie kings, was likely because he didn't eat these things. Su Jianyan nodded. And then, as Subai reached for his usual backpack and then his bed, he said, "You can leave now." Subai readily agreed, but showed no intention of leaving. His hand was already reaching for his pillow from the bed. Su Jianyan walked to his axe, which he had placed against the wall, and swung it horizontally. At the same time, a benevolent smile appeared on his face. How about he cut off Subai's head and hang it on the wall, so Subai could stay with him forever? Sensing Su Jianyan's idea, Subai wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. He thought it was a good idea. He looked around, looking for a spot where he could see Su Jianyan at any time. Su Jianyan couldn't stand him anymore and grabbed him, dragging him towards the door. "Get out of here, Subai." Subai didn't struggle, obediently letting himself be dragged to the door and thrown out. This was the closest he had ever been to Su Jianyan, and it was Su Jianyan who initiated it. Bang! Su Jianyan slammed the door shut. Finally, he washed his hands. Subai seemed perfectly normal when they first met. So why did he become more and more neurotic each time? Outside the door, Subai lay in the corridor with a smile on his face for a while before reluctantly getting up. Going downstairs, he had just climbed out of the clothing factory when a group of familiar figures appeared around the corner. Subai's smile faded slightly, but then brightened again. He was the first of their group of zombie kings to be summoned by Su Jianyan alone. "What does the king want with you? What happened? How is the king?" "What?" The black beast, Su Hong, and the rest of the zombie kings surrounded him. Subai didn't say a word, just walked forward with a look of lingering satisfaction. "Subai? Say something." The group of zombie kings gritted their teeth in hatred. Yet they were powerless against Subai, undoubtedly one of the strongest among them. Roar! The black beast's foot, planted firmly on the ground, suddenly extended its claws, instantly cracking the asphalt. Subai could ignore the others, but he couldn't ignore the black beast. Subai turned back with a smug look. "Nothing much. Just a casual chat. Asking about my evolution." "Chatting? Evolution?" The group of zombie kings were all bewildered, their bewilderment tinged with a hint of envy. Subai had already interacted with the king several times, yet they hadn't even had a chance to appear alone before him. Roar! "So the awakened zombie following the king is about to evolve?" the black beast asked. Subai's smile froze. That's why he disliked the black beast. Beside him, Su Hong and the other zombie kings understood what was going on, but their expressions remained unchanged. For them, jealousy of Subai or jealousy of Li Muchio was the same. Subai, his little scheme exposed, simply said, "The king gave the brains of the 2 corpse kings we hunted last night to Li Muchio." What? The black beast's voice suddenly rose. "Those were good things. How could Li Muchio dare? Even the brains of the crewcut guy, which Su Jianyan refused to give, resulted in a noticeable increase in strength for each of them. Let alone 2 corpse kings. Instead of that, let's continue our previous topic." Subai stopped and turned back. "What have you decided?" Behind him, the group of zombie kings who had followed him all stopped, their expressions turning solemn. Before Su Jianyan summoned Subai, They were discussing the future. Not their future. Nor Su Jianyan's future. But the future of this new world. From a human perspective, the world was now apocalypse. But for these zombie kings born from this apocalypse, it was just the beginning. This was a brand new world. And a new world required a new order. Su Jianyan was different from the other zombie kings. He clearly had no interest in war, slaughter, or power struggles. However, being caught in this raging tide, even if he had no interest, he couldn't remain completely unaffected. The constantly attacking zombie kings were the best evidence. Their king was the best king in the world. They would never allow such a king to fall. Therefore, in Su Bai's view, rather than continuing to be passive, it would be better for them to establish this dynasty. Not the small-scale skirmishes confined to City A, but a power struggle spanning the entire new world. They were going to place their king at the pinnacle of this new world. What? Was there even a need to consider it? The Black Beast retorted. I agree. Su Bai said. I have no objections. Su the bearded man nodded. What? They could discuss Li Muchio's matter later. After all, they were well aware of Su Jianyan's special status. But this matter had no other possibility. Since that's the case, then so be it. I stay in the city to guard the king. And you all go and deal with those corpse kings outside. Su Bai continued forward. Why should we? Don't even think about it. Roar! The group of zombie kings, who had been united just a moment ago, immediately turned against him. Why should Su Bai stay? They also wanted to get close to the king. Fighting for the king is an honorable thing. Su Bai turned around, his face unusually devoid of any smile. Moreover, the zombie kings who stay must be strong enough. Otherwise, how can we resist external enemies? The group of zombie kings, who had been indignant, immediately calmed down. Su Bai was right. They didn't want to accept it. But they had no choice. But our camp only has a few of us right now. Isn't that too weak? Su Hong said. Su Bai and the Black Beast were among the top powerhouses in the entire new world. They could easily take on 10 opponents. But taking on 100 was unrealistic. Moreover, the enemy could easily use underhanded tactics. Who said there are only a few of us? Su Bai looked towards the direction outside the city. You mean those corpse kings? Su the bearded man asked in surprise. The king agreed to accept them? No. Then, Su Bai smiled. Why do you think they haven't left? Those corpse kings were forcibly brought back by Su Hong and Black Beast. Given their impulsive and warlike nature, they would immediately flee once they were no longer restrained. However, the reality is that more than a month has passed since they were brought back, and they've remained obediently in the same place, without even engaging in any fighting. That's completely contrary to the nature of corpse kings. Su Hong's mind raced. It's because of that previous contact, when she and Black Beast brought back those two groups of corpse kings. Su Jianyan hadn't fully grasped his situation, and was filled with resistance towards the corpse kings. He had sensed those corpse kings. She didn't know how the other corpse kings controlled the corpse kings within their ranks. But with Su Jianyan, it was clear that even this level of contact had a significant impact on the corpse kings. Understanding this, Su Hong couldn't help but smile, her eyes shining with excitement. Their king was indeed special. I go, said Su the bearded man, who had also thought of this. Me too. Su Hong followed closely behind. Most of the other corpse kings were strength type. Their large, furry heads filled with confusion. They couldn't understand why Su Hong and Su the bearded man had suddenly changed their ways. The Black Beast frowned. It vaguely understood, but not completely. It looked at Su Bai, wanting to ask, but too embarrassed to do so. You can go over there and choose yourselves. Su Bai pointed to the two groups of corpse kings guarding outside the city. To join us, you must pass a test. Su Hong and Su the bearded man, already excited, blushed deeply. That's right. Their faction is different from the other corpse kings' factions. While the other corpse kings' factions actively recruit other corpse kings, those in their faction must pass a test to join. What does that mean? The Black Beast couldn't hold back any longer. It hated intelligence-based characters. Li Muchio was also an intelligence-based character, rarely hearing the Black Beast yield. Su Bai was about to seize the opportunity to ridicule it when Su Hong, completely absorbed in excitement, spoke first. Let's talk as we go. With that, she led the way out of the city. The Black Beast immediately followed, missing the opportunity. Su Bai felt a moment of disappointment. But remembering his close contact with Su Jianyan just now, All his bad mood vanished instantly. Industrial Park. After shooing Su Bai away, Su Jianyan sat by the bed for a while before going downstairs. He went to the factory and took the crops he had planted out of the greenhouse. Many of the crops were ready for transplanting, especially the fast-growing cherry radishes, many of which already had leaves 10 centimeters long. Su Jianyan watered them, turned on the grow lights, and then went upstairs. The transplanting could be done tomorrow. He wasn't comfortable leaving Li Muqiu alone. When Su Jianyan returned to the room, Li Muqiu was still the same as when he left. His brows furrowed and his fever still high. And, perhaps it was just Su Jianyan's imagination, his body temperature seemed even higher than before. Su Jianyan fetched some water and used a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The water probably helped lower the fever, as Li Muqiu's furrowed brows quickly relaxed. Su Jianyan then used the towel to apply an ice pack to his forehead. Half an hour later, Li Muqiu's fever hadn't improved. In fact, it had worsened, making him burning hot to the touch. A fever of that intensity would usually kill or incapacitate an ordinary person. However, Li Muqiu wasn't human, so he couldn't be treated with human logic. Just as Su Jianyan was pondering this, Li Muqiu made a move. He rolled over towards Su Jianyan, pressing his entire body against him. Smelling Su Jianyan's scent, Li Muqiu's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed again. Su Jianyan sighed. He hadn't even known he possessed the effects of a tranquilizer. He placed the towel and water away, then lay down next to Li Muqiu. Su. Li Muqiu seemed to sense something and immediately pressed closer. He was in great discomfort. Su Jianyan's touch was the most comforting. Su Jianyan touched his forehead. Li Muqiu's rising body temperature wasn't his imagination. He was indeed hotter than before. Su Jianyan was worried but helpless, so he simply relaxed and lay down next to Li Muqiu. The snow hadn't melted yet, and Li Muqiu's body temperature was higher than an electric blanket. Being held by him felt like having a heater attached to him. 2 hours later, when it was fully light and the sun came out, Li Muqiu's body temperature was burning hot, and he was covered in sweat. Su Jianyan fetched some water and wiped him down again. Throughout the process, Li Muqiu's brows remained furrowed. After wiping him down, Su Jianyan lay down again. Almost as soon as he lay down, Li Muqiu moved closer again. At a temperature of over 30 degrees Celsius, having a heater attached to him was no longer a pleasure, but torture. Su Jianyan lay with him for a short while before he too was covered in sweat. Around 10 a.m., when the temperature soared to over 40 degrees Celsius, Su Jianyan couldn't stand the heat any longer and sat up, removing Li Muqiu's hand. As soon as he left, Li Muqiu frowned, her hands groping around. Su Jianyan stared for a moment, then went downstairs. He placed snow on the plants and carried a few buckets into the dormitory building. The snow slightly eased the indoor temperature, but only slightly. Lying down again, Su Jianyan became drowsy from the heat in less than a minute. He didn't resist and simply fell asleep. This sleep was restless. He dreamt that Li Muqiu's evolution failed and instead suffered brain damage from a fever, then drooled and followed him around all day. Other times he dreamt that Li Muqiu successfully evolved and then turned and left without hesitation. When Su Jianyan woke up, the blankets were soaked with sweat, leaving human-shaped marks, and his lips were cracked from dehydration. Su Jianyan gulped down an entire bottle of water, then fed some to Li Muqiu before checking him over again. Li Muqiu's body temperature was so high that Su Jianyan wondered if he might be cooked. Su Jianyan immediately wanted to summon Su Bai again, but ultimately restrained himself. Li Muqiu was an awakened zombie. This temperature was nothing to him. Su Jianyan. Just as Su Jianyan was thinking, Li Muqiu's anxious voice came. In his drowsy state, he started looking around for someone again. Su Jianyan had no choice but to go and lie down beside him. Although the high temperature had passed, the room temperature was still above 40 degrees Celsius. Lying down again, Su Jianyan felt his back was groaning. Before, Li Muqiu had always clung to him, followed him, and protected him. He should consider it a debt he owed him. Hot and stuffy, Su Jianyan didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, he was shivering. The room was pitch black. Su Jianyan immediately looked beside him. The bed was empty. Su Jianyan instantly snapped awake. He sat up. Li Muqiu? There was no response. The door was wide open. A chill seeped into the room from the doorway, filling most of it with snowflakes. Su Jianyan was awakened by the cold. A bad feeling washed over him. He grabbed a coat and rushed outside. Judging from the depth of the snow, it had been snowing heavily for several hours, causing the outdoor temperature to drop. Looking down from the balcony, there was no one in sight in front of the garment factory or on the road in front of the industrial park. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan raised his voice. The wind howled, but no one answered. Su Jianyan put on his coat and quickly went downstairs. There were no footprints on the ground. Su Jianyan glanced around the open space in front of the dormitory building, then quickly headed towards the factory where he ran his farm. There were still no footprints on the ground behind him, but it was possible that the heavy snow had covered them. A few minutes later, he reached the factory gate. The plant grow lights inside were still on, adding a touch of warmth to the night. Inside, he hadn't had time to collect the plants while he slept that afternoon. Many leaves were already frozen, and moving them any further would surely kill them. Su Jianyan felt a pang of heartache, but he couldn't care less now. The factory was empty. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan called out loudly. Only the sound of the wind answered him. Su Jianyan was somewhat unwilling to give up. He closed the factory door and stepped back into the snowstorm, determined to search the entire factory thoroughly. The heavy snow had been falling for several hours, and the outdoor temperature had long since dropped below -30 degrees Celsius. With each step, Su Jianyan felt the chill, as if knives were cutting into his skin. After circling the factory, Su Jianyan's eyelashes were white, and his exposed ears and fingers ached terribly. He circled around, but still didn't see anyone. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan called out one last time. Only the wind answered him. Su Jianyan had to stop. With each breath, his lungs were numb with cold, but he could still feel a pang in his heart. Li Muchio was indeed gone. He had expected Li Muchio to leave and had prepared to let go. But now that it was here, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Even if he was leaving, he should at least say something. The one who clung to him in the first place was clearly Li Muchio himself. Su Jianyan stood in the wind and snow for an unknown amount of time, until he was so cold he was starting to get a headache. Before he moved again, he headed towards the dormitory. The moment he turned his head, Su Jianyan's body tensed instinctively, and then he looked up sharply. There was someone standing on the roof of the dormitory building. A man with shoulder-length, slightly wavy hair, his face obscured by the darkness, his expression indistinct, snow covering his body and shoulders, had been gazing down at him for an unknown amount of time. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Su Jianyan's heart, already chilled to the bone, raced for a moment, then quickly cooled. It was Li Muchio. Yet it wasn't. Those eyes looking at him were gloomy and cold, as if they were looking at something completely unfamiliar. Su Jianyan even sensed a faint, almost imperceptible, hostility. Chapter 56. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan tried to speak. The person on the rooftop didn't react, only silently watching him. Su Jianyan wanted to say something more, but his mind, throbbing from the cold, was blank. The hostility wasn't strong, but it was definitely there. It wasn't something the Li Muchio he knew would do. Su Jianyan had considered that Li Muchio might leave, but he never imagined that Li Muchio would turn against him. Su Jianyan had to calculate the distance between himself and the axe. His dormitory was on the second floor, and he was standing in front of the dormitory building, but still 3 or 4 meters from the stairwell. He was much faster than before, but even rushing up the stairs would take time. If Li Muchio was determined to kill him, if he jumped down, Su Jianyan's hands, hanging at his sides, clenched slightly, then relaxed. He moved as usual. He headed towards the stairwell, until he entered the stairwell. The person on the rooftop didn't react. Once inside the building, Su Jianyan's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but the bitterness on his face was amplified by the earlier tension and the surrounding darkness. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Jianyan paused, but didn't take the axe. Instead, he continued upstairs. Li Muchio hadn't attacked proactively, which meant he probably still remembered some things from the past. The dormitory building wasn't tall, only 5 or 6 stories. It only took Su Jianyan a few minutes to reach the top floor. The door to the top floor was open, and wind and snow poured into the stairwell, covering the steps. The rooftop was empty. Su Jianyan walked towards the spot where Li Muchio had just stood. A pair of clear footprints remained on the ground there, proving that what he had just witnessed wasn't his imagination. Su Jianyan looked downstairs. There was no one downstairs. and he didn't see any new footprints. Su Jianyan looked towards the rooftops and streets further away. But the moment he turned his head, he was met with a blizzard. There was nothing in the blizzard. It was already late at night, and the temperature had dropped below -40. Su Jianyan's hands, feet, and exposed ears were already aching from the cold. After standing there for a while, Su Jianyan went downstairs. He had left in such a hurry that he hadn't closed the door, and now half the room was covered in snow. Plus, he had gone to bed too early that afternoon and hadn't turned on the electric blanket, making the room ice cold. Su Jianyan closed the door, quickly brushed off the snow in the dark, turned on the electric blanket, and crawled into bed. Usually, he would turn on the electric blanket as soon as the snow started, so the bed would warm up quickly. This time, he didn't know if the room was just too cold or if the electric blanket was broken. But even after half a day, the bed remained ice cold. Su Jianyan had to rub his hands and feet himself. He'd been frozen for too long and needed to recover quickly. Nearly half an hour later, the electric blanket finally warmed up. Su Jianyan closed his eyes, trying to sleep. But sleepiness wouldn't come. He slept too long that afternoon. After lying there for another half hour, still unable to sleep, Su Jianyan simply turned off the electric blanket and got up. He braved the snow to go to the factory. The plant grow lights in the factory were still on. The water in the buckets he used to cool the crops had long since frozen solid, as had the crop leaves and the soil beneath them. Su Jianyan turned on all the greenhouses, adjusted the temperature, and then cleaned as much ice as possible from the soil and leaves of the crops before finally putting them all inside the greenhouses. Most common crops are actually quite resilient. As long as not all the leaves and roots were damaged by the cold, they should still survive. But losses were certain. Su Jianyan felt a pang of heartache. Although he had been diagnosed as the king of zombies, he was still consuming human food. Food supplies in the city were dwindling, and he was relying on these crops to survive. After finishing with the crops, Su Jianyan took the opportunity to inventory the remaining food in the factory. He had originally filled several shelves, but Fei Qing and the others' arrival consumed some, and he had them take some with them before leaving only enough for one shelf. Although he replenished the supplies intermittently, it still only amounted to about 2 shelves. That was enough for him to eat for a month. In the short term, it was a huge sum, but in the long term, it was pitifully little, especially considering that without Li Muchio and his White Wolf's help, searching for supplies and conducting operations would become much more difficult. After finishing, there was still more than an hour until dawn. Su Jianyan thought for a moment and decided to check the battery levels in the power storage box and the dormitory's batteries again. The batteries were only about 1/3 full. He would have to generate more power. Fei Qing and his group must have generated electricity once during their stay here. Most of the gasoline he brought back has already been used up. The current gasoline is clearly insufficient for generating electricity again, and it needs to be replenished. Considering this, knowing there's a lot to do, Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Being busy is good. Half an hour later, the snow stopped. Su Jianyan ate something simple, then carried all the frozen water buckets from the factory into the snow cellar, grabbed his axe and fuel tank, and went out. Gasoline's freezing point is -75 degrees Celsius. Although the temperature was close to that during the night's lowest point, the temperature when the snow stopped was only a few degrees below zero. Su Jianyan went to the freight transfer station again, where there were large trucks with big fuel tanks. Several months had passed, and many of the zombies he had initially drawn to the area around the dormitory building had wandered out again. Seemingly lost in thought, Su Jianyan spent some time clearing them all out. The fuel was found quickly, and 2 buckets were filled in no time. Su Jianyan slung his axe over his back and carried 1 bucket in each hand back. 10 minutes later, he returned with new buckets. He repeated this back and forth for almost an hour before finally carrying back 6 buckets. When Li Muchio was still around, he could carry 4 buckets in one trip. With Bai Lang, it was even easier. By the time Su Jianyan finished, the sky was already turning a pale white, and the temperature had risen noticeably. Su Jianyan looked at the crops in the greenhouse. Under the combined heat of the electric heater and the outside air, most of the water on the leaves had melted, but the soil inside was still hard. The ice had just melted, and the leaves showed no obvious changes, making it impossible to determine the extent of frostbite. After thinking for a moment, Su Jianyan turned around and searched everywhere for buckets and basins. trying to store as much snow as possible. Having been frostbitten last night, if the crops were to experience another heatwave at midday, they would surely die, even if they weren't already dead. When Fei Qing and the others stayed here, they had built a snow cellar. Just like him, they didn't dare go to areas with too many zombies to find materials. So their snow cellar wasn't as sturdy as his, but it was still usable overall. They also found many basins and buckets. This made things easier for Su Jianyan. Filling up the snow was easy. Su Jianyan was strong now, and one shovelful was a basinful. The troublesome part was still carrying it. Su Jianyan spent a full hour finally finishing his work. Meanwhile, the sun was already visible on the horizon. Su Jianyan hurried back to the factory and turned off the heaters in the greenhouse. He didn't take out the crops, but instead took out the foot warmers. He planned to put the snow directly into the greenhouse to cool it down when the temperature rose further. The outer fabric of the greenhouse was very thick, not only protecting the heaters from the cold at night, but also ensuring that the low temperature brought by the snow wouldn't be easily overwhelmed by the high temperature. He usually took the crops out during the day, mainly because the grow lights weren't enough. Now that their leaves and roots were frostbitten, the grow lights were secondary. Survival was the priority. While working, Su Jianyan also took the opportunity to observe the crops. All the ice on the leaves had melted, and as the temperature gradually rose, some leaves showed obvious signs of frostbite. The leaves in those areas were a noticeably different color from the rest. An hour later, when the sun was fully out and the temperature reached 35 degrees Celsius, Su Jianyan began his cooling efforts. The snow outside hadn't completely melted, so Su Jianyan used it first. 2 hours later, there was very little snow left, and with the outdoor temperature exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, Su Jianyan started using snow from the snow cellar. As midnight approached, the temperature reached its highest point of the day, and the snow melted significantly faster, forcing Su Jianyan to change the snow more frequently. At the same time, the effects of the high temperature became apparent. His body lost a lot of moisture due to his constant movement, and his throat and lips became painfully dry every few minutes. Su Jianyan could only drink water constantly. By 1 p.m., Su Jianyan was already feeling dizzy from the heat, which made him think of Li Muqiu again. If Li Muqiu were here, he could easily handle these tasks. However, Li Muqiu probably wouldn't do it himself. He would have one of the ordinary zombies under his control do it, while he himself would sleep with him. At night, he wouldn't let Li Muqiu get too close. But at noon, he wanted to hold Li Muqiu constantly, which made Li Muqiu particularly fond of noon. When Su Jianyan finally managed to endure the intense heat, he was so exhausted he could barely stand. He didn't bother checking the crop's condition and quickly went back to his dormitory for a nap. 3 hours later, as darkness fell and the temperature began to drop again, he got up. He put all the heaters back in the greenhouse and checked the crops. The frostbite was much more severe than he had anticipated. None of the crops were spared. Many of the later planted crops had wilted and slumped limply on the cups, clearly doomed. But what pained Su Jianyan the most were the first batch of Malabar spinach he had planted. They were now almost as tall as a person, with the lower leaves nearly the size of his palm. He had planned to harvest them in a few more days, but now they were all frostbitten. After checking them, Su Jianyan turned on all the heaters. Finally, he moved all the pots and buckets he had used during the day outside so they could freeze overnight. After finishing all the work, Su Jianyan went back to his dormitory for dinner. Before going to bed, Su Jianyan pondered the possibility of installing an air conditioner at the factory. From now on, he would be alone. No one would make a special trip to come back and change the snow for him. And no one would specially control zombies to guard his home anymore. He had considered air conditioning before, but it was too power-consuming, which meant a noisy generator and frequent fuel shortages. Besides, he wasn't sure how long he'd stay in this city. Now it was different. Ordinary zombies posed no threat, and awakened zombies would only be a nuisance. If nothing unexpected happened, he would likely stay in the city. Thinking it over, Su Jianyan decided to add intelligent temperature and humidity monitoring as well. That way, even if he occasionally went on a long trip, he wouldn't have to worry too much. Su Jianyan fell asleep while thinking, and woke up while thinking again. Upon waking, Su Jianyan immediately checked on the crops. Overnight, the frostbite was mostly visible, and Su Jianyan's already somewhat chilled heart sank even further. More than 2/3 of the seedlings had collapsed and were essentially beyond saving. And the remaining third were also severely frostbitten. Even if they survived, it would definitely affect their future growth. These seedlings were basically ruined. Su Jianyan felt a headache coming on. Su Jianyan didn't let himself dwell on his headache for too long. After breakfast, he got busy. He grouped the seedlings with little hope together, separated those with a modicum of chance, and then immediately started planning the location for the air conditioner installation. Since things had come to this, he might as well start over. He should be able to find crop seeds on the outskirts of the city. He was afraid of zombies before, but now it was just a matter of taking more time. There was no rush. With this in mind, Su Jianyan grabbed an axe and went out. Every household had an air conditioner. There was no need to specifically look for one. However, considering the factory was quite large, smaller capacity units might not be enough. So Su Jianyan still spent some time searching. He planned to find 2 units, both to distribute the workload and as backups. The first one he found was in a shop facing the street. It was a floor-standing unit, high capacity with strong cooling and heating capabilities. And importantly, the outdoor unit was right at the shop entrance. After spending some time attracting away all the zombies on the street, Su Jianyan quickly dismantled the metal frame of the outdoor unit. The indoor unit didn't need to be dismantled. He could just move it. The machine had some weight, but it wasn't a problem for Su Jianyan in his current state. The second unit was on the same street, in a 2-story office building at the other end. Air conditioner shops usually ship after orders are placed, so there might not be stock available. At noon, Su Jianyan had to go back. After a busy day yesterday, the crops no longer needed saving. But cooling was still essential. The high temperature was unbearable. Since Li Muchio could help, even when they were at home, Li Muchio would change the snow while Su Jianyan slept at noon. Now Su Jianyan had to do it himself. And for a while, he felt a little out of sorts, especially during the 2 hottest hours. He was already drowsy from the heat, but he still had to force himself to stay awake. After enduring the high temperature, Su Jianyan quickly went out again. Intelligent temperature control and humidity monitoring were easy. Some smart home control panels already had these functions. All he needed to do was find them, disassemble them, and install them. A little over an hour later, Su Jianyan found one on another street not far away. It was a smart home store. They had everything. Su Jianyan disassembled and bought a whole set, not forgetting to take a humidifier and a sufficient amount of wiring. That night, Su Jianyan went to bed early. The next day, he got up at the crack of dawn to start tinkering. He planned to wire the 2 air conditioners separately, so that if a problem occurred, only one would break down, not both. Su Jianyan understood the basic principles of electrical circuits, but actually doing it still took some time, especially with the smart temperature control and humidifier to be included. It wasn't until noon that Su Jianyan finally finished connecting them. In the afternoon, he worked on the pipes between the outdoor and indoor units. Without a drill, drilling holes in the wall by hand was too difficult. So he ran the pipes through the window. He had already sealed the window, so running the pipes there would require dismantling and resealing it. The work itself wasn't tiring, but it still took time. By late afternoon, when the sun was barely a golden rim, the installation was finally complete. Su Jianyan tested it immediately. Both air conditioners ran smoothly without any power outages or tripping. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Su Jianyan tested the smart temperature control system. The smart temperature control system could still function even without internet access, although its functionality would be somewhat limited. The machine itself ran smoothly, but the specific situation couldn't be determined in a short time. Su Jianyan simply moved his blankets into the factory building, intending to stay overnight. Just in case, Su Jianyan also moved the crops into the greenhouse and turned on the electric blankets. The indoor temperature remained constant throughout the night, and the air conditioner automatically shut off when the outdoor temperature reached 3 p.m. the next morning. The control system and the air conditioner itself were functioning correctly. But Su Jianyan discovered a new problem during the night. The heat rose, and even though the indoor temperature rose, the ground remained very cold, which would damage the crop roots. This problem was easily solved. Su Jianyan spent some time moving in some long tables, placed the crops on them, and that solved the issue. After finishing his work, Su Jianyan looked at the drastically changed factory, feeling both tired and gratified. His life was getting better and better. Su Jianyan subconsciously turned to look at the person beside him. Seeing no one, he belatedly realized that Li Muchio was gone. Several days had passed since Li Muchio left. At the speed of the White Wolf, they would have traveled thousands of miles by now. Without transportation, the distance meant they would probably never have a chance to meet again in this lifetime. Heartless, Su Jianyan muttered under his breath. Li Muchio had been the one to pester him in the first place, and he had treated him well afterward. He had even personally taken him to find the brains he ate before his evolution. But Li Muchio, before leaving, didn't even say a word to him. Don't let me see her again. Su Jianyan felt increasingly resentful. After grumbling, Su Jianyan continued with his work. Even if only one person remained, he had to survive. Later, after finishing breakfast, Su Jianyan checked the crops again. A few days had passed, and most of the seedlings that had been frostbitten had succumbed to water. Those that hadn't rotted showed obvious signs of drying out. Su Jianyan simply pulled them up. The pulled-up seedlings weren't entirely useless. Su Jianyan buried them all in the soil. Once they decomposed, they would become fertilizer, and the remaining plant fibers would improve soil aeration. However, the frost-damaged crops had also changed over the past few days. The severely damaged ones had begun to wither, while those less severely affected had recovered and started growing again. Su Jianyan also pruned the surviving ones, removing all the useless leaves. He didn't rush to fertilize them. He couldn't deal with the rotten roots in the soil. He could only wait for the plants to grow new roots on their own. Fertilizing at this time would easily burn the already damaged roots. At noon, Su Jianyan tested the temperature control system again. Night and daytime are two different things. Air conditioner outdoor units can generally only handle temperatures up to 40 degrees Celsius. Above that, they easily trip the circuit breaker, although some high-capacity units can withstand temperatures over 60 degrees Celsius. Now, the temperature was at least over 60 degrees Celsius at noon. Su Jianyan was somewhat worried about this throughout the noon. The two units performed admirably, without tripping. After the high temperature subsided, Su Jianyan specifically checked the two outdoor units. Apart from being frighteningly hot, they were in good overall condition. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, Su Jianyan generated electricity to fully charge the storage tank. The next day, he went out again. This time, he went on a long trip, his destination being the seeds held by farmers on the outskirts of the city. It typically takes about 10 days to travel from the city center to the city's outskirts, making the round trip 20 days. The factory now has a temperature control system, but Su Jianyan couldn't guarantee it wouldn't malfunction. So after leaving home, he ran towards the outskirts of the city as fast as he could. Su Jianyan had considered asking Su Bai and the others for help. Su Jianyan didn't know many people well, but Su Bai's personality meant he would never refuse if asked, which Su Jianyan disliked. They weren't that close yet. Besides, everything comes at a price. If he accepted Su Bai and the others' help, he would have to shoulder the responsibilities of a king. Given Su Bai's tendency to thrive on trouble, if he softened his stance even slightly, he could definitely cause a huge uproar, and might even lead him to world domination. Su Jianyan had no interest in that. He barely accepted his status as the king of corpses. Why would he recruit a bunch more corpse kings to help him plow and farm, even if he wanted to? Could he eat the crops they grew? Achoo! Behind him, Su Bai, who was following Su Jianyan, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose. Who insulted him? After thinking for a moment, Su Bai silently blamed the Black Beast. Only the Black Beast was unafraid of him. Having made his grudge, Su Bai immediately focused his attention on sensing Su Jianyan ahead. He hadn't sensed Li Muchio's presence for several days, which made him feel better than ever before. He could sense that Su Jianyan had been unhappy lately, and guessed it was because of Li Muchio's departure. But this didn't affect his good mood. Su Jianyan would forget Li Muchio one day, and then he would be the first to fill that void. Ha. Imagining that scene, Su Bai's smile widened. The king. His king. In another city far away. The Black Beast glared irritably at the 50-odd zombie kings before it. If it hadn't come with a purpose, it would have already pounced and torn them to shreds. Join, or die. Sensing the Black Beast's displeasure, one of its intelligent members spoke on its behalf. Huh? The one clearly the king of zombies on the opposite side sneered. It seemed they now outnumbered them, and had the advantage. The Black Beast's group numbered only 10, while they outnumbered the king 5 to 1. Seeking death. A zombie on the opposite side stepped forward to attack. Zombie kings were inherently warlike. The king of zombies looked at it coldly, and the zombie king immediately retreated. The next moment, the king of corpses smiled at the black beast's group of corpses. "Where are you all aligned? I consider it." His smile was masked by a deep glint in his eyes. As more and more kings of corpses awakened, the scattered corpses outside dwindled in number. The best way to further expand their power was through mutual annexation. He was just struggling to find his next target when the black beasts delivered themselves to him. Over there, the fifth city. A corpse king from the black beasts' camp turned around. The king of corpses' smile froze. City A? The black beasts' group of corpses all looked in that direction. That's right. You know, the humanoid corpse king hadn't finished speaking when the group of corpses opposite them suddenly sprang into action. The black beast's first reaction was that an attack was imminent, and it immediately went into battle mode. It didn't receive an attack. Upon hearing that they were from City A, the group turned and ran without hesitation, their speed as if a ghost were chasing them. The black beast paused for a moment, then immediately roared. "Roar! Catch it back! Why are they running?" Hearing this, the group of zombie kings snapped out of their daze and sprang into action. The scene was quite comical, over 50 zombie kings running for their lives, with a few chasing after them with all their might. As the violent tremors faded into the distance, a group of 200 humans emerged from behind a building not far away. "It's it." Liu Yu looked at GXIN beside him with a grave expression. They were in charge of one of the elite squads, their target being the Plant Grow Lights. They had been there for half a month, and their destination was still at least half a month away. "Go back to the convoy. We follow." GXIN was extremely decisive. The Black Beast and his group were heading in the exact direction they were going. Liu Yu hesitated for a moment. Their previous operation with the Black Beast had indeed been a great success. But after all, it was a corpse king. The creature could kill them at any time if it wanted to. He hesitated only for a second. The next moment, he immediately led his team out of the city. Things had reached a point where they had to take a gamble. They had to bring back the supplementary lighting. If they succeeded, they would enter the next stage, self-sufficiency. If they failed, they wouldn't be far from starving to death. In another city, completely opposite to where the Black Beast and his group were, Su Hong looked strangely at the young corpse king trampled on the ground before her. "You mean, you already know about me? King? One of the earliest awakened corpse kings? The guy who's been staying in City A? If so, then that's it," the young man said, half of his body gone. Su Hong's expression immediately became even stranger. "Who told you that?" The person they were referring to was undoubtedly Su Jianyan. But the question was, when did Su Jianyan become so famous? "No one needs to tell me. It's all over the place now. That guy is terrifying and wicked." The boy's eyes were filled with resentment. "I heard he's killed over 100 corpse kings, many of whom he didn't even see before being assassinated. He even tricked corpse kings into coming to kill him." Su Hong remained silent. Su Jianyan had indeed killed quite a few corpse kings, but far from 100. As for whether he had been assassinated without even seeing what he looked like, Su Hong wasn't sure. "Kill me or torture me. It's up to you." The boy closed his eyes. Su Hong rubbed her nose. "I can spare your life." The boy opened his eyes. "On the condition that you join us." Su Hong hadn't forgotten her purpose. Since Su Jianyan fully awakened, she no longer killed as she had before. If she could, she even wanted to abandon everything and return to the city as soon as possible. She could sense that Su Jianyan was very unhappy lately. That feeling was completely different from being injured or threatened. He was simply in a bad mood. That was precisely why she hadn't immediately dropped what she was doing and rushed back. Things were clearly different from what they had expected, and she had to prioritize Su Jianyan's safety. The boy's face changed several times, and after a moment, he made his decision. "I join." He himself was the Corpse King, so he naturally knew the Corpse King's ways. If he didn't join, he would surely die. Su Hong looked at the Corpse King who was standing on the boy. The latter moved his foot away and picked him up. The boy's own subordinates were all dead long ago. Seeing that Su Hong truly harbored no murderous intent, the young man was somewhat surprised. Su Hong and her companion seemed different from the other Corpse Kings. "There's something else I think you should know," the young man said. Su Hong looked over. "Many Corpse Kings don't believe he's the strongest, so they're heading towards him," the young man said. "As for why they're going there, It's self-evident. By devouring Su Jianyan, they would become stronger. Su Hong's expression changed instantly. And the next moment, she rushed back the way she came without hesitation. She could tolerate Su Jianyan's bad mood. But now Su Jianyan might be in danger. On the other side, Su the Bearded was also rushing back at top speed. Just now, he learned that a king of zombies, with nearly 200 subordinates, was heading toward City A. They had been on their way for several days, and had probably already reached City A. Su the Bearded Man disliked this feeling of placing his hopes on others. But at this moment, he desperately hoped Su Bai could hold on. Of the original zombie kings summoned by Su Jianyan, only Su Bai and the two he had chosen had left. Su Bai was strong, but facing 200 zombie kings, plus a king of zombies, he just hoped he could run faster. Much faster. City A. Su Jianyan arrived at the city's edge 4 nights after setting off. He was now completely unafraid of ordinary zombies, and his speed was increasing. So he simply gave up on avoiding them and ran straight there. The snow had been falling for a while, and coupled with his fatigue, Su Jianyan didn't rush to search. After shaking off the zombie army following behind, he found the nearest building and went inside. The room on the 3rd floor was open, but there were no zombies inside. After closing the door, Su Jianyan carried all the blankets from the room to the master bedroom, then crawled in and rubbed his hands and feet. Something must have died in this room before. Su Jianyan hadn't been there long when he smelled a faint, fishy stench. Su Jianyan wondered if he should change rooms. Once his hands and feet warmed up, sleepiness quickly overcame him. Su Jianyan didn't resist and laid down to sleep. In less than 2 seconds, his consciousness began to fade. He had been running around for days and was exhausted. He should have slept well, but every time he was about to fall asleep, he would suddenly wake up. After this happened 3 times in a row, Su Jianyan vaguely sensed something was wrong. He tried to think, but his mind was a blur. He was even more certain that something was wrong. He forced himself to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt incredibly heavy. He tried to reach for the axe beside the bed, but couldn't move a single finger. Gulp. A sound, a half smile, echoed above the bed, so close that Su Jianyan could almost feel the other person's breath. The breath was as cold as a corpse's, carrying a strong, pungent stench. The smell made Su Jianyan's already heavy drowsiness even worse. Su Jianyan immediately held his breath. Something was wrong with the stench. His breathlessness was clearly noticed. Something cold and sticky slid down from in front of him, settling on his cheek. The stench intensified, and with it, Su Jianyan's drowsiness grew stronger. He could hold his breath over the smell, but he couldn't avoid the direct contact. Boom! The sound of collapsing buildings suddenly echoed from somewhere within the city, accompanied by the roar of beasts. That location was precisely where Su Bai and his group were. Su Jianyan almost immediately understood what was happening. They had been ambushed. This time, the Corpse King was clearly different from the previous ones that only knew how to attack head-on. This one was more adept at stealth and ambush. Su Jianyan mustered all his strength to slightly open his jaw, then stuck out his tongue. Su Jianyan almost bit off his entire tongue. In the instant the pain struck, his mind cleared for a moment, and his body regained its strength. He abruptly rolled off the bed. At the same time, something incredibly fast swept past him. As Su Jianyan landed, he grabbed the axe. When he turned around, the room was empty, except for a window that was open sometime during the night. Su Jianyan felt a moment of disorientation. Had everything just been an illusion? Had he been paralyzed by a ghost? Roar! A beastly roar came from behind him. Su Jianyan grabbed a piece of clothing and wiped his face. The clothing was covered in a sticky liquid, which smelled incredibly foul. As Su Jianyan smelled the odor, the dizziness returned. Su Jianyan immediately rushed to the window. The room was on the 3rd floor. Ignoring the risk of injury, Su Jianyan jumped down as soon as he reached the window. The moment he landed, his calves stung slightly, but it subsided instantly. A cold wind blew past, and Su Jianyan regained some clarity. Su Jianyan looked back at the building behind him. Where did the thing that attacked him go? Vanished? Or could it become invisible? Confused, Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment before running towards the direction of the noise. He had barely started running when he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. In another alleyway to the left, something was lying on the ground. Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment, then quickly ran towards it. In the alleyway was a zombie king resembling a rat. It wasn't large. And it was already dead. It emitted a strong, foul stench. And Su Jianyan felt dizzy as soon as he smelled it. Su Jianyan immediately retreated. At the same time, he sensed Su Bai and the others were still trapped behind. Who killed this rat? Die. A furious voice suddenly came from behind another building to the left. The voice didn't belong to any zombie king or person that Su Jianyan recognized. Su Jianyan immediately ran towards that direction. As he rounded the corner, something flew towards him. He instinctively dodged, and a figure vanished around the opposite corner. Su Jianyan's heart skipped a beat. He looked again immediately. The street was empty. He didn't see it again. But Su Jianyan wasn't worried, even if it was only for a moment. He had recognized it. He was both annoyed and amused. Why did they come back if they hadn't already left? Awuh! The roar of beasts echoed again. This time no longer calm, but tinged with disbelief. Their king couldn't have fallen. Su Jianyan wiped the blood from his mouth, twirled the axe in his hand, and turned back towards that direction. He was no longer in a hurry. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He disliked killing. But that didn't mean he was willing to be humiliated. Since they dared to come, they wouldn't leave. Chapter 57. The instant he rounded the corner, a large swarm of creatures, some beast-like and some humanoid, suddenly appeared before Su Jianyan. Su Bai and two other zombie kings were surrounded. Su Bai was too small to be seen from Su Jianyan's angle, but the other two power-type zombie kings beside him were already severely injured. Faced with such numbers, unless one was absolutely powerful, they would inevitably suffer. Su Jianyan didn't hesitate at all. Charging into their midst the instant he rounded the corner. His strength and speed were constantly increasing. The last time he fought that crew-cut guy, the crew-cut guy at least managed to withstand two of his attacks. Later, when he went to ambush those groups of zombie kings outside the city, he specifically chose to kill the strongest. But those two zombie kings couldn't even last a minute against him. And now, more than 20 days had passed since his ambush. Su Jianyan's blade flashed, each strike aimed at the spine. The Corpse King, awakened zombies, and ordinary zombies attracted by the noise created a sea of corpses wherever he went. Awuh! Sometimes, when the Corpse King spotted Su Jianyan, it would immediately pounce on him. Su Jianyan moved his feet and vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had already leaped up using the wall beside him, hovering behind the Corpse King's neck. The Corpse King immediately tried to dodge, but before it could move, the world before its eyes swayed and shook. It crashed to the ground. Su Jianyan didn't turn around. The instant he landed, he swung his axe and slashed at the neck of the awakened zombie beside him. TSK. Behind the awakened zombie, an intelligence-type Corpse King spotted Su Jianyan and immediately tried to control him, while another strength-type Corpse King attacked. The control was useless. Su Jianyan didn't even pause for a moment before rushing past him. Impossible. The intelligence-type zombie king's eyes were filled with disbelief as its head hit the ground. It was already considered strong within their ranks. Even if it couldn't defeat Su Jianyan, it should at least have some effect. Awuh! A strength-type zombie king trapped in the middle spotted Su Jianyan. Seeing Su Jianyan's axe swinging incessantly, seeing the surrounding zombie kings falling one after another, seeing the mountain of corpses and sea of blood behind Su Jianyan, its wounded body trembled violently. The king has come. Their king has come to save them. Awuh! It was no longer swaying precariously. Its eyes regained their light, and it lunged at a zombie king in front of it. Let's go! Su Bai, seeing Su Jianyan through the gap, also shuddered, his face darkening the next moment. They were supposed to be protecting Su Jianyan, but now it was Su Jianyan protecting them. If the Black Beast and the others knew about this, he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. If Su Jianyan were injured, even with just a minor scratch, not only would the Black Beast not let him off, but he himself would never forgive himself. The other two Corpse Kings immediately moved on. Su Jianyan noticed Su Bai and the others approaching, but he didn't actively cooperate. Instead, he focused all his attention on the Corpse Kings beside him. Except for the time he led Li Muchio in a sneak attack. All his previous battles had been forced upon him, but this time, he was taking the initiative. That made him increasingly excited as he killed, to the point of becoming addicted. Especially the surprise and fear shown by those originally arrogant Corpse Kings when they turned around and saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind them. It gave him a great sense of satisfaction. Let them ambush him. Let them try to kill him. Su Jianyan didn't know how many zombies he had killed. His clothes soaked in blood. When suddenly the number of zombie kings around him decreased and dwindled further. At first, Su Jianyan thought they had escaped. But then he realized that only a few had fled. Most were already corpses. The 3 Su Bais, who had been surrounded, had somehow gone from being attacked to preventing the zombie kings from escaping. After dealing with another intelligent zombie king with a terrified expression, Su Jianyan stopped. Seeing Su Jianyan stop, the 3 Su Bais immediately rushed forward. King! Su Bai's eyes were filled with excitement, and his voice even trembled. This was the first time Su Jianyan had actively participated in a battle between the kings of zombie kings. Su Jianyan rubbed his chin, only then realizing that he was completely soaked in the blood of the zombie kings. Su Bai looked at his subordinate beside him, who immediately headed towards the nearest street to find Su Jianyan a clean set of clothes. The other zombie king glanced at the few survivors who had managed to escape. There weren't many left. They could handle them. It and the other zombie king immediately headed in that direction. Don't chase them. Su Jianyan stopped them. They were just remnants. They wouldn't dare come back. Su Bai and the others were all injured, although the wounds weren't fatal. Zombie King still felt pain. Your Majesty, are you concerned about us? Seeing Su Jianyan's gaze linger on his wounds. Understanding Su Jianyan's concern, Su Bai's blood boiled at that moment, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Su Jianyan took a step back, moving Su Bai away from him. Su Bai wasn't bothered by being dodged. Instead, his face flushed red, clearly showing Su Jianyan's embarrassment. Su Bai's subordinate zombie returned, carrying a brand new, unopened set of clothes. Su Jianyan took it and walked towards a nearby building. Su Bai immediately followed. Su Jianyan swung his axe horizontally, the blade slamming heavily against the building. He killed Su Bai if he dared to come any closer. Su Bai obediently stopped, his eyes fixed on Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan felt a chill run down his spine from his gaze. Moving away from Su Bai, Su Jianyan took off his clothes, rubbed the blood from his body and hair with snow, and put on the new clothes. The clothes were a tracksuit, a little too big, but still wearable. When Su Jianyan returned, Su Bai's subordinate and the other 2 zombie kings were already eating. The zombie kings' heads were highly nutritious for them. Su Jianyan didn't want to see that scene and looked out towards the sea of zombies. The snow fell heavier and heavier, its range limited. Within that limited range, the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. Su Jianyan tried to sense it. There was something faintly visible in a building far to his right. Li Muchio wasn't his subordinate, so sensing it wasn't easy. Li Muchio was clearly stronger than before, but his presence was extremely faint. He was hiding himself. Li Muchio probably hadn't left the city before, but had been hiding nearby until he was attacked. The white wolf was also there. It was still an awakened zombie, only slightly more noticeable than a regular zombie and easily overlooked. Su Jianyan hadn't sensed it after discovering Li Muchio wasn't in the city. Your Majesty? Su Bai also looked in that direction. Was there something there? Su Jianyan looked away. Don't follow me. Su Jianyan headed towards the building where he used to live. His backpack was still there. The building might still have poisonous gas. It was uninhabitable. He needed to find a new place. Half an hour later, Su Jianyan crawled back into bed. After some movement, sleepiness returned, and he fell into a deep sleep soon after lying down. In his dreams, he felt something was watching him. The next day, Su Jianyan opened his eyes with dark circles under his eyes. He was filled with helplessness. What exactly was wrong with Li Muchio after eating something? Su Jianyan went out early. The city center and the city outskirts were 2 different worlds. The city center was filled with towering skyscrapers and bustling activity, while this area mostly consisted of 3 or 4-story self-built houses. Because it was on the outskirts, this area had been thoroughly searched. Every door had been pried open, and all the cabinets and boxes inside were completely opened. Even the mattresses had been overturned. Su Jianyan had thought the seeds would be easy to find, since most of them were inedible. But the situation was completely the opposite of what he expected. He searched through more than 10 houses in one go, but found nothing. The reason wasn't hard to guess. He might not need it now. But what if he did later, however? Judging from the current situation, most people wouldn't even live to see that later. After searching 2 more houses and still finding nothing, Su Jianyan stopped his pointless search and headed towards the tallest building nearby, looking for an agricultural supply store selling seeds and fertilizers. He didn't see one nearby. Su Jianyan continued moving along the edge of the city. Every so often, he would find a place to observe his surroundings. 4 hours later, as the high temperature was about to hit, he finally saw a street selling hardware, sundries, and agricultural supplies in a cluster of old buildings ahead. That street had been visited by countless people, and now it was nothing but a pile of garbage. Su Jianyan didn't rush to act. He first sought shelter from the intense heat. After the heat subsided at 3 p.m., Su Jianyan lured away the zombies on the street. There were 3 agricultural supply stores on the street, and all 3 had empty shelves. Only piles of garbage on the ground. Su Jianyan spent some time going through the garbage in areas where it wouldn't be covered by sunlight and snow. He was lucky. He found 6 or 7 kinds of seeds, a third of a bag of nitrogen fertilizer, and a plastic bag of phosphate fertilizer. After packing everything up, Su Jianyan didn't leave immediately but began to follow the clues. Those 3 stores might have warehouses nearby, and the shop owners might also keep related items at their homes. He didn't intend to overlook the nearby freight stations and post stations either. This was a huge undertaking. Su Jianyan only had time to check all the possible warehouse locations in the vicinity that afternoon. This time, his luck was bad. He wasted the entire afternoon. That night, he rested on the 2nd floor of one of the stores. That night, the feeling of being watched returned. Su Jianyan pulled the covers up, closed his eyes, and ignored it. The next day, Su Jianyan continued his search. He prioritized the 3 shops he had visited. The 3 shops had been open for some time, and were filled with personal belongings. Su Jianyan found the addresses on delivery boxes and documents in 2 of the shops. He only vaguely knew that the 3rd shop was in a nearby residential area. The first 2 were easy to find, but the last one took him some time. His efforts paid off. He found something at all 3 homes, especially the last one, where he directly found a bag of slow-release fertilizer weighing over 20 kilograms. That house had also been searched, but the previous visitors clearly hadn't connected the item with the planting. By the time he finished, it was already noon. In the afternoon, Su Jianyan went to the nearby post station and transit station. Both places had been thoroughly searched, but Su Jianyan found nothing. The next day, he began his return journey. He had only an empty backpack and an axe on the way there, running the entire way, with more gear on the way back. This method wasn't as effective. Su Jianyan traveled at a leisurely pace. A week later, he finally saw the familiar buildings. Entering the garment factory, Su Jianyan immediately headed towards the back of the factory buildings. From about 10 meters away, he could hear the air conditioner units whirring wildly, and his initial unease subsided. The moment he pushed open the door, a cool breeze immediately rushed towards him, quickly dispelling the heat from his body. Su Jianyan let out a long, comfortable sigh. The next moment, seeing the situation inside the room, his brow relaxed slightly. On the long table lined up in the middle of the room, the crops that had previously been on the verge of death, after a brief period of stunted growth, had now sprouted new leaves, especially the wood ear fungus, planted earlier and already quite tall. Each stalk had grown more than 10 centimeters taller, and had 4 or 5 more leaves. Su Jianyan quickly watered them with fertilizer. After finishing, Su Jianyan went to rest. In the afternoon, Su Jianyan organized the things he had brought back and soaked the seeds that needed soaking. After finishing, Su Jianyan looked at the room full of thriving potted plants and felt better than ever before. Outside City A, Xin and her group, however, were not in a good mood. They had come up empty-handed. Their team's target was a plant grow light factory, a location over a month's journey one way from City A, and more importantly, an area they had never set foot in before. Because of this, they proceeded with extreme caution. After encountering the black beast, their speed noticeably increased, shortening their journey from over a month to half a month. This filled them with immense excitement, their minds filled with anticipation of Guyue and the others' surprised expressions upon their return. However, while they arrived at the factory without incident, the situation inside was completely unexpected. They didn't see any plant grow lights. More accurately, all the grow lights had been stolen. They could think of planting them, and so could others, They didn't know there was a grow light factory here. But the nearby survival teams might not. Even if those survival teams didn't need them themselves. These things were hard currency in the apocalypse. And no survival team could refuse them. How did it go? GXIN asked, looking at the other 2 3-person teams returning from outside. All 6 shook their heads. The already pale faces of the group in the factory turned even whiter. How are they going to explain this to Guyueha and his team? This couldn't be simply dismissed with a "didn't find it" statement. To ensure the success of their operation, Guyueha and his team had given them all their supplies. Why don't we look again? Maybe there's a warehouse or something, someone suggested. Another person nearby was about to speak. They had already searched 3 times. He swallowed his words. The next moment, he led the way out of the factory to search again. Search carefully, GXIN instructed, starting to search herself. Half an hour later, when the group reunited, they were too exhausted to speak. The entire factory had been thoroughly searched. Not only were the warehouses missed, but even some raw materials had been taken. A deathly silence fell over the room. After a long while, GXIN spoke. Let's rest here tonight. It was almost dark. No one spoke. The group simply found places to sit. That night, they tossed and turned, unable to sleep. At dawn, GXIN led the group on another round of the factory. But finding nothing again, they had to regroup. Are we just going to go back like this? Someone asked, unwilling to give up. Hearing this, the group, already on the verge of tears, couldn't hold back any longer. They were too ashamed to face those who remained. Go back as soon as possible and make other plans. GXIN led the way towards the door. The snow had just stopped, and the world was a blanket of white. Walking on the road, each step sank up to their knees. GXIN walked along, observing her surroundings. The factory was in a rather remote location. There weren't many zombies nearby, just a road full of vehicles and people. Looking at that road, GXIN suddenly thought of what happened back in City A. The last time she saw Su Jianyan was on that road. Although they had searched for him later, the city was too big to be found anywhere. If they had persisted a little longer back then, maybe they would have caught Su Jianyan then. GXIN abruptly stopped. The person following behind her couldn't brake in time and bumped into her. Captain? Everyone looked over. GXIN squinted at the distance on the road. Is that the logo painted on that truck from the factory we just saw? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then turned to look in the direction GXIN was looking. With so many cars on the road, and maintaining a safe distance for safety, it took them some time to finally find the truck GXIN had mentioned. The moment they found it, the group jumped up and down, slapping their thighs in excitement. Yes, that's right. I thought so too. The doors are still closed. Shall we go take a look? Let's go! Wait. GXIN stopped them. Everyone looked over, impatient. What was GXIN waiting for? Just a few of you go. GXIN suppressed her excitement. Don't alert the zombies. There were already quite a few zombies on the road. Attracting more nearby would be counterproductive. Hearing this, the group finally calmed down a bit. A moment later, GXIN, with 5 or 6 others looking calmer, approached the direction. 10 minutes later, one of them returned. It's that factory's truck. Having received confirmation, the group waiting behind could no longer contain themselves and immediately surged forward. Ahead, GXIN's mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. Cars were jammed on both sides of the road. Although the area was relatively remote, it was still within the city. The chances of them driving out directly were slim. The only way was to lure the zombies away and then move the goods. Captain, as GXIN was thinking, someone tugged at her sleeve. GXIN looked up. What? The question she was about to ask stopped abruptly. On the road, a clearly non-human awakened zombie was slowly moving between the vehicles. That area was clearly its territory. It was patrolling. Their methods might fool ordinary zombies, but fooling an awakened zombie would be virtually impossible. Unless someone lures it away. Having survived this long, everyone had seen an awakened zombie. Some even several times. But without exception, they had always had to run away. Even if they could barely lure it away, the person who went to lure it would never return. GXIN took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. I lure it away. You guys hurry up. We meet at the convoy outside the city later. Everyone looked at her. GXIN paused, then added, wait for me for a day. If I don't come out after a day, then don't wait. Thinking for a moment, GXIN added, please tell him Odulan and Li Xiaofeng for me. If you see Su Jianyan again, please tell him I'm sorry. She should have kept looking. If she had persisted back then, maybe she could have brought Su Jianyan out. Captain, don't be silly. Let's think of another way. GXIN looked over. I can only stall it for half an hour at most. You guys need to be quick. The group immediately tried to say something, but their lips opened and closed without uttering a sound. They knew this was the only way. I go with you, someone said. No need. The person was about to say something more when GXIN interrupted. I'm enough on my own. There's no need for pointless sacrifices. But you have to bring this stuff back. No matter what happens on the way, you have to bring it back. This time, everyone fell silent. They came with the Black Beast as their escort, but they would return alone, and they might not even make it back. Everyone gripped their guns tightly. Over 2,000 people were waiting for them. GXIN turned back, looking again at the awakened zombie. After that, she kept thinking, wondering what Su Jianyan was thinking back then. Of course, she knew Su Jianyan wanted them to survive. She just wanted to know if Su Jianyan had ever been afraid. After all, no matter how powerful Su Jianyan was, he was still human. He felt cold. He felt hot. And naturally, he felt pain. Just like now. Although her heart was calm, her hand holding the gun was trembling uncontrollably. She didn't want to die. She had barely managed to survive until now. She wanted to live. GXIN took a deep breath and quickly ran to the left, opposite to the group, intending to circle behind the awakened zombie before making a sound. The moment she pulled the trigger, GXIN's mind was incredibly clear. Her body felt lighter than ever before, making her faster than ever before. Even so, she was caught up instantly. That hideous face, no longer recognizable as human, almost bit down on her ear. As GXIN fired a shot, she immediately turned and ran in the other direction. The thing was far larger than a human, so she ran as close to narrow passages as possible. Bang! The sound of the thing crashing against the security window rang out, close to GXIN's scalp. GXIN dared not look back, only running forward with all her might. She only needed to hold on for another 29 minutes. As the commotion spread, all the ordinary zombies nearby surged towards her. GXIN chose to run through narrow passages as much as possible, which to some extent restricted the monster behind her, but also made things more difficult for her, seeing the passage ahead about to be blocked by ordinary zombies. GXIN took off her backpack and used it as a shield to ram into them. The zombies were knocked down, and she quickly jumped over them. Without the backpack, she was even faster. Clang! Something fell from the sky and landed in the alley ahead. GXIN turned right before she could see clearly. The monster immediately gave chase. GXIN's mind gradually went blank. Her world consisted only of the road ahead. Her heart ached as if it were about to explode, and her brain buzzed. She rushed forward as fast as she could. 28 minutes left. Bang! Something flew from behind. GXIN instinctively dodged, but the thing still grazed her right hand. The gun in her hand was knocked away. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through her arm. She didn't look at it. Instead, she used the exhilarating pain to accelerate again. 27 minutes left. Squeak! A roar, neither human nor beast, came from behind, accompanied by a stench. GXIN was already moving at top speed, but the monster still kept up. She could vaguely see the monster's open mouth. There was a corner ahead. GXIN accelerated desperately, but she knew in her heart that she wouldn't reach it. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had only gained 3 minutes with all her might. Back then, Su Jianyan had fought the monster to a standstill, even driving it away at one point. Feeling that mouth about to bite her, feeling the overwhelming stench, GXIN accelerated again, filled with resentment. Bang! Something fell, slamming heavily onto the monster. GXIN rushed to the corner she thought she could never reach, only to see it. A huge black beast was coldly watching her. Beneath its feet, the monster that had been chasing her was struggling desperately. Sensing the monster's struggle, the black beast stomped down, crushing it to death. The next moment, it continued forward according to its plan. It had long noticed the humans following it, and had seen them enter the city to search for supplies after it left. If it were before, it would have already unleashed its killing intent. But now, aside from being a little annoyed, it felt nothing. Occasionally, it could even see a hint of Jianyan in him. Back when Su Jianyan thought he was still human, he had also been secretly trying to survive like this. Their king was so cute. Aww. The black beast couldn't help but flick its tail. After being in a bad mood a few days ago, the king had been in a particularly good mood lately, and its mood had improved along with it. Huh? The group of zombie kings following him were filled with horror. What was wrong with the black beast? Sensing this, the black beast immediately controlled its tail. It was now the majestic and terrifying captain of the expedition team. It bared its teeth, assuming its most terrifying posture. That night, Su Jianyan went to bed early. That night, the faint, unseen gaze arrived as expected. Awakened again, Su Jianyan silently dragged the axe beside him and went outside. The snow had already covered the ground. Su Jianyan slowly walked towards the wall, slowly climbed over it, and then suddenly accelerated towards the direction from which the faint, unseen gaze came. His speed now was incomparable to what it used to be. It was probably even faster than an ordinary strength-type zombie king. He reached the corner almost instantly. At the same time, two figures, one black and one white, disappeared around the corner. On the ground at the corner, there were dog-pawing marks, and a tuft of white fur was stuck in the crack of the wall. Chapter 58. Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment, then chased after the plant around the corner. There was no one left behind, only a trail of footprints on the ground. Su Jianyan turned and went back to the factory. He laid down again, and the world fell silent. Su Jianyan slept soundly for the first time in a long while. The next day, Su Jianyan emptied all the soil from the pots, loosened it again, added slow-release fertilizer, and sowed all the seeds he had soaked the day before. This time, he brought back several more varieties of seeds than before, and there were more seeds in total. Plus, this was his third time planting, so he used every pot he could find. While the new seeds were soaking, Su Jianyan also watered the plants that hadn't died yet. After recovering, the leaves of the Malabar spinach grew larger every day, especially the bottom two, which were almost the size of his palm. Su Jianyan was already craving them. After confirming that the wood ear fungus had revived, he immediately plucked off the bottom few leaves. The plant's unique fragrance immediately filled the entire room. Su Jianyan swallowed hard, then turned to the pan, preparing to stir-fry it. Last time, there were too many people, and without soup, the limited amount of food wasn't enough for everyone. This time was different. He could enjoy it all by himself. The oil and salt were all on the shelf, and Fei Qing and the others had somehow gotten a wok from somewhere when they left. They hadn't needed it since leaving, so they left it all behind. Su Jianyan took it out and checked. It was still usable. Su Jianyan first started cooking the rice, then went to wash and chop the vegetables. With the vegetables ready, Su Jianyan didn't immediately put them in the pan, but patiently waited for the rice to boil before starting to stir-fry. A few minutes later, the rice was cooked just as the vegetables were done. Su Jianyan couldn't wait to start eating. Unlike other vegetables, wood ear fungus has a gelatinous texture after cooking, making it quite sticky and slippery. People either love it or hate it. Su Jianyan belonged to the latter group. With a bite of rice and a bite of wood ear fungus, Su Jianyan's tongue almost swelled with the delicious flavor. He wasn't lacking in supplies, but he wasn't at the point where he could eat as much as he wanted. Even after finishing everything, he was only about 70% full, which made him want to lick the plate clean. Looking up at the remaining leaves, he had an even stronger urge to pick a couple more. He resisted the urge. He needed to plan for the long term, and now was a crucial time. Su Jianyan stared at the wood ear fungus for a while longer, until it trembled with fear, before getting up to wash the dishes. As soon as he moved, a strange feeling washed over him. Su Jianyan turned around. On the east side of the city, a group of unfamiliar zombie kings were entering. These zombie kings weren't an attacking force. They had followed Su the bearded man. Su the bearded man was walking very fast, practically running. Su Bai, inside the city, was heading in that direction. Su Jianyan knew that Su the bearded man and his group had left the city, but he didn't ask or intend to interfere with their purpose. He just wanted a peaceful life. But judging from the new zombie kings following behind Su the bearded man, they didn't seem to intend to let him live in peace. Su Jianyan hesitated whether to go and check on them, then decided against it. It was pointless to say anything more. He would just ignore whatever Su-bai and his group did. East of the city. Seeing Su-bai approaching from afar, Su the bearded man immediately inquired, "How is the king? Is he injured?" Su Jianyan had been in a bad mood for a while, but his mood had improved in the last few days. "I was attacked once, but I wasn't injured." Su-bai had originally wanted to keep the attack a secret, but seeing this, he knew that Su the bearded man must have heard something. "How's the situation outside?" Hearing that Su Jianyan was unharmed, Su the bearded man, who had been traveling for several days, breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he quickly recounted what he had seen outside. "I don't know who spread the word, but I'm afraid quite a few corpse kings will come looking for trouble. We have to be careful." Speaking of this, Su the bearded man was quite worried. He had absolute confidence in their camp, but being on the defensive was always a disadvantage. Su-bai pondered for a moment, then laughed. "This is a good thing." "A good thing?" Su the bearded man frowned. How could he not see this as a good thing? Any zombie king with a modicum of sense could see the current situation. In this situation, if you were a lone zombie king, what would you do? Su-bai smiled and said, "If it were me, rather than being controlled by some inexplicable zombie king, I rather actively join the camp I prefer." Su the bearded man realized what he meant, his mind racing. "You mean, go along with what they say, and create an absolutely powerful king. If you do that, you won't have to worry about followers." In another city far from City a black beast's large, furry head was also working rapidly. Across from it was a group of 6 zombie kings huddled together. As zombie kings became more and more common, this situation was also increasing. After all, being alone now meant being vulnerable. "You mean you're from the Corpse King faction in City A?" one of the intelligence-type zombies asked. Yes. Is your king really that powerful?" The other zombie kings exchanged glances, quite excited. This development was different from the appeal to their emotions that the black beast had anticipated. It was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Of course. Then tell me, how many corpse kings has he killed?" The intelligence-type zombie on the other side tested. The black beast opened its mouth to count, then thought for a moment and added a 0. 40. TCH. The other zombie kings immediately showed disdain. "That's ancient history. You can't even make up a proper lie. I heard he's killed over 300 corpse kings." "Exactly." The black beast's lips twitched almost human-like. It felt a stifling sense of distrust, but it couldn't refute it. After all, it couldn't shout that their king wasn't that powerful. In fact, it thought that if there were really that many kings of corpses, Su Jianyan should be able to kill them all. "So, are you joining or not?" the black beast asked. "Of course not." Before the words were even finished, a king of corpses charged forward. They might consider joining the guy from City A's camp, but this black beast was clearly an imposter. How could they possibly join? The black beast dodged to the side, then suddenly turned and pounced. Reasoning with it wasn't for it. It would try to reason with him. In the city, the roars grew louder and louder. Outside the city, in the forest, Liu Yu and his group were deathly pale. Xian not only lured away the awakened zombie, but also the ordinary zombies on the road. As soon as she left, they rushed forward. They were lucky. The truck had probably just been shipped from the factory when the apocalypse struck, and they found a whole truckload of auxiliary lights inside. They unloaded the cargo as quickly as possible, and then, as planned, carried the goods back to the convoy outside the city. After finishing, looking at the truckload of lights, they felt no joy, because Xian's 2 shots had not only alerted the awakened zombie, but also clearly alerted the other zombie kings in the city. One awakened zombie was already difficult to deal with. If they encountered a zombie king, 4 hours left, someone said. Many people turned to look. The person felt a chill run down their spine and quickly explained, "I didn't mean that. He was just worried about Xian." After all, she was alone in the city. Liu Yu, the vice captain, took a deep breath and said, "We leave when it's time." But everyone looked over. What about Xian if they leave? What if Xian is still alive? Liu Yu remained expressionless. The main force is waiting for us. How could he not understand that feeling? He had experienced it once before, and for the past few months, he had regretted it constantly. But the main force couldn't hold out much longer. The food they could find outside was dwindling. and they had taken what little food they had left. Lu Yu turned to get into the vehicle. "Captain!" someone shouted, and the entire team erupted in cheers. "It's the captain! She's out. She's alive." Lu Yu turned sharply. On the edge of the city, not far from the woods, Xian was moving quickly towards them. Her gun was gone. Her right arm was clearly injured, and she was covered in blood. But it was undeniably her. Lu Yu quickly got out of the car and ran towards her. "Are you all right? Did you find it?" Approaching, Xian immediately looked towards the car. "Found it. A whole car full." Xian's tense nerves slowly relaxed. "That's good. How did you?" Lu Yu was incredulous. "How did Xian escape? It was that black beast. When I was almost caught, it suddenly appeared and killed that awakened zombie." "It?" Lu Yu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They knew about the black beast in the city. But why would it specifically kill that awakened zombie to save Xian? "Let's go first. We talk as we go." Xian led the way into the car. She had previously sensed that the black beast was different from the other zombie kings. It wasn't as bloodthirsty, and it seemed to recognize them. That recognition wasn't the kind between human friends, but more like a vague impression. She hadn't had any evidence before, but now she was certain her guess was correct. The only question was why things had turned out this way. What made a group of zombie kings remember humans? Xian almost immediately had the answer. Su Jianyan. She didn't know exactly how Su Jianyan had done it, but she was certain he had done something. That's unlikely. No matter how powerful he is, he's still a human. Why would a zombie king give him face? "Captain G, aren't you overthinking this? This is too exaggerated." Amidst a barrage of rebuttals, Xian simply looked quietly at Lu Yu. She knew that if anyone present could understand her, it could only be Lu Yu, who had accompanied her to City A and met Su Jianyan. Sure enough, Lu Yu's face showed no suspicion. His eyes filled with astonishment and thoughtful contemplation. Su Jianyan. In the mountains outside City A, Gu Yuehe looked down from the mountainside. Before them was a basin, surrounded by a C-shaped mountain range, behind which lay City A. In the center of the basin was a small town. Not large, able to accommodate only tens of thousands of people. But the town was quite well developed, at least possessing basic infrastructure. Isn't this place too close to City A? What if a zombie king attacks? Gu Xingping's eyes were full of worry. Gu Yuehe's eyes were also filled with worry. Let's go with this place. You've seen the other places. They're even less suitable. Gu Xingping wanted to say something more, but once the amusement park's location was decided, it couldn't be changed. So he swallowed his words. Indeed, as Gu Yuehe said, the other places they had looked at were even less suitable. Shall I take some people down to check first? Gu Xingping suggested. Gu Yuehe nodded. I go too. Take more people. And check carefully. Okay. The group quickly set off. More than 3 hours later, as the high temperature was about to hit, the group reunited. There are many zombies in the town, but we haven't seen any awakened zombies or zombie kings. We haven't seen any either. There are zombies in the surrounding mountains. They must be people who fled into the mountains during the war. We have to clear them out. There are mountains on 3 sides. We can set up outposts on the mountains so we can know in advance if the zombie king approaches. The mountains surround the town well, and City A is almost an hour's drive away. Even if we fire guns, it shouldn't alert the zombies in City A. They were hesitant before scouting, but after the scouting trip, their opinions changed, and they were even excited. In this apocalypse, there is no absolutely safe place. This place is indeed a good one. Let's get started. The sooner we clear out the zombies, the sooner we can start planting. We're also running out of food, so we can look for some in town, Gu Yuehe said. Okay. Regarding the zombies in town, I have an idea. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies in the town. Even with sufficient weapons, killing them all would be extremely difficult. Plus, they need to stay in the city and can't pollute it. The best way is naturally to lure the zombies out. But tens of thousands of zombies are not a few. Once alerted, their chances of escaping unscathed are 0. Drones? Gu Yuehe hadn't thought of that. We can attach more flashlights to the drones, fly them into the city after dark, and use the lights to lure them out and then guide them to City A. Gu Xingping said quickly. There are too many zombies in the city, and a light source flying in the sky could easily attract unexpected trouble. Normally they wouldn't dare use it. But this time, their goal is to lure all the zombies out. So it's suitable. The only two problems are that they don't have one. And the drones need electricity. I arranged for someone to search immediately. Gu Yuehe turned around. To City A? The person beside him hesitated, turning back to look in the direction of City A. They were currently the closest there. No. Search elsewhere. Gu Yuehe objected without hesitation. They didn't know the situation in City A at all. Going there would be suicide. In fact, he still couldn't understand how Su Jianyan was still alive. Having made up their minds, the group sprang into action again. In City A, Su Jianyan, busy at work, sneezed twice in a row. He looked at the bright sun high overhead, then at his overcoat, which was now somewhat superfluous. After ruling out the possibility of a cold, he glanced listlessly towards the left side of the industrial park. Over there, he could vaguely sense Li Muchio's presence. After being frightened by him last night, Li Muchio was now keeping his distance. But that faint gaze remained, making Su Jianyan want to grab him again. After catching him, it would be best to pry open his brain and see what's inside. After finishing his work, Su Jianyan took a nap. With the air conditioning on, he moved his bed into the factory, making the midday hours much easier. After waking up, Su Jianyan inspected the factory and then pondered what to do next. Few people come into the city center. If he looked around, he could definitely find plenty of food. And if possible, he would definitely try to get some. Besides supplies, he also had another task, finding a way to get more water. He had previously found several large truckloads of water, which meant he wouldn't have to worry about water for a long time. But that was still limited and would eventually run out, especially now that he was planting more and more crops. His water consumption was even greater. Su Jianyan returned to his dormitory and pulled out the map he had obtained earlier. There were several streams in the city, and even a river further out. But most places were quite far from the industrial park where he lived. Fortunately, there was plenty of snow. The snow was clearly heavily polluted. Purifying it wouldn't be easy. At least not with ordinary household water purifiers. Su Jianyan focused his attention on the river, trying to find a water purification plant. Such a large city would definitely have its own reservoir. And the water from the reservoir couldn't be used directly. It would certainly be equipped with water purification facilities. Su Jianyan's guess was correct. He soon spotted the reservoir in a mountain on the city's edge. Upstream from the river, the reservoir was large, and the water purification plant was right next to it. Su Jianyan quickly decided to pack his things. The next day, as soon as the snow stopped, he went out. A few minutes later, he saw a figure in the alleyway ahead. The snow had just stopped, and it was still dark. Upon seeing a figure, Su Jianyan initially mistook it for Li Muchio, his heart skipping a beat. The next moment, he was met with Su Bai's smiling face. Su Jianyan silently turned and took a detour through a side alley. When Su Jianyan reached the side alley, Su Bai was already standing in front of him again. Unable to avoid him, Su Jianyan could only continue forward with a dark expression. "Where are you going?" Su Bai followed. More zombie kings were sure to attack soon, and he didn't intend to keep his distance from Su Jianyan like before, even though Su Jianyan would probably be happier that way. Su Jianyan didn't answer. "How about I take you there? It'd be faster that way." As Su Bai spoke, he summoned one of his subordinates. A hound-like awakened zombie. Its evolutionary level is high, so it's quite large and should be very fast. Su Jianyan felt a momentary urge to go. The industrial park is near the city center, and the reservoir is on the city's edge. Even at a fast pace, it would take 4 or 5 days to get to the reservoir from here. Seeing Su Jianyan's interest, Su Bai immediately had his subordinate zombie lie down in front of him to make it easier for Su Jianyan to get on. Noticing Su Jianyan's interest, a faint gaze immediately fell upon him. Su Jianyan initially wanted to refuse. Su Bai's subordinate awakened zombie was truly unsightly, especially its mouth full of fangs, which was unpleasant to look at. But the moment he felt that faint gaze, Su Jianyan suddenly found it incredibly pleasing to the eye. Su Jianyan no longer refused and went towards the awakened zombie. Su Bai was quite surprised and immediately had the awakened zombie lie even lower. Approaching, Su Jianyan patted the awakened zombie's back before nimbly climbing on. Su Bai immediately tried to climb on as well. Su Jianyan glanced at him with a sly look. Su Bai had to abandon his little scheme. Not being able to sit together didn't disappoint Su Bai. In fact, he was quite happy, as this was the first time Su Jianyan had accepted his kindness. Let's go. Su Jianyan patted the awakened zombie beneath him. The latter quickly got up. The intelligence-type zombie king was neither as fast nor as strong as the strength type. The awakened zombie usually carried Su Bai and seemed quite used to having someone on its back. After taking a few steps forward, it started running. Su Bai was about to follow when he seemed to sense something and looked back. Su Jianyan didn't turn around, but simply patted the awakened zombie beneath him with a good mood. Sensing Su Jianyan's good mood, the awakened zombie immediately ran even faster, quickly covering a considerable distance. Seeing this, Su Bai summoned another awakened zombie. Considering the round trip would take a week, plus the potential delay at the reservoir, Su Jianyan, who had initially been in a hurry, suddenly felt much more relaxed. What are you guys up to? On the way, Su Jianyan initiated a conversation with Su Bai. Su Bai was somewhat flattered, then smiled and replied, "We just want to expand our forces, so you be safer. You've been staying in the city, and might not realize how chaotic things are outside." Su Bai didn't mention the consequences of expanding the forces, but Su Jianyan couldn't help but frown. He wasn't stupid. Even if he didn't provoke them, those zombie kings might not let him go. Sometimes, their mere existence was enough to be an eyesore. "Don't worry. I got you covered." Sensing Su Jianyan's displeasure, Su Bai smiled and said, "No matter what, I will always protect you." As he spoke, he glanced back almost imperceptibly. Su Jianyan remained silent, letting the awakened zombie beneath him carry him forward. The city was vast, filled with towering skyscrapers. Walking through it from a human perspective felt oppressive and eerie. But riding rapidly on the back of an awakened zombie was a completely different experience. A gentle breeze caressed his face. The scenery rushed past, and Su Jianyan was in a good mood. 5 hours later, just before the scorching heatwave hit, Su Bai set off ahead. A few minutes later, when Su Jianyan arrived, Su Bai had already prepared a room. Without having to lift a finger, Su Jianyan happily followed him upstairs. The room was clearly chosen to be extra clean. There wasn't a single piece of trash on the floor, and clean cloths were laid out on the sofa and coffee table. After Su Jianyan sat down, he noticed that the coffee table was covered with human food, including water and various flavors of dry rations and snacks. Judging by the level of detail, if time hadn't been so tight, Su Bai could have cooked him a couple of dishes. "I didn't know what you liked, so I prepared a little of everything," Su Bai said expectantly as he sat down opposite him. Su Jianyan remained expressionless, but inwardly he couldn't help but feel a little touched. "Thank you." He didn't like Su Bai, not because Su Bai had done anything annoying, but simply because his personality was too neurotic. And this corpse king, for whatever reason, was now treating him well in his own way. Su Bai hadn't expected to hear that thank you. His smile froze for a moment, and then his face and neck flushed crimson. His king. Su Jianyan silently picked up the axe beside the sofa and placed it on his lap. If Su Bai dared to pounce on him, he would definitely chop him down. After eating a little something, Su Jianyan wanted to go to the adjacent bedroom. He couldn't sleep peacefully in a room with Su Bai. Just as he was about to act, he changed his mind and simply lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes. Seeing that Su Jianyan was about to sleep, Su Bai quickly quieted down. But he didn't lie down. Instead, he just stood there quietly watching Su Jianyan from close range. Su Jianyan had never liked them getting too close, and this was actually the first time he had been in such close proximity to Su Jianyan for such a long time. Their king is so handsome. That nose. Those eyes. Su Jianyan pulled the cloth spread on the sofa to cover himself. Su Bai's gaze was too noisy. Gurgle. In the distance, in the shadows behind the building, the white wolf tried its best to shrink its massive body into a small ball to minimize its presence. Diagonally opposite it, Li Muchio stared at his fingers with a gloomy face. Between his long, slender fingers were furs that had just been plucked from the white wolf. Chapter 59. Whether it was gradually getting used to the heat, or because his body was still changing, Su Jianyan slept quite comfortably. When the high temperature subsided, Su Jianyan woke up feeling refreshed. In the afternoon, they continued towards the reservoir. While the white hunting dog wasn't as fast as the white wolf, its speed over the long distance far surpassed Su Jianyan's in human form. Around 5 p.m., they reached the edge of the city. The reservoir was in the mountains outside the city. But there were several mountains in this direction. Su Jianyan had never been here before. And with all the plants in the mountains now mutated, the mountains looked completely different from before. It took him some time to match them with the map. They climbed the mountain along the road. This wasn't the first time Su Jianyan had reached the edge of the city. But this time he went further than before. Along the way, he couldn't help but observe his surroundings. Most of the plants were completely different after the mutation, making the whole world feel absurd, but also quite interesting in a way. You like it? Su Bai followed his gaze. Su Jianyan turned his gaze away from the enormous, nearly 2-meter diameter, snow-white flower on his right. I don't like it. He knew without even looking that it was deadly to humans. Su Jianyan wasn't human, but he didn't want to take that risk. Su Bai was disappointed. He had been thinking that if Su Jianyan liked it, he would pick a couple and take them back to his dormitory so he could see them as soon as he woke up. The deeper they went into the mountains, the more strange and unusual things they encountered. One section of the road was completely overgrown with unknown roots. Even uprooting the cement, they took a detour. Su Bai would occasionally strike up a conversation. Su Jianyan answered every question. Meanwhile, that faint, persistent gaze followed them. Half an hour later, they reached the end of the road, where they saw a lake and buildings. The lake was very large, surrounded by 3 mountains. After the plants in the mountains mutated, many of their roots extended deep into the water, making the lake even clearer. The water purification plant was at the end of the road on their side. The plant was quite large, and much of the equipment was now automated. There weren't many zombies around. Su Bai didn't know Su Jianyan's purpose for coming here. Seeing Su Jianyan focus on the water purification plant after surveying the surroundings, he quickly made a move. He went ahead and controlled the zombies to leave on their own. While waiting, Su Jianyan noticed that many of the zombies were carrying backpacks, suggesting they had fled after the virus outbreak. Water resources are extremely precious under the high temperatures, and many people have set their sights on water purification plants. It's all cleaned up. Su Bai turned around. Su Jianyan dismounted from the hunting dog and headed towards the water purification plant. Having an intelligent zombie king by his side certainly made many things much easier. Upon entering, Su Jianyan first walked around the entire plant. He had originally planned to get straight to the point after the walk, but after completing the lap, he only felt a headache coming on. This large-scale water plant by the reservoir was completely different from a small household air purifier. The latter was more like simple filtration than purification, while this large-scale water plant truly used physical and chemical methods for purification. This included adding chlorine, ozone, or potassium permanganate to kill algae and remove odors, and adding powdered activated carbon to absorb odors, etc. Most of these steps involve separate areas, not a single machine completing the process with a single click. In other words, even if the purified snow was truly drinkable, he would have to move the entire factory back to use it. This was clearly impossible. Su Jianyan could only settle for second best, see if he could get the factory up and running, and then find a way to bring the purified water back. Transporting water was equally difficult. But if Su Bai and Li Muqiu were willing to help, it wouldn't be a problem. However, before that, he needed to confirm one thing. The water plant could indeed purify the snow to a drinkable level. After circling the entire water plant again, Su Jianyan stopped in front of the power generation room. City A was a large city, and the water plant was equipped with power generation equipment. So even if there was a power outage, the water supply wouldn't be interrupted for a short time. It had been more than 8 months since the apocalypse, and the electricity in the storage tanks had long been used up. So the water supply had naturally stopped. The power generation room door was tightly closed, so Su Jianyan simply pried it open. Many modern water plants use photovoltaic power generation, a type of solar power. But this plant was old-fashioned, with only a huge diesel generator inside. Su Jianyan looked around and then went to check on a few other rooms nearby. He quickly found a spare diesel fuel. Su Jianyan put down his axe and began carrying the diesel fuel. Su Bai, seeing this, turned and went outside. A moment later, more than 10 zombies lined up and entered. Su Jianyan could only carry 1 bucket of oil at a time, so they carried it in pairs, and soon they had it all. What else do we need to do? After carrying the diesel fuel, Su Bai looked at Su Jianyan expectantly. Su Jianyan didn't refuse, pointing to the fuel inlet on the generator. Pour it all in. A group of zombies immediately complied. Watching them finish, Su Jianyan picked up the generator's crank and started the machine. It seemed no one had started it since the apocalypse. The machine was a little choppy at first, but quickly got up and running smoothly. As the machine ran, the entire factory was powered up. It was already past 5 when they reached the edge of the city. Although it hadn't started snowing yet, the sun had set and the sky was overcast, making the interior dim. The sudden power surge illuminated the entire factory. Looking at the bright light bulbs, Su Jianyan momentarily felt that the apocalypse had been nothing but a dream. And now he was finally awake. Su Jianyan watched for a while longer, confirming the generator was working properly, then turned and headed out the door. Most water plants are now automated. Workers only need to periodically add consumables, maintain the facilities, and check if the purified water meets standards. Su Jianyan walked around the factory. Everything was running, and new problems arose. 8 months of shutdown had caused algae to grow over some of the exposed water purification pools, requiring cleaning before they could be used. Su Jianyan had no choice but to go back and turn off the generator. Without electricity, the factory was once again shrouded in darkness. Outside, snow had begun to fall. Su Jianyan headed towards the rear guard dormitory. The dormitory had clearly been ransacked, but thankfully the blankets and beds were still usable. Su Jianyan sat down, took out food from his backpack, and prepared to eat and go to sleep early. Su Bai watched for a while, then went out. 20 minutes later, just as Su Jianyan was about to fall asleep, he controlled 5 or 6 zombies carrying a bundle of firewood. After having all the zombies put the firewood in one place, he started a fire with a practiced air. The fire quickly blazed up. The room soon warmed and brightened. "I see they all do it this way," Su Bai explained with a smile, noticing Su Jianyan looking at him. Su Jianyan's feelings were complicated. He thought he was human, but he had long been infected. He was the king of corpses, yet he always believed himself to be human. He thought he was pleasing neither side. Su Bai, on the other hand, accepted it well. "Thank you." Su Jianyan lay down again. "There's only one bed here. I can sleep with you tonight." Su Jianyan placed the axe leaning against the bed in front of him. Su Bai was quite normal when he wasn't acting crazy. Unfortunately, he was acting crazy most of the time. Rejected, Su Bai wasn't angry, and sat down by the fire with a smile. At least he could stay inside. But that guy was in a terrible situation. The next day, Su Jianyan was busy early in the morning, in another city far from City A. After a long night's journey, the Black Beast finally spotted the city ahead. This city was unlike any it had seen before. 80% of it was destroyed, with obvious traces of greenish-blue blood and signs of struggle visible in the ruins. Roar. "Are you sure that guy's in there?" "No mistake. The Zombie King, whom it had persuaded to join them," said with certainty. "We heard about it from him." The Black Beast nodded and led the way. The intelligent Zombie King immediately headed into the city. A dozen minutes later, they saw a horde of Zombie Kings ahead. A group of over 100 Zombie Kings were forming a circle, with a middle-aged man like Zombie King in the center speaking to them. The group of Zombie Kings nearby listened intently, hearing the commotion and seeing the Black Beast and its horde of Zombie Kings. The middle-aged man didn't stop. "You didn't see what happened. My 2 friends didn't even have time to react before their heads were on the ground." "Then how did you escape?" someone asked. The Black Beast stopped, only then noticing 2 more Zombie Kings among the group. One looked solemn, the other disdainful. "Of course. It's because I'm fast." The middle-aged man showed no shame. "That guy wasn't a Zombie King at all. I never seen one of that level." "Nonsense." The disdainful Zombie King couldn't take it anymore. "I think you're all just too weak. Why don't you go try? City A is over there." The middle-aged man pointed in the direction of City A. The disdainful Zombie King sneered. "Of course I go. There can only be one king in this world, and that is him." The middle-aged man was about to say something more when the Black Beast spoke with a strange expression. "What? You mean the king of zombies in City A?" The middle-aged man was taken aback at first, then asked, "You know about him too?" The Black Beast was momentarily speechless. Its silence excited the middle-aged man. "You don't believe me when I say so? Why don't you ask it and see if what I'm saying is true?" All the Zombie Kings looked at the Black Beast. "Is that guy really that powerful?" the king of zombies asked with a disdainful expression. "What? He is indeed powerful. He has really killed over 500 zombie kings? Another zombie king frowned deeply. The black beast choked. There were only 300 a few days ago. How come there are 500 today? The black beast glanced at the middle-aged man. He was spreading rumors. Perhaps the black beast's gaze was too obvious. The middle-aged man visibly shuddered. The black beast wanted to slap him. But in this situation, it couldn't expose Su Jianyan, so it could only nod reluctantly. Aww. There was such a thing. You two aren't in cahoots. Are you? The zombie king, still suspicious, looked disdainful. After all, he hadn't even seen 100 zombie kings since awakening. The middle-aged man was about to speak when the black beast spoke first. Aww. No. How can you prove it? The black beast looked at him coldly. Aww. The zombie king in City A was named Su Jianyan. Faced with the black beast's sudden question, all the zombie kings were completely bewildered. Most zombie kings are extremely self-centered. They rarely give themselves names like humans do. The next moment, the black beast added, Aww. My name is Su Hei. The group of zombie kings, who had been wondering, were all stunned. The next moment, they all bristled. Especially the two zombie kings, who almost immediately went into battle mode. Feeling the attention and the tension of the zombie kings, the black beast felt a jolt of electricity shoot from the tips of its ears to the tip of its tail, and every pore on its body opened comfortably. It glanced again at the middle-aged man who was clearly stunned, then turned away. Before leaving, it didn't forget to leave with Aww. Those who want to join can follow. With that, it left without looking back. Its purpose in coming out this time was to expand its forces. Although the situation is somewhat different from what it expected, it's not necessarily a bad thing. As for the middle-aged man, before it came, it was considering whether to beat him up and teach him a lesson for talking nonsense. Now, however, it changed its mind. With him around, their efforts would be twice as effective. After all, it was a bit too much for it to boast like that. The black beast flicked its tail, seriously considering whether to introduce the middle-aged man to Su Jianyan, since he was indeed a major contributor. After thinking about it, it gave up. Su Jianyan already had enough zombie kings around him. He didn't need any more. Thinking of Su Jianyan, the black beast felt a surge of joy, barely managing to suppress its tail twitching. Around noon, Su Jianyan finally finished cleaning up all the areas that needed cleaning. After a short rest, he started generating electricity again. A complete purification process at the water plant takes about 2 to 4 hours. After confirming that all the equipment was running, he went straight to his room to sleep. Once the high temperature subsided, he immediately went to the water outlet. He turned on the tap, and after a hissing sound, a stream of yellow water gushed out. The water pipes hadn't been used for a long time. They were full of dust and grime. 2 or 3 minutes later, the water finally cleared. Su Jianyan went to find a disposable cup. The water was quite clear, and it didn't smell strange. Su Jianyan carefully tasted it. The sour and bitter taste from the snow seemed to be gone. At first glance, the water seemed to have been purified successfully. But holding that cup of water, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. Just because it didn't taste problematic didn't mean there wasn't a problem. Thinking about it, Su Jianyan turned off the water and went inside. Searching for the water quality testing equipment. Water plants typically have 2 types of testing equipment: automatic real-time monitoring instruments and laboratory analyzers used for manual spot checks. Su Jianyan first checked the former. The instrument's indicator light wasn't on. The latter wasn't Su Jianyan's area of expertise. But after thinking for a moment, he found a microscope to check for any insect eggs. The water was quite clean. After checking, Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment before forcing himself to drink a glass. He wasn't human now. Even if there was a problem, he probably wouldn't die. And conversely, if he didn't die, the problem wasn't serious. While waiting, Su Jianyan decided to fill up some water and take a nice, relaxing shower. He used to shower when he was at the garment factory. But back then, they used bottled water, and he had to be very careful with his water usage. 2 hours later, Su Jianyan finished his work, and he felt no abnormalities. Having confirmed the water was fine, Su Jianyan started thinking about how to transport it back. How much do you need? Su Bai asked, seizing the opportunity. Leave it to me. Su Jianyan looked over. It's my pleasure to be of help. Su Bai nodded slightly. Su Jianyan couldn't stand his way of speaking. Su Bai changed his tune. Anyway, I'm just killing time. This time, Su Jianyan couldn't refute him. After all, Su Bai did seem very free. Su Bai was the Corpse King, and Corpse Kings were inherently warlike. Giving him something to do might actually be considered a good deed. I turn off the power when I leave. Next time I need water. You can. Su Jianyan explained the situation in as much detail as possible. Electricity was easy enough, but the activated carbon and chemical reagents needed for water purification were scarce and needed to be used sparingly. After explaining, Su Jianyan made Su Bai repeat himself, fearing he might not have remembered. Su Bai, true to his intelligence, remembered perfectly, confirming everything was correct. Su Jianyan went to find containers for water, wanting to take as much as possible. The water plant was quite large, but there weren't many containers. Su Jianyan searched inside and out, finding only a few everyday basins and buckets. Just as Su Jianyan was considering whether to return to the city, he looked up and saw a figure in the strangely twisted tree trunks of the woods ahead. Li Muchio stared at him expressionlessly, his eyes filled with a sinister glint. Li Muchio's slightly curly, shoulder-length hair and somewhat gloomy face were already a little frightening, and his sudden appearance in the dim woods made him even more unsettling. Su Jianyan, however, saw a hint of pitifulness in his face, like that of an abandoned large dog. He had only just left, and Su Jianyan was already seeing someone else. Su Jianyan paused, then looked away and continued with his work. Su Bai, who had been outside, appeared almost instantly at the door. You called me? Come with me to the city. Su Jianyan's tone was incredibly gentle. He thought Su Bai was quite nice when he wasn't acting crazy. He'd make a good friend. Su Bai, who had never been treated so gently before, was visibly taken aback. His face flushed red. Okay. He immediately summoned his hunting dog. When Su Jianyan went outside, the hunting dog was already crouching in the open space, carefully avoiding all the buildings. Those were Su Jianyan's treasures. Su Jianyan skillfully climbed onto his back. Su Bai immediately tried to climb onto his back as well. Su Jianyan smiled and showed Su Bai his gleaming axe. Su Bai pitifully went towards the awakened zombie beside him. Su Jianyan stroked the hunting dog's rough, prickly fur. Let's go! The dog immediately ran off. Su Bai glanced smugly at the woods behind him and patted the awakened zombie beneath him. Li Muchio is gone and shouldn't come back. He's enough for the king. Su Jianyan returned to the city in less than half an hour. With Su Bai around, ordinary zombies posed no threat. But it still took Su Jianyan almost an hour to find suitable tools. By the time they had everything, it was another half hour before they returned to the mountain. Su Jianyan cleaned all the tools, filled them with water, and then had Su Bai's 2 awakened lion camels carry them. He brought back at least 3 tons of water. If it were just him, it would probably take months of round trips. But with those 2 awakened zombies, it was a one-trip trip. They set off after 5 p.m. And by the time they returned to the city, the sun was just setting. It was too late to go back to the factory today. So after walking a little further, Su Jianyan simply called a stop. Su Bai went to find lodging, while Su Jianyan searched for something to cover the water to prevent it from being contaminated by the snow. By the time Su Jianyan finished, Su Bai had just finished setting up the room. Clean bedding, a clean bed, and a pile of food, seemingly from nowhere, on the coffee table in the living room. Su Jianyan accepted it all. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Jianyan went downstairs to check that the water wouldn't be contaminated by the snow before returning to his room. The night was exceptionally quiet. Not only was Su Bai locked out, but the previously elusive gaze had also disappeared. That, ironically, made it difficult for Su Jianyan to sleep. He suddenly thought of what happened that afternoon. Li Muchio had been avoiding him. That was the first time he had shown his face since becoming the Corpse King. Could Li Muchio have really run away because of him? Su Jianyan sensed that Li Muchio wasn't nearby. Li Muchio wasn't the same as before, and he had been deliberately hiding his presence. If he didn't know Li Muchio was there, he would be hard to find. Su Jianyan immediately wanted to expand his senses to confirm again, but then gave up. It was clearly Li Muchio who wanted to leave. He left and came back, then hid again. He couldn't expect Su Jianyan to coax him. The more Su Jianyan thought about it, the angrier he became. So he simply turned over and went to sleep. Fine. He won't come back. After a few days of this, Su Jianyan was exhausted. Having decided to ignore it, he fell asleep almost immediately. He didn't sleep well. In his dream, he felt something in the room staring at him with resentful eyes. But when he looked up groggily, the room was empty. At dawn, he felt even more tired than before he went to sleep. Su Bai wasn't in the living room, but downstairs. Su Jianyan sensed this. Su Bai was putting the water from yesterday back onto his two henchmen so they could carry it, allowing them to set off immediately after he went downstairs. Su Jianyan didn't rush downstairs and started eating breakfast. 10 minutes later, Su Jianyan, calculating that Su Bai should be finished with his work, went downstairs. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Su Jianyan was first taken aback by the appearance of Su Bai's two henchmen. Then his lips twitched involuntarily. Su Bai's two henchmen had clearly been beaten up by something last night, and quite badly at that. Especially his hunting dog, which he usually rode. Not only was it bruised and swollen, but its fur also showed obvious signs of being plucked, making it look even more wretched than before. Only one thing could do such a thing. Was Li Muchio childish or not? Su Jianyan glanced at Su Bai, who was laughing like a madman beside him. Or were all these intelligent zombie kings, like Li Muchio and Su Bai, this childish, however? Seeing the miserable state of Su Bai's two subordinates, Su Jianyan's mood improved considerably. Su Jianyan walked towards the hunting dogs. In the afternoon, they returned to the industrial park. After helping unload the water, Su Bai was about to carry it to the factory behind. But Su Jianyan stopped him. I can handle the rest myself. After spending some time together, he no longer disliked Su Bai as much as before. But he wasn't ready to accept Su Bai and the bunch of zombie kings behind him. When Su Bai wasn't acting crazy, he was quite intelligent. He just smiled and left. At the door, he said, "By the way, there's something you might want to know. Behind those mountains in that direction, there are many humans." Su Jianyan looked in the direction Su Bai pointed. It was due north of the city. It seems they're planning to settle down there. Settle down? Su Jianyan immediately realized. Su Bai meant to build a paradise? Su Bai was the zombie king. Humans were like ants to him. Utterly harmless. Saying they were settling down wasn't wrong. But building a paradise near City A? Are they crazy? Don't they know how dangerous City A is? Seeing Su Jianyan's thoughts, Su Bai smiled and said, "This apocalypse is the same everywhere for them." Su Jianyan was speechless. "If you don't like it, I can make them move out." Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment. He knew the situation in the city very well, so he instinctively didn't want those humans to get too close to them. But Su Bai's words were also true, for humanity. There is no safe place in this apocalypse. Although he has accepted his identity as the king of corpses, he still cannot sever his human side due to his past memories. He can still take care of those humans here. Once they leave, they are doomed. Those humans probably don't know that Su Bai already knows of their existence. Don't worry about them, Su Jianyan said. Su Bai had already guessed. I will issue the order in your majesty's name. Su Jianyan choked. He was wondering why Su Bai was suddenly being so kind. He was waiting for him here. To the corpse king. Humans are ants. Food. And toys. Without strong enough control, those corpse kings will never obey. But if he intervenes, it means he acknowledges his identity as king. Su Jianyan's brows furrowed instinctively. He didn't like this feeling of being manipulated. The always clever Su Bai didn't say anything to appease him, but silently withdrew. Watching his departing figure, Su Jianyan didn't look away for a long time. He understood Su Bai's meaning. He couldn't keep hiding like this forever. But understanding and accepting were two different things. Su Jianyan headed towards the factory. It was almost dark. He had to carry all the water into the factory. More than 3 tons of water, he'd have to make dozens of trips by himself. As he walked, Su Jianyan couldn't help but glance around the corner not far away, where a tuft of white fur was sweeping the floor. Chapter 60. Su Jianyan was quite strong now, but the work was incredibly tedious. After making over 20 trips, he was exhausted. He decided to go to the factory first. After a few days, the crops he had planted earlier had sprouted. Thanks to the air conditioning and sufficient humidity, this batch of seeds was growing better than the previous 2 batches. Especially the cherry radishes and bok choy, which have relatively short growth cycles, had already grown to 3 or 4 centimeters long. Su Jianyan removed the protective film from them and watered them. Su Jianyan mostly used bottled water, Only taking water he had brought back for 5 plants of each type. That water was fine for him to drink. But he was no longer human. So it was hard to say whether it was because the water was purified or because he was more resilient. Being careful was never a bad thing. By the time he finished, the sun was already setting behind the mountains. Su Jianyan put down his things and hurried out, needing to get all the water into the factory before dark. It would snow after dark, and the water would easily become contaminated. The door opened, and Su Jianyan's hurried steps halted. The water that had been placed on the road outside the garment factory had somehow been moved to the factory entrance. Su Jianyan looked around, seeing only water, not people. Su Jianyan was both annoyed and amused. The next moment, without a word, he turned and picked up the water. Since Li Muchio still refused to come out, he just assumed the water had grown legs. Around the corner, Li Muchio watched this scene from afar. His eyes filled with confusion. This was different from what he had expected. He thought Su Jianyan would definitely do something, like come at him with an axe. This time, he wasn't running away. Li Muchio looked at the white wolf panting heavily beside him. The latter immediately fell silent. Li Muchio hadn't been in a good mood lately. Li Muchio watched for a while longer, and seeing that Su Jianyan still didn't react, she silently looked away. When Su Jianyan finished his work, the snow had just started to fall. He quickly cooked dinner. After a few days, the whittier vegetables were ready to be picked again, and 2 of the remaining cherry radishes from the second batch of plants were edible. The water spinach looked long enough. Su Jianyan picked them all at once. Dinner was therefore more plentiful than ever before. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Jianyan went to bed early. With air conditioning, he now lived directly in the factory. The next day, Su Jianyan was woken up by noise. Around 4 o'clock, before the snow had stopped, more than 40 zombie kings arrived outside the city. Su Jianyan usually didn't specifically try to sense ordinary zombie kings, but with so many, he could detect them even without consciously trying. Su Jianyan initially thought the zombie kings were there to cause trouble again, but after reaching the city's edge, they didn't venture any further and simply stayed put. Meanwhile, Su Bai quickly headed in that direction. Su Jianyan turned over and went back to sleep. Around 5 a.m., Su Jianyan was woken up again. New zombie kings had arrived, this time in smaller numbers than before, but still more than 20. There were already more than 40 zombie kings on the city's edge, and with these 2 new batches, the number suddenly exceeded 100, making the entire city lively. Su Jianyan couldn't sleep, so he got up. He didn't go to the city's edge. After getting ready and eating, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and went to a nearby area that hadn't been searched yet, intending to gather more supplies. Outside the city, in the mountains and forests, Gu Yuehe put down his binoculars. Captain, the lookout beside him looked uneasy. That was the 3rd wave of zombie kings this morning. Was this place really safe? Gu Yuehe was also a little uneasy, but he didn't show it at all. Keep watching. As long as they don't come over, we be fine. But if those zombie kings really came, it would be too late to run. Gu Yuehe had changed the subject. Li Xiufeng and the others should be back in the next couple of days. Hearing this, the group immediately perked up. I wonder who will come back first. That goes without saying. It'd definitely be Captain Li Xiufeng and his group. They're the closest. Not necessarily. What if they... Pa. You jinx? The man who spoke realized his mistake and quickly slapped himself. Li Xiufeng and his group have been gone for almost 40 days. They really should be back. If all goes well, they can move on to the next stage once they return. For this reason, in the past 40 days, they not only cleared the entire town, but also built a completely sealed, flat snow cellar and prepared air conditioning, a generator, and enough gasoline, as requested by Fei Qing and his team. Everything else is fine, except for the water shortage. Once things stabilize, we need to think of a way to purify the snow. The group discussed. Gu Yuehe watched for a while longer before heading down the mountain. He had been thinking about the snow issue recently, since planting requires water. Captain Gu. Gu Yuehe was walking when a shout came from below the mountain, and someone was running uphill. Here, Gu Yuehe called out. They're back. Captain Li and the others are back. The person was already panting heavily, but that couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Li Xiufeng? Gu Yuehe's spirits lifted, and he immediately ran down the mountain. No. It's Captain Li Linmu and the others. Li Linmu and Li Qinshui were in the same team. Their target was two types of fertilizer in the same direction. Logically, they should have returned later than Li Xiaofeng and his group. Are they alright? Gu Yue's heart was in his throat. The person behind him didn't answer. He had rushed up the mountain and was now too exhausted to speak. Gu Yue couldn't wait for him to catch his breath and continued running down the mountain. A few minutes later, he saw the convoy that had just stopped in the open space outside the town at the foot of the mountain. Li Linmu and Li Qinshui's group of 200 people were mostly injured, and their numbers were noticeably reduced. They looked quite disheveled. Gu Yue's already anxious heart pounded even higher. Li Linmu. Hearing the voice, Li Linmu and his group turned around. The next moment, before Gu Yue could even ask, Li Linmu and his group burst into laughter. Gu Yue, who was running quickly towards them, slowed his pace, his heart finally settling down. We found it, Li Linmu said. Gu Yue's mind went blank for a moment. The group of people who had come down the mountain with him, and the crowd of people from the town who had come out to see what was happening, all fell silent. In the silence, many of them had tears in their eyes. For over 40 days, they had been waiting for this moment, rehearsing it countless times in their minds. But when it finally arrived, they still couldn't hold back their emotions. Because this wasn't just a few things. It was hope. Hope for the future. Okay. As the team leader, Gu Yue felt he should say something. But aside from that horse okay, he couldn't utter a single word. Li Linmu patted his shoulder. He understood. Where are the others? Li Qinshui asked. Not back yet. You were the first to return. Li Qinshui raised an eyebrow. Her worry barely concealed. Li Xiaofeng and the others were the closest. Those items were indispensable. If everything went smoothly, they'd be back around the next couple of days. It's not too late yet, Gu Yue said. But you guys, how come you came back so quickly? We were lucky. We didn't encounter any awakened zombies or zombie kings along the way. Li Linmu paused, then added, one of the cities should have had a zombie king before, but it was gone when we got there. Gu Yue suddenly remembered the situation in City A that he had seen from the mountain. How are things here? Li Linmu noticed the worry in Gu Yue's eyes. Let's go inside and talk. Gu Yue led the way into the town. When they parted, they hadn't yet determined the location of the amusement park. Li Linmu and his group were able to find it because they had left marks along the way, so they weren't familiar with the town. Seeing this, the others quickly helped unload the items from the vehicle. The specific destination for the items was arranged by Fei Qin's group. Half an hour later, having understood the situation, Li Linmu and Li Qinshui both looked towards City A. Their eyes were filled with worry. Gu Yue awaited their opinions. Although he was the overall captain of this survival team, Li Linmu, Mo Duolin, Gu Xingping, and Kong Lei were all experienced survivors, and their opinions were valuable. Li Linmu and Li Qinshui remained silent for a long time, but ultimately said nothing. In this apocalypse, there was no absolutely safe place for them. Let's go. I take you to see the plantation house again. Gu Yue led the way. In City A, Su Jianyan no longer needed to be as cautious as before. So after entering the building, he directly placed his backpack on the sofa on the ground floor, then went upstairs to search, planning to pack everything up and leave at once. Half an hour later, when Su Jianyan finished and came downstairs, a pile of food had appeared on the previously empty sofa. Su Jianyan didn't stand on ceremony and took it all. However, this meant his backpack wasn't big enough. Su Jianyan went to the bedroom, found a clean sheet, and packed the food he had found inside. The items weren't heavy, but they were quite bulky. Carrying one bag and carrying another, Su Jianyan could barely see the road as he went downstairs. So naturally, he couldn't see the figure around the corner. After spending some time getting his things back to the factory, Su Jianyan quickly went out again before the heatwave hit. He went to the building next to the one he'd been in before. As usual, Su Jianyan searched upstairs and came downstairs. His previously empty backpack was now bulging, as if afraid he wouldn't notice. The backpack was still wide open. Su Jianyan silently took out a bed sheet and casually packed the food he found. When he returned to the factory, the heatwave had just arrived. Su Jianyan ate something and then comfortably fell asleep under the air conditioner. He woke up around 3 p.m. Su Jianyan washed his face and went out again. As he walked, He couldn't help but look towards the outskirts of the city. Ever since those zombie kings entered the city that morning, more and more zombie kings had been approaching all day. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before there were over 200 in the city. It wasn't hard to guess what Subai and his group had done. But the question was, what exactly had they done? Su Jianyan knew the Corpse King somewhat. He didn't think they would obey easily. Pondering this, Su Jianyan missed the large, fluffy tail that was almost impossible to hide behind the corner again. Missing it again. The white wolf, its tail practically a blur, looked fearfully at its master ahead. Li Muchio's face was cold, his eyes gloomy. Su Jianyan hadn't missed it. He just didn't want to pay attention. Li Muchio lowered his eyes. Su Jianyan was angry. For the next week, Su Jianyan was busy gathering supplies, only stopping when he had filled the factory shelves to capacity again. With the supplies gathered, the crops he had planted earlier were ready to be repotted, and he spent another 2 days busy. The water he brought back seemed to have been purified quite thoroughly. The crops watered with it showed no signs of mutation. When Su Jianyan finished his work and looked up again, there were already over 200 Corpse Kings outside the city. Su Jianyan initially didn't want to deal with them, but as the number of Corpse Kings increased, the edge of the city became increasingly noisy. And occasionally, the sounds of Corpse Kings fighting could even be heard. Su Jianyan hesitated, wondering if he should go find Subai and ask him what was going on. Those Corpse Kings weren't under his control like Subai and the others. They might attack the people in the mountains at any time. Before Su Jianyan could make up his mind, something even more troublesome happened. At dusk, the black beast returned. Not only did it return on its own, but it also brought back nearly 200 Corpse Kings. Its procession was so vast that it alerted all the Corpse Kings in the entire city. Sensing all this, Su Jianyan only felt a headache coming on, including them. There are now over 400 Corpse Kings in the city, making it quite crowded. On the city's edge, the black beast spotted Subai among the Corpse Kings from afar. Its previously steady steps immediately became lighter, and its head was held high. Subai couldn't stand the black beast's smugness. His face was full of fake smiles. How come there's only so many? The black beast wasn't angry at all. Subai was just jealous of its efficiency. Awuh! How's the king? A group of humans came from the mountains to the north. The king has ordered that no Corpse King is allowed to approach. Subai's fake smile had become more genuine. The black beast didn't think he'd done nothing. Did it? Awuh! The black beast looked bewildered. The king's fondness for humans wasn't new. What was Subai gloating about? The smugness in Subai's eyes faded slightly, replaced by undisguised disdain. Strength-based creatures were just brainless. Anyway, no one is allowed to go over there. Subai didn't bother explaining, only adding, "This is the first order the king gave us." The black beast finally reacted, its golden eyes widening immediately. Awuh! The king's order? The king accepted them? The black beast suddenly became excited, immediately heading towards Su Jianyan's location in the city center. Come back. Subai stopped it. The black beast stopped. Awuh! The king wasn't just Subai's king. Why shouldn't Subai let it see him? He hasn't agreed yet. Subai rubbed his nose. The excitement in the black beast's eyes faded. Subai was a useless piece of trash. How long had it been? No need to rush. Subai wasn't annoyed. It'd be soon. Su Jianyan was actually quite easy to understand. He didn't possess the bloodthirsty cruelty inherent in these Corpse Kings. He was more rational and calm. It was impossible for him to be thrown into the war between the kings of corpses based on just a few words from someone. But Su Jianyan was definitely not afraid of battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swung his axe at him and the black beast earlier. What Su Jianyan needed was simply an opportunity to take on all of this. And that opportunity should be approaching soon. Ah? What was Subai laughing at? The black beast was chilled by Subai's laughter. Su Hong and the others should be back soon too. Subai answered irrelevantly. The black beast had indeed done a good job this time, bringing back far more Corpse Kings than he had expected. This was good for them, but quite the opposite for the other kings of corpses. A battle between all the kings of corpses was inevitable. If they were too powerful, they would inevitably become a thorn in their side. In a city far to the north, away from City A group of 15 or 16 Corpse Kings were gathering. So what do you all say? Are you going to do it or not? Can't you just get straight to the point? The one leading the group was a man in his 30s with golden eyes. The eyes of a Corpse King only change color when entering battle or summoning another corpse king. He wasn't doing either. He simply enjoyed the feeling of displaying power. Their eyes, when changed color, exuded an inherent sense of oppression. Several corpse kings opposite him were clearly displeased, and several glared back without hesitation. The man wasn't angry. He merely sneered. They were no match for him. I'm fine with anything. You decide. A seemingly good-natured corpse king spoke up from the side. Do it or get lost. The man squinted at them. Or should we kill you first? That Su fellow was already far stronger than them. Dealing with him alone would be a headache enough. If they had to guard against their own people turning against them, it would be better not to go in the first place. The good-natured corpse king's smile froze, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. And after we kill him? Another corpse king asked. What do we do with his corpse? Or should we fight again? If Su Jianyan was truly that strong, his brain would have been greatly enhanced. And the corpse king who devoured him would undoubtedly become the next strongest. Whoever kills him keeps him. The man with golden eyes said matter-of-factly. The group of corpse kings exchanged glances and remained silent. That was fair enough. The reason they gathered here wasn't because they were particularly rational. It was purely because Su Jianyan was so terrifying that he forced them to cooperate. If Su Jianyan were allowed to continue developing, the king of this new world would undoubtedly be decided. I need some time to prepare. My zombie kings haven't all arrived yet. Me too. The zombie kings gathered here were no ordinary beings. The largest among them possessed over 400 zombie kings. Such a large force was beyond what could be carried around at all times. The man with golden eyes pondered for a moment before speaking. We make our move in 10 days. Before then, everyone should prepare. He paused, then added, those who wish to leave should leave during this period. Those still here after 10 days are considered to have agreed to cooperate. If anyone tries anything funny, we eat them first. As he spoke, he glanced casually at the seemingly mild-mannered corpse king. No one objected. The group of corpse kings quickly dispersed. Wang Xiao, the man with golden eyes, was about to leave when a shout came from behind. It was the seemingly mild-mannered corpse king he had just mocked. Wang Xiao turned around. I heard you gave yourself a human name. I didn't expect it to be true. Wang Zhao's expression was unfriendly. You want to fight right now? My name is Zhao Yi. The seemingly mild-mannered corpse king laughed. You know, it's definitely easier to distinguish us this way. Wang Xiao remained silent, only frowning as he looked at him. We can cooperate, Zhao Yi said. Cooperation? We join forces to kill Su Jianyan. Then divide the spoils. You can take his head. I only want his body. Zhao Yi maintained his mild-mannered demeanor, but his words sent chills down one's spine. No need. I'm enough on my own. Wang Xiao refused without hesitation. The other corpse kings don't think that way, Zhao Yi said with a smile. They only need to hinder you at the most crucial moment. And you miss your opportunity. Wang Xiao stopped. Or are you planning to fight them again later? Wang Xiao turned back, his eyes filled with killing intent. Unlike the corpse kings, most corpse kings are humanoid. Beast-like forms are rare, making communication between them quite difficult. He had always been annoyed by this. I heard the guy is different from the other corpse kings. His blood is red. And more importantly, the corpse kings he controls will be freed from the corpse king's instinctive bloodlust. Wang Xiao was visibly taken aback. Zhao Yi exhaled, then smiled and asked, So your blood is starting to turn red too? Wang Zhao's pupils constricted sharply. His eyes now filled with wariness as he looked at Zhao Yi. Also, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the group of zombie kings from before. Besides him, there were only 2 others he could truly regard as worthy of his attention. And those 2 didn't include Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi didn't answer. Continuing, Don't you think this is interesting? We were originally human, but we were infected with a virus and became zombies. Then we awakened from zombies to become zombie kings. And then kings of zombie kings. So? The anger from before was gone from Wang Zhao's eyes, replaced only by wariness. If Zhao Yi's blood was also starting to turn red, it could only mean that Zhao Yi was stronger than him. Only then would he fail to perceive Zhao Yi's power. Zhao Yi raised his right hand above his head to examine it in the sunlight. I've been wondering if the King of Corpses was the end of our evolution, until my blood started turning red. At first, I was terrified, thinking something was wrong with me, since only human blood is red. But my abilities didn't disappear. Instead, they grew stronger. That's when I heard about him. He seems different from us. His blood was red from the start. Completely red? Completely red? Wang Zhao's eyes widened in shock. His blood started turning red last month. It wasn't a muddy red like a mixture of green and red dye, but rather a thin, thread-like red. It was also around that time that his power noticeably increased. The number of corpse kings he could control doubled from around 200. His blood had only turned red. Yet the change was so drastic. If Su Jianyan was truly as Zhao Yi described, how powerful would he be? And was it completely red from the start? How is that possible? In human terms, this is evolution. Since it's evolution, it will eventually have an end. If even the king of corpses isn't the end, then what do you think our end will be? Wang Zhao remained silent. He had certainly considered this question, but it wasn't something he could easily come up with an answer to. I think he might be the complete form. Zhao Yi remained as good-natured as before, but his voice began to tremble uncontrollably, making him appear quite manic, possessing the abilities of the corpse king, yet completely uncontrolled by the urge to kill. He has discarded the bad parts of our bodies. Therefore, he couldn't wait to meet Su Jianyan, to taste him, to see what the difference was between them. So let's cooperate. Zhao Yi's eyes gradually turned golden, accompanied by a suffocating sense of oppression. The moment their eyes met, Wang Zhao's mind went blank. In the city, Su Jianyan looked at the instant noodles in his left hand, and then at the bread in his right, deciding to eat rice tonight. The water spinach and wood ear fungus were ready to be picked again. That's the downside of being well off. You still have to choose what to eat. Having made his decision, Su Jianyan was about to go pick the vegetables when he heard a noise from the factory gate behind him. Su Jianyan turned around. The door was open from the outside, and Li Muchio's half-face appeared in the crack. His appearance was already gloomy, and the half-face revealed made him even more frightening. What is it? Su Jianyan asked coldly. Li Muchio didn't speak, only looking at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan waited a moment without receiving an answer, then turned around and went about his business. Li Muchio wanted to leave? Then let him leave. And if he left, he shouldn't come back. Chapter 61. After rinsing the rice and lighting the fire, Su Jianyan washed the vegetables while watching the firewood. Throughout the entire process, he didn't turn his head once. Li Muchio stood at the door for a while, until the warmth inside the house was almost gone, before he finally made a move. The door closed. There weren't many vegetables, and they were mostly leafy greens, so Su Jianyan simply tore them apart by hand after washing them. After finishing, he waited a while before turning around. Li Muchio was standing motionless at the doorway. Su Jianyan sat back down in front of the fire. The rice was already cooked. Cooking over a wood fire is different from cooking in an electric rice cooker. You have to control the heat yourself. At this stage, you can switch to a low flame. Su Jianyan removed some firewood and waited patiently while warming himself by the fire. A few minutes later, when there was almost no water left in the pot, he put on heat-resistant gloves and carried the pot to a table. Then he switched to a frying pan and started stir-frying the vegetables. His supplies included oil and salt, but he lacked ginger and garlic. However, that wouldn't be a problem for stir-frying vegetables. A few minutes later, the dish was ready. Su Jianyan took off his apron and turned to walk towards the door. Li Muchio, who had been standing by the door, shifted slightly, his muscles visibly tense beneath his suit. Su Jianyan ignored him and simply walked around him to open the door. Lighting a fire in a completely sealed environment was extremely dangerous. He always needed to get some fresh air after cooking. After opening the door, Su Jianyan went back inside and got a bowl of rice. He only cooked one bowl. It had started snowing outside, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. The freshly cooked rice was now only lukewarm. Su Jianyan quickly began to eat. While eating, Su Jianyan kept thinking about the ginger and garlic. These two ingredients didn't have seeds in the traditional sense. These are asexually reproducing crops, meaning that to get them, you have to find garlic cloves and ginger themselves. These used to be common in every household. But now, more than 8 months into the apocalypse, anything that was there has already rotted. And even if it barely survived the high temperatures of decay, it would have dried out long ago. Worse still, the longer it waits, the harder it becomes to find them. The rice in the bowl was quickly emptied, and Su Jianyan, still wanting more, finished the last piece of green vegetable before clearing the dishes. Throughout the entire process, Li Muchio remained silent. After placing the dishes and pot back some distance away, Su Jianyan walked towards the door again. Li Muchio silently stepped aside. Su Jianyang closed the door. As for Li Muchio, he simply ignored her. He wanted to see how long Li Muchio could hold back. He left without a word. And now he was back without a word. He genuinely couldn't understand what Li Muchio was up to. Or had he really lost his mind? After eating and drinking his fill, Su Jianyang checked the crops in the room and looked at the power supply box before turning off the lights and going to sleep. That's the downside of the apocalypse, almost no entertainment. But after half a year, Su Jianyang had gotten used to going to bed early and waking up early. With the combined warmth of the air conditioner and the electric blanket, Su Jianyang fell asleep quickly. In the darkness, Li Muchio, gradually getting used to it, quietly looked at Su Jianyang on the bed. Being ignored made his heart ache terribly. He didn't like that. He preferred the old Su Jianyang. Back then, although Su Jianyang would complain about him at night, he never ignored his existence. And he never really chased him away. He tried to do something, but he didn't dare approach, because of his reason. The part of his race's memory within him, ever since he evolved into the king of corpses and awoke, had been frantically urging and clamoring for him to kill Su Jianyang. Su Jianyang was the king of corpses. He was also the king of corpses. They had to be decided, because only one of them could survive. And only the survivor could become the true king. Su Jianyang was strong, and his taste was unique. If he ate Su Jianyang, he could become even stronger than Su Jianyang. The moment he awoke, the moment he saw Su Jianyang's sleeping face, this thought filled his mind. So he didn't wake Su Jianyang and went out alone, standing on the rooftop, watching Su Jianyang search for him everywhere, smelling the bloody scent emanating from Su Jianyang's body as he ran. His killing intent was almost uncontrollable. Even his mouth watered. So he ran. He originally planned to leave this city and never see Su Jianyang again, so he wouldn't have to eat him. They could each be their own king in their own place. But as he approached the city's edge, he stopped again, away from Su Jianyang, no longer able to smell his blood. His instinct-driven thoughts gradually calmed. Su Jianyang's subordinates were utterly unreliable, especially that Su Bai. He was a complete lunatic. He had indeed almost killed Su Jianyang before, handing Su Jianyang over to them. Not only would they each become their own kings, but Su Jianyang might very well die immediately. So he returned. As soon as he got close to Su Jianyang, his fighting instincts began to rage again. His mind was filled with thoughts of killing. He could only keep his distance from Su Jianyang while continuing to ponder. While he could speak haltingly before, and was considerably smarter than the power-type awakened zombies, he was essentially still closer to a wild beast, approaching and protecting those he liked, killing those he disliked. As the zombie king, he was completely different. He had many more things to consider. However, before he could reach a conclusion, Su Jianyang and Su Bai became involved. Seeing Su Jianyang no longer refuse Su Bai's help, watching Su Jianyang ride on the back of Su Bai's subordinate, watching them laugh and talk as they headed out of the city, his killing intent surged stronger than ever before. Also intense was a bitter pang. He had only been gone a short time, and Su Jianyang was already with someone else. In the darkness, Li Muchio realized what was happening and was already standing by the bed. Su Jianyang slept soundly, completely unsuspecting. Li Muchio's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. Even if he didn't kill Su Jianyang would definitely kill him. They simply couldn't coexist. Seemingly sensing something, Su Jianyang suddenly moved. He rolled over, making room for half the bed. Li Muchio was stunned. He looked at Su Jianyang's face. Su Jianyang's breathing was still long and even, his heartbeat unchanged. It was a completely subconscious action. Li Muchio's mind went blank, all the blood rushing to his brain. He wanted nothing more than to throw off the covers and lie down. Su Jianyang slept a lot, but he didn't necessarily need to sleep at night. So, many times he would wait until Su Jianyang was asleep, then sniff his scent and lie quietly beside him all night. Su Jianyang. Li Muchio stepped back, because as soon as he got close, his zombie instincts, those of the king of zombies, began to scream wildly. He slept soundly through the night. The next day, Su Jianyang woke up as the snow stopped. The instant he became fully awake, Su Jianyang instinctively looked around. He was alone in bed. Su Jianyang immediately looked around the room. The room was empty, as if everything from the previous night had been just his imagination. Su Jianyang's good mood from a comfortable sleep vanished instantly. Had Li Muchio run away again? Su Jianyang felt an urge to kill the corpse king. Li Muchio should just never come back. Su Jianyan rubbed his hair, turned off the electric blanket, and got up to wash. Even with the air conditioning on, the room temperature was only enough to keep the water from freezing. A splash of water on his face instantly dispelled any remaining sleepiness. His desire to kill the corpse king only intensified. After washing up, Su Jianyan stored the used water in a bucket to water the vegetables, and finally took bread and milk from the nearby shelf. The milk didn't smell bad yet, but it was half a month past its expiration date and needed to be consumed quickly. After finishing breakfast, Su Jianyan opened the door and went out. The factory had been stuffy all night and needed some ventilation. He also needed to check on the water in the snow cellar. He had brought back too much water. Some was stored in the factory, and some in the snow cellar. When he opened the door, Su Jianyan was startled. There was a person sitting on the ground against the wall outside the factory. Overnight, Li Muchio was covered in snow, even her eyelashes, looking like a large dog abandoned by its owner. At night, it was 40 or 50 degrees below zero. Only Li Muchio wasn't human. Otherwise she would have frozen solid. Seeing Su Jianyan come out, Li Muchio got up from the ground. After the initial shock, Su Jianyan was speechless. He was quite angry, but he didn't intend to kick Li Muchio out to freeze. Otherwise, he would have done so last night. Could Li Muchio have really messed up his brain? Su Jianyan thought seriously for 3 seconds. Then the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, Su Bai's brain wasn't exactly normal. Su Jianyan's face twisted in disbelief. Across from him, Li Muchio had already brushed the snow off his shoulders and head, quietly watching Su Jianyan. Although the excess snow on his body had been brushed off, his hair and eyelashes were still covered in it, especially the snow on his eyelashes. A few flakes would fall off every time he blinked. Su Jianyan noticed for the first time how long Li Muchio's eyelashes were. Su Jianyan reached out his hand before he could react. Li Muchio instinctively froze. Every cell in his body was screaming danger, screaming to attack. Even if he could resist eating Su Jianyan would eat him. He forcibly restrained himself. Su Jianyan paused. Then his warm fingertips gently brushed across the eyelash of Li Muchio's left eye, where a large patch of snow had fallen. The moment he was touched, Li Muchio's body visibly trembled. Su Jianyan also felt something was strange. He stiffened his neck and withdrew his hand. There's something dirty. Finally, he turned and left. Li Muchio quietly watched Su Jianyan's departing figure. This was the first time the two of them had been so close since he evolved into a zombie king. Li Muchio touched his left eye. It was only ice cold. Thinking for a moment, Li Muchio silently followed Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan had originally built the snow cellar to store snow, but because of the thick insulation, it had also served as a frost-proof measure. The water bottles he brought back hadn't cracked from the freezing. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Li Muchio coldly glaring at the water. Su Jianyan, bewildered, turned and headed towards the factory. Li Muchio glared at him for a while before silently following. When Su Jianyan returned, the air conditioner had just stopped running. It would take at least 2 hours for the sun to come out and the temperature to rise after the snow stopped. But Su Jianyan had still set it to stop running early. This was partly to save electricity, and partly because running the air conditioner continuously under extreme high and low temperatures could easily break it. If it broke down, it would be a huge problem. Finding a new air conditioner would take a day or two, and once they found the previous crops, they would have to maintain the temperature manually. If the power storage tank burned out, it would take at least half a month. It was Li Muchio's first time seeing the air conditioners up close, and she couldn't help but glance at them a few more times as she passed the outdoor units. Su Jianyan always had a bunch of strange ideas. After entering, Su Jianyan checked the crops, picked up his backpack, and went out. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to check if there was any ginger or garlic, and also see what Su Bai and the others were up to. In just one night, the number of zombie kings on the city's outskirts had increased considerably. City outskirts. Su Hong and Su the bearded man returned almost simultaneously. Approaching, they were stunned to see the zombie kings on the city's outskirts. What happened? Su Hong looked at Su Bai. Su Bai wanted to ignore it, but even if he didn't say anything, Su Hong and the others would find out sooner or later. He looked at the black beast beside him. Su Hong and Su the bearded man immediately looked over. The black beast tried hard to appear nonchalant to hide its guilty conscience. It had indeed put in a lot of effort. It had brought back the most zombie kings of all those who had gone out. But if you really thought about it, the middle-aged man, the king of zombie kings, deserved the most credit. The black beast didn't gloat, which surprised Su Hong. But now wasn't the time to talk about that. How is Wang? A group of humans are living in the mountains to the north. Su Bai briefly explained the situation. Su Hong and Su Xionghu, being intelligent, immediately understood Su Bai's meaning, their eyes lighting up. Don't let any of the corpse kings pass by, Su Bai instructed. Having officially become Su Jinyan's subordinates, they could control their killing well. But the newly arrived corpse kings couldn't. Okay. By the way, have you heard? A corpse king is heading this way, Su Xionghu said. Su Bai wasn't surprised. They should be here soon. With such a commotion on their side, it would be strange if no corpse king came. Not just one or two, but a combined legion. Su Xionghu's face darkened. It seems there are more than 10 corpse kings. More than 10? Su Hong frowned as well. Even if those zombie kings weren't particularly powerful, they still commanded nearly 1,000 zombie kings. While their side, including the one she and Su the bearded man had just brought back, only had a little over 500. Worse still, their zombie kings hadn't received Su Jinyan's formal summons and were completely disorganized. Seeing the situation was bad, they would definitely run away. Don't worry. Su Bai smiled. Su Hong and the others exchanged glances, completely unable to fathom what Su Bai was thinking. North, inside the ring-shaped mountain range, in a town, the day after Li Linmu and Li Qinshui returned, the town welcomed its second returning group, Kong Lei's group. According to the plan, they should have returned in a week. Hearing that someone had returned, Gu Yue's first thought was of Li Xiaofeng's team. He rushed out and found Kong Lei, feeling both relieved and worried. Li Xiaofeng hadn't returned. How are things going with the others? Kong Lei asked immediately. Their operation went very smoothly, bringing back 5 large truckloads of supplies, including flower pots, tools, fertilizer, and crop-specific pesticides, bringing bright smiles to everyone's faces. Li Linmu and the others are back. You're the second group. Gu Yue quickly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Kong Lei and his group faded, replaced by unease. Li Xiaofeng's target was nutrient soil. It was bulky, and they wanted to bring back as much as possible. So Li Xiaofeng's team was the largest, a full 300 people. Li Xiaofeng was the strongest among their group of squad leaders, which was why they had entrusted him with the nutrient soil mission. Logically, Li Xiaofeng should have returned long ago. He hasn't returned. There's a high chance something happened. Should I take some men and go? Kong Lei suggested. Gu Yue hesitated for a moment. Li Linmu and Li Qinshui had also suggested it, but he refused then, since Li Xiaofeng's expected return time wasn't too far off. But as the days passed, even he was starting to get restless. Wait 2 more days. If he still hasn't returned after 2 days. 4 days later, in the city, Su Jianyan saw the densely packed figures among the buildings on the city's edge from afar, and felt a headache coming on. After seeing this, Su Jianyan turned around and saw Li Muqiu, who had been quietly following him for about 100 meters, and his headache intensified when Li Muqiu stopped avoiding him. He was secretly pleased, though he didn't say it. After all, it was progress. But it turned out that Li Muqiu remained the same, except for no longer avoiding him. For 4 whole days, he hadn't uttered a sound. He followed him during the day and slept in the living room at night. If he hadn't been able to see her every time he turned around, he wouldn't have even remembered that such a person existed beside him. This made Su Jianyan want to kill the corpse king again. This also made Su Jianyan furious again. Ignoring his presence, Su Jianyan turned and searched for a room suitable for escaping the heat. While searching, he frequently looked towards the outskirts of the city. He was heading north. Outside the city, a mountain range could be vaguely seen. According to Su Bai, there were humans there. He wondered if he knew any of them. Mo Duolin, Li Linmu, Li Xifeng, Fei Qing. He had seen at least 200 or 500 humans since the apocalypse. He sincerely hoped they were all still alive. As Su Jianyan was pondering this, his stomach growled loudly. Su Jianyan could only pull his attention back and quickly look for a place. 10 minutes later, he found a suitable room. After confirming there were no zombies inside, Su Jianyan closed the door before Li Muqiu entered. Li Muqiu, who was already walking in the hallway, stopped. The next moment, he sat down in the hallway. Inside the room, Su Jianyan drank a couple of sips of water and quickly ate his lunch. He wasn't short of supplies now, so he didn't hold back. He ate 3 small bread rolls, a packet of seaweed, and a packet of beef jerky in one go. The amount was his usual portion for each meal. But after finishing, his stomach still rumbled. Su Jianyan didn't pay much attention to it. After finishing his food, he lay down on the floor, ready to sleep. Previously, with Li Muqiu around, he could rely on her to cool him down at midday. But now, he could only tough it out. The temperature rose rapidly, the floor like a red-hot iron plate. Su Jianyan blanked his mind. When he woke up more than 3 hours later, the high temperature had passed. Su Jianyan packed his things and left. Upon exiting, Su Jianyan immediately spotted Li Muqiu in the hallway. Seeing him leave, Li Muqiu got up. Su Jianyan walked right past him and went downstairs. Li Muqiu was momentarily bewildered. Was Su Jianyan angry again? Su Jianyan hadn't been angry before. After going downstairs, Su Jianyan looked around, deviating from his previous route and heading towards the city center via another road. His backpack was already full, but he still hadn't found the ginger and garlic he was looking for. He had seen plenty during the apocalypse, but back then, he had no ability to cultivate them. The afternoon was shorter than the morning. Su Jianyan hadn't walked far before the sun was already high in the distance above the rooftops. At the same time, the feeling of hunger returned, perhaps because he hadn't eaten enough at noon. The renewed hunger made his hands weak with hunger. Su Jianyan had no choice but to find a place to spend the night. Not wanting to see Li Muqiu, Su Jianyan simply locked him out. After confirming it was safe, Su Jianyan sat on the sofa and started eating. After finishing a packet of strange-flavored broad beans, the hunger didn't lessen, but instead intensified. Su Jianyan had no choice but to open a packet of instant noodles. He had originally planned to take those instant noodles back to eat. Soaked instant noodles were much tastier than dry ones. A few minutes later, the instant noodles were finished. Su Jianyan clearly felt his stomach was full, but the hunger hadn't lessened. In fact, it had become even stronger. Su Jianyan suddenly had a bad feeling. He had experienced something similar before, and that time, he had fainted from hunger. At the time, he thought it was due to stomach problems caused by not eating enough. So he tried to eat something at every meal afterward. That hadn't happened again, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. After becoming the king of corpses, he hadn't experienced hunger, and recently his diet had been quite abundant. So logically, such a thing shouldn't happen again. Unless, Su Jianyan forced himself to eat some biscuits and went to bed early. He tried to forget the hunger with sleep, but he was so hungry that he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He tossed and turned all night, and at 3 in the morning, the snow still hadn't stopped. Su Jianyan couldn't stand it anymore and got up to eat. After finishing a large bag of snacks, his stomach felt like it was about to burst. But he was so hungry that he wanted to eat the sofa. Unable to bear it any longer, he forced himself to stand by the window. Downstairs, the white wolf was curled up, fast asleep. Awakened zombies aren't afraid of the cold. A thick layer of snow covered its body, making it look like a white steamed bun. Su Jianyan couldn't help but swallow hard. Hearing the swallowing sound, his bad premonition came true. Su Jianyan felt a chill run down his spine, and his stomach churned. He had previously wondered why, as the king of zombies, he could survive by eating human food. At the time, he was incredibly relieved. If he had to eat zombies like the other zombie kings, he absolutely couldn't bear it. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't escape this fate. Su Jianyan went back to his bedroom and lay down again. With a clear target in mind, the hunger became even more intense, making him even more unable to sleep. 2 hours later, the snow stopped and dawn broke. But Su Jianyan didn't get out of bed. He had always considered the factory his home. Besides being a place to sleep, its main purpose was the crops and supplies, the foundation of his survival. Now, however, he only felt restless. Su Jianyan closed his eyes, hoping to faint from hunger quickly, so he could start over. Last time, after he fainted from hunger, the feeling of hunger disappeared. More than 5 hours later, as the high temperature arrived, he was so hungry that his limbs were starting to feel weak. but he was still conscious. Su Jianyan rolled over, contemplating whether to knock himself unconscious with an axe. When he heard the window being pushed open, Su Jianyan looked. He expected to see Su Bai's smiling face. Su Bai and the others seemed to sense his condition. They would come over whenever he seemed to be in trouble. But when he turned around, he saw Li Muqiu instead. Su Jianyan frowned. He was already annoyed. But seeing Li Muqiu only made him more annoyed. As expected, Li Muqiu entered the room and stood by the window, starting to pack wood. Su Jianyan closed his eyes, ignoring his presence. Half an hour later, Li Muqiu's voice came. "You're hungry." Su Jianyan looked at him irritably. Li Muqiu had gone through all that trouble climbing in through the window just to tell him this. Li Muqiu tilted his head slightly, his eyes full of confusion. Why didn't Su Jianyan eat him? Su Jianyan was the king of corpses, and he was also the king of corpses. It was perfectly normal for Su Jianyan to eat him. If Su Jianyan ate him, he wouldn't feel hungry anymore. Su Jianyan pulled the blanket over his head. Out of sight, out of mind. Li Muqiu had definitely eaten something stupid. He should have checked those two corpse kings first. One of them was definitely mentally unstable. Should he cut off Li Muqiu's head and let it grow back? It was already hot at noon. And after covering himself with the blanket, Su Jianyan felt like his whole head was boiling. A moment later, Su Jianyan couldn't stand it anymore and threw off the covers. Li Muqiu was no longer by the window. Su Jianyan looked up and saw that Li Muqiu was standing by the bed at some point. Su Jianyan was startled. Li Muqiu's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes full of confusion. His face was already somewhat frightening, and his furrowed brows made it even more unsettling. Su Jianyan turned his back to him. He was already feeling unwell, and the high temperature intensified that discomfort. Soon, he felt completely dazed. In his hazy state, someone sat down by the bed. He looked over groggily. "Eat me." Li Muqiu stretched his arm to Su Jianyan's mouth. Li Muqiu's body was icy cold. Su Jianyan suddenly smelled that cool breath, which cleared his hazy mind a little. "What?" "Eat me," Li Muqiu said. He should have taken advantage of Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan was weak and in pain right now. A perfect opportunity to strike. But seeing Su Jianyan in such distress, something inside him seemed to be malfunctioning, causing him great unease. Chapter 62. Why should I eat you? Su Jianyan was baffled. "You're hungry. Just because I'm hungry means I have to eat you." Su Jianyan was both annoyed and amused. Even if he absolutely had to eat someone, he could have just eaten any ordinary zombie. Why did it have to be Li Muqiu? He was holding back because he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. And secondly, he had a choice. After fainting from hunger last time, he had no sense of smell. "You are the king of zombies," Li Muqiu said. "Me too." "So?" Su Jianyan was even more confused. Li Muqiu, who had been answering fluently, suddenly stopped talking and looked at Su Jianyan with a somewhat bewildered expression. Su Jianyan had never been very bright. At first, he thought he was human, and he had been hiding for a long time because of this. Now, he seemed to not quite understand the meaning of being the king of zombies. "So?" Su Jianyan repeated. "Only one of us can exist." "Who said that?" Su Jianyan instinctively retorted. But the words caught in his throat before his muddled mind finally caught on. So, that's why Li Muqiu left, although Su Jianyan was also a king of corpses. Even he himself noticed something strange about him. After all, he still retained memories of his human days, and wasn't as belligerent as the other kings of corpses. He thought his strangeness was limited to these things. So he didn't yet possess the instincts of a king of corpses? So, in the eyes of the other kings of corpses, their only path was slaughter? That would explain why those kings of corpses kept coming to cause trouble. But, Su Jianyan looked at Li Muqiu with a strange expression. "You want to kill me?" Su Jianyan asked. Li Muqiu's eyelashes trembled slightly. The next moment, he looked away, unable to meet Su Jianyan's eyes. The anger that had been building up in Su Jianyan's chest suddenly vanished. "Then why don't you kill him?" Su Jianyan asked. Li Muqiu had many opportunities to strike. Right now, he was weak from hunger. Li Muqiu looked at him. "You die." He didn't want Su Jianyan to die. "Then I eat you. And you be the one who dies?" Su Jianyan's expression was strange. Li Muqiu thought about it seriously. "Yes." Su Jianyan looked directly at Li Muqiu, whose eyes were full of seriousness. Su Jianyan's breath caught in his throat for a moment. All the blood rushed to his brain. making his already drowsy mind, clouded by hunger, work even faster. It's him who can't die. But Li Muchio can? Su Jianyan slapped away Li Muchio's hand, which was still blocking his way, and turned his back to her. I don't necessarily need to eat. I can just bear it. You can't bear it. Li Muchio frowned. They had to eat. Otherwise, they would starve. Last time Su Jianyan's words trailed off. He suddenly remembered what had happened last time. Back then, Li Muchio was seriously injured. He couldn't take him with him when he escaped. So he hid him in a building while he distracted Su Bai. Li Muchio wasn't there when he fainted from hunger. Later, when he woke up and the hunger subsided, he found Li Muchio again. Li Muchio seemed to have forgotten him, sniffing and hugging him, and was especially angry. He was especially angry with Su Bai. Last time I ate. Su Jianyan couldn't bring himself to say the word. Just thinking about it made his stomach churn. Su Bai's. Li Muchio's brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a mosquito. He hated the smell of other zombie kings on Su Jianyan. And even the one Su Jianyan belonged to couldn't stand. Su Jianyan's stomach clenched. He didn't hate Su Bai as much as before. But the thought of him once cuddling and devouring something that could talk and move like him made him nauseous. Although he had accepted the fact that he wasn't human. That fact didn't include cannibalism. Just blood. Li Muchio added. Su Jianyan's disgusted expression made him feel a bit better. Hearing this, Su Jianyan's stomach felt a little better. Just drinking blood is okay. He couldn't even imagine himself eating brains. Li Muchio shook his head and then nodded. You should be able to. They couldn't. But Su Jianyan seemed to be able to. Su Jianyan had only eaten flesh and blood twice since waking up. Once was Su Bai's blood, and the other was the brain he was fed when he was nearly killed by his injuries. But he had been awake for over 8 months. That would be impossible for any other zombie king. Seeing Su Jianyan's disgusted expression, Li Muchio didn't mention the time Su Jianyan was injured. Having received too much information in a short period, Su Jianyan fell into thought. Li Muchio waited quietly. 2 minutes later, before Su Jianyan could figure it out, his stomach growled. Hunger struck again, and Su Jianyan clutched his stomach. Li Muchio extended her hand to Su Jianyan again. The cold, familiar scent enveloped him, and Su Jianyan couldn't help but swallow. Knowing he had drunk Su Bai's blood, Su Jianyan felt his stomach churning. But the familiar scent of Li Muchio only tasted sweet to him. Su Jianyan pondered seriously whether this was due to his own starvation or the reassurance of his caretaker. Li Muchio was someone he had watched grow up. Su Jianyan was lost in thought when a cool yet incredibly sweet touch touched his lips. He subconsciously licked his lips. Tasting that sweetness, the hunger he had been suppressing surged forth like a burst dam, instantly engulfing all his reason. Li Muchio had cut his arm open at some point, and a large amount of blood was flowing down the wound. By the time Su Jianyan realized what was happening, he had already rolled over and pinned Li Muchio beneath him. Li Muchio didn't resist, letting himself be pinned down. Su Jianyan looked at his wrist, from which blood was oozing. Li Muchio was only slightly shorter than him. His height of over 1.8 meters gave him long, slender limbs and a rather bony wrist. The wound ran across his entire wrist. The bluish-green blood tinged with streaks of red should have disgusted Su Jianyan. But against the backdrop of that pale arm, it made him incredibly hungry. Su Jianyan bent down, his tongue lightly tracing the wound. Pain and itching surged simultaneously. Li Muchio's body tensed uncontrollably. Trembling uncontrollably, he turned his head away, closing his eyes to avoid looking. The blood smelled incredibly sweet, and Su Jianyan couldn't resist. He gripped Li Muchio's wrist, palm up, and began to suckle forcefully. The blood drained rapidly, and a dizzying sensation washed over him. Li Muchio slowly relaxed, awaiting death. After drinking until he was half full, Su Jianyan stopped his haste and looked up at Li Muchio. Disheveled, slightly curly hair, a high, straight nose, a defined jawline. Li Muchio, now the corpse king, had no changes in facial features compared to his original self. But his skin was noticeably less pale, and his eyes were no longer as clear, but rather more profound. Li Muchio quietly closed his eyes, waiting to be devoured. Su Jianyan's other hand slid down Li Muchio's other arm, grabbing his other hand and pressing it against the headboard. Li Muchio's eyelashes trembled slightly, but he didn't resist. Su Jianyan leaned down and tentatively bit Li Muchio's neck, which was turned to the side. Li Muchio had a habit of biting. Previously, It was always Su Jianyan who was bitten. This was the first time Su Jianyan had bitten him. The moment he felt that warmth, Li Muchio's body trembled involuntarily. He slightly opened his eyes and looked at Su Jianyan. No, not like that. Harder. The moment their eyes met, Li Muchio's breath hitched. Su Jianyan was someone he had never seen before. There was blood at the corner of his mouth that hadn't been wiped away, and his eyes were extremely aggressive, as if he wanted to devour him at any moment. Li Muchio closed his eyes and relaxed his body. Being eaten by Su Jianyan wasn't as unpleasant as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was quite comfortable. Su Jianyan really had the urge to take a big bite. He breathed heavily, forcibly suppressing that urge. He released Li Muchio's injured hand, which he had been holding. After evolving into a corpse king, Li Muchio's healing ability was stronger, and the wound had stopped bleeding on its own in just a moment. Su Jianyan changed his grip on his hand to his waist, resting his head on Li Muchio's neck. Li Muchio's body was still as cool as before, which effectively dispelled the high temperature. Su Jianyan used Li Muchio as a mattress, comfortably closing his eyes. When Li Muchio opened his eyes after waiting for a while without feeling any pain, Su Jianyan was already half asleep. He chose to let Su Jianyan sleep first, between waking Su Jianyan to continue eating and pushing him away. I can eat after I wake up. When Su Jianyan fell asleep, the high temperature had already passed its midpoint, and with Li Muchio's cooling effect, it was already night when he woke up. The snow outside had been falling for who knows how long, and there was a thick layer of snow on the windowsill. A blanket had somehow appeared on him. Seeing him wake up, Li Muchio silently moved to the side. His body temperature was too low at night. He was cold. Su Jianyan didn't stop him. He rolled off Li Muchio's body and lay down on the bed, trying to stay awake. The blood was working for him. He no longer felt any hunger, and his body felt strong and full. Fully awake, Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio beside him. Li Muchio was looking at him. When he looked at him, he closed his eyes. Su Jianyan, come here. Su Jianyan turned over and decided to continue sleeping. It was the middle of the night. There was nothing to do after getting up. In the darkness, Li Muchio waited a moment but received no movement, then opened her eyes again. Su Jianyan was completely huddled under the covers, only the tip of his fluffy head vaguely visible. Li Muchio thought seriously for 2 seconds, then pulled a hand out from under the covers and tucked the blankets in for Su Jianyan. It was drafty. When Su Jianyan woke up again, it was already the next morning. The snow had stopped, and the sky was a hazy white. Su Jianyan lingered in bed for a while before getting up. After washing up, he ate some human food as usual. He didn't know what was wrong with his body, but those things were undoubtedly useful to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone so long without going hungry. While Su Jianyan was busy, Li Muchio slowly sat up in bed. Won't Su Jianyan eat him? Su Jianyan ate and drank his fill, then slung his backpack over his shoulder, while Li Muchio was still lying in bed. Lost in thought, Su Jianyan could only say, "Call White Wolf. Let's go back." Li Muchio didn't move. Su Jianyan questioned with his eyes. "You should eat me," Li Muchio said. "I don't want to eat you." Li Muchio frowned. "I want to eat you. There can only be one king of corpses. If Su Jianyan didn't eat him, what if he lost control and ate Su Jianyan? He always had that urge. Then you have to endure it," Su Jianyan said decisively. He didn't actually possess the bloodthirstiness expected of a king of corpses, and he didn't quite understand why Li Muchio insisted he eat him. But since Li Muchio was here without making a move, it meant he could still restrain himself. "Hurry up." Su Jianyan led the way towards the door. The door opened, and just as he was about to leave, Su Jianyan remembered something and looked back. Eat less zombies in the future. And don't eat other zombie kings, or the king of zombies either. Those things are problematic. Li Muchio had killed even when he was still an awakened zombie. But after becoming a zombie king, that urge was noticeably stronger. His method of evolution was to eat other zombies, so it was hard to say there wasn't a connection between the two. Li Muchio didn't know how to react for a moment. In that short time, Su Jianyan had already reached the living room door. Li Muchio had no choice but to hurry out. When Su Jianyan arrived downstairs, the white wolf was already waiting at the entrance. It was covered in snow. Its fur was already snow white, and with the snow added, it didn't look like a terrifying awakened zombie, but more like a spirit formed from mountain energy. Su Jianyan stroked its fur. Compared to Su Bai's hunting dog, The white wolf's fur was noticeably softer and more comfortable. Su Jianyan climbed onto it. He was already seated when Li Muchio finally arrived. Albeit late, Su Jianyan patted the seat in front of him. Li Muchio got in. Su Jianyan put his arm around Li Muchio's waist. The next moment, before Su Jianyan could speak, the white wolf suddenly leaped across the city. It was much faster than Su Bai's hunting dog, and it jumped much higher. Su Jianyan felt the cold wind rushing towards him, savoring the lightness, and couldn't help but smile. Sensing Su Jianyan's good mood, Su Bai and his group of zombie kings, who were busy at the edge of the city, stopped what they were doing and turned around. Meanwhile, in a northern town outside the city, Gu Yuehe and his group frowned deeply. Just now, GXIN's team had also returned. GXIN's team had gone to the farthest place, and should have returned in half a month. But they had returned early, and with a full load. This was good news. Incredibly good news. GXIN's return only heightened their worries about Li Xiaofeng, who should have been back 10 days ago. Li Xiaofeng and his team's goal was nutrient-rich soil, essential for large-scale planting. "I'd take some people to check it out," Li Linmu said. "Me too," Kong Lei added. This time, Gu Yuehe didn't refuse. "Take a few more people. Be careful." "Okay." Li Linmu and the others immediately returned to town to prepare. After watching them leave, Gu Yuehe turned to GXIN, who had just returned. "I take you around town first. We prepared everything else and even test run it." Hearing that Li Xiaofeng hadn't returned yet, GXIN had been somewhat distracted the whole way. However, her injuries hadn't fully healed, and she was exhausted from the journey, so she could only watch outside another city. Li Xiaofeng frowned, looking at the distant city. Beside him, the group of people who had come with him all looked anxious. They had arrived here more than 20 days ago. Their journey had been smooth, but just as they were about to reach their target city, they discovered that it was inhabited by a king of corpses. Fighting was out of the question. They could only huddle in the mountains outside the city, praying that the king of corpses was just passing through. However, fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on them. For the next 20 days, almost every day, a king of corpses approached their location. They couldn't even handle the awakened zombies, let alone a bunch of kings of corpses. They could only patiently continue to wait. "They still don't seem to be planning to leave," one of them said. Hearing this, the already anxious group became even more agitated. "They're not planning to stay in that city, are they? What do we do then? Shouldn't we think of something? What can we do? There are over a dozen zombie kings, thousands of zombie kings, not to mention a bunch of awakened zombies. We can't just keep stalling like this. Our food is almost gone, and we still have to go back." "I know, but there's a way." "Quiet." Seeing that the group was about to start arguing, Li Xiaofeng coldly interrupted. The group immediately fell silent. Li Xiaofeng glanced at the city ahead again and said, "Wait another day. If they still aren't planning to leave by tomorrow, we go to another city nearby to find food the day after." The group stirred. The cities in this area aren't very big. Many are just towns. So there's no food left in the cities, even if they went. The chances of finding food were slim. More importantly, the round trip would waste an unknown amount of time. Gu Yuehe and the others were still waiting. "Calm down." Li Xiaofeng was completely devoid of his earlier impulsiveness. "We come this far. We have to bring that soil back no matter what. Losing our composure now will only make things worse." Hearing this, the group finally calmed down a bit. Li Xiaofeng was right. They had to bring that soil back no matter what. Only by bringing it back could they have a future ahead of them. In the city, Xiao Yi smiled faintly at Wang Xiao. "Shall we set off tomorrow?" Wang Xiao had completely lost his initial arrogance. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. "Yes." Hearing this, the eyes of the group of corpse kings were filled with calculation. In the past few days, they had already secretly formed an alliance, and now they were just waiting to attack. City A. Su Jianyan saw the factory just as the midday heat was hitting. After dismounting from the white wolf, he headed straight for the factory. The moment he entered, the cool air from the air conditioner instantly dispelled the heat, and Su Jianyan let out a comfortable sigh. Li Muchio, who followed him in, paused. He glanced at the two air conditioners. Previously, Su Jianyan relied on him to cool down at noon, but now with the air conditioning, he didn't need him anymore. Sure enough, Su Jianyan forgot about him as soon as he entered, checking his crops, inspecting the power supply box, and drinking water. After finally finishing his tasks, Su Jianyan immediately laid down on the bed and closed his eyes. Li Muchio glanced at the two air conditioners again, and was about to find a place to sit and wait for Su Jianyan to wake up when he saw Su Jianyan move aside, making room for half of the bed. Li Muchio hesitated for a moment, then headed in that direction. The air conditioning wasn't set too low, but it wasn't hot enough. After a brief hesitation, Li Muchio maintained a fist distance from Su Jianyan, just like he had at night. Su Jianyan glanced at him, then moved closer, sitting next to him. Noticing Su Jianyan's approach, Li Muchio stiffened for a moment. Su Jianyan noticed and silently moved back to his previous position, keeping his distance from Li Muchio. The current Li Muchio was not the same person he used to be. Before, he was like a large dog, but now he had to be treated like a human. Li Muchio's tense muscles relaxed, and a sudden, inexplicable sense of loss welled up inside him. He was lost in thought when he felt a weight on his legs. Su Jianyan moved back again, this time placing his own feet on Li Muchio's legs. He didn't care whether Li Muchio was a human or a dog. He had given Li Muchio a chance. He had come back on his own. Feeling the familiar coolness emanating from Li Muchio, Su Jianyan gradually relaxed, letting himself be swallowed by sleep. Feeling the warmth of Su Jianyan's body, different from that of other zombies, Li Muchio's tense nerves slowly relaxed as well. He didn't sleep, but quietly watched Su Jianyan sleep. In the afternoon, Su Jianyan watered the crops. After watching for a while, Li Muchio took over. He had done these things before, but not with such care. Su Jianyan had planted quite a lot of crops this time. Previously, watering them would take him half a day, but now with help, the time was halved. They finished around 3 p.m. After finishing, Su Jianyan was wondering whether to go find some ginger and garlic when he suddenly stopped. His eyes snapping towards the north, outside the city. Li Muchio acted simultaneously. Something was approaching from the other side. They weren't moving fast, even leisurely, but it was precisely that unhurried demeanor that was unsettling, as if they possessed immense confidence. They were indeed different from the previous attacks of the Corpse Kings. They had over a dozen Corpse Kings alone, and countless Corpse Kings. What made Su Jianyan even more uneasy was the feeling he got from one of them. That Corpse King was incredibly strong, far stronger than any he had encountered before. So strong that Su Jianyan could only vaguely sense its presence without knowing its exact identity. Just as Su Jianyan was sensing this, a knock came at the door, followed by Su Bai's voice. "Your Majesty?" Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment, then put down the shower and headed towards the door. The north was also the direction from which the humans had settled. If he didn't do something, those humans would surely die. Outside the city, in the mountains and forests, seeing the Corpse Kings depart in the distance, Li Xiaofeng's team was quite excited. They were prepared for the worst and planned to go to other cities to find food the next day. "Captain, should we go in now?" someone asked. Li Xiaofeng didn't answer, but frowned as he watched the departing Corpse Kings. There were far more of them than they had expected. So many that even after they had gone far, the ground could still be felt trembling. "Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe there are still some left in the city," another person said. Li Xiaofeng looked away. "Go into the city immediately." Everyone was stunned. What the other person said made sense. There might still be some Corpse Kings left in the city. But, let's go! Li Xiaofeng led the way towards the city, explaining quickly as they moved. Those zombie kings went towards City A. The location they had previously agreed upon for building the amusement park was in the area near City A. When they left, the exact location hadn't been decided yet. That was the task left to Gu Yuehe and his group. Li Xiaofeng had a bad feeling. "You mean, it can't be that coincidental, can it?" Li Xiaofeng remained silent, simply moving forward quickly. Seeing his reaction, the others dared not harbor any more illusions, and all sped up. There were too many zombie kings in the city before, and the ordinary zombies had basically been eaten, which made things easier for them. Their entry into the city was very smooth. Half an hour later, they successfully arrived at the approximate location indicated on the address. It was a relatively secluded and relatively new self-built housing area. "Spread out and search. Be careful," Li Xiaofeng instructed. The group moved quickly. 5 minutes later, someone ran back from the left corner. They found them. A group of people quickly went over. The factory occupied a fairly large area, but there wasn't much stuff inside. Making the nutrient soil wasn't difficult. It mainly involved purchasing various raw materials, undergoing a series of decomposition processes, and then mixing and bagging them. Some parts have already been corroded by the snow. Move the bagged stuff away first, Li Xiaofeng said. Let's go get the trucks. With so much stuff, manpower alone definitely wouldn't be enough. By evening, they had finally loaded everything that could be transported onto the trucks. By then, the 4 trucks they had brought were already full, and the 2 more they found were also mostly full. Let's go! Li Xiaofeng glanced at the increasingly cold sky, deciding to go as far as possible. No one objected, and everyone boarded the vehicle. They didn't have much food left, but they couldn't worry about that now. 2 hours later, the vehicle skidded for the second time, forcing them to stop. The group quickly found a place to set up a shelter. Li Xiaofeng worked diligently, while anxiously looking towards City A. He wasn't just worried about Gu Yuehe and the others, but also about Su Jianian. They could see traces left by the zombie kings in the city along the way, confirming to Li Xiaofeng that their target was undoubtedly City A. Li Xiaofeng wasn't worried about the zombie kings in City A, but if war broke out, the entire city would inevitably become a battlefield. And Su Jianian was just a human. That night, the group took turns sleeping. The next day, as soon as the vehicle could move, they set off immediately. 3 days later, they spotted the zombie kings in the distance. The convoy immediately stopped. In the woods, a group of people frowned and watched. Why don't you take a group back first, Captain? Someone suggested. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily tempted, but his brows furrowed even more deeply. The vehicle could only travel on flat roads. Getting around to the other side wouldn't be easy. More importantly, he didn't know exactly where Gu Yuehe and his group had set up the amusement park. Even if he did manage to get around it, he wouldn't be able to find them quickly. Click. Something fell from the sky and landed in the quiver at Li Xiaofeng's waist. The group immediately raised their guns and turned around. Li Xiaofeng's bow was also fully drawn. This way. A voice came from above. The group immediately looked over. Not far behind them, in a tree, was a group of familiar faces. What are you all doing here? Li Xiaofeng asked, utterly bewildered. You hadn't come back, so we came to check. Li Linmu, Kong Lei, and their group quickly climbed down from the tree. Where is paradise? Those zombie kings are heading to City A, Li Xiaofeng asked hastily, realizing what was happening. Upon landing, Li Linmu and his group turned deathly pale. Those zombie kings were heading to City A, and their paradise was located right between them and City A. The zombie kings would arrive near paradise in about a day, and Gu Yuehe and the others knew nothing about it. Li Xiaofeng's bad premonition came true, and his mind went blank for a moment. What do we do now? Let's go around to the side. If we leave now, we might still make it. It's too late. It's snow after dark, and once it snows, the cars won't be able to drive. How will we know if we don't try? The group panicked immediately. Gu Yuehe's group had nearly 2,000 people. I have an idea. Li Linmu took a deep breath. Li Xiaofeng and his group immediately looked over. Only then did they realize that Li Linmu's group had been quiet from the beginning. Li Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. What idea? Li Linmu smiled wryly. Going around is impossible, but we can create an opportunity for them to escape. Li Linmu touched the gun in his hand. The amusement park was surrounded by mountains, and the gap in the mountains didn't face this side. The zombie kings wouldn't be able to spot them immediately, but by the time the sentries in the mountains spotted them, it would be too late for them to run. Sound travels much farther and faster than sight. If they fired a warning shot as soon as they entered the range of the sentry's hearing, they could alert Gu Yuehe and his group to run. However, that would completely expose their location. Those zombie kings wouldn't let them go. After discovering the zombie kings hiding in the trees, they began to consider what to do. This was the only solution they could think of. No one spoke. The forest was deathly silent. Gu Yuehe's side had nearly 2,000 people, while their side, including Li Xiaofeng's team and the 200 people Li Linmu and Kong Lei brought with them, only had 500. 500 for 2,000 at first glance. It seemed like a good deal, but no one wanted to die. After a moment, Li Linmu took a deep breath and said, if it's just a warning shot, we don't need this many people. Those who want to leave can leave. The group turned their heads to look around, but no one left. Then let's play rock, paper, scissors. The winner stays, Li Linmu said. Beside him, Li Qinshui's lips moved. He wanted to persuade Li Linmu to leave, and he would stay. But he swallowed the words back. Li Linmu wouldn't agree. Two at a time. Li Linmu looked at Li Qinshui. Li Qinshui didn't move. The others didn't move either. Li Linmu wanted to say something. But after opening his mouth, no sound came out. They had finally come this far. The amusement park was about to be completed. A new life was about to begin. But everything was back to square one. Even if they survived this ordeal, what was the point? Let's go! Li Xiafeng led the way out of the woods. Going any further, driving wouldn't be appropriate. It would expose them. The group silently followed. Li Linmu brought up the rear, passing Li Xiafeng and his group ahead. Looking towards City A. Just 2 days ago, he was discussing Su Jianyan with Mordelin and the others. Once the amusement park was completed, they could begin rescuing him. City A had a king of corpses. And now there were so many corpse kings. Directly storming in was impossible. But sneaking in secretly was still a good chance. They had all agreed that Fei Qing would also go. She knew where Su Jianyan lived. Li Linmu. Li Qinshui turned around. Li Linmu quickened his pace. That night, Wang Xiao and his group of kings of corpses stopped early. Ahead lay the boundaries of City A. Given Su Jianyan's power, he had probably already sensed their presence. A battle would begin immediately upon approaching. So tonight, they needed a final rest. The corpse kings were unfazed by the cold. A group of ordinary corpse kings were excited amidst the flying snow, while a group of kings of corpses gathered in twos and threes, chatting. Zhao Yi remained as good-natured as ever, able to chat with anyone. Wang Xiao sat silently to the side, only occasionally glancing up. In City A, Su Bai, the Black Beast, and Su Hong, along with a group of over 10 zombie kings, stood obediently around Su Jianyan, awaiting his decision. Su Jianyan couldn't help but glare at Su Bai. Su Bai looked completely innocent. He had indeed anticipated this day, but it was definitely not one he had orchestrated. He was absolutely loyal to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan withdrew his gaze. This matter truly couldn't be blamed on Su Bai. Your Majesty. Su Hong couldn't contain himself. Su Jianyan sighed, and amidst their expectant gazes, spoke. Try to keep the battlefield far away from City A. Yes. Awu. The group of zombie kings immediately trembled. Their eyes filled with excitement. Then, Su Bai looked at Su Jianyan. The few of them alone couldn't possibly defeat so many corpse kings, especially since there were quite a few kings of corpses among them. Su Jianyan closed his eyes. He cleared his mind, trying to sense his surroundings. Kings of corpses could summon other corpse kings to become their subordinates. Su Bai and the others were summoned by him. But that summoning wasn't intentional. It was purely an instinctive reaction in a moment of crisis. At that time, he hadn't even fully awakened his powers. City A was large. Su Jianyan knew before. But only when he truly calmed down and focused his senses did he realize that the city was far larger than he had imagined. Even more surprising was the ring of corpse kings surrounding the city. The last time Su Jianyan counted them, there were already over 500. Now they were so densely packed that he couldn't possibly count them all. Unable to count them, Su Jianyan was too lazy to bother. After sensing them as much as possible, he conveyed his thoughts, as he had to Su Bai and the others. At that moment, all the zombie kings in the city, whether asleep or busy, froze simultaneously. The next instant, two things flashed through their minds. One was the presence of the group of zombie kings in the distance outside the city. The other was a voice. Kill them. The voice didn't come from outside. It rang within their minds. When they realized what was happening, they were already sprinting towards that direction, their bodies feeling as if they no longer belonged to them. The feeling was incredibly strange. Yet they felt no resentment. Instead, they were filled with excitement, because it was the first command their king had given them. Roar! The roars of beasts echoed, shattering the darkness. At that moment, the entire city trembled. What? In the town surrounded by mountains, Gu Yuehe and his group, already lying down, were startled. Bang! In the valley behind Wang Zhao's group of zombie kings, Li Linmu and his group, who were preparing to fire, were also stunned. How? Ha! In City A, Su Bai and his group of zombie kings exchanged glances, each seeing fervor and disbelief in the other's eyes. Su Jianyan's previous summons to them, strictly speaking, couldn't be considered a summons. Therefore, They had been speculating, trying to guess just how many zombie kings Su Jianyan could control. The zombie kings they had brought back in total had already exceeded 500. A number they considered excessive. In their understanding, Su Jianyan was strong. But not to that extent. But at this moment, all the zombie kings in the entire city were moving. They even had a feeling that this was just the total number of zombie kings in the city, not Su Jianyan's maximum capacity. Chapter 63. The moment they heard the commotion, the group of zombie kings, who had been chatting and laughing, abruptly stopped and turned to look towards City A. "What's going on?" someone muttered. The zombie king next to him was about to chime in, startled in the middle of the night, when he saw Zhao Yi, who had just been talking to him, laugh. That laugh was completely different from his previous good-natured laugh. It was a twisted smile of extreme excitement, making his entire face look eerie. The next moment, before the zombie king could react, a group of enormous figures rushed towards them at incredible speed. The guy from City A had indeed discovered their presence. Far from being afraid, he had launched an attack. "Scatter!" Wang Xiao shouted, immediately running to the left. Although they were cooperating, the zombie kings in each of their respective camps would only obey their own king. Mixing together would only become an obstacle to the other. The other zombie kings, hearing this, quickly sprang into action. Almost simultaneously with their movements, the zombie kings from City A, who were drawing ever closer, suddenly spread out to flank them. They weren't planning to let Wang Xiao and his group of zombie kings spread out in a battle line. Instead, they were preparing for a chaotic free-for-all, with everyone operating independently. If a real fight broke out, who could distinguish allies from enemies? The zombie kings from City A would only need to constantly create chaos for them, and they would slaughter each other in large numbers. TSK. Wang Xiao immediately accelerated again, at least to get his own group of zombie kings out of the fray. A black beast with bloodshot eyes, completely engrossed in battle, leaped up and landed precisely in front of Wang Xiao. "Get out of the way!" Wang Xiao continued walking, raising his eyes to control the black beast. The black beast paused for a moment. However, before it could obediently move aside, Wang Xiao's mind went blank, as if struck by a blunt object. "Ugh!" Wang Xiao looked down on the black beast's back. Su Bai grinned broadly. His smile was so wide that his mouth stretched almost to his ears, making him look like he'd gone mad. "Kill him!" Realizing what was happening, Wang Xiao immediately prepared to attack again, this time controlling Su Bai. Su Bai was an intelligence type, and the black beast was definitely his subordinate. Although the configuration of two zombie kings was relatively rare, it wasn't unheard of. In this situation, as long as Su Bai was killed, bang! The black beast slapped him, and Wang Xiao was instantly embedded deep into the ground. "Awoo!" The black beast was furious. Did it look like it was controlled by Su Bai? Did it look that weak? "King!" The zombie kings in Wang Xiao's team finally reacted, and all rushed over. "Go! Don't linger." Su Bai patted the back of the black beast beneath him. Feeling Su Bai's touch, the black beast wanted nothing more than to throw him off and swat him with its claws, even wanting to discard the patch of fur Su Bai had touched. But it forcibly restrained itself. It immediately charged towards another corpse king attempting to break through the encirclement. It and Su Bai coordinated their attack. Their objective not to kill the corpse kings. They weren't so easy to kill, but to stall them and prevent their escape. Once the chaos escalated, the advantage would be theirs. Roar! On the other side of the battlefield, Su Hong and Su the Bearded were each cooperating with a power-type zombie. Their target was only the zombie kings, and they weren't going to kill them, just delay and disrupt them. Once the zombie kings became serious, they would immediately retreat. "Retreat!" Zhao Yi shouted amidst the chaos. The paths ahead and to the left and right were blocked. The only remaining escape route was the rear. Retreating before even achieving their objective was definitely not a good sign. But he couldn't care less about that now. Roar! The main force immediately headed back. Amid the chaos, Zhao Yi, supported by his zombie king, retreated while looking back. He had intended to see the gloomy ghost city in the distance, shrouded in darkness. But the moment his gaze fell upon it, he saw a figure standing silently in the swirling snow. It was a man in his early 20s. He had been standing there for an unknown amount of time. His shoulders and head were covered in snowflakes. He seemed out of place in the bustling battlefield, as if he belonged to another world. The moment Zhao Yi saw the man, Every cell in his body trembled. Then, they all began to scream wildly. They screamed in terror. Screamed to flee. A smirk involuntarily crept onto Zhao Ye's lips. That was before Zhao Ye could fully recover. A powerful zombie king flashed past, and he was nowhere to be seen in the distance. Zhao Ye froze. He had seen wrong. Zhao Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. A figure was rapidly crossing the battlefield towards him. Su Jianyan had spotted him. Su Jianyan hadn't directly joined the battle. There were simply too many ordinary zombie kings. Even if he tried to kill them one by one, he wouldn't finish by tomorrow night. His target was the kings of corpses. Once they were dead, the remaining corpse kings would be scattered and insignificant. The kings of corpses were easy to find. He immediately sensed Wang Xiao, who seemed the strongest. However, Wang Xiao's strength was only apparent, far from enough to make him uncomfortable. And Wang Xiao hadn't concealed his aura. In the chaos, seeing Su Jianyan getting closer and closer, Zhao Ye's eyes were filled with disbelief. Su Jianyan was clearly coming for him. With so many kings of corpses, Su Jianyan didn't kill them, but went straight for him. Did Su Jianyan know that he was the strongest among them? After the initial shock, Zhao Ye couldn't help but smile. What Wang Xiao hadn't noticed, Su Jianyan had easily detected. Su Jianyan was indeed very strong. King? A corpse king beside Zhao Ye noticed Su Jianyan. Kill him, Zhao Ye said with a smile, while drawing his own weapon, a dagger made from the claws of other corpse kings. Among the zombie kings, some are special, such as those with an exceptionally keen sense of smell or those that can spray venom. His dagger, for example, is inherently poisonous. Even the king of zombie kings will have their wounds rapidly fester if they are injured by it. More interestingly, the toxin clearly inhibits the zombie king's healing abilities. Even if it doesn't die, the wound won't heal for a long time. Upon hearing this, all the zombie kings in Zhao Ye's camp surged towards Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan was less than 50 meters away from him. Before he could get close, the strength-type zombie king at the front collapsed. A snow-white, wolf-like awakened zombie biting its throat. On the white wolf's back, Li Muchio coldly watched the zombie kings rushing towards Su Jianyan. Half of them froze instantly. The scene was quite bizarre amidst the chaos of the battlefield. A second one? Zhao Ye was momentarily surprised. He hadn't heard of another corpse king in the city. After the white wolf snapped its spine, it turned and pounced on another corpse king attempting to attack Su Jianyan. At the same time, Su Jianyan swiftly passed through Zhao Ye's ranks. Unable to leave, Zhao Ye stopped and smiled at Su Jianyan. Hello. Before Zhao Ye could finish his sentence, Su Jianyan had already swung his axe. The axe weighed 70 or 80 pounds. Even a strong human would find it heavy, but his strength far surpassed that of a human, making the axe seem like a toy in his hands, especially when he swung it with all his might. It was almost a blur. Zhao Ye couldn't dodge in time, and a sea of blood immediately appeared on his neck. His first attack failed, and Su Jianyan didn't hesitate to kick him. Zhao Ye's previous good temper vanished. In his panic, he only managed to raise his hand to defend himself. Crack. Zhao Ye's hand bone snapped, and his body flew backward simultaneously. He crashed into a strength-type zombie king of unknown faction. The zombie king staggering 2 steps and falling. Zhao Ye quickly got up while healing his arm. Su Jianyan was nowhere to be seen where he had been standing. Zhao Ye immediately had a bad feeling. Almost simultaneously, the sound of something cutting through the air came from above. Zhao Ye instinctively dodged. The axe slammed into the abdomen of the strength-type zombie king behind him, which hadn't yet managed to get up. The stench of blood and entrails immediately filled the air, accompanied by a scream. The zombie king turned to bite Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan ignored its presence, his axe already aimed at Zhao Ye. At the same time, Li Muchio controlled the strength-type zombie king. What are you doing? Intelligence type. Control him. Strength type. Retreating further and further. Zhao Ye's feigned good temper had vanished, replaced by genuine frustration. He roared angrily at the zombie kings of his own faction beside him. His pretense wasn't out of humility, but purely because he enjoyed the shock on everyone's faces when he suddenly revealed his true nature after everyone thought he was nothing special. That gave him a very satisfying feeling. Wang Zhao's reaction earlier had pleased him greatly. As for Su Jianyan, his plan was as usual. He would hide himself initially, then crush Su Jianyan at the last moment, enjoying the shock of the other zombie kings while obtaining Su Jianyan's flesh and blood. But this time, his plan failed before it even began. 5 or 6 intelligent zombies charged forward simultaneously. Their target singular, Su Jianyan. Bang! Before they could attack, the white wolf slapped them with its claws. The wolf's claws were incredibly sharp. 2 zombies were sliced in half at the waist, while the others were sent flying. The zombie king wouldn't die so easily. So the white wolf lowered its head and bit the 2 intelligent zombies it had severed in half into its mouth. Crunch! Crunch! After chewing twice, it swallowed. The same thing was happening all over the battlefield. Useless things. Taking in this scene, Zhao Ye's face darkened. He stopped trying to rely on the other zombie kings and focused his attention on Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan's axe was rising upwards. Zhao Ye, abandoning his previous retreat, suddenly stepped forward and thrust his dagger forward. His target Su Jianyan's heart. The king of corpses wouldn't die from this, but a damaged heart would cause them considerable discomfort for a long time, at least immediately affecting their combat ability. The dagger grazed Su Jianyan's arm, missing its mark. Su Jianyan was much faster than Zhao Ye had anticipated, dodging the attack with a sidestep. Zhao Ye was momentarily stunned. The attack was so sudden that even he himself might not have been able to dodge it. Bang! Su Jianyan swung his axe down. Ugh! Zhao Ye groaned. Su Jianyan's axe slanted down, striking directly at his chest, shattering almost all his ribs and rupturing all his internal organs. Severely wounded, Zhao Ye lost all will to fight and turned to run. Take me away. However, when he turned back, all he saw was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. While Su Jianyan was busy, Li Muchio wasn't idle either. Every zombie king that approached was killed by him. In just a few moments, there were already 50 or 60 corpses around. While Zhao Ye was stunned, the wind picked up again. Zhao Ye immediately dodged, but it was too late. This time, Su Jianyan's axe slashed directly at his back, down to his spine. Feeling the pain, feeling the loss of sensation in his lower back, Zhao Ye completely panicked. We can talk. Su Jianyan didn't listen to what he was saying at all. The moment the axe swung down, he used the momentum to swing it again. Bang! This time, the axe landed precisely on Zhao Ye's neck. Impossible. As his head rolled away, disbelief filled Zhao Ye's face. He couldn't understand why things had suddenly taken such a dramatic turn. Although he had a somewhat wicked sense of humor, he wasn't taking it lightly. He knew Su Jianyan was strong. But Su Jianyan's strength wasn't simply a matter of being stronger than him. They were incomparable. Beside him, the white wolf threw away the head it was chewing. It couldn't eat anymore. Su Jianyan looked over. Li Muchio was watching him from the back of the white wolf. Su Jianyan kicked the head at his feet away, pulled the axe deeply embedded in the ground, and turned to charge towards the nearest corpse king. Li Muchio acted simultaneously. 1, 2, 3. Su Jianyan's only target was the corpse kings. Li Muchio guarded Su Jianyan, not allowing any other corpse kings to approach. Outside the battlefield, in the mountains, Gu Yuehe and his group stared dumbfounded at the distant battlefield. The distance between the two sides was too great. Even with binoculars, one could only see a rough outline. Yet, even so, the scene of over 1,000 zombie kings battling was still awe-inspiring, especially after smelling the stench in the air and feeling the constant tremors of the mountains beneath their feet. The feeling was even more overwhelming. What do we do? Should we leave? Xian looked at Gu Yuehe and Gu Shumping in confusion. Although the distance was considerable, it would only take them 10 minutes or so for the zombie kings to arrive. And by then, they wouldn't even have time to run. Gu Shumping hesitated. The zombie kings hadn't detected them yet. And with nearly 2,000 of them, moving might expose them. Let's wait a little longer, Gu Yuehe said, raising his binoculars again. As long as the zombie king in City A wins, it'd be fine. The reason they chose to build the amusement park near City A was precisely to benefit from the presence of the zombie kings there. Moreover, given the scale of this battle, if the zombie kings in City A win, no other foolish zombie kings will dare to cause trouble for a while. As long as they aren't discovered by the zombie kings in City A, they will have a long period of peace. This battle isn't entirely bad for them. Besides these factors, their greatest feeling at this moment is shock. Such a large-scale chaotic battle, if it happened in a city, would probably have leveled the entire City A. That's definitely not a level humans can participate in. In the valley behind, Li Linmu and his group, while deeply shocked, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They couldn't see the specific situation on Gu Yue's side through the battlefield, but judging from the general location, the zombie kings in City A had effectively controlled the battlefield away from the mountains during their surprise attack. They had been prepared to die. They had already fired their guns. Unexpectedly, the situation took an unexpected turn. I think I'm almost in love with them. Then go confess your feelings and see if they take you. Don't be honest. I find them particularly pleasing to the eye now. Amidst the chaos, Li Xiaofeng frowned and remained silent. They were indeed lucky. Too lucky. To the point that he felt it was unreal. As if this wasn't a coincidence, but rather the corpse kings of City A deliberately protecting them. But how could corpse kings protect humans? So what do we do now? Li Qinshui looked at Li Linmu, Tong Lei, and Li Xiaofeng. They were too close to the battlefield. No matter which side won. Once the fighting was nearly over, corpse kings would definitely come towards them. They couldn't stay here any longer. Go back to the car. Li Xiaofeng made a decisive decision. Since they weren't going to die, they had to take the nutrient soil back. The area around them was flat with almost no place to hide. The place where the car was parked had trees, which would make it easier for them to hide. Let's go! Li Linmu immediately turned around. The group looked at the battlefield again and then followed. On the battlefield, when Su Jianyan had killed more than half of the corpse kings, the situation on the battlefield changed significantly. The corpse kings that had been attacking frantically gradually regained their senses. Some turned and ran without hesitation. Some fought back stubbornly, and some were too badly injured to escape. Seeing their reaction, Su Bai's group of corpse kings fought with increasing ferocity. This was the first time they had obeyed Su Jianyan's orders. Their first battle. And in such a situation of winning against overwhelming odds. How could they not be excited? A woo! Roar. Amidst the rising and falling roars of beasts, the battle became increasingly one-sided. When Su Jianyan turned around after defeating the king of corpses in front of him, there was no trace of the third king of corpses left on the battlefield. Su Jianyan let out a breath. The next moment, he shook the blood off his axe and turned to head towards City A. He left Su Bai and the others to deal with the rest. His response was a chorus of beast roars. A woo! A white wolf approached. Su Jianyan looked at the blood on his body, then at the equally filthy white wolf, and mounted it. Li Muchio was clean. Though, however, riding alongside him, he was bound to get some blood on him. Su Jianyan initially tried to avoid it, but seeing the patch of blood smeared on Li Muchio's back, he simply gave up. I definitely need to take a shower when I get back. Roar. The battle was one-sided. There was no need for him to personally intervene anymore. Su Bai and the Black Bees silently separated. They shower when they got back. Or maybe they could just cut off the parts that had touched each other and let them grow back. After thinking seriously for 2 seconds, the two of them moved further away from each other. When Su Jianyan returned to the factory, the snow had just stopped. The heavy snow that had fallen all night had covered the entire world in a blanket of white. The moment Su Jianyan landed, the snow was up to his knees. Feeling the chill under his feet, Su Jianyan was in a great mood. He was finally home. After Li Muchio got off the white wolf, he gave it a cold look. Dirty. The white wolf whimpered and left dejectedly, going to find a place to wash its fur. When Li Muchio turned around, she met Su Jianyan's scrutinizing gaze. Li Muchio's back and waist were covered in blood he had rubbed against her. Filthy. Su Jianyan headed towards the factory to water the plants. Li Muchio glanced down at his clothes. He wasn't dirty. Bai Lang was. The air conditioner was still on, and the warmth hit Su Jianyan as soon as he entered, causing him to involuntarily take a deep breath. The warmth entered his body, making him feel comfortable all over. Su Jianyan wiped the blood from his hands with the snow at the door, went back inside to find a pot and bucket for boiling water, and lit a fire. After the fire was burning, Su Jianyan turned back to find his clothes. He had brought back quite a few everyday items over the past few days, so he had plenty of spare clothes. Su Jianyan found a set that looked better. Finally, Su Jianyan tossed a set to Li Muchio as well. Half an hour later, Su Jianyan carried the bucket of water towards the dormitory building, where the toilets were connected to the underground water system. They were covered in the corpse king's blood. The bathwater was definitely no longer safe. Upon entering, Su Jianyan put his clothes down and then quickly took off his shirt. As the blood dried, the clothes clung to his body. After taking off his clothes, Su Jianyan started unbuttoning his pants. With the buttons undone, Su Jianyan noticed Li Muchio standing motionless in the doorway, and belatedly realized that things were different now. The previous Li Muchio had some intelligence, but not much. Now, he was a fully intelligent adult man. Two grown men, this seemed a bit abnormal. Su Jianyan hesitated, unsure whether to let go of his pants or continue. Should I shower first? Li Muchio lowered his eyes. As he spoke, he turned and left. His back was straight, but his gait was noticeably stiff. Su Jianyan raised an eyebrow, and couldn't help but follow him to the door. The water gets cold quickly in this weather. Why don't we just shower together? Li Muchio's steps faltered slightly. He didn't turn around, only saying, I'm not afraid of the cold. That's true. Su Jianyan was convinced, and closed the door behind him. As he did so, he saw a malicious smile on his face in the mirror, and the smile widened even more. The sound of water soon followed. Li Muchio stood by the open window, gazing straight ahead. In the distance, on the wide street, a white wolf was rolling around in the snow, trying to clean its fur. The snow hadn't melted yet, and the temperature was still low, so Su Jianyan washed quickly. Li Muchio waited a while before turning around to look. Su Jianyan was dressed, but his hair was still wet. Li Muchio breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed his clothes and headed for the bathroom. Su Jianyan scratched his hair through a towel and followed Li Muchio inside. Noticing him, Li Muchio turned around. Su Jianyan closed the door behind him. Take them off. Li Muchio's breathing noticeably paused. He didn't move, just looked at Su Jianyan with a puzzled expression. Su Jianyan should leave. I help you shower, Su Jianyan said matter-of-factly, reaching out to unbutton Li Muchio's clothes. I can do it myself. Li Muchio grabbed his buttons. You can't wash yourself properly, Su Jianyan insisted. It's always like this. No. Li Muchio tightened his grip on the buttons. He was different now. Su Jianyan belatedly realized. Are you shy? Li Muchio didn't speak, just continued to clutch his buttons tightly. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. What's there to be shy about? I already seen what I should and shouldn't have seen. Li Muchio's eyelashes visibly trembled slightly. The corpse king's blood was bluish-green. His face couldn't turn red, but it was obvious that his neck had changed color slightly. Su Jianyan couldn't hold back for a moment, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The next instant, he quickly adopted a serious expression. Really don't need my help. Li Muchio stepped forward, opening the door behind Su Jianyan through his reach. Su Jianyan stepped out, knowing he teased him enough. Su Jianyan didn't insist further and obediently left the room. I'd be right at the door. Just call me if you need anything. Almost the instant he left, the bathroom door closed. Su Jianyan no longer concealed his smirk, the corners of his mouth curving upwards to his ears. Li Muchio was indeed different from before, but not by much. The sound of water soon filled the room. After waiting a while, Su Jianyan gathered up the dirty clothes, intending to throw them away later. He was no longer human and didn't need to worry about infection. But he still didn't want to keep these things around. A few minutes later, Li Muchio came out. Su Jianyan looked at him immediately. The clothes he gave Li Muchio were his usual sportswear. They weren't as form-fitting as a suit, but they still made his limbs look long and slender. His curly hair was wet and dripping. Su Jianyan grabbed a clean towel and stepped forward, directly hugging Li Muchio's head from the front. Li Muchio reached out. I can do it myself. Su Jianyan didn't let him, and began to rub his head. Li Muchio lowered his head slightly, making it easier for Su Jianyan to apply pressure. The two were already close, and Li Muchio's lowering of his head brought his hair directly under Su Jianyan's nose. They used the same shower gel and shampoo, yet Li Muchio smelled exceptionally good. Su Jianyan couldn't resist taking a deep breath. Noticing, Li Muchio slightly raised his head. Su Jianyan said seriously, let me check if I'm clean. His eyelashes, visible beneath his wet hair, trembled noticeably. The next moment, Li Muchio gave a low, soft hum. He was clean. Su Jianyan could check. Chapter 64. The two were very close. As Li Muchio nodded, the still damp hair brushed lightly against Su Jianyan's nose, making Su Jianyan's heart itch. Su Jianyan draped a towel over Li Muchio's head, his hands becoming restless. He first pinched Li Muchio's cheek, then scratched his chin. Li Muchio remained still, but a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. Su Jianyan didn't seem to be checking him. After checking his head, Su Jianyan solemnly pinched Li Muchio's arm, then lifted his shirt, revealing faintly visible abs. Seems unchanged from before. Su Jianyan's gaze shifted downwards. Should he? Just as Su Jianyan was about to lift his shirt up further for a closer look, Li Muchio pressed it down. Su Jianyan wasn't checking him. Su Jianyan raised an eyebrow, then hugged Li Muchio's head again and ruffled it until it was a fluffy ball before taking the towel away. Okay. In a short time they were busy. It was already bright outside, and the temperature had risen. Half an hour later, when Su Jianyan returned to the factory, the air conditioning had automatically stopped. Su Jianyan went to the bed. He hadn't slept last night. He needed to catch up on sleep. When he laid down, Su Jianyan deliberately left half the bed empty. Li Muchio was busy with something, and he finally got into bed just as Su Jianyan was about to fall asleep. With the air conditioning on, the midday sun was no longer unbearable, and Su Jianyan slept exceptionally well. When Su Jianyan woke up around 3 p.m., Li Muchio's already expressionless face was even colder. What's wrong? Su Jianyan asked. Puzzled. Su Bai and the others are back. Li Muchio glanced wistfully at the air conditioner beside her. Before they were here, Su Jianyan would always sleep with him in his arms at noon. Reminded, Su Jianyan remembered what happened last night and immediately sensed it. Su Bai and the others had indeed returned from outside the city and were currently having a meeting. More accurately, Su Bai was holding a meeting with a dozen or so zombie kings he had initially summoned to the city. The other zombie kings he had only recruited last night were now obediently staying on the edge of the city. Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment, then got up and headed towards the door. I go take a look. Su Bai was very capable and resourceful, having him save Su Jianyan a lot of trouble. However, to some extent, Su Bai was also too resourceful, to the point that he was currently the biggest problem for Su Jianyan's camp. If he didn't check, who knew what kind of trouble he might cause? Li Muchio silently followed. Su Jianyan didn't summon the White Wolf because the location where Su Bai and the others were having their meeting wasn't far from the factory. A few minutes later, Su Jianyan spotted it from afar. It was the lobby of a rather large 5-star chain hotel, with a high dome and spacious layout, perfect for a group of strength-type zombie kings. When Su Jianyan arrived, Su Bai and the others had just finished their meeting. The zombie kings, including Su Bai, were all excited, their excitement tinged with eagerness and impatience. Your Majesty, you arrived. The group of zombie kings greeted Su Jianyan proactively. Su Jianyan walked straight towards Su Bai. After exchanging a few words with a zombie king beside him, Su Bai approached with a smile. Is there something you need? This was the first time Su Jianyan had proactively sought them out. What are you doing? Su Jianyan cut to the chase. By this moment, most of the corpse kings in the hall had already left, looking incredibly busy. Su Bai blinked innocently. We have quite a few corpse kings in our camp right now. This could easily get chaotic if left unchecked. So we discussed it and decided to divide them into several smaller teams. This will make management easier and handle any issues later. Or do you have any other ideas? Su Jianyan looked at Su Bai suspiciously. Nothing else? These were things he hadn't considered, and dividing them up was indeed a good solution. Nothing else, Su Bai assured him. Su Jianyan didn't believe him. Su Bai touched his nose and continued. After this battle, we'd be completely famous. There shouldn't be any more corpse kings causing trouble for a while. But if they do, they'd probably be at least as powerful as before. Su Jianyan frowned. He had considered this too. So, in my opinion, we should take the initiative. Su Jianyan remained silent. Su Bai maintained his smiling demeanor, but his eyes held no real mirth. Those corpse kings from last night were only temporarily allied. Not many were truly powerful, making them relatively easy to deal with. But given time, some truly powerful ones will inevitably emerge. Su Jianyan was strong. After last night's battle, he was even more certain of this. However, as the apocalypse drags on, corpse kings will inevitably rise to power. Once that happens, things won't be as simple as last night. The war will immediately escalate again. It might become a massive, cross-city, cross-regional battle involving tens of thousands of corpse kings. At that point, if Su Jianyan wanted to find the opposing king, he would have to search among tens of thousands of corpse kings, Whether they could find him or not was another matter. Even if they could, the other party might not be willing to confront Su Jianyan directly. Su Bai wasn't afraid of battle, but they didn't necessarily have to go that far. Su Jianyan was undoubtedly the strongest zombie king at the moment. If he was willing to take that step, they could seize the throne before other zombie kings could rise to power. Su Jianyan wasn't stupid. He understood Su Bai's meaning almost immediately. That silenced him. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary person. After the apocalypse, before discovering he was the zombie king, his greatest wish was simply to survive. Now, suddenly, he was being asked to fight and vie for it. But he also knew very well that Su Bai was right. I consider it. Su Jianyan turned and left. Everything is up to your wishes. Su Bai placed his hand on his chest and nodded slightly. Upon leaving, Su Jianyan looked at the empty streets around him, then at the cloudless sky above, and turned back to look at Li Muqiu, who had been following behind. Before Su Jianyan could speak, Li Muqiu's voice rang out. You should go. If there could only be one king in this world. He felt from the bottom of his heart that it had to be him. That was the pride inherent in the bones of all the corpse kings. But if that being was Su Jianyan, he didn't seem to be unable to accept it. As for anyone other than Su Jianyan, let alone accept it, just thinking about it filled him with uncontrollable anger and resentment. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. They were talking about conquering the world, not going to buy groceries. Outside the city, to the north, after a night and a morning of detours, Li Xiaofeng and his group finally saw the mountain range around 4 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, the people at the mountain outpost also spotted them. More than half an hour later, when the convoy entered the basin, a crowd had already gathered outside the town to wait. Well, did you find it? Li Linmu was the first to get out of the car, and Gu Yuehe asked as he stepped forward. Before he could finish speaking, Li Xiaofeng got out of the car as well. Gu Yuehe's tense nerves slowly relaxed, followed by immense joy. Did you find it? They had everything else now, except for the soil. Found it. Li Xiaofeng nodded. The group of people who had been waiting anxiously couldn't contain themselves any longer, and all ran towards the cars behind, eager to see how much soil Li Xiaofeng and his group had brought back. Gu Yuehe didn't go over, but instead looked at Li Xiaofeng and his group. Why did it take you so long? Li Xiaofeng and his group should have returned much earlier, but now they were the last. There's a king of corpses in that city, Li Xiaofeng explained as he followed Gu Yuehe towards the town. Hearing that the zombie kings attacking City A had taken advantage of Li Xiaofeng's group's target, Gu Yuehe and his group were all surprised. Hearing that Li Xiaofeng and his group had originally planned to abandon them to create an opportunity for them, Gu Yuehe and his group had mixed feelings. An hour later, before sunset, a bonfire was lit in the town's largest square, and everyone gathered together. They didn't have much food left, but that didn't diminish the bright smiles on their faces. Gu Yuehe was pushed onto the roof of the vehicle. Only at this moment could their paradise truly begin and be established. He had to say a few words. Standing on the roof, looking at the disheveled and emaciated faces around him, he couldn't utter a single word. They had endured so much hardship along the way. Seeing his silence, the group, who had been laughing and joking, gradually quieted down, many even with tears welling in their eyes. After a long while, Gu Yuehe finally managed to utter, "Tomorrow." Below, everyone laughed. Tomorrow. Before today. Although they had fantasized about the future countless times, they all knew then that they had no future. Now it was different. From this moment on, they had hoped for the days to come. They had tomorrow. Half an hour later, around the campfire, Gu Yuehe, Li Xiaofeng, Mo Duolin, Li Linmu, and a group of team leaders gathered to discuss their next steps. The remaining problem is water, Li Linmu said. This is already under research. Gu Yuehe said. Distillation, filtration, purifiers, water plants. There are many ways to purify water. But the question is whether they will be effective. And that requires time to verify. Those crops won't be ripe for at least another month. Our current food supplies won't last that long. We have to send teams out to find food. Gu Shenping said. I lead the team. Me too. The nearby cities have already been thoroughly looted. Finding more would mean going much further. And the problem is, there should be survival teams in those places too, Ma Doran said. A brief silence fell over the crowd. With far more people than available food, an encounter would inevitably lead to another conflict. How about we bring them back? GXIN suggested. Everyone looked over. GXIN said, the guns and medicine we're using now are leftovers from before. They're dwindling with each use. And sooner or later we run out. We need to think of a solution. Especially the bullets. If we run out, what will we use to fight those zombie kings? No one spoke. The group frowned and thought. They had realized this problem long ago. But before, they were struggling to survive, and hadn't had the mind to think about it further. GXIN continued. Besides planting, I think we need to focus on this aspect too. I asked around, and no one in our team knows anything about this. So we only have two paths left. One is to find someone who does, and the other is to learn the relevant knowledge to manufacture them. Whichever we choose, we don't have enough manpower right now. They have about 2,000 people in total, excluding the elderly, children, and those injured and unable to move easily. There are only about 1,500 truly usable. That seems like a lot. But everything now depends on manpower, especially finding supplies. To support 2,000 people, we need at least 1,000. Furthermore, planting, sentry duty, and researching water purification all require manpower. If we had researching firearms and medicine, it's simply impossible to manage everything. They lack the technology for firearms and medicine, and would have to send teams to search for them again, requiring a significant investment of manpower and resources. After a brief silence, Guyueha spoke. If the planting goes smoothly, we can take in more people. They could save their own seeds, produce their own fertilizer, and if they could successfully purify the water, they could grow more and more. So it's settled then? Mortarin looked over. The group nodded in unison. The only problem remained the zombie kings. No matter how well they developed, if the base was attacked, everything would be for nothing. But they couldn't let fear stop them. Let's discuss the next issue then, Li Xiaofeng said. Everyone looked over. Once the amusement park stabilizes, I want to go to City A, Li Xiaofeng said. Everyone's breath hitched, and they straightened up, their faces becoming more serious. Li Xiaofeng looked at Guyueha, the team leader, Mo Duolin, GXIN, Li Linmu, Li Qinshui, Li Xifeng, Fei Qing, and the others also looked over. They had to go. Guyueha and Gu Shengping exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. But beneath that helplessness lay a sense of having expected it. Okay, Guyueha agreed. If possible. He also wanted to see Su Jinyan. Li Xiaofeng nodded, then looked at Mo Duolin and the others. Not all of them. The team leaders could go. I definitely want to go. GXIN was the first to raise her hand. Me too. Li Linmu followed closely behind. I have to lead the way. Fei Qing wasn't much of a fighter, but only their people knew where Su Jinyan lived. I'm going too, Zhang Yu added, seeing everyone vying for attention. Guyueha quickly spoke up. You definitely have to go. But before that, you need to be fully prepared. The group, who had been so excited just a moment ago, calmed down a bit, because their destination was City A, home to hundreds of zombie kings. I go out tomorrow to find supplies, Li Xiaofeng said. Supplies? Manpower. Technology, they lacked everything and needed to develop everything. And they had to develop as quickly as possible. Let's go together, Li Linmu said. Which way are you going? I go the opposite way. I go with you. In the city, Su Jinyan wasn't idle either. After returning to the factory and finding it was still early, he immediately took Li Muchio out again. His destination was a nearby residential building. The bed he was currently sleeping on was made from a mattress he found in the dormitory of the clothing factory next door. The mattress had 2 layers and was reasonably comfortable, but certainly not as good as a real mattress. Moreover, the mattress was placed directly on the ground. It was fine during the day, but at night, as the temperature dropped, a chill would seep out from the ground. He figured the king of corpses shouldn't have rheumatism or anything like that. But discomfort was still discomfort. He planned to upgrade the bed. He had this idea after realizing he wasn't human and would likely stay in the city. But before he could act on it, Li Muchio ran off with the white wolf. He couldn't move it by himself. After visiting 4 or 5 houses, he finally chose a bed that looked and felt comfortable to lie on. This one, he said. Li Muchio walked to the window and summoned the white wolf. The white wolf was too big to walk through the door directly. It looked left and right, then barged in through the window. Gravel littered the floor. It opened its mouth to grab the bed. "Wait," Su Jianyan said, walking to the wardrobe. He took out 2 sets of sheets and duvet covers, tore them into strips, wrapped them under the bed, and tied a knot at the top. The white wolf bit the knot, and with a slight pull, lifted the entire bed. "Be careful. Don't get it dirty," Su Jianyan warned. The white wolf, its neck craned back, slowly made its way towards the factory. Su Jianyan looked around and then at the washing machine on the balcony. Before, without water or electricity, clothes were simply worn and thrown away. This couldn't continue. Even if he could keep finding new clothes, searching every day would be a hassle. Half an hour later, when Bai Lang returned, Su Jianyan had already packed the washing machine, computer, phone, stereo, and a pile of books. Since they were already there, half an hour later, when they arrived at the factory, it was just getting dark. Su Jianyan quickly moved the things inside. Bai Lang was too big, so the things had to be left outside the door. Seeing this, Li Muchio helped. Small items like the washing machine and computer were moved quickly. But the bed took a while. By the time they finished, it started snowing. Su Jianyan ate dinner first, and then started unpacking. The factory was large, but now there was a lot of stuff inside. Crops, shelves, greenhouse, air conditioner, planting tools, fertilizer, cooking utensils, bed, clothes, water, generator, power storage box. Su Jianyan roughly categorized everything. He moved the generator and gasoline to the adjacent factory building for separate storage, then placed all the crops and planting-related items on the far right of the room, followed by tools like the power storage box. And then the shelves. The shelves were arranged in a row, serving as a wall separating the planting and living areas. Su Jianyan also roughly categorized the living area. Near the shelves were the bed, computer, books, clothes, and other daily necessities. Near the door, a small kitchen was set up. There were 2 air-conditioned rooms, one on each side. 3 hours later, he finished. The room had changed dramatically, becoming more compact and full of life. Just looking at it made Su Jianyan feel much better. Finally, Su Jianyan charged the tablet and phone he had brought back. Without network or signal, these 2 devices were basically useless. But they might contain some cache songs or movies. The phone booted up quickly. Su Jianyan couldn't wait to check it. After the boot screen finished, seeing the password prompt, Su Jianyan belatedly realized there was this feature. It had been over 9 months since the apocalypse, and he had almost forgotten what it felt like to use these electronic devices. Su Jianyan tried several common sets of numbers. All wrong. But he did activate the phone's automatic lock system. Su Jianyan could only put down the phone and fiddle with the tablet. The tablet was the same. After 2 consecutive setbacks, Su Jianyan's rebellious spirit was activated, and he immediately started fiddling with the desktop computer. Most people set passwords for their phones and tablets, but few set passwords for their desktops. The desktop was also password protected. Su Jianyan struggled for a long time, but still couldn't unlock it. Annoyed, Su Jianyan turned around. It was late, and Li Muchio was already in bed. Li Muchio wasn't asleep. She was quietly watching him. Su Jianyan wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he seemed to see a hint of resentment in her eyes, the look of a wife whose husband was addicted to the internet. Su Jianyan immediately lost interest in the devices and went to Li Muchio. "Why aren't you asleep?" Su Jianyan laid down on the bed and turned off the light. Li Muchio shifted her position. Not sleepy. Su Jianyan moved closer to Li Muchio, and the scent of her shower gel immediately wafted over, easily soothing the frustration in his heart. Su Jianyan took a deep sniff, sensing something. Li Muchio's body stiffened noticeably. Su Jianyan moved closer to Li Muchio, pressing himself even closer. Before the air conditioning, Li Muchio was like an ice pop at night. Now, his body temperature hadn't changed, but the room was warm, making it quite comfortable to be near him. Li Muchio shifted uncomfortably but didn't pull away. Su Jianyan's hand reached under the covers and encircled Li Muchio's waist, pulling him close. Li Muchio remained motionless, his body taut like iron. Su Jianyan tugged at Li Muchio's outer garment. "You wore these during the day. They're dirty. You need to take them off to sleep." Before, there was no other way. But now there was an option. "You didn't take them off either." Li Muchio said. Su Jianyan jumped up and quickly stripped down to his underwear. Afterward, he crawled back into bed. Li Muchio remained motionless. Su Jianyan kicked his leg as a reminder. Li Muchio's body under his clothes was noticeably more tense than before, and it seemed as if his breathing had stopped. He wondered if the king of corpses would die from lack of oxygen. Su Jianyan kicked again. Take it off. It's dirty. Li Muchio got up. Su Jianyan watched with interest. His eyes were gradually adjusting to the darkness. Li Muchio threw back the covers and was about to get out of bed. Su Jianyan quickly grabbed him. What are you doing? I'm sleeping on the floor. The clothes were dirty, and the floor was dirty too. Su Jianyan simply pulled him back onto the bed and started taking off his clothes. Li Muchio wasn't afraid of the cold. He always wore two-piece suits, making it exceptionally easy to take them off. After stripping him, Su Jianyan threw the clothes on the floor and pulled him down to lie down. The silk duvet cover touched his skin, making his pores open up. Su Jianyan placed his foot on Li Muchio's calf. Li Muchio's body was icy cold. Su Jianyan rubbed against her, trying to generate heat. While Su Jianyan was busy, Li Muchio, who had been lying stiffly, suddenly moved, turning to his side to look at Su Jianyan. What? Su Jianyan also turned to his side. Li Muchio's breathing was heavy in the darkness. Su Jianyan seemed completely oblivious. The moment he got close to Su Jianyan, he felt an urge to bite him. He couldn't bear to devour him. Yet that feeling persisted. Li Muchio didn't speak, but Su Jianyan moved forward again, getting even closer to her. The two were already close, and now most of their bodies were pressed together. The silk quilt was soft, but it couldn't compare to even a fraction of the comfort of skin. Li Muchio's breathing quickened, her voice hoarse. Su Jianyan. Before she could finish, Su Jianyan moved again, flipping her over and pinning her to the bed. Su Jianyan's hand slid up Li Muchio's forearm, down to her wrist and palm, until their fingers intertwined. Then he slipped under the covers, pressing his ear against Li Muchio's flat, firm chest. Li Muchio's heart pounded wildly, and her entire body seemed to warm up. Knowing Li Muchio wasn't oblivious, Su Jianyan, who had been a little worried, breathed a sigh of relief. He released her and comfortably lay back down on the bed. Sleep. Chapter 65. Li Muchio wanted to bite Su Jianyan. Not the kind of bite where he wanted to eat him. Just a simple urge to bite. Having found the answer to his question, Su Jianyan straightened the blanket, closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually became long and even. In less than 5 minutes, Su Jianyan was fast asleep. Li Muchio opened his mouth towards Su Jianyan's head, but after trying several angles, he couldn't find a place to bite. He had to give up. Li Muchio lay flat on his back. Finally, he moved to the side. It was cold at night, and Su Jianyan was sensitive to the cold, while his body temperature was low. So he had to keep his distance from Su Jianyan. Just as he was about to close his eyes after moving to a comfortable position, the person beside him stirred. Su Jianyan rolled over towards Li Muchio's position, half of his body pressed against Li Muchio's, his hands directly around Li Muchio's waist. Su Jianyan's body was warm, and it seemed to have warmed Li Muchio's as well, making his head feel dizzy. He slept soundly through the night. The next day, Su Jianyan woke up in a great mood. Li Muchio, however, felt dizzy. Didn't sleep well? Su Jianyan asked. Puzzled, Li Muchio nodded and then shook his head. Su Jianyan touched Li Muchio's forehead, making sure he was alright, and then started cooking breakfast. He had a lot to do today. Before, he didn't have the means, but now that he did, he wanted to make his life more comfortable. So he planned to go to the city to try his luck and see if he could find a video store, or perhaps bring back more phones and computers. Besides that, he also planned to buy some more furniture, such as a sofa, coffee table, and wardrobe. He had been leaving his clothes on the shelves. Yours. Su Jianyan had prepared breakfast for two. Li Muchio looked at the porridge handed to him. I don't need to eat every day. The zombie king's digestive system is different from humans. They can sustain themselves for a long time after a single meal. And he wasn't hungry right now. Eat it, Su Jianyan insisted. He always felt that zombies would have problems if they ate too much. But he couldn't possibly make Li Muchio starve himself forever. So the only solution was to teach Li Muchio to eat human food. At least this method would work for him. Including the 2 months he was unconscious. It had been almost a year since the apocalypse. But he had only gone hungry twice in that year. Li Muchio had no choice but to accept it. He looked at the bowl of still steaming porridge, forced himself to take a sip, and the aroma of plants immediately hit him. Li Muchio's brows furrowed subconsciously. Su Jianyan's food had never tasted good. Drink it. Seeing Li Muchio's resistance, Su Jianyan's tone softened, almost coaxing her. Look, I can eat it. You're probably just not used to it yet. You get used to it if you eat more. Li Muchio didn't comment, but still did as Su Jianyan said, drinking the entire bowl of porridge. Seeing this, Su Jianyan went to eat his own. The porridge was plain white, but the rice was cooked until very soft, and with a packet of pickled vegetables. It tasted excellent. After finishing his meal, Su Jianyan cleaned up the dishes and went to the corner where his backpack and axe were kept. Seeing this, Li Muchio skillfully summoned the white wolf. Su Jianyan didn't rush out. Instead, he went to the shelf to look for the map he had brought back earlier. The map was of City A, only marking all the main buildings and roads in detail, not including specific shops or shop names. But it was still better than wandering around like a headless fly. The map was found quickly, and Su Jianyan took it with him. A few minutes later, when Su Jianyan went outside, the white wolf was already waiting there. Seeing him approach, the white wolf lowered its body. After Su Jianyan and Li Muchio got on, it skillfully headed out of the industrial area. Let's wander around today. Su Jianyan simply marked out an area. Without the white wolf, it would take him a month to explore that area on his own. But now everything was simple. Awoo! The white wolf responded. Su Jianyan put away the map. Ahead, Li Muchio was carefully looking left and right, diligently helping him find the streets. Su Jianyan wrapped one arm around his waist, resting his chin on his shoulder. Li Muchio turned his head to look. Su Jianyan was too close. The white wolf runs too fast. Sitting like this makes it less likely to fall off, Su Jianyan said. Li Muchio turned back to look ahead, while firmly pressing down on Su Jianyan's arm around his waist with his right hand to prevent him from falling. Su Jianyan smiled and hugged him even tighter. Awoo! The white wolf couldn't hold back any longer. Although it ran fast, it was always steady, and would never throw Su Jianyan off. Su Jianyan could rest assured. Li Muchio tightened her grip on the white wolf's fur, her eyes turning cold. The white wolf watched its path. Being scolded, the white wolf was listless and bewildered. Li Muchio clearly knew its strength. What did it say? Su Jianyan asked. Su Jianyan only discovered that intelligent zombie kings could understand the meaning of strength-type zombie kings after interacting with Su Bai and the others. That gave him a strange feeling for a while. He had heard about evolution from Mordelin and the others long ago, but he had never really grasped its meaning. Even what happened to him was mostly just a source of relief for him. But the presence of the black beasts was a stark reminder that something was indeed changing. Snow chills your feet, Li Muchio said. Su Jianyan paused, then couldn't help but laugh. The white wolf was indeed barefoot. Su Jianyan patted the white wolf's back. Thank you for your hard work. The white wolf instinctively turned to turn around, but a wave of displeasure washed over it. Li Muchio's gaze grew even colder. The white wolf had no choice but to obediently become its mount. As they ran, the white wolf couldn't help but wonder. Other kings were either conquering the world or on their way to conquer it, while its king was constantly revolving around other kings, and even had to guard against fire, theft, and his own subordinates. Woof! The white wolf seriously suspected there was something wrong with this city, that it had produced both Su Jianyan and Li Muchio. Su Jianyan didn't understand, taking the white wolf's response as a reply. He patted its back again and put his arms around Li Muchio. Their shopping method was somewhat unusual, but undeniably efficient. They covered 2 streets in less than half an hour. 2 hours later, Su Jianyan had finished exploring the area he previously designated. As expected, he hadn't found a video store. With the high temperature expected to hit in an hour, and not wanting to endure the heat outside, Su Jianyan sent Bai Lang back. On the way back, he casually glanced at sofas and coffee tables. Every household had these. The only difference was the style. Su Jianyan spent some time choosing a large, dark gray sofa with ample cushions, and a walnut coffee table. As usual, Bai Lang carried the items back. When they returned to the factory, the high temperature had just arrived. Su Jianyan placed the sofa between the bed and the kitchen. acting as a partition while also adding a touch of comfort to the living area. Su Jianyan took a nap on the sofa. He had specifically chosen a large cushion for this moment. When Su Jianyan woke up, Li Muchio was glaring at the sofa beneath him with deep resentment, looking like he would have scratched it if he hadn't been there. Don't you like this one? Su Jianyan looked it over. He thought the sofa was quite nice and comfortable to sleep on. Too dark. Su Jianyan paused, then couldn't help but agree. It is a bit dark. For the sake of the planting, he had sealed off the entire factory, and ventilation mainly relied on opening doors. So the room was basically dark without the lights on. The room was already dark, and the addition of a dark sofa made it even darker. Then how about we get a different one? Su Jianyan pondered. It didn't cost any money now. Just a little more time. Li Muchio remained silent. He thought they should just throw it away. Since Li Muchio didn't speak, Su Jianyan pondered on his own. In the afternoon, Su Jianyan went for a walk around the neighborhood. He saw many sofas, but none of them appealed to him. Since he couldn't replace the sofa anytime soon, Su Jianyan started looking for lamps, table lamps, floor lamps, night lights. He found 5 or 6 in one go. In addition, he also had his eye on an electric height-adjustable desk. The desk was entirely black, and most importantly, the tabletop was quite wide and long, leaving half of it as a dining table in addition to his computer and phone. The factory was quite large, but space was always limited, so he had to save where he could. Su Jianyan took everything with him. The desk was placed against another wall, each taking up half of the room along with the sofa. The lamps were scattered around. The factory's original lights had been sealed off at the bottom when he sealed the windows. No lights were needed at night for planting. Since he had moved in, he used lights more frequently, so he had specifically prepared a flashlight. Su Jianyan didn't plan to turn on all the lights he brought back. He left them scattered around, turning them on only when needed, which was both convenient and would create a more homely atmosphere. By the time Su Jianyan finished his work, the snow had already started falling. Su Jianyan quickly cooked and ate. After finishing, Su Jianyan, as usual, didn't rush to sleep, but instead laid down on the sofa to read. The last time he read a book was the last time. He was reading a classic novel. He read it before, but back then it was for exams, so his reading was purely utilitarian. Revisiting it after so long, looking at those familiar yet unfamiliar words, he felt as if in a dream. He was lost in thought when he realized someone had appeared beside him. Li Muchio was looking down at the book in his hands. Su Jianyan handed over the book. Can you understand it? Do you want me to read it to you? Li Muchio shook her head and then nodded. Part of it. Su Jianyan was taken aback by the answer. You can understand it? Even after becoming a zombie, they still have human memories? Su Jianyan immediately wanted to ask more questions, but then realized belatedly that the zombie king could also speak. This shouldn't fall under the category of remembering, but rather be considered a kind of racial memory passed down through generations. Su Jianyan suddenly thought of the evolution theory from before. For Li Muchio and the others, this was an evolution, not an apocalypse. Su Jianyan couldn't help but look towards the north of the city. If this was really the case, what about the remaining humans? What should they do? Ultimately, they couldn't escape death. Or, Su Jianyan thought of Mo Duolin, Li Linmu, Li Sifeng, and Fei Qing. He didn't know how many of them were still alive, or if they were all dead. The thought of them all dying weighed heavily on Su Jianyan's heart. They hadn't spent much time together, some only a few days at most, but Su Jianyan quite liked them. After all, they were people he had saved. Su Jianyan? Li Muchio's voice came. Su Jianyan looked over. Are you feeling unwell? Li Muchio examined Su Jianyan. His brows had been furrowed since the beginning. Su Jianyan closed his book. Let's sleep. He got up and headed for the bed. Li Muchio glanced at the sofa beneath her, silently letting out a sigh of relief. Then followed suit. Su Jianyan lay down without taking off his clothes. Li Muchio's hand, reaching for her buttons, paused for a moment. Then she took off her clothes anyway. Li Muchio finally got into bed, remembering to turn off the bedside lamp. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. Su Jianyan stared at the pitch-black ceiling, his mind still replaying the events of the past. He finally succumbed to sleep in the dead of night. In the darkness, Li Muchio remained wide awake. Su Jianyan didn't take off his clothes. In another city far from City A, In the snowstorm, Mordelin, gun in hand, led a dozen or so men, advancing at the same pace as the group opposite them. Ahead of them was a sufficiently wide open space, with their respective teams behind them. The opposing team was larger, but their weapons were roughly the same size, making both sides extremely cautious. A few minutes later, when the two teams responsible for negotiations were only 5 or 6 meters apart, both sides stopped simultaneously. Mordelin, one of the squad leaders of the Paradise survival team. Mordelin spoke first. The person in charge of negotiations was a man in his 40s. He was tall, but his face was noticeably sunken, and there were bruises under his eyes, suggesting he hadn't eaten or slept properly in a long time. The same was true of the others beside him. The leader spoke. Lee, captain of the Ian survival team. As Mordelin sized them up, Lee and his group also sized them up. Mordelin and his group inevitably bore the marks of the apocalypse, but their condition was clearly far better than theirs, which surprised them all. More than half a year into the apocalypse, their lives had become increasingly difficult, and recently, people had been dying of hunger and thirst in the snowy nights and the midday heat. Mordelin and his group, on the other hand, were doing quite well. The stark difference made a flicker of greed appear in the eyes of Lee and his group. If they could kill Mordelin and his group, but the thought vanished in an instant. It wasn't that they were particularly kind, but rather that in the current situation, they might not be able to win. They had quite a few guns, but they only had less than 100 rounds of ammunition left. Not even enough for all of them. What do you want to trade? Lee asked. Does anyone in your team know how to make bullets or guns? Mordelin asked. Lee frowned immediately. Mordelin was too direct. Even if someone in their team did, they definitely wouldn't dare tell the truth now. Who knew if Mordelin and his men would suddenly attack, after all? If they killed them, Mordelin could simply take them away. No, Lee said. Mordelin scrutinized him. Lee didn't seem to be lying. Mordelin was inevitably disappointed. But I know where there's a military base, Lee said. Mordelin's disappointed eyes lit up instantly. Where? Lee didn't answer. Mordelin realized his mistake and changed his question, asking, What do you want? The purpose of contact between the two teams was nothing more than exchanging supplies or information. Lee swallowed, somewhat hesitant to speak. Food. Or water. Generally, information could only be exchanged for information. He knew the chances of him getting anything in return were slim. But he had no other choice. Mordelin's brows furrowed as expected. After a moment's thought, Mordelin finally spoke. How much do you want? Lee hadn't expected Mordelin to agree. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by hesitation. Many people know that place, and quite a few have been there. He couldn't guarantee that Mordelin would find what he wanted there. It's all right. Mordelin's attitude softened slightly. I can only take enough for 20 people for one meal at most. A meal like this at this time is just a few bites. 20 people sounds like a lot. But before the apocalypse, it probably wouldn't even be enough for 3 people to eat their fill. Lee nodded without hesitation. Okay. Mordelin immediately turned to look at Hu Shirtong beside him. Hu Shirtong quickly headed towards the main group to get supplies. Lee and his group stirred. They hadn't expected it to actually work. A moment later, Hu Shirtong returned carrying a cardboard box. Mordelin nodded. Hu Shirtong handed the box to someone next to Lee. That person opened it, looked inside, and nodded excitedly. Mordelin hadn't lied to them. He quickly gave Mordelin an address. Thank you. Mordelin turned to leave. Wait. Lee quickly called after Mordelin. There's something else I don't know if you know. But this area isn't safe lately. Mordelin smiled bitterly. When has this apocalypse ever been safe? Lee said. Recently. Many zombie kings have appeared around here. They come from other places. And they're recruiting zombie kings for their king. Mordelin suddenly thought of the zombie kings in City A. This place is very far from City A. Yet the same thing is happening. That means the zombie king war is likely to break out again soon. And this time it might be much larger than the last one. I heard their king is named Su Jianyan. He seems to be planning to go to City A to kill another zombie king. Mordelin's smile visibly froze. The next moment, before Mordelin could react, Hu Shirtong spoke up. What did you say the name of that king of corpses is? Lee hadn't expected Hu Shirtong's strong reaction and paused for a moment before answering. Su Jianyan. Mordelin and Hu Shirtong exchanged a glance, and the rest of their team stirred. None of them had expected to hear that name at this moment. Su Jianyan had appeared? The next moment, they calmed down. Li Yi's information was clearly wrong. First, Su Jianyan couldn't possibly be the king of corpses. Second, Su Jianyan should still be trapped in City A. Who told you that? Mordelin asked. A team we encountered earlier, Li Yi said. They also heard it from someone else. It seems someone overheard the intelligent-type corpses discussing the name. Mordelin and Hu Shirtong both exhaled simultaneously. They knew it. What's wrong? Li Yi was bewildered. Mordelin and Hu Shirtong gave him a feeling that they seemed to know Su Jianyan. But that was the king of zombies. How many people are in your team? Mordelin suddenly asked. Li Yi was taken aback. Why was Mordelin asking this all of a sudden? Do you want to join us? Mordelin said. We have a paradise. Currently with over 2,000 people. We're already planting crops. And if all goes well, the first crop will be ripe in about 10 days. They had been recruiting anyway. In this apocalyptic world, no one is perfect. And even they themselves couldn't be perfect. But Li Yi still had a conscience. Most importantly, they heard those 3 words from Li Yi and the others. Su Jianyan, Li Linmu and his group, Li Xiaofeng and his group, Fei Qing and his group. It seemed that anyone associated with Su Jianyan would inevitably bring them good luck. They had even gone mad. For the next 2 weeks, Su Jianyan wandered around every day. He brought back a lot of curtains. He used them to cover up the shelves, turning them into cabinets, which both prevented dust and made the room look cleaner and tidier. After finishing that, he took back some more shelves, modifying them into 2 wardrobes. One for him, and one for Li Muqiu. With wardrobes, their previous clothes seemed a bit inadequate. So the next day, he took Li Muqiu around searching for suitable clothes. Besides everyday clothes, Su Jianyan also specially prepared 2 sets of pajamas for both of them. Having received the pajamas, knowing their purpose, Li Muqiu stared at them thoughtfully for a long time. Su Jianyan took the opportunity to find some suitable shoes and socks. After gathering everything, Su Jianyan packed it into a huge bundle using a duvet cover, which the white wolf carried home all at once. Su Jianyan didn't put the clothes he brought back directly into the closet. Instead, he washed them first. Those clothes had been stored for almost a year, and even though many hadn't been unpacked, they inevitably had some odor and dust. Washing them made them cleaner. With so many clothes, Su Jianyan had to string lines everywhere to hang them out to dry. And for a while, the entire garment factory was filled with fluttering clothes. Fortunately, the weather was warm enough that the clothes dried in just 1 day. That night, Su Jianyan taught Li Muqiu how to fold clothes. Li Muqiu now possessed the intelligence of an adult. After watching Su Jianyan fold a shirt, she figured out the rest without being taught. Watching her do this, Su Jianyan felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Li Muqiu was a zombie king, a mutated form of a bloodthirsty and cruel zombie that had once filled him with dread. After folding his own clothes, Li Muqiu turned around and noticed that Su Jianyan hadn't folded any. So he silently began folding Su Jianyan's. Once all the clothes were folded, he carried them to the wardrobe. He carefully put all the clothes inside. His favorite clothes in the entire factory were those 2 wardrobes. For no other reason than that Su Jianyan had said one of them was his. In Su Jianyan's factory, there was something of his. It was as if it meant that he had a place here too. Su Bai and the others didn't have that. Let's go to the outskirts of the city tomorrow, Su Jianyan said. The clothes were washed, and the water he had brought back was almost used up. Okay. Li Muqiu had no objections. Then go to sleep early. Su Jianyan took the pajamas he had left on the sofa and went behind the shelf. 2 minutes later, he returned. Li Muqiu was still standing there. What's wrong? Li Muqiu silently took the clothes and went behind the shelf to change. 2 minutes later, when Li Muqiu came out, Su Jianyan was already in bed. Li Muqiu also lay down. Turn off the light, Su Jianyan reminded her. Li Muqiu silently turned off the light. Darkness descended, and the room was quiet. Li Muqiu habitually listened to Su Jianyan's breathing. These past few days, she had been busy renovating the house, and Su Jianyan had been sleeping very quickly. When Li Muqiu counted to 10, Su Jianyan, who should have been sleeping, suddenly stirred. He put his feet on Li Muqiu's calves. Before, without air conditioning, it was -40 or 50 degrees Celsius at night, and even with 2 blankets, it was still cold. Now, with the insulation, air conditioning, mattress, and silk quilt. It's actually quite hot. Li Muchio shifted to the side. It was cold at night. Su Jianyan put his feet back on. Li Muchio didn't move, letting himself be pressed down. This commotion actually made Su Jianyan lose his sleepiness. He lay on his side looking at Li Muchio. In the darkness, Li Muchio's eyes were only vaguely visible. Is something wrong? Li Muchio asked. Su Jianyan just shook his head. If it were before, two unrelated men sharing a room and a bed every day would have been the subject of much gossip. Li Muchio didn't seem to mind at all. That left Su Jianyan unsure whether Li Muchio lacked awareness of this or was simply used to it. Li Muchio had always slept with him when he was still an awakened zombie. Back then, he had no choice. He didn't trust Li Muchio with Imodulan and the others. Nor did he trust them. Su Jianyan moved closer to Li Muchio. Li Muchio remained motionless, only her eyes slightly shifting with his movements. Su Jianyan chose to say something over do something. I want Subai to move in too. He's my subordinate. And we're always so far apart. Before he could finish, he was pounced on the bed. Li Muchio bit his cheek, her aura and demeanor suggesting she was in a fighting stance. He was furious. He hated Subai. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan feigned ignorance. Li Muchio didn't speak, only tightening her grip on Su Jianyan's teeth slightly. Su Jianyan raised an eyebrow. Why are you so angry? Subai is my subordinate. He won't hurt me. Besides, this house is big. He have a place to stay. He can sleep on the sofa. Li Muchio tightened her grip even more. Li Muchio wanted to bite him down, to devour Su Jianyan whole. How about you sleep on the sofa and I sleep in the bed with him? I put a curtain between the sofa and the bed so you won't see him. Su Jianyan suggested. No, Subai. Li Muchio released Su Jianyan, gritting his teeth as he knelt on top of him. He gripped Su Jianyan's clothes tightly with one hand and his wrist tightly with the other. His eyes filled with murderous intent. He felt like he was going crazy. Anger, jealousy driving him almost insane. Su Jianyan hadn't disliked Subai before. So why did he suddenly stop disliking him? Even wanting Subai to live in his house? Was it because of the time he was away? Was it because of something Subai said or did? Li Muchio's mind was filled with Subai's smiling face. For a moment, he felt like rushing out the door to kill Subai. Don't let him come. Li Muchio gripped Su Jianyan's clothes and wrist tightly. Su Jianyan was about to be snatched away. Su Jianyan's tone was full of helplessness. Are you still angry about what happened before? It was all a misunderstanding. He didn't hurt me again after that. And he's my subordinate. Li Muchio frowned. He was indeed still angry about what happened before. Subai almost killed Su Jianyan. But his anger wasn't just about that. He simply hated Subai. He's always following you, Li Muchio said. Subai always smiled and moved closer to Su Jianyan. Subai wanted to take Su Jianyan away. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. He's my subordinate. Who else would he follow if not me? Doesn't the white wolf follow you all the time? Li Muchio couldn't win the argument, and a murderous glint flashed in her eye. Then I go kill it. The white wolf wouldn't follow him, and Subai wouldn't follow Su Jianyan either. With that, Li Muchio rolled over to get out of bed. Su Jianyan quickly grabbed him. We can't kill White Wolf. White Wolf is so useful. What will he use after we kill it? Li Muchio's movements visibly paused. Then his tone turned completely cold. It's my subordinate. My word is law. Su Jianyan not only liked Subai, but also White Wolf. Su Jianyan liked so many corpse kings. Li Muchio felt his heart turn bitter. Chapter 66. Seeing that Li Muchio was serious, Su Jianyan's smile widened. But he quickly coaxed her. All right. Then we won't let him come. Su Jianyan's compromise didn't alleviate Li Muchio's bitter heart. He had been focused on Subai before and hadn't noticed. But now, he realized Su Jianyan had been smiling. Su Jianyan was actually smiling about something so serious. Su Jianyan really wanted Subai to move in. What's wrong? Su Jianyan patted Li Muchio's waist. But Li Muchio remained motionless, still sitting on him. Li Muchio remained silent. He rolled off Su Jianyan. He didn't lie back down on the bed, but instead went to the sofa. He was going to sleep on the sofa. Su Jianyan liked Subai so much. He gave the bed to Subai. Su Jianyan realized he might have gone too far with his teasing. He got up, turned on the bedside lamp, and was about to try to coax her again when he saw Li Muchio angrily pacing around the room before returning. Li Muchio angrily threw off the covers, lay down angrily, and closed her eyes angrily. Even if Su Bai really came, Su Bai would sleep on the sofa while she slept in the bed. Thinking of that scene, Li Muchio didn't feel relieved. Instead, she became even angrier. Su Jianyan. This is bad. Li Muchio turned over, her back to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan looked at her. Li Muchio? Li Muchio kept her eyes closed, motionless. Su Jianyan poked Li Muchio's arm. Are you angry? I was just joking with you. Li Muchio opened her eyes. You aren't joking. Li Muchio's eyes were full of seriousness and hurt. If it were the old Su Jianyan, he would never have said something like letting Su Bai move in. Su Jianyan has changed. Su Jianyan really likes Su Bai now. Su Jianyan forcefully suppressed the wildly upturned corners of his mouth, leaning halfway on Li Muchio's arm. I'm really not joking. Li Muchio's body visibly stiffened. Su Jianyan quickly added, but I just thought about it casually. If you don't like it, then forget it. Li Muchio's mind was filled with Su Jianyan's previous words. Su Jianyan really wasn't joking. I listened to you. Su Jianyan used a strong approach. Li Muchio's eyelashes trembled slightly. Whatever you say. Su Jianyan used another strong approach. Li Muchio's face remained cold, but his eyes clearly warmed. He changed from lying on his side with his back to Su Jianyan to lying flat, then looked into Su Jianyan's eyes. Su Jianyan is serious? Really? Su Jianyan assured him. Su Bai isn't allowed to live here, Li Muchio said. Okay. You're not allowed to like Su Bai. Okay. Su Jianyan's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Kill the white wolf, Li Muchio said. Su Jianyan's smile froze slightly. His mind was filled with images of having to walk to get around. Li Muchio's face, which had finally calmed down, gradually turned cold. Su Jianyan quickly said, but I like the feeling of sitting on its back with you. It runs fast and has good stamina, so it can run for a long time. Li Muchio thought for a moment, her expression softening slightly. She also liked the feeling of being on the white wolf's back with Su Jianyan. Then sleep? Seeing that Li Muchio was no longer angry, Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Li Muchio pulled the blanket up and lay down. Su Jianyan propped his head up with one hand, looking at Li Muchio's face. After evolving into the Corpse King, Li Muchio spoke much less, and was no longer as frank and clingy as before. But essentially, he was still himself. Su Jianyan felt much more at ease. Su Jianyan's gaze slid down to Li Muchio's lips. Because blood is bluish-green, his lips were also more bluish-white. Li Muchio looked at Su Jianyan with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Su Jianyan asked, confused. The light's still on. Su Jianyan had no choice but to turn the light off. The room had no windows, and once the light was off, it was pitch black. Su Jianyan couldn't even find Li Muchio's head. Su Jianyan had no choice but to lie back down on the bed. Li Muchio stirred, snuggling closer to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan didn't refuse and instead hugged him. Su Jianyan. Li Muchio buried her face in Su Jianyan's chest, her voice muffled. Don't like Su Bai? Li Muchio said. Okay. Su Jianyan closed his eyes, holding her even tighter. Having received the assurance, Li Muchio didn't disturb him anymore, and Su Jianyan quickly fell asleep. The next day, Su Jianyan didn't rush out, but instead tended to his crops. Fei Qing and the others had been gone for 2 or 3 months, and the crops had long since ripened. He had already eaten all the fast-ripening cherry radishes and bok choy. Su Jianyan harvested the seeds of the crops he had kept for propagation, and finally pulled up the remaining water spinach and wood ear fungus that could be harvested for a long time. Li Muchio was puzzled. Why did you kill them? Su Jianyan had always cherished the wood ear fungus, watering it with the most fertilizer. So now it had grown to cover the trellis and reached the roof. Now he had pulled them up. Help me move the pots over there and pour all the soil into the big bucket. Su Jianyan didn't explain, but simply took the scissors and began cutting the vines. The vines, once buried in the soil, would decompose and become fertilizer, and the remaining fibers would increase soil aeration. Li Muchio obediently did the work. Su Jianyan spent the entire morning processing all the crops and filling the big bucket with soil. In the afternoon, Su Jianyan put away the fill lights and other easily damaged furniture that tended to collect dust, and packed up the food nearing its expiration date from the shelves. In the evening, he summoned Su Bai. After what had happened before, Li Muchio felt a surge of murderous intent upon seeing Su Bai. Summoned after so long. Su Bai's eyes were filled with joy. Your Majesty. As he spoke, Su Bai walked into the house on his own. Li Muchio looked over and saw the white wolf, who had been dozing on the road outside the clothing factory. Rise and growl. We leave tomorrow morning. Su Jianyan slammed the door shut, giving Su Bai no chance to react. Su Bai felt a momentary disappointment. But more so, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes after hearing Su Jianyan's words. You mean, you can decide the route? Su Jianyan paused, then added, leave some zombie kings to watch over the city. I'd be back. And those humans to the north. Have them keep an eye on them. But don't let them get close or harm them. As he finished speaking, a cold glint appeared in Su Jianyan's eyes. He wasn't joking. Su Bai nodded. Everything is as you wish. The first batch of zombie kings summoned knew that Su Jianyan had once saved many people by pretending to be human. Su Jianyan nodded. Su Bai could leave. Su Bai was eager to spread the news. Uncharacteristically, he didn't linger and turned to disappear outside the factory. Su Jianyan turned and opened the door. Li Muchio was standing behind the door. Seeing him open the door, Li Muchio immediately looked over. Su Jianyan hadn't shown any interest before. How come he suddenly changed his mind? Su Jianyan smiled. Being caught in the middle. Even if I wanted to hide, I had to be able to. Besides, if I really didn't care, those humans were doomed. During this time, he wasn't just busy setting up the factory, but also constantly thinking. He didn't have the warlike nature of the other corpse kings. If he could, he just wanted a peaceful life. But even if he didn't cause trouble for the other corpse kings, they wouldn't let him go. He wasn't warlike, but he was absolutely not afraid of battle. Rather than endless trouble, it was better to resolve it all at once. As for the humans, he didn't know exactly how many of Mortaland's people were still alive. But even if there were, there probably wouldn't be many. It had been almost a year since the apocalypse, and food in the city was running out. Even if they were lucky enough to create a paradise and start planting like him, the destructive power of a single corpse king would be enough to wipe out all their efforts in an instant. If it were any other corpse king, Su Jianyan couldn't imagine even the slightest chance of them surviving. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio and asked the question he already knew the answer to. Would you like to come with me? Yes. Li Muchio nodded without hesitation. If there could only be one new king, then it could only be him. But if Su Jianyan wanted to be that king, then he was willing to personally place the crown on Su Jianyan's head. Thank you. Su Jianyan already knew the answer, but hearing it still warmed his heart. Su Jianyan reached out and hugged Li Muchio tightly. When he first met Li Muchio, his initial reaction was one of utter misfortune. Now, however, he was incredibly grateful that he had managed to pry open that door. Li Muchio mimicked Su Jianyan's gesture and hugged him back. Su Jianyan was different. He was warm. Feeling the strength of Li Muchio's arm, Su Jianyan slowly released her, turning his head to look at her. The two were about the same height, and the moment Su Jianyan turned his head, their noses touched. Li Muchio's nose was cool. The touch sent an itch through Su Jianyan straight to his heart. He wanted to scratch, but he couldn't reach her. He moved closer to Li Muchio's lips, trying to relieve the itch in another way. Ahem. An annoying cough came from the side. Su Jianyan looked over. Su Bai had returned some time earlier, and was now watching them with a smile. Su Jianyan glanced at the axe lying by the door, contemplating the possibility of killing Su Bai with a single blow. I just came to ask if you need to take a lot of things. If so, I have my subordinates help carry some. Su Bai said. Su Jianyan released Li Muchio. No need. Li Muchio will handle it for me. Right. Li Muchio immediately replied. Su Jianyan already had him. Su Bai nodded and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back. The instant he turned back, he saw the axe Su Jianyan had suddenly acquired. He then circled around and headed out of the factory. After seeing Su Bai off, Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. Li Muchio was already in battle mode, staring intently at the snow-white figure, looking like she wanted to rush up and kill him. Su Jianyan put down the axe. I go cook dinner. Go to bed early tonight. Li Muchio stared at Su Bai for a while before turning back to help. The sun hung slanted on the horizon, its rays blocked by the buildings in front, casting a shadow over the factory. Su Jianyan kept the door open, busy in the fading light of the setting sun. Li Muchio stood by, looking around and fiddling with things, equally busy. because they had processed all the crops. The dinner that night was more plentiful than ever before. A full 6 dishes. Su Jianyan looked thoroughly satisfied. Li Muqiu felt like she had drunk poison. There were quite a few dishes, and Su Jianyan felt extremely full afterward. So he took a walk around the garment factory. This departure would last at least 6 months. He had initially settled here because he had found water at the transfer station next door, and he couldn't carry that water away by himself. Now that he had to leave, he was somewhat reluctant. This place had become his home. That night, Su Jianyan went to bed early. Outside the city, in the town, in the early hours of the morning, Gu Yuehe was sound asleep when there was a rapid knocking at the door, accompanied by shouts. Thinking something was wrong, Gu Yuehe was so startled that he rushed to open the door without even putting on his shoes. "What's wrong?" The person knocking spoke urgently, but their eyes were full of smiles. "Captain Mo and the others are back. They asked me to invite you over, saying there's good news." Gu Yuehe's tense nerves relaxed a little. He turned around to put on his shoes and coat, asking in confusion, "What good news?" Captain Mo didn't say, but he brought back a bunch of people. People? Gu Yuehe was stunned for a moment, then rushed downstairs without even buttoning his coat. The snow wouldn't stop for at least another hour. The outdoor temperature was -30 or 40 degrees Celsius, and the snow was already knee-deep. Under these circumstances, they wouldn't move through the snow unless absolutely necessary. But Mordelin was eager to return. When Gu Yuehe arrived, a group of people were warming themselves by a fire in the underground parking garage. The underground garage was large enough to accommodate 500 or 600 people. It was a restaurant and meeting hall they had specifically chosen. Next to the garage was a large surface parking garage. They usually ate outside, only going inside at night. It was too dangerous to have lights on in the surface buildings at night. This way, Mordelin had been watching the entrance, and upon seeing Gu Yuehe, he immediately greeted him. "And this is?" Gu Yuehe looked to the person next to him. There were now 560 people in the underground garage, one of whom was standing next to Mordelin, warming himself by the fire. Li He, former captain of the Ian survival team. Mordelin didn't explain immediately, but instead introduced him with a smile. Gu Yuehe smiled and nodded. "Hello. My name is Gu Yuehe. Captain Mordelin already told me." Li He was somewhat reserved. Gu Yuehe and his team had done a remarkably good job with their base. Putting everything else aside, the underground restaurant, brightly lit even at night, was something they never dared to dream of before. After introducing themselves, Gu Yuehe immediately looked at Mordelin, urging him to stop beating around the bush. Mordelin chuckled and explained, "We met them by chance. Afterwards, we made contact with them and traded food for the address of a military base." Faced with Mordelin's invitation, Li He was clearly tempted. The fact that Mordelin and his team could still offer so much food at this point was enough to prove that Paradise's story wasn't false. However, he didn't immediately agree. Mordelin didn't urge them. After chatting with Li He for a few more minutes, he returned to his team. It wasn't until the next morning, when Mordelin's group was preparing to leave, that Li He approached them. He agreed to join. Then they headed towards the military base. "Did you find the method for manufacturing firearms?" Gu Yuehe couldn't help but ask as soon as Mordelin mentioned going to the military base. "No." Mordelin shook his head. "The military base we went to doesn't produce firearms, and it's been visited by countless people. We didn't even find a single gun, let alone the manufacturing method." Gu Yuehe was speechless. Why was Mordelin so excited? "We found him." Mordelin introduced Li He again. Li He, the captain of the Ian survival team after the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, he was involved in pharmaceutical research. Gu Yuehe was stunned. The next moment, he looked at him in astonishment. Li He smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Actually, I'm just an ordinary employee." Gu Yuehe's blood rushed to his head. Then, before Gu Yuehe could finish his question, Mo Doran quickly said, "We can't make complicated drugs, but if we have the equipment, common antibiotics are no problem." Gu Yuehe was so excited that his brain was spinning. He turned and headed out of the garage. "I called GXIN and the others right away and asked them to bring some equipment back." Mo Doran just smiled without saying a word. A few minutes later, Gu Yuehe returned with snow streaming down his face. His phone was long gone, and even if it still worked, there was no signal. Back at his place, Gu Yuehe's face was full of embarrassment. "Sorry. Li He just smiled subtly. Mordelin laughed without a care in the world. Seeing Mordelin laugh, the group around him joined in. Gu Yue's face was flushed, but his eyes were also full of laughter. He wasn't just laughing at his own clumsiness, but also at how things were slowly getting better. Welcome to the team. Gu Yue patted Li He's shoulder. Tired? If you're not, I take you to see our plantation now? Okay. Li He's eyes lit up immediately at the mention of the plantation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li He realized he had been a bit too eager, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Gu Yue didn't think there was anything wrong with that. The plantation was the foundation of their paradise, and the very reason why someone as capable as Li He was willing to reveal his identity and join. This way, Gu Yue led the way towards the door. A few minutes later, they arrived. As soon as they approached, before the door even opened, Li He and the others stirred, because they heard the sound of the air conditioner unit running. The door opened, and the unique warmth of the air conditioner immediately rushed out. The room was pitch black. Gu Yue fumbled along the wall by the door for a moment, and then the room lit up. Unlike the brightness of sunlight, the unique brilliance of the incandescent bulb momentarily blinded Li He and his group. They hadn't seen this kind of light in ages. Then, their attention was drawn to the rows of plants on the table. That's... Li He couldn't resist taking a step forward. Gu Yue led the group inside, introducing each plant. This area mainly grows crops suitable for autumn growth. That's rice. Li Xiaofeng had brought back a lot of soil, enough to create over 100 planting rooms. To facilitate management, they divided all the rooms according to the seasons. Of course, Fei Qing and his group were the main managers. Listening to Gu Yue's introduction, feeling the warm air from the air conditioner, and sensing the unique brightness of the incandescent bulbs, Li He and his group's minds gradually went blank. They felt a sense of unreality. They had fantasized countless times about owning such a paradise, but no matter how hard they tried, they could never achieve it, and their dreams seemed to drift further and further away. Before they met Mandarin, members of their team had been frequently starving to death. Now, they stood before a pile of thriving crops. Was this really not a dream before their deaths? Li He pinched his arm hard. That pinch brought tears to his eyes. At the same time, he heard gasps beside him. He looked over and saw that many others had reacted the same way. Their eyes were all red and swollen. You guys, Li He, ignoring his disheveled appearance, stared blankly at Gu Yue and his group. He truly couldn't understand how Gu Yue and his companions had managed it. Actually, it wasn't us, but a man named Su Jianyan who helped us. Gu Yue smiled bitterly. This was too outrageous. If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed it, to the point that he didn't know how to explain it to others. Su Jianyan? Before Gu Yue could finish speaking, Li He suddenly interrupted. Gu Yue was stunned. You know him? The next moment, his entire face contorted. So Li He and his group also came from City A, and were also saved by Su Jianyan? The feeling of being completely surrounded by Su Jianyan washed over Gu Yue again. I don't know him. Gu Yue blinked, his mind a little blank. I only heard the name before. Li He looked at Mordelin, finally understanding why Mordelin and the others had reacted so strongly when they heard the name, and why they had even invited them to join. Mordelin stepped forward. Li He and the others said. Mordelin briefly recounted what had happened. Hearing this, Gu Yue seemed thoughtful. They heard it from the Corpse King. He could understand why Mordelin, Li Lingmu, Li Xifeng, and Fei Qing had been saved by Su Jianyan and couldn't forget him. But the Corpse King? It couldn't be that those Corpse Kings were terrified of Su Jianyan and thus remembered him. From Mordelin and the others' account, Su Jianyan was indeed very strong, far stronger than ordinary humans. But he was a Corpse King. Could there be some misunderstanding? Gu Yue asked. Are you sure you heard the name Su Jianyan? We're not sure exactly which characters, but the pronunciation was definitely like that, Li He said confidently. Just as Gu Yue was about to say something more, someone rushed in from outside. Captain, there's a situation in City A. Gu Yue and Mo Duolin exchanged a glance. Then, ignoring Li He and the others, immediately headed towards the communications room set up in the town. The distance between the mountain and the town was too far, so to avoid missing important information, they had set up a communications room in the town using walkie-talkies, staffed 24 hours a day. When they arrived, the person on the walkie-talkie was speaking. Gu Yue stepped forward. This is Gu Yue. What's the situation? The person on the walkie-talkie quickly repeated. All the zombie kings in City A have gathered on the east side of the city. It seems they're preparing to leave. Leaving? Mortalin's heart pounded. And he took 2 steps forward. Wait. The one at the front is... A rustling sound came from the walkie-talkie, followed by another voice. The 2 people on the back of the leading Corpse King are likely the Corpse King of City A. The other Corpse Kings are just following them. Hearing this, everyone in the communications room was stunned. They already knew there was a Corpse King of City A, but they had never seen it. What do they look like? Gu Yue asked. Too far away. Can't see clearly. The sky was gradually brightening, but it was still far from full light. Gu Yue wanted to say something more, but Mortalin suddenly ran out the door. He wanted to go up the mountain himself. If the Corpse King of City A had really left, wouldn't this be the best time to go in and rescue them? City A. East. Sitting atop the White Wolf's back, Su Jianyan watched it emerge from the city as dawn broke. His emotions a complex mix. When he still thought he was human, he had always wanted to leave the city. But each time he reached its edge, he would circle back. After learning of his identity as the King of Corpses, he had ventured outside the city. But those were merely brief stints on its outskirts. This time was different. This time, he had truly left the city. Su Jianyan looked back. First, he saw the black beast's furry face, followed by Su Bai, sitting on his subordinate, grinning like a madman. Su Jianyan's emotions choked. He patted the white wolf. The white wolf, confused, quickened its pace. Su Jianyan took a deep breath and turned back again. Beneath the pale dawn sky, a vast, lifeless city lay dormant, teeming with countless zombie kings of all shapes and sizes, heights and sizes. The intelligence-type zombies were all humanoid, while the strength-type zombies, though numerous, possessed remarkably creative appearances, creative enough to kill, and their sheer size made them conspicuous. The last vestiges of complexity in Su Jianyan's heart vanished. He rested his chin on Li Muchio's shoulder, looking intently at Li Muchio's features. Li Muchio noticed and turned his head, making his jawline and nose appear even more defined. You're really handsome, Su Jianyan sincerely complimented. It was fortunate that Li Muchio was an intelligence type. If he were a strength type, Su Jianyan couldn't even imagine what kind of bizarre creature he was holding. Suddenly praised, Li Muchio was visibly taken aback. The next moment, he turned back. Su Jianyan was bewildered. Wasn't Li Muchio going to say anything, just as he was wondering? His cheeks flushed. Li Muchio couldn't blush, but his ears were burning. Su Jianyan was speechless. Was he shy? Li Muchio? Su Jianyan desperately wanted to see Li Muchio's face. He had seen Li Muchio angry. He had seen Li Muchio jealous. But he had never seen Li Muchio shy. After a moment of silence, Li Muchio seemed to finally muster his courage. He turned his head slightly to look at Su Jianyan and told him with an extremely serious expression, I think you're prettier. Every time I see you, I feel very happy. Hearing his voice so close to his ear, Su Jianyan's desire to devour the person in front of him reached its peak. Chapter 67. Su Jianyan was in high spirits when he turned his head and saw Su Bai's smiling face. Su Jianyan's lips twitched, and he turned to look in the other direction. The large, furry head of a black beast immediately appeared before him. Su Jianyan took a deep breath. They hadn't even gone 200 meters out of the city. Yet he was already regretting it. Was it too late for him to go back now? He might as well not be king. The powerful zombie king was large and fast. In less than half an hour, the city was no longer visible behind them. 2 hours later, as the sun rose, a new city could be seen ahead. This was the first time Su Jianyan had seen another city since the apocalypse, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. That city was far smaller than City A. Dirty, crowded streets, collapsed buildings, zombies everywhere, and a faint, pungent stench of decay. That city looked far worse than City A. Hot? Li Muchio turned her head to look. Although Su Jianyan was also a king of corpses, he was sensitive to both heat and cold. They had been walking under the sun for over half an hour. Su Jianyan shook his head. Let's keep going. He was indeed a bit hot. After all, the temperature immediately exceeded 40 degrees Celsius once the sun came out. But if they rested now, they wouldn't be able to travel very far even in half a month. He was still waiting to go back. Li Muchio observed him, making sure Su Jianyan was alright, and continued forward. Near City A, there were many kings of corpses. So signs of biological activity were everywhere. Further ahead, outside the boundaries of City A, cities and villages gradually became less common, and signs of biological activity also decreased. In their place were mountains, forests, and plains densely covered with mutated plants. Su Jianyan had seen mutated plants before. They were also found in flower beds in the city, some so exaggerated that they could be encased in 10-story buildings. But the mutated plants outside the city were vastly different from those inside. The varieties outside were more numerous and bizarre. For example, some vines were thicker than a person, covered in thorns, and beneath them lay piles of rotting bones and corpses. Others were covered in honeycomb-like dark brown mounds of earth that crumbled to dust at the slightest touch. The strangest one Su Jianyan had ever seen was a place where zombies thronged among the twisting, writhing vines. Most of the zombies were dead, but some were still alive, struggling frantically and attempting to attack at the slightest sound they made. Su Jianyan wasn't afraid of the zombies now. He just couldn't understand how they, who would wander aimlessly even without being provoked, had become entangled in the vines. It couldn't be that the vines were alive. Let's rest in the mountains ahead. Su Bai's voice suddenly came after walking for over an hour. It was nearly noon, and the temperature had exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. Su Jianyan looked in the direction he pointed. It was an extremely tall mountain range, appearing from afar like a giant wall blocking their path. Su Jianyan didn't remember there being such a large mountain in this direction before the apocalypse. But it was possible he was mistaken. After all, he hadn't had the habit of memorizing geography before the apocalypse. Okay. Su Jianyan nodded. Su Bai looked behind him at Su Hong and his group of zombie kings. 5 or 6 strength-type zombies immediately stepped out from the group, speeding up their journey towards that direction to check if there were any zombie kings in the mountains. 10 minutes later, when Su Jianyan reached the foot of the mountain, they returned. Awah! The two sides exchanged greetings. Su Jianyan looked over. He tried to understand what the strength-type zombie kings were saying. There were far more strength-type zombie kings than intelligence-type ones, and not understanding them was a problem. Sensing something, the powerful type zombies all turned around. Awah! The leader cried out. Su Jianyan still couldn't understand, but he vaguely sensed its meaning. There was no danger in the mountains. Let's go then, Su Jianyan said. The group moved. The mutated plants were far taller than the previous trees. From the outside, it wasn't noticeable, but the oppressive feeling of their massive size became extremely pronounced upon closer inspection, especially when looking up from below. The feeling was even more acute. They stopped at the foot of the mountain under a gigantic tree that would require more than 10 people to encircle. The trunk was huge, and the canopy was even more overwhelming, blocking out the sun. As a result, nothing grew at the base of the tree, only the thick roots of the tree. That made things convenient for Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan sat down on the trunk and then took out water from his backpack. Su Bai and the other zombie kings all looked over. They knew Su Jianyan had been eating human food, but this was the first time they had seen him eat it with their own eyes. Su Jianyan had originally planned to drink some water first, but faced with those curious eyes, his thirst vanished instantly. Su Jianyan glared at them one by one. What were they looking at? Stared at. The group of zombie kings, who had never had a direct encounter with Su Jianyan before, quickly looked away, but a smile played on their lips. Their king was so cute, even cuter when he was fierce. Su Jianyan drank his water. After finishing his water, Su Jianyan took out his lunch. Su Bai and the other zombie kings remained motionless. They didn't need to eat every meal. They had all eaten their fill during Zhao Ye's attack and weren't hungry yet. Here. Su Jianyan handed Li Muqiu his portion. Li Muqiu immediately made a face. Su Jianyan didn't actually need to remember him at every meal. It wasn't easy for Su Jianyan to find food. Li Muqiu was having a headache when he noticed that Su Bai and the other zombie kings were all staring at what he was holding. Although it was just something human, it was a gift from their king. Su Jianyan hadn't given them any. Li Muqiu's bitterness instantly vanished. He tore open the packaging of his assigned red date cake and slowly savored it. It was delicious. When Su Jianyan finished his own, he looked up and was momentarily surprised to see Li Muqiu enjoying it so much. He picked up the packaging from the ground and examined it. Li Muqiu liked this. After stuffing the last bit of red date cake into his mouth, Li Muqiu took a blanket from the backpack he was carrying and spread it out on a flat spot nearby. After spreading it out, Li Muchio lay down first. He not only ate what Su Jianyan gave him, but he also shared a bed with Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan didn't move. Li Muchio looked over. Su Jianyan was looking at the bushes not far away. The bushes were as tall as a person, covered with a cluster of vines vying for space, each bearing beautiful white blossoms. Su Jianyan wasn't looking at the flowers, but at the roots of the plants. There lay a human skeleton. In the apocalypse, human remains were everywhere. Su Jianyan was used to it. But this corpse was different. The plant had grown from the eye sockets of his skull. It was possible that a seed had simply fallen in after the person died. But it was unlikely. The scene looked more like the person had eaten something they shouldn't have, and the seed had sprouted from their brain. Those mutated plants were clearly abnormal. Most people wouldn't eat them unless they were starving. Even if they were mutated plants, it was unlikely they would grow so quickly. The person must have been alive for some time before the plant pierced their brain. In other words, that person might be fully aware that they were being parasitized, aware that something was growing inside their body. Imagining that scene sent chills down Su Jianyan's spine. Sleep. Li Muchio blocked Su Jianyan's view. Su Jianyan lay down. The mountains were cooler than the city, but far from the low temperatures provided by air conditioning. After lying down, Su Jianyan quickly felt dizzy from the heat. In his dazed state, Su Jianyan instinctively hugged Li Muchio tightly. The area beside her was cool. 3 hours later, the high temperature subsided. Su Jianyan got up. Li Muchio handed Su Jianyan a bottle of water and then started packing her things. By the time Su Jianyan finished drinking the water, Li Muchio had just finished packing. Watching Li Muchio sling her backpack over her shoulder, and then looking at the zombie kings getting up around them, he felt conflicted. Was their expedition a little too leisurely? It was like a spring outing. While inwardly grumbling, Su Jianyan didn't really want anything to go wrong. After all, their goal was to seize supremacy, and death was inevitable if something went wrong. Let's go! Su Jianyan led the way towards the white wolf. The white wolf lay down. As they approached, Su Jianyan was about to climb on it when a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! The gunshot came from the other side of the mountain. The entire forest was in an uproar. Humans were infected with the virus and turned into zombies. And the animals in the mountains weren't much better off. Should we go take a look? Su Bai asked. Su Jianyan liked humans. They didn't have any objections. After all, they were just insignificant ants. To draw an analogy, it was like a human liking to keep hamsters or cats. Su Jianyan looked at the group of powerful zombie kings. The black beasts. You guys stay here. I go take a look. As they spoke, Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. Li Muchio slung her backpack over her shoulder and handed Su Jianyan his. Ready. Su Jianyan immediately ran towards the direction from which the gunfire had come. Not only Li Muchio followed, but Su Bai did too. Su Jianyan looked back as he ran. I'm going too. There might be a zombie king. Su Bai explained. I can handle it, Li Muchio said immediately. Su Jianyan thought for a moment and didn't refuse. In the apocalypse, those people would never fire unless absolutely necessary. Firing meant they were facing a danger that they had to risk even if it might summon a zombie king. Seeing Su Jianyan agree, Su Bai's smile instantly brightened. Li Muchio's eyes were icy. Su Jianyan was now incredibly fast, reaching the summit in less than 10 minutes. The other side of the mountain was also covered in dense forest. Su Jianyan didn't rush down. Instead, he listened intently for a while, pinpointing the exact location of the noise before approaching. In the woods, over 400 people were gritting their teeth and running for their lives. Behind them was a swarm of creatures resembling rats, but entirely blood-red. These creatures showed no fear of humans, instead relentlessly attacking and biting them. Their claws and teeth were exceptionally sharp. A single bite resulted in a bloody gash. Get away! Ah! As they ran, the people frantically swatted at the attacking rats with their backpacks and clothes. But there were simply too many. Within moments, 5 or 6 people in the group had been bitten. Don't stop. Run! The leader shouted. Captain. In the brief moment he spoke, a man at the back of the group tripped over a branch before he could see the path clearly. The leader turned to fire. But there were simply too many of them. Even 10 guns wouldn't be enough to kill them all at once. Seeing himself about to be completely surrounded, the man on the ground despaired when suddenly a whooshing sound rang out, followed by the sound of something slamming into a tree. Bang! It was an axe. an axe weighing 70 or 80 pounds. Both the rats and the man were stunned. The next moment, they all looked in the opposite direction. Above, in the woods, 3 figures, one in front and 2 behind, were approaching them. Squeak! The rats were the first to react. Enraged, they turned and charged at the man. Get lost! Su Jianyan kicked a nearby tree trunk. The thick tree, unable to withstand the blow, immediately shook and rustled. Those things were indeed rats. But they were all infected with a virus. They were slightly different from zombies, but they could still sense Su Jianyan's special status as the king of zombies. Faced with an existence far stronger than themselves, they turned and ran without hesitation. In moments, the entire forest was cleared. Su Jianyan withdrew his foot from the tree and walked towards the axe he had thrown, which was now embedded in the trunk. At the same time, he surveyed the group of people in the forest. About 400, all emaciated and haggard. Su Jianyan didn't recognize any of them. You? The leader approached incredulously. However, before he could finish speaking, one of the men who had been bitten suddenly lunged at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan didn't turn around, but slightly dodged, then smashed the axe into the back of the man's head. The man immediately collapsed to the ground. Motionless, those bitten by the rats all turned into zombies. Su Jianyan looked at the man who had just tried to speak. The man looked at the corpses on the ground, a fleeting look of pity in his eyes. He remembered and knew the names of everyone in his team. But it was too late. The man took a deep breath and looked at Su Jianyan again. Gu Xingping, squad leader of the Paradise Survival Team. Su Jianyan raised an eyebrow. Paradise Survival Team? Isn't that Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu's survival team? Gu Xingping wasn't surprised. Their survival team was quite famous. Thank you for saving us. Do you know Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu? Su Jianyan asked. Yes. Gu Xingping was surprised. Knowing their survival team and being able to accurately name their squad leader were two different things. Li Xiaofeng used to be a conspicuous figure, but not many people knew Zhang Yu. Are they still alive? Su Jianyan asked the question he cared about most. They're both still alive. Gu Xingping's expression was strange. Although the apocalypse was dangerous, few people would ask so directly whether someone was alive or dead. Yet, he sensed no malice. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Su Jianyan turned and headed back the way he came. Wait. Gu Xingping hadn't expected Su Jianyan to leave and quickly caught up. Which survival team are you with? Su Jianyan didn't turn around, only saying, don't linger in the mountains. Those things haven't gone far. Gu Xingping glanced around. He didn't see the rats, but the mountains definitely gave him an uneasy feeling. Gu Xingping quickly asked again. Our amusement park is recruiting. Are you interested in joining? Although they were recruiting, they didn't accept just anyone. Su Jianyan was clearly not an ordinary person. Su Jianyan's kick just now was something he absolutely couldn't have done. Su Jianyan left without looking back. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted, but he was currently followed by 500 or 600 zombie kings. If he joined them, he would have to join them too. Even if Gu Xingping agreed, his team might not. After all, besides fear, most of them probably hated the zombie kings. What's your name? Su Jianyan didn't answer. Gu Xingping was somewhat unwilling and wanted to chase after him. But remembering that there were people waiting behind him, he had to give up. Captain? Gu Xingping glanced up again, took a deep breath, and said, Let's go. With that, he led the way down the mountain. This mountain range was too long. They had originally planned to climb over it to save time. More than 10 minutes later, they reached the foot of the mountain. After rushing out of the woods and running another 100 meters or so, Gu Xingping stopped and looked back. The mountains were lush and green. The 3 people from before completely gone. Captain, that person just now. One of them stepped forward. Gu Xingping nodded. The moment he saw the axe, the first person he thought of was the one they had heard countless times. But that person should still be in City A. Let's go! There was no rush to go back. So Su Jianyan walked slowly. When Su Jianyan returned to the foot of the mountain, the group of zombie kings, including the black beast, were already drowsy. What he saw was a group of exotic beasts basking in the sun, their backs and bellies exposed, especially the black beast, which was lying on its back, completely at ease. Su Jianyan was a little confused. Were the zombie kings always like this? After a short rest, they moved on again, when Su Jianyan reached the other side of the mountain. It was over an hour later. Gu Shengping and his group were no longer visible at the foot of the mountain. A week later. In the mountains. In the town. In the empty underground parking garage. Mo Duolin. Gxian. Hu Shitong. Lu Yu. Li Lingmu. The Li brothers, Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu. Fei Qing and Gu Yuehe. Gu Shengping. And Kong Lei were all present. They had all gained something from this trip. Mo Duolin met Li He. Li Lingmu found the gun-making data they had been longing for. Gxian brought back 2 electricians. And Zhang Yu found a new nutrient soil factory. Besides these, each of their teams also brought back a considerable number of people. Kong Lei's team brought back the most. Nearly 800 people alone. Kong Lei brought them back because the survival team had a cannon. A real cannon. There was a period of chaotic warfare after the apocalypse. But the virus spread too quickly, and the fighting soon became one-sided. As a result, weapons were scattered everywhere. However, machine guns and cannons were still rare, as they were difficult to carry away, and many people who found them simply hid them. Each person brought back a group of people, doubling the total number of people in their amusement park from just over 2,000 to nearly 5,000. This made the operation of the amusement park tense again. But the future became clearer. However, they were gathered here at this moment not to discuss these things, but for something else. Can you determine how many zombie kings remain in the city? Gxian looked urgently at Gu Yuehe and Mo Duolin, who were left behind. There are probably about 50. They're probably left to guard the city. A few in each direction at regular intervals, Gu Yuehe said. Gxian frowned. There were at least 500 or 600 in the city before. Now only a tenth remained. At first glance, this seemed like a great thing. But for humans, 5 was already a lot. Shall we go? Kong Lei asked. Of course. Of course. Let's go. The moment Kong Lei spoke, Mo Duolin and his group spoke one after another. Such an opportunity might not come again. And they absolutely couldn't miss it. Kong Lei stopped talking. He actually really wanted to see Su Jianyan too. Who's going? Gxian asked. I'm definitely going. Fei Qing said first. Only they knew where Su Jianyan lived. I go. Li Xiaofeng said. No one objected. Li Xiaofeng's combat ability was indeed the strongest among their group. And he also had the advantage of being able to use a bow. The amusement park still had quite a few bows, but almost none were truly well used. Aside from the difficulty of carrying arrows, just aiming at the threshold in the chaos was enough to stop a large group. I'm going too, Mordelin said. Me too. Li Lingmu raised his hand. Me too. Lu Yu added. I have to go. Me too. Seeing everyone speak, the group fell silent. The amusement park was currently in a phase of rapid development and was short-handed, especially lacking capable team leaders like themselves. How about we draw lots? Kong Lei suggested. Mordelin and his group frowned, feeling as if facing a formidable enemy. They had survived because of Su Jianyan. If they didn't go now, they wouldn't be able to forgive themselves. Kong Lei was speechless. Gu Yuehe sighed. Then you can all go. Everyone looked at him. Gu Yuehe smiled. If it's just for a month. Gu Shengping, Kong Lei, Li He, and I should be able to hold out. But remember, you must come back after a month. He paused, then added emphatically, no matter the outcome, you must come back. Several months had passed since Fei Qing left the city. Although Su Jianyan was strong, and he hoped Su Jianyan was still alive. What if? He didn't want Mo Duolin and the others to do anything foolish. Okay. No one objected, because they didn't believe Su Jianyan would die. Then go and choose your people and weapons, Gu Yuehe said. No one moved. Everyone looked at him. Did Gu Yuehe mean they could choose whatever they wanted? Go. Gu Yuehe didn't explain. Just nodded. If you really think about it, the reason their amusement park was established, and they had survived until now was largely because of Su Jianyan. That person he had never met even once. He really wanted to see Su Jianyan. And the amusement park couldn't afford to lose Mordelin and the others right now. Thank you. Gxian's eyes reddened slightly. If it were someone else, she might not have let them go. Gu Yuehe was a good captain. Gu Yuehe smiled. The group turned and headed out of the garage. Outside the garage door, a group of people had gathered after hearing the news. Su Jianyan had saved not only Mordelin and his group of squad leaders, but also them. Oh, right. Gu Xingping, walking at the back, recalled what had happened in the woods earlier. When I came back this time, I met someone in the mountains ahead. He also used an axe, and his strength was terrifying. One kick from him made a tree as thick as a person tremble. The group of people walking by all turned to look. What does he look like? Li Qinshui asked. What's his name? Li Xiaofeng asked. Many wield axes, but few possessed that kind of superhuman strength. They all immediately thought of Su Jianyan. I asked. But he didn't say, Gu Xingping said, looking at Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu. I told him I was from the Paradise Survival Team, and he asked about you too. Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu stopped simultaneously. Mo Duolin and his group followed suit, stopping as well. Us? Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu exchanged a glance. Asking Li Xiaofeng wasn't strange. But Zhang Yu? I find it strange too, Gu Xingping said, feeling a chill run down his spine from the group's stares. What does he look like? Xian asked. Around 20 years old. Wearing black casual clothes. About 1.86 meters tall. With rather defined features. Gu Xingping was at a loss for words. By the way, he wasn't alone. He had two other people with him. What did those two look like? Did one of them have medium length, slightly curly hair? Li Limu asked immediately, his heart already racing. I don't know. Gu Xingping smiled wryly. We had just been chased by a group of mutated rats. And those two were standing quite far away. So I knew they were two men. The group from Madolan exchanged glances. Gu Xingping hesitated for a moment, then added, at first, I also thought he might be Su Jianyan. But then I thought it was unlikely. The time I met him completely overlapped with the time when the zombie kings in City A left. Unless he had already left City A. It was impossible for him to have met us at that time and place. The group from Madolan looked at each other blankly. Gu Xingping continued, I invited him to join us. If it really was him. Knowing that Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu were also in our amusement park. Why did he refuse? Hearing this, the group from Madolan, who had been somewhat hesitant, showed expressions of disappointment. Su Jianyan indeed had no reason to refuse. Su Jianyan had always wanted to leave the city, just to find a team and survive. He should be happy about the amusement park. Let's go! Go early and come back early. Xian led the way out of the garage. Chapter 68. Outside the garage. A group of people who had been waiting for some time immediately surrounded Mordelin and his group when they emerged. How did it go? When are we leaving? Captain, can we go? Hearing the questions coming one after another, Mordelin and his group all breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, they answered the question everyone most wanted to know. Several of our squad leaders will go. The others will be chosen. Why? We want to go too. Captain, choose me. Why can't we all go together? Mordelin gestured for everyone to be quiet. There are too many zombie kings left in the city. Going together would be too noisy and inconvenient. A quick trip back is safer and more efficient. Hearing this, the group was still somewhat unwilling. But they stopped arguing. Because they all knew Mordelin was right. Those who stayed behind shouldn't be idle either. Do what needs to be done in town quickly. Once you finish what needs to be done, we can have some time to hold a celebration party after he comes out. Gu Yue stepped forward and began to mobilize them. Hearing about the celebration, and imagining the scene, the group, who had been somewhat resentful just a moment ago, suddenly became excited. Modwarin and his group exchanged glances, and couldn't help but smile happily. Without delay, after announcing the results, they immediately began selecting participants. That afternoon, the town was more lively than ever before. Those who had been to City A and met Su Jianyan enthusiastically signed up, while those who hadn't were already filled with curiosity about Su Jianyan from Modern's group stories, and tried to join in the fun, much to the annoyance of the former. It wasn't until evening that the team was finally finalized, including Mordelin and his group. There were 40 people in total. This number would be far from enough for a survival team, and the supplies they could carry would be pitifully small. But for the purpose of rescuing people, this was the optimal number. Each person was given a gun. Gu Yue didn't skimp on ammunition, giving each of them 100 rounds. This might not have seemed like much before, but now, every bullet used is one less available. 100 rounds per person meant a full 4,000 rounds. Already half of their park's total reserves. The same went for food. They brought enough for the round trip. After completing the preparations, The group dispersed early to get some rest. Fei Qing returned to her room and lay down. But even after 9 o'clock, when the whole town was quiet, she still couldn't fall asleep. Unable to sleep, Fei Qing simply got dressed and went out. She went to the planting area. Thanks to Su Jianyan, their team, who had previously struggled to survive, were transformed into the planting team in charge of the amusement park after being taken in by Gu Yue and his group. Now, wherever they go, people smile at them. This was something they wouldn't have dared to dream of just a few months ago. Not wanting to let them down, Fei Qing and her team worked exceptionally hard. The lights in the planting room were off at night, with only the air conditioner running to control the temperature. The door opened, and Fei Qing was about to turn on the light when she noticed something flicker in the darkness. She jumped in surprise. "Who's there? Captain?" The person inside was also startled, followed by the beam of a flashlight. The person inside was one of her team members. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Fei Qing asked, puzzled. "It's my turn to keep watch today." The person scratched his head. Fei Qing had forgotten? Fei Qing was speechless. Her attention had been focused on selecting personnel today, and she had indeed forgotten. They didn't actually need to keep watch at night. It was their own decision to send someone on patrol. Their growing area wasn't in a factory, but in a school. They moved all the benches to the playground, then sealed all the windows in the school buildings, placing the desks in pairs, and putting the crops on the desks. The entire school shared a single power system. Any power outage would be immediately detected. The amusement park was still in its early stages. Those crops were their lifeblood. Even the death of crops in just 1 or 2 rooms would be a huge blow. "Have you checked?" Fei Qing asked. "Just came back from patrol. All the air conditioners in the growing areas are working properly." Speaking of business, the man's expression immediately became more serious. Fei Qing nodded. "Keep a close eye on them. Don't worry." Fei Qing finished her instructions and left. She had originally intended to stay alone in the room for a while. The door closed, and Fei Qing, watching the snow fall heavier and heavier, hesitated, unsure where to go. "Captain." The door behind him opened. Fei Qing looked over. "You must bring him back." Fei Qing took a deep breath. "Okay." The man nodded and retreated back inside. Fei Qing stood at the door for a while longer before heading towards the underground parking garage. Just in case, there were sentries in the mountains and town at night. The temperature was extremely low at night, and a fire was kept burning all night in the garage, so they could have a place to warm themselves after their shifts. It was past 9 o'clock. Not too late, but the temperature had already dropped to below -40. When Fei Qing arrived, his hands and feet were already aching from the cold. Approaching, Fei Qing saw the warmth of the fire even before entering. She quickened her pace. The fireside was bustling with activity. Apart from the night watchman, all the squad leaders, including Mordelin, were present. Fei Qing paused for a moment before stepping forward. "Aren't you all sleeping?" "Can't sleep. Can't concentrate." Fei Qing smiled. She felt the same way. Xian, who was warming herself by the fire, moved aside, making room for half a stool. Fei Qing didn't stand on ceremony and sat down next to her. For a moment, only the sound of wind, snow, and sparks crackling filled the garage. As Fei Qing's hands gradually warmed, Xian suddenly smiled. Fei Qing looked over. The others were the same. Xian said, "I was just thinking about what to say when I see him. Saying long time no see seems too cliché." Hearing this, the group immediately became excited. "Once we find him, let's not go out right away. It'd be best if we could scare him." "Forget it. If you scare him and he hits you with an axe, are we going to save him or not?" "Ha." Moreover, have you thought about what to do with Li Muqiu?" Hu Shirtong rubbed the bridge of his nose. "As long as Su Jianyan is there, he's not a problem. He listens to Su Jianyan a lot," Fei Qing said. Xian looked over with a smile. Fei Qing immediately looked embarrassed. She had always thought Li Muqiu and Su Jianyan were lovers, and had even been moved by their tragic love story between a human and a corpse for a long time. It wasn't until she met Mo Duolin and Xian that she learned the truth about Li Muqiu. That made her quite embarrassed whenever she brought it up. Why didn't Su Jianyan explain back then? "I'm not worried about him hurting people. I'm worried about whether others can accept him. Especially those who joined later," Hu Shirtong said. Those who joined earlier had already heard about Li Muqiu countless times. They were more curious than afraid. But he and the others were different. Let's take it one step at a time. Yeah. Everyone was somewhat worried about this. But only somewhat. No matter what, Su Jianyan and the others would save him. If the people in the amusement park really couldn't accept Li Muqiu, and if Su Jianyan wanted to leave, they would simply follow him. However, judging from Gu Yuehe's attitude, he wouldn't have allowed that to happen in the first place. Gu Yuehe was the captain of the amusement park. Not just because he was initially their survival team's captain. They respected him as captain. I wonder what his current condition is. If he evolves into a zombie king, he might not obey anymore. Zombie kings are quite intelligent. Not necessarily. Fei Qing spoke up. Everyone looked over. Fei Qing was the last to see Su Jianyan and Li Muqiu, and knew Li Muqiu's current situation best. At least when I saw them. Their relationship was still good, Fei Qing said. Otherwise, she wouldn't have misunderstood their relationship. If he's a zombie king and still listens to Su Jianyan, then Su Jianyan is truly remarkable. Li Linmu couldn't help but sigh. A human, with an obedient zombie king by his side, and an intelligent zombie king capable of controlling other zombies at that. Imagining that scene sent chills down everyone's spines. They chatted by the fire until late into the night before finally managing to fall asleep. The next day, before dawn, they gathered again. This time, they carried backpacks and weapons. Everything that needed to be said had already been said yesterday. Gu Yuehe only gave a few more simple instructions before letting them leave. The town wasn't far from City A. Even on foot, it would only take a little over 4 hours. They could reach the city before the midday heat. On the road, no one spoke, only pressing forward to another city far from City A. When Su Jianyan woke up, it was already broad daylight. After washing up and eating breakfast, he went downstairs to find Su Bai and his group of zombie kings already prepared for battle. Su Jianyan followed Li Muqiu onto the back of the white wolf. We inquired last night. There should be a camp ahead. Not a large one. About 200 zombie kings, Su Bai said with a smile. Su Jianyan looked at him. Inquired? In this apocalyptic world, where would Su Bai inquire? Su Bai looked behind him. Amidst a large herd of exotic beasts emerged a bruised and swollen creature. Howling. A what? It's a corpse king that recently advanced in this city. We found it last night, Su Bai said with a smile. Su Jianyan's lips twitched involuntarily. Was the purpose of asking about it to be beaten before it could speak? It said it wants to join us too, Su Bai added. Su Jianyan glanced again at the corpse king's face. Its eyelids so swollen it could barely open its eyes, trying to suppress the thought of how it came to wanting to join. All right. Seeing Su Jianyan nod, the corpse king visibly relaxed. If Su Jianyan hadn't agreed, Su Bai and the others would never have been so kind as to let it go. It would have become food. As for the faction, Su Bai continued, I mean, Your Majesty, you don't need to intervene. Leave it to us. They currently had 500 or 600 corpse kings, while the opposing side only had 200, 2 against 1. More than enough. We can try negotiating first, Su Jianyan said. It wasn't that he was afraid of fighting, but that would be too time-consuming. If it could be resolved through negotiation, that would be best. Okay. Saying this, Su Bai looked at Su Hong and the black beast beside him. The two immediately sped up, moving forward along with the 300 or so zombie kings in the group. Fighting with superior numbers might not sound good, but it felt exhilarating. In less than 10 minutes, the black beast and its group of zombie kings disappeared ahead. 3 hours later, when they arrived at a mountain outside the next city, the corpses of zombie kings were already visible on the city's edge, and the faint roars of beasts could be heard from within the city. Su Jianyan didn't enter the city. He set up camp directly in the mountains. Sitting down, Su Jianyan opened his backpack to get some water when someone handed him a plate of red things. Su Jianyan looked over. Su Bai had found a tray from somewhere, and on it were a bunch of fruits that looked like cherries, but were 2 or 3 times larger. I asked around last night, and a zombie king said he'd eaten this fruit. It tastes good, and you won't die from it, Su Bai said in a joking tone, his words sending chills down his spine. Su Jianyan hesitated. His mind was filled with the image of the skeleton with vines growing from its brain. He wanted to refuse, but the fruit looked undeniably tempting. In the 10 months since the apocalypse, he only managed to eat vegetables in the last few months. He never even seen fruit before. Just as Su Jianyan was hesitating, A long, slender hand appeared beside him. Li Muchio took one, looked at it, and took a bite. Su Jianyan was surprised. Li Muchio didn't dislike Su Bai. So why was he eating something Su Bai had given him? Is it good? Su Jianyan asked. Li Muchio looked at the fruit with some surprise. It's sweet. He disliked Su Bai. Even the mere touch of anything Su Bai gave him made him uncomfortable, let alone eat it. But Su Jianyan clearly wanted to eat it. Hearing it was sweet, Su Jianyan's mouth immediately watered. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to take it. He had barely touched the fruit when Li Muchio pulled his hand back. Li Muchio said, "Eat it later." Only now did Su Jianyan realize why Li Muchio would eat Su Bai's food. Seeing his fear, she was testing it for him. "Aren't you afraid?" Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio's stomach. "What if vines grew there? Just cut them off." Li Muchio threw the remaining part into his mouth. For the Corpse King, that was nothing. Besides, things deadly to humans were questionable to them. Su Jianyan was speechless for a moment. Li Muchio had never eaten fruit before. It wasn't until he crunched something in his mouth that Su Jianyan realized the fruit had a pit. Su Jianyan wanted to make him spit it out, but it was too late. He watched as Li Muchio swallowed. After finishing, Li Muchio waited quietly. Su Bai didn't object. He put down the plate and sat down beside him to wait. If Li Muchio was parasitized, he could help dig the thing out. He promised not to kill Li Muchio. An hour later, when the heat was so intense that Su Jianyan was almost delirious, Li Muchio finally made a move. He picked up a fruit and handed it to Su Jianyan, offering his opinion. "The hard part in the middle isn't tasty." Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. He didn't say anything, wiped the fruit on his clothes, and then held it to his nose to sniff. The fruit's taste wasn't like any he had ever eaten before, but it was very sweet. Just the smell made Su Jianyan's mouth water. He couldn't resist and took a small bite. The fruit was very juicy. The juice immediately burst out with each bite. It was indeed very sweet, but not purely sweet. It had a slightly tart sweetness. The fruit was truly delicious. By the time Su Jianyan realized what was happening, he had already subconsciously swallowed the pulp. He had been a little hesitant, but now he didn't even have the chance to hesitate. Thinking about it, he simply ate it heartily. "If you like it, I prepare some more in the future," Su Bai said. "Okay." Su Jianyan ate 3 in one go before stopping. The fruit was so juicy that he didn't need to drink any more water after 3, which was convenient. Full and satisfied, Su Jianyan laid down under the shade of a tree. More than 3 hours later, when Su Jianyan woke up, the black beasts and their pack of zombie kings had returned. They brought back a head. Su Jianyan glanced at it and lost interest. "You can have it all from now on. No need to give it to me." The group of zombie kings behind the black beast immediately scrambled for it. The head of the zombie king was incredibly nutritious for them. Other zombie kings would never give it to their subordinates. But Su Jianyan never ate it. They were all used to it. Su Jianyan looked around but didn't see Li Muchio and Su Bai in the crowd. Just as Su Jianyan was about to ask, he saw the two riding their subordinates back from the nearby woods. They, and their subordinates, each had vines in their hands and mouths, with the same kind of fruit he had eaten before. They were clearly fighting over it. Su Jianyan silently looked away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Su Bai was good to him, but he didn't feel the care between lovers in Su Bai. Instead, he felt more of a subordinate's protectiveness towards their king and his neurotic thought process. As for Li Muchio, Su Jianyan quite enjoyed watching him get jealous. Li Muchio was quite frank when he was still an awakened zombie, but after evolving into a zombie king, he became less talkative, to the point that Su Jianyan sometimes couldn't figure out what he was thinking. "Su Jianyan." Li Muchio approached. Su Jianyan turned around. Seeing the fruit in his hand, Su Jianyan was surprised. "You picked these for me?" "Yes." Li Muchio picked all the fruit from the vines he had brought back, putting some in Su Jianyan's hand and some in his backpack, intending to give them to him after Su Jianyan finished eating his own. Su Bai also eagerly came over. Su Jianyan put all the extra fruit in his backpack, keeping only the few that Li Muchio had given him. After a short rest, Su Jianyan set off again. Before leaving, Su Jianyan didn't forget to take the remaining zombie kings from the city with him. The mark of the king of zombies on his subordinates disappears the moment the king dies. Freeing him. City A. Stepping into City A. Looking at the familiar streets and buildings, Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu felt extremely conflicted. Zombie kings were stationed at intervals on the city's outskirts, but they chose an area free of them. That was precisely where Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu had left the city. Besides Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu, Mo Doran and his group also took a deep breath. They had long dreamed of this day. "Let's go," Zhang Yu said. Leading the way, the group moved quickly. Not long ago, hundreds of zombie kings had infested the city's edge, devouring many zombies on the outskirts. They hadn't seen a single zombie along the way. That made things easier for them. But it also made them worry. There was a difference between dozens and hundreds of zombie kings. Su Jianyan was merely human. The group quickened their pace. That night, Su Jianyan stayed in the city. This city was one of the earlier developed ones. So although it was of a certain size, the buildings and streets were quite old. Looking at the dilapidated roads, Su Jianyan thought of the video store again. The more remote the place, the more likely he was to find something. After dinner, before it got completely dark, Su Jianyan and Li Muchio rode the White Wolf to explore the neighborhood. They were lucky and quickly found an old street. The street had shops selling clothes and accessories, as well as general stores and restaurants. Su Jianyan also spotted several second-hand shops. The street was narrow due to its age, so Su Jianyan didn't let the White Wolf go in. He led Li Muchio inside himself. Among the second-hand shops, Su Jianyan found a VCD player. That was an antique. Many people probably hadn't even seen one before. When Su Jianyan found it, it had been sitting in a corner for who knows how long, covered in dust. Unfortunately, Su Jianyan only found the machine, not the discs. "Find a bag." Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio, who was staring at the back door. "What?" Before Su Jianyan could finish his question, he saw several pale, bloodless faces in the darkness. Su Jianyan was used to the presence of zombies, but the sudden sight of human faces still startled him. "You?" Su Jianyan was about to ask what was going on when several people hiding under the corner stairs rushed towards them. Su Jianyan was gagged and dragged further into the shop. Several others tried to cover Li Muchio's mouth, but she dodged them. Behind the shop was a storeroom, containing over 60 people besides the group from before. "Are you all crazy?" Before Su Jianyan could ask, the man who had pulled him in whispered. "What?" Su Jianyan asked, puzzled. "Quiet," another man quickly urged. At the same time, the sound of something being knocked over came from the street. Judging from the direction and location of the sound, it seemed to be the White Wolf outside, peeking out to see if they were missing. Su Jianyan instantly realized what was happening. These refugees must have discovered they had entered the city today and were taking refuge in the shop, only to be barged in at this moment. After looking around for a while and not seeing anyone, the White Wolf went around to the other side of the street. The group inside, hearing the receding footsteps, breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, they all looked at Su Jianyan and Li Muchio. "Aren't you afraid we're the Corpse King?" Su Jianyan asked curiously. The person who had dragged Su Jianyan into the house looked at the VCD Su Jianyan was still clutching. "I never seen a Corpse King look for this." "Now you have." Su Jianyan wanted to reply, but swallowed the words. "There's a Corpse King in the city. You better leave quickly." Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. Li Muchio went outside to find a bag for Su Jianyan. "Of course we know there's a Corpse King." Su Jianyan was speechless. "Then what are you still doing here? Waiting to be eaten?" The group remained silent, just staring at Su Jianyan. Li Muchio returned from outside, carrying a shopping bag. He couldn't find anything else. Su Jianyan didn't mind, carefully placing the machine inside, intending to take it with him. "You live around here?" the man who had pulled Su Jianyan asked. "No." Su Jianyan carried the pack machine towards the door. Reaching the door, he turned back. "Aren't you leaving?" The group remained motionless. "You live here?" Su Jianyan realized. The group shook their heads. Su Jianyan felt utterly bewildered. "Even if we go out, where can we go?" someone whispered. Su Jianyan paused, then looked back. What he saw was different. There were over 60 people in the room, young and old, all emaciated and sallow from hunger. In one corner of the room sat a pot, filled with steaming water. He had seen the same setup on Fei Qing and the others before. They weren't just seeking refuge here. They were waiting to die. There was no food left in the city. They could only survive on snow water. Su Jianyan opened his lips, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. After a moment, Su Jianyan sighed silently. If he hadn't mutated into the King of Corpses, his life would probably be like this now. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. Without needing to say anything, Li Muchio understood his meaning and headed towards the door. The group of people inside looked somewhat puzzled as Li Muchio left alone. But none of them said anything. My name is Wu Zikuan, and I'm the captain of our survival team. The man who had just pulled Su Jianyan introduced himself and looked at Su Jianyan. There are only 2 of you. Since the apocalypse, there were no more groups of 2 or 3 people left. Su Jianyan and his group were the first they encountered in months. Su Jianyan didn't elaborate. Just a moment later, Li Muchio returned. He carried 2 backpacks and a huge bundle wrapped in a bedsheet. Inside were the food Su Jianyan had specially packed before leaving. Upon entering, Li Muchio handed everything to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan placed the VCD player on the ground and opened both backpacks. Wu Zikuan and his group instinctively looked over and, seeing the backpacks overflowing with food, all sat up straight. Su Jianyan took out the fruit from the backpacks and set them aside, then dumped out all the food he brought from City A. Finally, he looked at Wu Zikuan. These are for you. Wu Zikuan and his group were stunned. For us? Wu Zikuan's voice was hoarse. Leaving aside the bulging bedsheets, the food Su Jianyan pulled out of his backpack was almost a mountain, the most they'd seen in months. Was Su Jianyan going to give it all to them? Su Jianyan packed the fruit and the VCDs he found into his backpack, then slung one backpack over his shoulder and handed the other to Li Muchio. Do you know City A? Su Jianyan asked. Wu Zikuan, startled, subconsciously replied, Yes. Go that way. There's a ring-shaped mountain range there, and inside it is a human-built amusement park. Su Jianyan said. Amusement park? Wu Zikuan and the other spirits lifted. It was a place they had imagined countless times, but could never reach. Su Jianyan said nothing more and turned to leave. Wait. Wu Zikuan followed. Su Jianyan didn't stop. Upon exiting, Su Jianyan looked at both ends of the street, but didn't see the white wolf on either side. I sent it back, Li Muchio said. Su Jianyan nodded. If Wu Zikuan and the others saw it, they would be scared to death. Su Jianyan led the way towards the stronghold. He had just reached the other side of the street when he heard a rustling sound behind him. Wu Zikuan followed him out. The sun had already set, but it wasn't completely dark yet, allowing Su Jianyan to finally see his appearance clearly. He wasn't injured like Fei Qing and his group, but he was far more disheveled than them. That dishevelment wasn't just physical, but more so mental. He had been teetering on the edge of death for who knows how long. He looked left and right, and after not seeing the white wolf, approached Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan looked at him. Is there anything else? A flash of embarrassment crossed Wu Zikuan's eyes, but he still forced himself to speak. Would you like to join our team? I can make you the captain. Su Jianyan was speechless. Wu Zikuan awkwardly looked away, his face and neck flushing red. Su Jianyan sighed. He could understand Wu Zikuan's thoughts. While he and Li Muchio didn't look like they had been starving for a long time, their complexions were at least rosy. Plus, the fact that the 2 of them had produced so much food undoubtedly gave Wu Zikuan and Li Muchio the impression that they were capable. If he were starving, he would have seized the opportunity to invite them too. I'm sorry. Su Jianyan refused. Wu Zikuan opened and closed his mouth, finally managing to stammer. I'm the one who should be apologizing. Su Jianyan had just helped them. Yet this guy immediately took advantage of the situation. Su Jianyan didn't blame him. You guys stay here tonight, and don't wander around. Those zombie kings won't come this way. You can set off for City A tomorrow after dawn. Wu Zikuan didn't know where Su Jianyan got his confidence from, but he nodded anyway. Su Jianyan left. What's your name? Wu Zikuan asked. Su Jianyan didn't want to answer. They wouldn't have a chance to see each other again. Thinking it over, he said. Su Jianyan. Just a name. Crossing the street and turning the corner, Su Jianyan glanced back. Wu Zikuan was still standing there. Snow had begun to fall, making the whole street seem even more desolate and desperate, like something out of a post-apocalyptic world. Wu Zikuan and his group might not even make it there safely, although it only took them a few days to get here. That was because the White Wolf pack was fast and powerful. If it were humans, who would easily alert the zombies, and considering Wu Zikuan and the others' condition, it would take at least a month, maybe longer. Should we keep an eye on them? Li Muchio asked. Su Jianyan was somewhat tempted, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. He couldn't possibly act as a babysitter for every group of people he encountered. Su Jianyan returned to the temporary base half an hour later. That night, he ate some fruit. He didn't know if the fruit was edible for humans, so he didn't give any to Wu Zikuan and the others. Luckily, he had the fruit. Otherwise, he would have gone hungry that night. After eating, Su Jianyan went to sleep. After leaving the factory, he couldn't use the electric blanket anymore, and Li Muchio's privilege of sleeping in the bed was taken away. After Su Jianyan shivered as he lay down on the bed, Li Muchio watched him from the foot of the bed for a while before lying down in a position as far away from him as possible. Su Jianyan glanced around, then moved further to the side. Feeling rejected, Li Muchio shrank into a thin strip on the edge of the bed. The next day, Su Jianyan continued in the same direction. They were already far from City A, unless they encountered the Corpse King again to inquire. They could only continue in one direction. An hour later, they passed through the city. Ahead of the city was a sparse forest, and further ahead of the forest was a relatively low mountain range. Just as they were about to head towards the mountain range after passing through the forest, a group of figures suddenly appeared and attacked. Su Bai and the Black Beast charged forward simultaneously, while the White Wolf retreated under Li Muchio's control. At the same time, a large group of Corpse Kings engaged them from behind. In the chaos, Su Jianyan looked towards the mountain range ahead. On the summit of one of the mountains, a powerful creature had appeared, with a human figure on its back. That figure clearly felt different from the other Corpse Kings. It was the King of Corpse Kings. The enemy must have heard about their situation and deliberately laid an ambush here. After confirming the enemy's location, Su Jianyan lowered his gaze to the battlefield ahead. Su Bai and the Black Beast were gone. Su Jianyan immediately looked towards the mountaintop again. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, Su Jianyan spotted them on the opposite mountaintop. The Corpse King on the other side clearly hadn't noticed them. Faced with the sudden attack, he panicked. Less than 5 minutes later, the group of Corpse Kings that had ambushed them began to scatter in all directions. Su Jianyan wasn't surprised, although this was his first time leaving the city. Judging from the previous battles, Su Bai and the Black Beast's abilities probably far surpassed those of most Corpse Kings. Su Jianyan quickly intervened to control the situation. Just as he finished, gunshots rang out from the city behind them. Su Jianyan frowned and looked in that direction. It was in the direction of Wu Zikuan and his group. The commotion they had just caused was enough to stir up all the zombies in the city. Go check it out, Su Jianyan said. As soon as he finished speaking, White Wolf immediately headed in that direction. In the city, they had crossed the city in just 1 hour. On the way back, White Wolf ran at full speed, and in less than 10 minutes, they saw a familiar street ahead. At the end of the street, Wu Zikuan and his group were fleeing in a sorry state. What forced them to flee was not the ordinary zombies that were stirring up trouble everywhere on the street, but an awakened zombie that was no longer recognizable as human. Su Jianyan jumped off White Wolf. You guys deal with the ordinary zombies. Landing, Su Jianyan quickly ran towards the other end of the street. He was incredibly fast, reaching the other end of the street in the blink of an eye. Approaching, he struck the awakened zombie on the back with his axe. It was too large. Su Jianyan couldn't reach its head. The blow landed solidly, knocking the awakened zombie to the ground. Su Jianyan. In the chaos, Wu Zikuan recognized Su Jianyan, his eyes wide with disbelief. That was an awakened zombie. Roar! At the same time, the White Wolf behind them went berserk, stomping and tearing at the ordinary zombies. The building collapsed, burying the zombie army, while the others who had escaped were drawn to the commotion. Li Muchio's act was quite convincing. Watch out! An uneasy warning came as Su Jianyan looked away. The awakened zombie that had been knocked down got up, its eyes bloodshot, and turned to bite Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan, always on guard, dodged to the side and swung his axe again, this time striking the awakened zombie directly on the head. Bang! The ground exploded, along with the zombie's head. Wu Zikuan, who was rushing towards them to push Su Jianyan away, froze. His hands were still raised, making him look utterly foolish. You? Wu Zikuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Wu Zikuan. A girl about Wu Zikuan's age rushed towards him. Wu Zikuan caught her. You? Tears streamed down the girl's face. She thought Wu Zikuan was dead. Before she could finish speaking, Wu Zikuan kissed her, before Su Jianyan appeared. He thought they were both going to die. Behind the ruins, Li Muchio, who had finished his performance and arrived late, saw the scene as soon as he turned the corner, causing him to stop in his tracks. Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan looked over. Li Muchio's eyes were full of doubt. Why is that person eating people? He thought only zombies ate other zombies. Chapter 69. Su Jianyan was stunned. The next moment, his features contorted. Eating people? Li Muchio was referring to Wu Zikuan and the others. Su Jianyan glanced at Wu Zikuan and the others beside him, who were now crying tears of joy after their kiss. Li Muchio thought they were eating people. Many thoughts flashed through Su Jianyan's mind in that instant. From awakening as a zombie, to becoming a zombie king, and then the king of zombie kings. It had only been 10 months. For a race to emerge, that was indeed very short. That also meant there were still many uncertainties surrounding them. At least in those 10 months. Su Jianyan had never seen a zombie king reproduce on its own. Su Jianyan's gaze couldn't help but slide down Li Muchio's chest and waist. After Li Muchio advanced to the zombie king, he had never seen Li Muchio naked again. But when Li Muchio was still an awakened zombie, he had helped him bathe. Su Jianyan? Noticing Su Jianyan's gaze, Li Muchio felt somewhat uncomfortable. Just as Su Jianyan was about to speak, Wu Zikuan's voice came from beside him. Su Jianyan. Let's go first. Su Jianyan looked over. Wu Zikuan and his group, who had been fleeing in a sorry state, were now heading towards the opposite corner. Although the zombies had been temporarily attracted away, new ones would soon be drawn in. They had to leave as quickly as possible. Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment, then followed. Wu Zikuan and his group were too weak. If they separated now, they might not be able to escape safely. After turning the corner, Su Jianyan quickly took 2 steps to the front of the group. Stay close to me. After giving the instructions, he sped up and ran forward along the alley. Su Jianyan. They hadn't run far when they saw 2 zombies ahead. The alley was narrow, and there were no corners nearby. Wu Zikuan and his group immediately slowed down, their eyes filled with fear. Su Jianyan, however, sped up instead, and just as the 2 zombies approached, he swung his axe, smashing one zombie against a wall and cracking the back of the other's head. Having dealt with it, Su Jianyan continued forward. Already shaken, Wu Zikuan and his group had incredibly varied expressions, and quickly followed. As they ran past the 2 zombies, the group was noticeably hesitant. They still couldn't believe the 2 zombies were dead. More than 10 minutes later, Su Jianyan stopped in an alleyway behind another street, far from the White Wolf. All right. Su Jianyan swung his axe. They had encountered at least 10 zombies along the way, which had given him some exercise. With Su Bai and the others around, he hadn't had to lift a finger on their expedition so far. But now, he was getting some exercise. Wu Zikuan opened and closed his lips, but couldn't utter a word for a long time, because Su Jianyan's expression was as if he were simply commenting on the weather. But there were more than 10 zombies. More than 10 zombies, enough to wipe them all out. And then, there was the awakened zombie from before. Judging from the degree of mutation of that awakened zombie, it was probably only 1 step away from becoming a zombie king. But Su Jianyan had dealt with it in just 2 axe blows. That first axe blow was only because the awakened zombie was too tall for him to reach the head. Otherwise, it would have been a one-hit kill. Ordinary zombies were one thing. Having survived this long, they had all killed ordinary zombies to some extent. But an awakened zombie? And 2 axe blows per awakened zombie? Just who is Su Jianyan? Let's go! Seeing Wu Zikuan and his group staring blankly at him, Su Jianyan had no choice but to speak again. Hearing this, Wu Zikuan, completely stunned, slowly came to his senses, which only made his feelings more complicated, because Su Jianyan had clearly rushed back to save them. Although he didn't know where Su Jianyan had come from, he had glimpsed the scene of Su Jianyan rushing out from the other end of the street. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would be dead, Wu Zikuan said sincerely. If you need anything in the future, just let us know, and we will definitely help if it's within our capabilities. No need. You can't help me. Su Jianyan refused. He was about to participate in a battle between the kings of corpses, which was not something humans could participate in. Wu Zikuan smiled bitterly and remained silent. In the current situation, they really couldn't help Su Jianyan, let alone help. It would be difficult for them not to be a burden to Su Jianyan. That's not what I meant. Su Jianyan realized that his words seemed ambiguous. I know. Wu Zikuan smiled. Su Jianyan was a very good person. At least since the apocalypse. Su Jianyan was definitely the best person he had met. You should go quickly, Su Jianyan said. Okay. Then we meet again someday. Wu Zikuan nodded and looked at the group of people behind him. Seeing this, many of the people hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. If Su Jianyan could join them, their chances of survival would increase significantly. Let's go, Wu Zikuan said. How could he not understand what everyone was thinking? But some things only needed to be said once. Su Jianyan had already given them all his food and had even turned back to save them when they were in danger. Su Jianyan had already done more than enough. Asking for more would be excessive. Their pity was no excuse for kidnapping others. Seeing Wu Zikuan's resolute mind, the group could only follow, glancing back every few steps. Su Jianyan stood still, watching them turn the corner. Su Jianyan sighed. It would be difficult for Wu Zikuan and his group to reach City A on their own. Even if they could, the team would have to be reduced by at least half. Su Jianyan looked towards the corner with a headache. A familiar figure quickly emerged from around the corner. Su Bai nodded slightly. And the next moment, an awakened zombie, still in human form, but with bones clearly beginning to mutate, quickly headed in the direction Wu Zikuan and his group had left. The number of zombies a high-level zombie king can control, and the number of awakened zombies, depends on the strength of their abilities. Su Bai had already been able to control over 300 ordinary zombies when they first met, converted to awakened zombies. That would amount to at least 10. However, most intelligent zombie kings wouldn't spread their power too thin, since their main opponents were other zombie kings of the same level, not humans. Let's go! Su Jianyan led the way towards the White Wolf. Li Muchio followed, summoning the White Wolf, who was still putting on an act. Su Bai also summoned his subordinates. 3 minutes later, the White Wolf appeared ahead. Su Jianyan and Li Muchio went up to it. 10 minutes later, when they crossed the city and reappeared in the valley, it was already fully light. The valley was now filled with pools of blood, making the air extremely foul. Su Jianyan pressed his nose against Li Muchio's shoulder. Li Muchio's scent immediately washed away the stench, smelling that familiar scent. Su Jianyan quickly recalled what had just happened, making his gaze towards Li Muchio's profile even more complex. Although the intelligent zombie king looked exactly like a human, its inner self was fundamentally different. Could it be that Li Muchio didn't have that kind of reaction? What's wrong with me? Li Muchio's eyes held a faint doubt. Su Jianyan had been acting strangely since the beginning. Nothing. Su Jianyan looked away, pulling her closer. After crossing the mountain range, they entered a hilly area. The hills rose and fell, and everywhere there were clusters of mutated plants blooming with large flowers, making the whole scene resemble a fairy tale world. Approaching, Su Jianyan couldn't help but look at the flowers. They grew on a cluster of very slender vines, the leaves of which were round like copper coins. As were the flowers. The flowers were snow-white, with only a few blue stamens in the center. At first glance, they were quite adorable. Thinking for a moment, Su Jianyan plucked a flower and tucked it behind Li Muchio's ear. Li Muchio already had a somewhat gloomy appearance, and after becoming a corpse king, his silent demeanor made that even more pronounced. The flower seemed out of place on him. Su Jianyan's smile widened immediately. Li Muchio touched it with some confusion, but didn't remove it. Before the midday heat, they traversed the hilly area. At midday, they rested in a grove of trees. After the afternoon heat subsided, they continued their journey. In another grove of trees, in the opposite direction, Wu Zikuan and his group held their breath, trying to minimize their presence. Ahead of them, in the grass, was a large group of corpse kings moving. They moved with incredible speed, yet made almost no sound, and their actions were clearly organized. Wu Zikuan almost immediately thought of the zombie kings in the city earlier. He wasn't sure what was going on either side, but these zombie kings were obviously preparing to ambush the others. Su Jianyan and the others seemed to be heading that way too, someone in the group said, already somewhat uneasy. Wu Zikuan couldn't help but turn around to look. Don't worry. He's more adapted to this apocalypse than we are. He'd be fine. The short-haired girl beside Wu Zikuan reassured him. Her name was Qingyu, and she and Wu Zikuan had known each other before the apocalypse. They were classmates. She wasn't just saying this casually. She genuinely believed it from the bottom of her heart. After all, she had witnessed Su Jianyan's abilities. Wu Zikuan thought for a moment, nodded, and then got up to continue towards City A. The group followed. 3 days later, they were completely far from the city where they had encountered Su Jianyan. As night fell, the group prepared to set up camp. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed excitedly, "There seems to be a village over there." The group, halfway up the mountain, immediately looked. Without electricity and snow falling that night, the world was shrouded in darkness. It took them some time before they finally spotted a building behind a patch of mutated plants on the left side of the foot of the mountain. "It's not too far. Should we go?" Xinyu asked. With temperatures exceeding -40 degrees Celsius, muscle tissue could freeze to death. To avoid freezing to death, they carried as much warm clothing and sleeping bags as possible. But even the best insulation couldn't compare to a windproof building and thick blankets. "Let's go!" Wu Zikuan made a decisive decision. The group quickly packed their things. Half an hour later, they arrived at the village. The village before the apocalypse was completely different from the village of decades ago. Almost every household lived in a detached villa, and cars were everywhere. However, that was before the apocalypse. Now, the entire village was dirty and chaotic, and its remoteness even gave it a somewhat eerie feel. There were quite a few ordinary zombies in the village. Seeing the figures swaying in the night, Wu Zikuan and his group were not afraid at all. In fact, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As the apocalypse dragged on, the number of awakened zombies increased, and even small villages like this might exist. The best way to tell if there were awakened zombies or zombie kings in the village was to look at the number of ordinary zombies. Awakened zombies and zombie kings evolved by eating them. The usual. Wu Zikuan looked at Xinyu. Xinyu nodded. The next moment, the two men each led a team towards the village in the dark, searching for suitable rooms to spend the night. A little over 10 minutes later, the two teams returned, one after the other. "I found a house. A team stayed there before. There are plenty of blankets inside," Xinyu said, pointing to a small building near the left edge. "But there are about a dozen zombies behind that house." The building was in a good location. If anything happened, they could escape quickly. "Let's go check it out." Wu Zikuan didn't see a suitable place. Xinyu immediately led his team in that direction. The small building had indeed been occupied. Not only were there blankets inside, but the zombies facing the mutated plant forest had also been cleared. That made things easier for them. They entered the house, locked the door from the inside, and the group quickly spread out, searching for any leftover food and checking for zombies. The house had been thoroughly searched, but they found nothing. There were indeed zombies behind the house, just as Xinyu had said. However, there were probably more than Xinyu had estimated. Maybe 10 in total. "Let's stay here tonight," Wu Zikuan said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and immediately headed towards the room on the second floor where the blankets were. Xinyu, standing by the window looking towards the back of the house, didn't move. "Xinyu?" Wu Zikuan asked. Puzzled, Xinyu frowned. When she arrived, there were clearly more zombies behind the house. "Is there a problem?" Wu Zikuan asked. Xinyu looked around and finally shook her head. If there were awakened zombies or a zombie king in the village, there wouldn't be so many zombies left, even if they were unlucky enough to encounter newly awakened ones. They didn't see any zombie corpses on their faces. Those zombies don't specifically pack food to take home and eat later. They always eat it on the spot. As for deliberately concealing themselves, if awakened zombies could do that, they would have been discovered and attacked long ago. The reason awakened zombies are terrifying isn't just because of their superhuman strength and speed, but also because they possess intelligence and can think. Their footprints in the snow were very clear. "Let's go!" Wu Zikuan patted Xinyu's shoulder. After entering the house, the two ate something simple and quickly went to sleep like the others. Late at night, Wu Zikuan was sound asleep when he was shaken awake. It was Xinyu who woke him. "What?" Wu Zikuan was about to speak when his mouth was covered. Xinyu shook her head solemnly, then gestured for them to leave quickly. After instructing Wu Zikuan, she immediately turned back to call the others. Wu Zikuan was bewildered, but he immediately sprang into action. He and another person on night watch quickly woke the others. Shouldering their backpacks, the group silently went downstairs. As they walked, Xinyu pointed out the window. Wu Zikuan and the others immediately looked outside. Outside the window, behind the house, several zombies were pacing back and forth. At first, Wu Zikuan was puzzled. He didn't see anything unusual, but the next moment, it dawned on him, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. The zombies were fewer. And more than one was missing. Were there awakened zombies in the village? A chill ran through the group. And their pace quickened involuntarily. Reaching the door, the person at the front opened it as quietly as possible. In the midst of the swirling snow, in front of a forest of mutated plants, a figure was busy with something, his back to them. Before him was a zombie with limp limbs. Hearing the noise, the person turned around. He was chewing, his face and body covered in a greenish-blue liquid. Gulp. After looking at him, he turned back to continue eating. Wu Zikuan and his group experienced a momentary blankness. The next instant, they slammed the door shut and turned to run towards the back door. The back door led to the village, a place teeming with zombies, but they couldn't care less about that now. Gulp. The awakened zombie seemed displeased as it noticed Wu Zikuan and his group moving. For the past few days, they had been wandering in the mountains without a single bite to eat. Now that they had finally managed to eat, Wu Zikuan and his group were leaving before he could even finish. He threw away the corpse in his hand and quickly followed. As he ran, he grabbed 2 more zombies and stuffed them into his pocket. He would eat them on the way. City A. On a rooftop, in the wind and snow, Mordelin and his group watched Fei Qing nervously. Fei Qing was turning her head, looking around. Fei Qing was also a little nervous. After all, she was the only one who knew where Su Jianyan lived. What if she went the wrong way or couldn't find the place? After looking for a while without finding any familiar buildings, Fei Qing steeled herself and headed towards the other side of the rooftop. She had already looked there when she came up. Seeing Fei Qing hesitate for so long, Mordelin and his group couldn't help but feel more worried. But they all endured it. A few minutes later, Fei Qing changed direction again. Why don't we rest first and find a higher rooftop tomorrow? Xian suggested. It's too dark. Let's look again tomorrow morning. Li Qingjue added. Sorry. Fei Qing paused as she turned, then abruptly looked back, her voice brimming with excitement. It's over there. I remember those rooftops. We stayed there one night. The group immediately looked. It was a cluster of ordinary residential buildings, but the rooftops of those buildings were made of black, tiled roofs, quite distinctive among the ordinary row houses. Fei Qing was unlikely to be mistaken. Let's go take a look. Li Xiaofeng led the way downstairs. Half an hour later, they reached the side of the complex. Li Lingmu ran a few steps, pushed off the wall, and hung on it. A moment later, he climbed up. That was a sign of safety. Seeing this, Mo Duolin and his group behind him sprang into action. There were no zombies behind the wall, but some were nearby. After landing silently, the group quickly ran in the opposite direction. Suddenly, Fei Qing stopped and quickly headed towards a building on her right. Ma Duoren and his group quickly followed. A few minutes later, in the living room on the 3rd floor of an apartment building, Fei Qing looked at the familiar layout and the blankets scattered on the floor, almost jumping for joy. This is it. These blankets are what Su Jianyan brought us to. He and Li Muchio slept in the master bedroom. I slept here. Fei Qing was so excited that her voice rose uncontrollably. But no one in the room stopped her. Then, Xian looked over excitedly. Yes. Fei Qing nodded vigorously. 3 more days, and we be there. Xian took a deep breath. The air was icy cold. That breath almost froze her lungs. But the blood in her body instantly diluted the chill. Ma Duoren and his group also clenched their fists. 3 days. Just 3 more days. And they would see Su Jianyan. Go to sleep early. Let's leave early tomorrow, Mordelin said. The group dispersed to check the room. And after confirming there were no zombies, they each found a place to lie down. The room quickly became quiet. The group stared wide-eyed, none of them able to sleep. Their minds were filled with the scene of seeing Su Jianyan, what they should say, and how Su Jianyan would react. In the town, inside the room, on the bed. Achoo! Su Jianyan couldn't help but sneeze. Li Muchio looked over. My nose is just a little itchy. Su Jianyan rubbed his nose. Maybe someone is thinking of me. Li Muchio paused, then frowned. Who? What? After rubbing his nose, Su Jianyan pulled the blanket back up. He was cold. Who's thinking about you? Li Muchio's voice was colder than the outdoor temperature. Her heart aching so badly it felt like it was melting. It was already late. That person should be asleep. Why was he thinking about Su Jianyan? Su Jianyan realized what was going on and found it amusing. He couldn't resist teasing Li Muchio. Maybe it's Ma Doran and the others. You know, I saved quite a few people before. It's not strange that one or two of them remember me. Is it? Although the Corpse King inherited the language abilities from the human era, it clearly only had the most basic language skills. Li Muchio remained silent. That was indeed not strange. But he felt it was inappropriate. They were all on the verge of death. Couldn't they think of other things? Why did they have to think about Su Jianyan? Su Jianyan's playful side emerged. Actually, I miss them quite a bit too. I wonder if I ever have a chance to see them again. If you could see them again, I really wanted to go with them. Li Muchio's brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a mosquito. Su Jianyan had always thought he was human, and therefore disliked the Corpse King. After learning he was the king of corpses, he no longer showed any dislike. But he also never said he liked his current identity. Su Jianyan wanted to go back to the human world. Su Jianyan still hated the Corpse King. Li Muchio felt a tightness in his chest, because he was the Corpse King, the king of corpses. I wonder where Wu Zikuan and the others have gone, Su Jianyan said. Li Muchio lay on his side, looking serious. They must have gone far. Su Jianyan thought for a moment. They shouldn't be that far. Right? Li Muchio remained silent, only looking at Su Jianyan, who was also lying on his side. If I go after them, will you go? Su Jianyan asked. Go. Li Muchio answered without hesitation. Su Jianyan raised an eyebrow. What if they don't like you? My blood is red. With a little effort, I can still hide it. Li Muchio might not be so lucky. Li Muchio remained silent, her facial muscles tense. Su Jianyan was pondering whether to say something more when Li Muchio spoke, saying, They're not good. What's wrong with them? I don't know. Su Jianyan was curious. This was the first time Li Muchio had spoken ill of someone behind their back. They eat people, Li Muchio said seriously. They might eat you. Su Jianyan's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Then a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. They won't eat me. How do you know? Su Jianyan was clearly delicious. That's not eating people. Su Jianyan moved forward, closer to Li Muchio. Su Jianyan was so close that Li Muchio's nose was almost touching his, and he instinctively held his breath. That's different from eating people, Su Jianyan said with a half smile. You saw them bite until they bled? Li Muchio tried to think, but Su Jianyan's breath was too strong, making him dizzy. Su Jianyan said, That's kissing. Something only two very intimate people who want to spend the rest of their lives together do. He paused, then tempted. Would you like to try? Chapter 70. Li Muchio's eyelashes trembled slightly. His mind was filled with the phrase, we spend the rest of our lives together. By the time he realized it, he had already nodded. He wanted to spend his future days with Su Jianyan. The room was dark, but the two were very close, allowing Su Jianyan to clearly see Li Muchio nod without hesitation. Su Jianyan's breath hitched. The next moment, he moved closer to Li Muchio until their bodies were pressed together through the blanket. Their noses were touching. Li Muchio held his breath. Su Jianyan's breath washed over him, warm and comforting. Su Jianyan tilted his head slightly and gently touched Li Muchio's lips with his own. The instant their lips touched, Li Muchio felt a jolt of electricity run through his body. He had never felt anything like it before, and his instinctive reaction was to run away. Su Jianyan didn't give him a chance. Flipping over and pinning him down the instant, he pushed him away. Su Jianyan. Li Muchio tried to stop him. He found the feeling strange. In his view, what Wu Zikuan and the others were doing was essentially devouring each other. He himself had eaten other zombies, and witnessed other zombies eating each other. But Su Jianyan's touch, even if it was just a light touch, sent shivers down his spine, pressing him firmly beneath him. Su Jianyan didn't rush to bite, but instead reached out a hand, brushing away the stray hairs falling across Li Muchio's cheek. The electric shock sensation immediately returned upon being touched. Li Muchio's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and his body tensed even more. His fingertips slid across Li Muchio's jawline. But Su Jianyan didn't stop. Instead, he moved towards Li Muchio's neck. That place was the most vulnerable spot for the Corpse King and the King of Corpses. The moment Su Jianyan's fingertips touched it, Li Muchio couldn't help but grab his hand. Su Jianyan, don't. He wasn't afraid. The feeling was completely different from fear, yet somehow somewhat frightening, because it was utterly unknown territory to him. Su Jianyan's actions made him feel very strange. Su Jianyan didn't obey, grabbing Li Muchio's hand and lifting it upwards, then pressing it firmly against the pillow. Don't you like it? Su Jianyan's tone remained seductive. If you don't like it, then I stop. Li Muchio's Adam's apple bobbed. He liked it, but the feeling was truly strange, as if he no longer belonged to himself. Without waiting for an answer, Su Jianyan didn't stop. He moved closer again, but this time not towards Li Muchio's lips, but towards his neck. There was the scent of shower gel and Li Muchio's unique, slightly cool breath. What felt icy to Su Jianyan was scalding hot to Li Muchio. Li Muchio tilted his head slightly, his other hand involuntarily rising to grasp the hem of Su Jianyan's shirt. His other hand, which Su Jianyan had held by the pillow, tightened instinctively as well. Hearing the low moan escaping Li Muchio's throat and feeling his reaction, Su Jianyan's heart pounded even faster, and his urge to devour the person before him grew stronger. But he restrained himself. Li Muchio clearly lacked awareness of this, and he wanted Li Muchio to know that this was a comfortable and pleasurable experience. Not wanting to leave a bad impression, Su Jianyan gently placed a kiss on Li Muchio's neck. Su, feeling the warmth and realizing what Su Jianyan was doing, Li Muchio gripped Su Jianyan's clothes tightly. Su Jianyan had no reason to leave. After the kiss, he didn't immediately pull away, but instead continued kissing his way down Li Muchio's taut neck to his jaw. Su Jianyan. Li Muchio felt all the blood rush to his brain, his heart pounding wildly. He couldn't take it anymore. Don't lick, it's weird. He'd rather Su Jianyan bite him until he bled. At least that would only hurt. Su Jianyan couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't licked him at all. Besides, this was only the beginning. If Li Muchio couldn't handle this, what would happen later? Li Muchio turned his head away, avoiding the kiss. After kissing his Adam's apple, Su Jianyan looked at his lips, where his breathing was rapid. If you don't object, then I kiss you, Su Jianyan whispered. Li Muchio's eyelashes fluttered twice. Then she simply closed her eyes and refused to look. Su Jianyan was wicked. He knew it, yet he still said it. Su Jianyan leaned down and gently touched Li Muchio's lips with his own. Then, using the tip of his lips as a brush, he traced the outline of Li Muchio's lips like a cat scratching an itch. After the light trace, something warm began to invade. Li Muchio's Adam's apple bobbed. He couldn't take it anymore. He used the hand that was holding Su Jianyan's clothes to push him away. But Su Jianyan's strength was greater than ever before. He couldn't budge him at all. Su. Li Muchio wanted to say something, but opening his mouth only made things worse. Like inviting a wolf into the house. He never got a chance to speak his remaining words. Only his unintelligible murmurs echoed in the darkness. Li Muchio's mind went completely blank. After an unknown amount of time, when Li Muchio slowly regained his senses, his brain was burning hot from prolonged oxygen deprivation, and his body felt both sore and hot. I told you this wasn't eating, right? Su Jianyan gently brushed his finger across Li Muchio's lips. Even this simple touch sent an uncontrollable shiver through Li Muchio's body. Su Jianyan's gaze deepened once more. Li Muchio slowly came to his senses and looked at Su Jianyan. He didn't have much knowledge in this area, but he possessed the intelligence of an adult, and coupled with his body's honest reaction, he understood what Su Jianyan meant when he said this was something only someone he would spend the rest of his life with would do. He didn't dislike this feeling. He even liked it. But apart from Su Jianyan, he couldn't imagine himself doing such a thing with anyone else. Even the thought made him uncomfortable. Su Jianyan, Li Muchio said. Su Jianyan looked at him. You're not allowed to do this with anyone else in the future, Li Muchio said. Just thinking about that possibility made his killing intent boil uncontrollably. A feeling 100 or 1,000 times stronger than when he encountered other corpse kings. Su Jianyan could only be his. No matter who came, he wouldn't let them. Even if Su Jianyan wanted to leave, he would never allow it. Su Jianyan didn't answer directly, but instead asked with a smile. So you stay with me from now on? Yes, Li Muchio answered without hesitation. Wherever I go. You go? Then if I want to do this again, will you come with me? Li Muchio's breath hitched for a moment. Then he nodded seriously. Satisfied with the answer, Su Jianyan moved towards Li Muchio's lips again, wanting to kiss him once more. Su Jianyan. Li Muchio, still dazed, hadn't forgotten that Su Jianyan hadn't given him an answer. Su Jianyan needed a promise. Okay, I only do it with you from now on, Su Jianyan answered, squeezing in a moment from his busy schedule. Having received the promise, Li Muchio stopped insisting, letting her consciousness be manipulated by Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan usually got up as soon as the snow stopped, ate breakfast, and left. But the next day, he was a little late. When he and Li Muchio left, the sun was almost rising. When Su Jianyan left, there was a lot of human food inside, which he didn't know where it had come from. Su Jianyan immediately understood why Su Bai hadn't knocked on the door. Seeing Su Jianyan leave, Su Bai immediately looked over. The moment he saw clearly, he froze. What happened to your mouth? Su Jianyan's lips were slightly red, even a little swollen. Su Jianyan couldn't help but look at someone beside him. Su Bai also looked. Seeing that Li Muchio's lips were even more swollen, he was momentarily bewildered. Have Su Jianyan and Li Muchio bitten each other? Does Li Muchio want to devour Su Jianyan? Su Bai frowned, a faint killing intent in his eyes. Li Muchio, unusually, didn't argue with him, only looking away. Su Jianyan coughed lightly, changing the subject. Let's go! In the woods. Captain. Hearing the shout from behind, Wu Zikuan turned around. Several members of the team were already 50 or 60 meters behind them. They had been running for 2 days, and were utterly exhausted. With Su Jianyan's food, their physical condition had improved considerably. But the weakness from prolonged hunger and mental strain wasn't easily overcome. Wu Zikuan glanced worriedly back. He didn't see anyone else besides them. But that didn't put his mind at ease. Let's go! Wu Zikuan turned back to pull others along. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly followed suit. The group supported each other and continued forward. 3 hours later, someone collapsed. It was like flipping a switch. Soon after that person, a second and a third fell. They gasped for breath, their faces contorted in pain. Wu Zikuan tried to say something, but even he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Rest at it. Qin Yu also collapsed. She simply couldn't run anymore, even if the awakened zombies caught up. Wu Zikuan looked around and could only give up. The moment the thought crossed his mind, his legs buckled. The forest was filled with the sound of panting. Half an hour later, recovering, Wu Zikuan immediately stood up and looked in the direction they had come from. The forest was full of mutated plants. Visibility was low. Let's go! Wu Zikuan stood up. Hearing that they had to leave again, the group's faces showed pain. He hasn't chased after us yet. He must have given up, someone said. No one spoke. Everyone just looked pained. Seeing this, the person who spoke could only give a bitter smile. That night, after they bumped into the awakened zombie, they immediately left the village. The awakened zombie followed them all the way, but didn't attack, allowing them to escape. After leaving the village, the weather was too cold, so they had to find shelter from the chill. They slept fitfully for the rest of the night. What terrified them even more was that the next morning, someone going to the toilet found a pool of bluish-green blood not far behind their camp. The snow had frozen solid, but there was snow beneath the blood. The blood had been splashed there after the snow began to fall. All of this indicated that the awakened zombie had been nearby while they slept. The group dared not delay any longer and immediately began to flee again. They didn't see the awakened zombie along the way. For safety, except for the midday heat, they ran for an entire day. Only when night fell, completely away from the village, did they finally feel safe. That night, they built a shelter in the woods and shivered through the night. The next day, as soon as the snow stopped, they moved again. However, they hadn't gone far when they saw footprints in the woods. The footprints stretched into the woods, but there were no ordinary zombies in sight. They hadn't left the shelter all night. The footprints definitely weren't theirs, and the possibility of someone in the mountains was slim. The moment they realized what it was, the group almost cried. The next moment, they quickened their pace. And then came this. What exactly does he want? Qin Yu couldn't help but ask. The awakened zombie clearly noticed them, yet it didn't attack. If he wasn't interested in them, why had he been following them? Who knows? Those things are inherently abnormal, Qin Yu said uneasily. Could he have overheard about the amusement park? Wu Zikuan looked over. The amusement park? He already has some intelligence. Maybe he heard about it and wants to go to the amusement park with us. Everyone fell silent. This possibility wasn't non-existent. In fact, it was quite high. Then what do? We can't just take him to the amusement park. If they really did that, even if they escaped the amusement park, the people there wouldn't accept them back. More importantly, Su Jianyan clearly had some connection with the amusement park. Otherwise, he wouldn't know there was one. If they took that awakened zombie there, wouldn't that be betraying Su Jianyan's kindness? Su Jianyan had already saved them twice. Everyone fell silent. City A. Modern's group was also quiet now, because in front of them was the gate to the industrial park. Are you sure this is the place? Xian couldn't help but speak again. She had confirmed it just 2 seconds ago. Absolutely. Fei Qing nodded vigorously. The time she spent with Su Jianyan was arguably the happiest and most joyful period of her life since the apocalypse. How could she possibly mistake him? Xian swallowed, then looked at Mordelin and his group. Let's go! Mordelin took a deep breath and took his first step. The industrial park was quite large, with dozens of factories. The garment factory where Su Jianyan lived was located in the middle of the industrial park. The zombies in the industrial park had clearly been cleared. They hadn't seen any zombies along the way, which made the group's pace quicken. A few minutes later, they saw the garment factory that Fei Qing had mentioned countless times in the distance. And the group couldn't help but exchange glances. They both saw excitement and tension in each other's eyes. Go in this way. Fei Qing found the wall Su Jianyan usually climbed to get in and out, and was about to lead the way. She stopped abruptly. Should they knock first? Let's go in first, Li Limu suggested. Although the zombies in the industrial park had clearly been cleared, it wasn't absolutely safe. Fei Qing nodded and climbed over the wall. Once inside, the group immediately looked around. The garment factory itself wasn't unusual, but they became increasingly excited as they looked, because there were indeed many traces of human habitation within. This way, Fei Qing led the way towards the dormitory building. He lives in the room on the right on the second floor. The dormitory building was just ahead, and they arrived in a short while. Reaching the door, Fei Qing nervously glanced back before knocking. Su Jianyan? The dormitory was silent. No one answered. The group paused. Stunned, Fei Qing knocked again, this time with more force. Su Jianyan? Only Fei Qing's voice echoed in the hallway. After a moment, receiving no answer, the group exchanged uneasy glances. They all had a bad feeling. He might be in the factory. Fei Qing remembered the factory and led the way downstairs. The group followed. After passing several factory buildings behind the dormitory building, they saw the factory building, completely covered up. In the distance, Mo Dulin and the other spirits lifted. Fei Qing's face, however, showed even more distress, because the air conditioning wasn't working. The sun was high overhead. Although it wasn't yet the hottest time of day, the outdoor temperature was already close to 50 degrees Celsius. Under such high temperatures, many crops would die without air conditioning. Approaching, Fei Qing knocked on the door. Su Jianyan. It's me. Fei Qing. Silence filled the room. Fei Qing knocked harder. Su Jianyan? Still no answer. Fei Qing turned around, her face pale. Has something happened to Su Jianyan? Could he have just gone out? John, you guessed. That was very likely. After all, Su Jianyan couldn't possibly stay here and not go anywhere. Should we wait? Fei Qing asked. The group fell silent. How about we wait a bit? If he just went out and finds we pried the door open, he might get angry, Fei Qing suggested. The group remained silent, their bad premonition growing stronger. Mo Dulin gritted his teeth. Pry the door open and see. It was highly likely Su Jianyan had gone out, but it was also possible they were truly too late. If it was the latter, then their waiting was pointless. The group exchanged glances. The next moment, Li Xiaofeng stepped forward. He reached into his backpack and pulled a small axe, then skillfully wedged it into the crack in the door. Taking a deep breath, he pulled hard. Click. The door opened. The group immediately looked into the room. Shelves used as partitions, a bed with neatly folded blankets, a lift-up table piled with items beside the bed, and a sofa next to the table. The whole room felt lived in. In that instant, everyone seemed to see Su Jianyan bustling about inside. At the same time, the tension in their hearts finally eased. The house had clearly been unoccupied for some time. They come up empty-handed. He must have left on his own, Li Limu said. Looking to his left, the kitchen was located near the door, with pots and pans neatly arranged and covered with white dust-proof sheets. ignoring the possibility that Su Jianyan might have died outside and never returned. The group nodded in agreement. After nodding, silence fell over the room. They couldn't confirm either possibility. That made them uneasy. What if Su Jianyan really was? Su Jianyan saved them all. But in the end, they couldn't even save Su Jianyan. Gu Shengping, Fei Qing suddenly said. Gu Shengping hadn't come with him. And upon hearing this name, the group was startled. Before anyone could ask, Fei Qing quickly said, Gu Shengping said he encountered someone who used an axe and was incredibly strong, and that he wasn't alone. Hearing this, Ji Xian's eyes immediately lit up. You mean, that person could very well be Su Jianyan? Fei Qing said. I thought it looked very similar before. But the timing does conflict. But thinking about it the other way around, that place isn't far from here. What's the chance that someone so similar is nearby? Everyone remained silent, their minds racing. If Su Jianyan left the city immediately after the Corpse Kings left, then it's indeed possible. Mo Duolin said. Not possible, but very likely, Li Limu added. With such a commotion, he would definitely know. And he's always wanted to leave the city. He wouldn't miss an opportunity. I was thinking when I came in that he might have already left. Zhang Yu added. Su Jianyan wasn't the kind of person who would just wait to die. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The group, who had been filled with despair just moments before, became excited again. So what do we do now? Of course, we go look for him. But who knows where he went? No matter what, let's look for him first. Let's go back and find Gu Shengping first, Mordelin said. Who among you can draw? Gu Shengping had seen that person, and they had seen Su Jianyan. If any of them could draw Su Jianyan, everything would be clear. Let's go! The group couldn't stay any longer and quickly headed for the door. Wait! Ji Xian called out. The group looked over. They couldn't wait to fly back to the amusement park. What could be more important to Ji Xian than this? Leave him a note. Just in case. Ji Xian quickly went inside. There were pens and paper on the shelf. Just in case that person wasn't Su Jianyan. Just in case they missed him. Leaving a note would tell Su Jianyan the location of their amusement park. And Su Jianyan could find them himself. The group waited patiently. A few minutes later, Ji Xian finished her work, and the group quickly headed out. The sun was high overhead, and the heat was intense. The group showed no sign of stopping, instead quickly heading back the way they came. They had to get out of there as soon as possible. If that person really was Su Jianyan, then by the time they returned to the amusement park to look for him, Su Jianyan might have already disappeared again. In this vast apocalypse, finding someone was no easy task. In the mountains, Su Jianyan leaned against Li Muchio's back, watching the chaotic battlefield unfolding in the valley below. They had been walking peacefully through the valley when a group of zombie kings suddenly appeared from all directions. The enemy's attack was fierce, and their numbers far exceeded theirs, clearly indicating that they had planned this for a long time. However, the battlefield was quickly reversed. They went from being surrounded to being surrounded. The reason was simple. After several battles, their zombie kings had been fed to an incredibly robust state. Especially those who received the flesh and blood of the corpse kings were incredibly powerful. And their team had at least 100 of these corpse kings. Su Jianyan never ate any of that stuff. He distributed it all, no matter how many he killed. Su Jianyan took advantage of the chaos to climb to the top of the valley. At this rate, I feel they soon no longer need me as their king. Su Jianyan sighed, wondering if Li Muchio and the others had any intention of usurping the throne. Especially Su Bai and the Black Beast. Most of the corpse kings outside probably couldn't do anything to them. And Su Bai and the Black Beast clearly weren't the type to willingly submit to others. No, Li Muchio said confidently. How do you know? Su Jianyan looked at him. Li Muchio looked down at Su Bai and the Black Beast, who were wreaking havoc. The king of corpses isn't just a king, but an anchor. Su Jianyan lacked awareness of his role as king of corpses. But as he evolved into one, he vaguely understood that these kings of corpses were vying for more than just a position. They were fighting for the future of this world. The kings of corpses didn't just control the other kings. The marks they imprinted on them greatly influenced those they controlled. That influence would likely affect the future trajectory of the entire world. A warlike king of corpses would rule a world of bloodshed. A cruel king of corpses would rule a world of cruelty. A power-hungry, selfish king of corpses would rule a world of stark class divisions and intrigue. The kings of corpses under Su Jianyan's rule rarely fought or argued. They preferred sunbathing. And even when they vied for world domination, they were always listless. This isn't just because Su Jianyan's evolution level is far higher than other corpse kings. It's more likely related to his personality. After all, even among humans without abilities, there are those who are bad. Su Bai and the Black Beast have probably already noticed. Therefore, what they're protecting is no longer just a king, but also that world that's already vaguely taking shape. Being by Su Jianyan's side is a very comfortable thing. The world he created can't be too bad. Su Jianyan seemed to understand. Li Muchio tilted his head slightly, rephrasing, "If they dare, I kill them." Su Jianyan paused, then leaned in and kissed Li Muchio's lips. Li Muchio, who was talking about serious matters, paused. Su Jianyan kissed him again. "Stop fooling around." Li Muchio turned his head away. Su Jianyan touched his ear. Sure enough, it was already burning hot. "They won't be that fast," Su Jianyan said with a smile. "They still have time to do other things."